diligent search but could not get no trace of the lost mare. After being disappointed, he returned from Aurangabad with the saddle on his back. After traveling 4 course and half, he became on the way to a mango tree under the foot of which sat a Ratna, the queer fellow. He had a cap on his head, wore kafni, and had satka under his armpit. He was preparing to smoke a chilim on seeing Chand Patil pass by way. He called out to him and asked him to have a smoke and to rest a little. The fakir asked him about the saddle. Chand Patil replied that it was of his mare which was lost. The queer fellow or fakir asked him to make a search in the Nala close by. He went, and the wonder of wonders, he found the mare. He thought that this fakir was not an ordinary man, but an avalia. He returned to the fakir with the mare. The chilim was ready for being smoked, but two things were wanting: one, fire to light the pipe, and two, water to wet the chapi, through which the smoke is drawn up. The fakir took his prong and thrust it forcibly into the ground, and came out a live burning coal, which he put on the pipe. Then he dashed the satka on the ground, from where water began to ooze. The chapi was wetted with the water, was then wrung out and wrapped around the pipe. Thus, everything being complete, the fakir smoked the chilim and then gave it also to Chand Patil. On seeing all this, Chand Patil was wonderstruck. He requested the fakir to come to his home and accept his hospitality. Next day, he went to the Patil's house and stayed there for some time. The Patil was a village officer of Doop. His wife's brother's son was to married, and the bride was from Shirdi. So Patil made preparations to start for Shirdi for the marriage. The fakir also accompanied the marriage party. The marriage went off without any hitch. The party returned to Doop, except the fakir alone stayed in Shirdi and remained there forever. How fakir got the name Sai? When the marriage party came to Shirdi, it alighted at the foot of a banyan tree in Bhagat Mahal Sapati field near Kandoba's temple. The carts were loosened in the open courtyard of Kandoba temple, and the members of the party descended one by one, and the fakir also got down. Bhagat Mahalsapati saw the young fakir getting down and accosted him as Sai, means welcome Sai. Others also addressed him as Sai, and then henceforth he became known as Saibaba. Contact with other saints. Saibaba began to stay in a deserted masjid. One saint named Devidas was living in the Shirdi many years before Baba came there. Baba liked his company. He stayed with him in the Maruti temple in the Chavadi and sometime lived alone. Then came another saint by name Janaki Das. Baba spent most of his time in talking with him, or Janaki Das went to Baba's residence. So also one Vaishya householder saint from Puntambe by name Gangagir always frequented Shirdi. When he first saw Baba carrying pitchers of water in both hands for watering the garden, he was amazed and said openly, "Blessed is Shirdi that it got this precious jewel. This man is carrying water today, but he is not an ordinary fellow. As this land, Shirdi was lucky and meritorious, it secured this jewel." So also one famous saint by name Anandnath of Evala Mutt, a disciple of Akkalkot Maharaj, came to Shirdi with some Shirdi people. When he saw Sai Baba, he said openly, "This is a precious diamond in reality. Though he looks like an ordinary man, he is not agar, ordinary store, but a diamond. You will realize this in the future." Saying this, he returned to Evala. This was said while Sai Baba was youngster. Baba's dress and daily routine. In his young days, Sai Baba grew a hair on his head and never had his head shaved. He dressed like an athlete. When he went to Rahata, which is 3 miles from Shirdi, he brought with him small plants of marigold, joy, and jui, and after cleaning, he planted and watered them. A devotee by name Vamantatya supplied him daily with 2 earthen pitchers. With these, Baba himself used to water the plants. He drew water from the well and carried the pitchers on his shoulders. In the evening, the pitchers were kept at the foot of the neem tree. As soon as they were placed there, they were broken, as they were made of raw earth and not baked. Next day, Tatya supplied two fresh pitchers. This course went for 3 years, and with Saibaba's toil and labor, there grew a flower garden. On this side, at present, stands a big mansion, Samadhi Mandir of Baba, which is now frequented and used by so many devotees. Om Namo Sachidananda Sadguru Sai Nam
Sainath Maharaj ki jai. Thank you, Vasudevan. Yes, you
Thank
can
you.
start, Yamuna.
Okay. Om Sairam. The story of Paduka's footprints under the neem tree. A devotee of Akkalkot Maharaj by name Bhai Krishnaji Ali Bakkar worshipped the photo of Akkalkot Maharaj. He once thought of going to Akkalkot in Sholapur district to take the darshan of Paduka's footprints of the Maharaj and offer his sincere prayer there. But before he could go there, he got a vision in his dream. Akkalkot Maharaj appeared in the vision and said to him, "Now Shirdi is my resting place. Go there and offer your worship." So Bai changed his plan and came to Shirdi, worshipped Baba, stayed there for 6 months and was happy. As a reminiscence of this vision, etc., he prepared the Padukas and installed them on an auspicious day of Shravana Shaka, 1834, that is 1912 AD, under the neem tree with due ceremonies and formalities conducted by Dada Kelkar and Upasani. One Dikshit Brahmin was appointed for worship and the management was entrusted to devotee Sagun. Complete version of the story. Mr. B.V. Dev, retired Mamaldar of Thana and
Sairam.
Hello, Yamuna?
Yeah, even we are also not able to hear.
Okay, I think so. She went on mute. Santosh.
No, they are not on mute. It's just like her voice is not like, I guess. Sairam?
Yeah, I don't know what happened suddenly. And I'm not able to see the full screen.
Yamunaji, we are not able to hear you.
can you hear me now?
Yeah,
now
now
it's good.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, I am continuing. His compounder and his friend Bhai Krishnaji Ali Bakkar accompanied him. The compounder and Bhai became intimate with Sagunameru Naik and G.K. Dikshit. While discussing these things, these persons thought that there must be some memorial of
Yamunaji,
Saibaba.
you're mute. You're mute. Or mute. I don't know.
No, now we can hear her.
Now you can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
Continue.
Okay. They thought of installing Baba's Padukas there and were going to make them of some rough stone. Then Bhai's friend, the compounder, suggested that if this matter was made known to his master, Dr. Ramarao Kotare, he would prepare nice Padukas for this purpose. All liked this proposal and Dr. Kotare was informed of it. He came to Shirdi and drew a plan of the Padukas. He went to Upasani Maharaj in Khandoba's temple and showed him his plan. The latter made many improvements, drew lotus, flowers, conch, disc, mace, etc., and suggested that the following shloka, verse regarding neem tree's greatness and Baba's yogic powers, be inscribed. The verse was as follows. Sadanimba vrukshasya mooladivasat sudastra tiktamapya priyantam tarum kalpa vrukshadikam sadayantam namamishwaram sadgurum sainadam. Upasani's suggestions were accepted and carried out. The Padukas were made in Mumbai and sent to Shirdi with the compounder. Baba said that they should be installed on the Purnima, 15th day of Shravan. On that day at 11 a.m., G.K. Dikshit brought them on his head from Khandoba's temple to the Dwarka Mai Masjid in a procession. Baba touched the Padukas, saying that these are the feet of the Lord, and asked the people to install them at foot of the neem tree. A day earlier, one Parsi devotee of Mumbai named Pasta Sheth sent rupees 25 by money order. Baba gave the sum for the installation of the Padukas. The total expense of installation came up to rupees 100, out of which 75 were collected by subscription. For the first 5 years, G.K. Dikshit worshipped the Padukas daily, and then this was done by Lakshman Kacheshwar Jakadi. In the first 5 years, Dr. Kotare sent rupees 2 per month for lighting the lamp, and he also sent the railing round the Padukas. The expense of bringing the railing from the station to Shirdi, that is rupees 780, presently rupees 750 by 7 rupees and 50 paise, and roofing was paid by Sagunmeru Nayak. Now Jakadi, that is Nana Pujari, does the worship, and Sagunameru Nayak offers the Naivedya and lights the evening lamps. Bhai Krishna Ji was originally a devotee of Akkalkot Maharaj. He had come to Shirdi at the time of installation of the Padukas in Shaka 1834 on his way to Akkalkot. He wanted to go to Akkalkot after taking the darshan of Baba. He asked Baba's permission for this. Baba said, "Oh, what is there in Akkalkot? Why do you want to go there? The Maharaj of that place is here, myself." Hearing this, Bhai did not go to Akkalkot. He came to Shirdi off and on after the installation of the Padukas. Mr. B.V. Dev concluded that Hemadpant did not know these details. He had known them, he would have failed to depict them in his Sacharita. Should I continue? Sorry. Can I continue?
Finish the line.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So, finish the page.
Not page, actually.
The line is done. Yeah.
Yeah, then let him start.
Okay.
Let her start. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Satchidananda Sainath
Sadhguru
Maharaj ki
Sainath Maharaj ki jai.
Jai.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, Neharika, you can start.
Should I start? Okay.
Yes.
Resting bout with Mohdin Tamboli and change in life. To return to other stories of Baba, there was a wrestler in Shirdi by name Mohdin Tamboli. Baba and he did not agree on some items, and both had a fight. In this, Baba was defeated. Thenceforth, Baba changed his dress and mode of living. He donned kafni, wore a longot waistband, and covered his head with a piece of cloth. He took a piece of sackcloth for his seat, sackcloth for his bed, and was content with wearing torn and worn-out rags. He always said that poverty is better than kingship, far better than lordship. The Lord is always brother, befriender of the poor. Gangagir was also very fond of wrestling. While he was once wrestling, a similar feeling of dispassion came over him, and at the proper time he heard the voice of an adept saying that he should wear out his body playing with God. So he too gave up samsara and turned towards God realization. He established a math on the banks of river near Puntambe and lived there with disciples. Saibaba did not mix and speak with the people. He only gave answers when he was questioned. By day, he always sat under the neem tree, sometimes under the shade of a branch of a babul tree near the stream at the outskirts of the village. In the afternoon, he used to walk at random and go at times to Nimgong. There, he frequented the house of Bala Saheb Dengale. Baba loved Mr. Bala Saheb. His younger brother named Nana Saheb had no son. Though he married a second wife, Bala Saheb sent Nana Saheb for taking darshana of Saibaba. And after some time with his grace, Nana Saheb got a son. From that time onwards, people began to come in numbers to see Sai Baba, and his fame began to spread and reached Ahmednagar. From thence, Nana Saheb Chandorkar and Keshav Chidambar and many others began to come to Shirdi. Baba was surrounded by his devotees during day and slept at night in an old and dilapidated masjid. Baba's paraphernalia at this time consisted of a chilim, tobacco, a tumbrel tin pot, long flowing kafni, a piece of cloth round his head, and a satka, short stick, which he always kept with him. The piece of white cloth on the head was twisted like matted hair and flowed down from the left ear on the back. This was not washed for weeks. He wore no shoes, no sandals. A piece of sackcloth was his seat for most of the day. He wore a kupin, waistcloth band, and for warding off cold, he always sat in front of a dhuni, sacred fire, facing south with his left hand resting on the wooden railing. In that dhuni, he offered as oblation, egoism, desires, and all thoughts, and always uttered Allah Malik. God is the sole owner. The masjid in which he sat was only of 2-room dimensions, where all devotees came and saw him. After 1912 AD, there was a change. The old masjid was repaired and a payment was constructed. Before Baba came to live in this masjid, he lived for a long time in a palace, in a place Takia, where with ghungur small bells on his legs. Baba danced beautifully, sang with tender love, turning water into oil. Sai Baba was very fond of lights. He used to borrow oil from shopkeepers and keep lamps burning the whole night in the masjid and temple. This went on for some time. The Baniyas, who supplied all oil graters, once met together and decided not to give him oil. When, as usual, Baba went to ask for oil, they all gave him a distinct no. Unperturbed, Baba returned to the masjid and kept the dry wicks in the lamps. The Baniyas were watching him with curiosity. Baba took the terminal tin pot which contained very little, a few drops of oil, put water into it and drank it and forced it fall in the container. After consecrating the tin pot in this way, he again took water in the tin pot and filled all the lamps with it and lighted them. To the surprise and dismay of the watching Baniyas, the lamps began to burn and kept burning the whole night. The Baniyas repented and apologized. Baba forgave them and asked them to be more truthful in future. The pseudo-guru Jawhar Ali. 5 years after the wrestling bout mentioned above, one fakir from Ahmednagar by name Jawhar Ali came to Rahata with his disciples and stayed in Bakal, spacious room near Virabhadra temple. The fakir was learned, could repeat the whole Quran and had a sweet tongue. Many religious and devout people of the village came to him and began to respect him. With the help of the people, he started to build an Eidgah, a wall before which Mohammedans pray on Eidgah day near the Virabhadra temple. There was some quarrel about this affair, on account of which Jawhar Ali had to leave Rahatha. Then he came to Shirdi and lived in the masjid with Baba. People were captured by his sweet talk and he began to call Baba his disciple. Baba did not object and consented to be his chela. Then both Guru and chela decided to return to Rahatha and live there. The Guru teacher never knew his disciple's worth, but the disciple knew the defects of the Guru. Still, he never disrespected him, observing carefully his duties. He even served the master in various ways. They used to come to Shirdi off and on, but their mainstay was in Rahatha. The loving devotees of Baba in Shirdi did not like that Baba should stay away from them in Rahatha. So they went in a deputation to bring Baba back to Shirdi. When they met Baba near the Eidgah and told the purpose for which they came, Baba said to them that the fakir was an ill-tempered fellow. He would not leave him and that they should better return to Shirdi without him before the fakir returned. While they were thus talking, the fakir turned up and was very angry with them for trying to take away his disciple. There was some discussion and altercation, and it was finally decided that both the Guru and Chela should return to Shirdi. And so they returned and lived in Shirdi. But after a few days, the Guru was tested by Devidas and he was found wanting. 12 years before Baba arrived in Shirdi with the marriage party, this Devidas, aged about 10 or 11, came to Shirdi and lived in the Maruti temple. Devidas had fine features and brilliant eyes, and he was dispassion incarnate and Jnani. Many persons, namely Tatya Kote, Kashinath, and others, regarded him as their guru. They brought Jawhar Ali in his presence, and in the discussion that followed, Jawhar was worsted and fled from Shirdi. He went and stayed in Bijapur and returned after many years to Shirdi and prostrated himself before Saibaba. The delusion that he was Guru and Saibaba his chela was cleared away, and as he repented, Saibaba treated him with respect. In this case, Saibaba showed by actual conduct how one should get rid of egoism and do the duties of a disciple to attain the highest end, with self-realization. This story is told here according to the version given by Mahalsapati, a great devotee of Baba. In the next chapter will be described Ram Navami festival, the masjid, its former condition and later improvement, etc.
Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai. Thank you, Snehata. Yes, Srini, you can start. Srini or Raji, anyone can start.
Yeah, I'll start actually. This is Srini.
Okay, yeah, hi, Srini.
Jai Saidham. Chapter 6, Ramanavami Festival and Masjid repairs. Efficacy of the touch of the Guru's hand. Ramanavami Festival, its origin, transformation, etc. Repairs to the Masjid. Before describing Ramanavami Festival, Masjid repairs, the author makes some preliminary remarks about Sadguru as follows. Efficacy of touch of Guru's hand. Where real or sad Sadguru is the helpsman, he is sure to carry us safely and easily beyond the worldly ocean. The word Sadguru brings to mind Sai Baba. He appears to me as if standing before me and applying Udi, the sacred ashes, to my forehead, placing his hands of blessing on my head. Then joy fills my heart and love overflows through my eyes. Wonderful is the power of touch of Guru's hand, the subtle body consisting of thoughts and desires, which cannot be burned by the world dissolving fire, is destroyed by the mere touch of Guru's hand, and the sins of many past births are cleared and washed away. Even the speech of those whose head feel annoyed when they hear religious and godly talks attains calmness. The seeing of Sai Baba's handsome form chokes our throat with joy, makes the eyes overflowing with tears, and overwhelming the heart with emotions. It awakens in us, I am, he, Brahman. Consciousness manifests the joy of self realization and dissolving the distinction of I and thou, then and there, makes us one with the Supreme One Reality. When I begin to read scriptures, at every step I am reminded of my Sadguru and Sai Baba assumes the form of Ram or Krishna and makes me listen to his life. For instance, when I sit to listen to Bhagavat, Sai becomes Krishna from top to toe, and I think he sings the Bhagavat or the Bhagavat or Uddhava Gita, song of teachings by Lord Sri Krishna to his disciple Uddhava for the welfare of the devotees. When I begin to chit chat, I am at once put in mind of Sai's stories for enabling me to give suitable illustrations. When I myself start to write anything, I cannot compose a few words of or sentences. But when he of his own accord makes me write, I go on writing, and there is no end to it. When the disciple's egoism props up, he presses it down with his hand and giving him his own power makes him gain his object and thus satisfies and blesses him. If anyone prostrates before Sai and surrenders heart and soul to him, then unsolicited is all his chief objects of life, that is, dharma, righteousness, artha, wealth, kama, desire, and moksha, deliverance, are easily and unsolicitedly attained. Four paths, that is, of karma, jnana, yoga, and bhakti, lead us separately to God. Of these, the path of bhakti is thorny and full of pits and ditches, and thus difficult to traverse. But if you relying on your Sadguru, avoid the pits and thorns and walk straight. It will take you to destination God. So says definitely Sai Baba. After philosophy, philosophizing about self-extended Brahman, his power Maya, to create this world and world created, and stating that all these three are ultimately one and the same, the author quotes Sai Baba's words guaranteeing the welfare of the bhaktas. There will never be any dearth or scarcity regarding food and clothes in any devotee's homes. It is my special characteristic that I always look to and provide for the welfare of those devotees who worship me wholeheartedly and their minds are ever fixed on me. Lord Krishna has also said the same in Gita. Therefore, strive not much for food and clothes. If you want anything, beg of the Lord, leave worldly honors, try to get Lord's grace and blessings, and honored in his court. Do not be deluded by worldly honor. The form of deity should be firmly fixed in the mind. Let all the senses and mind be ever devoted to the worship of the Lord. Let there be no attraction for any other thing. Fix the mind in remembering me always, so that it will not wander elsewhere towards body, wealth, and home. Then it will be calm, peaceful, and carefree. This is a sign of the mind being well engaged in good company. If the mind is vagrant, it cannot be called well merged. After quoting these words, the author goes to relate the story of Ramanavami festival in Shirdi. As Ramanavami is the greatest festival celebrated at Shirdi, another fuller account, as published in Sai Leela magazine of 1925, page 197, is also referred to and a summary of the festival, as related in both these accounts is attempted here. Jai Sai Ram.
Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki Jai.
Jai Saidham.
Jai Sai. Raji, you are continuing chapter 6. Okay.
Thank you. 1. Mr. Gopal Rao Gund was a circle inspector at Kopargaon. He was a great devotee of Baba. He had 3 wives but had no issue. But with Sai Baba's blessings, a son was born to him. In the joy that he felt regarding the event, an idea of celebration, a fair or urus occurred to him in the year 1897, and he placed it for consideration before the other Shirdi devotees, that is Tatya Patil, Dada Kote Patil, and Madhavrao Deshpande. They all approved of the idea and got Sai Baba's permissions and blessings. Then an application for getting the collector's sanction for celebrating the Urus was made. But as the village Kulkarni reported against the holding the fair, the sanction was refused. But as Sai Baba had blessed it, they tried again and ultimately succeeded in getting the collector's sanction. The day for the Urus was fixed on the Ram Navami after having consultation with Sai Baba. It seems that he had some end in view in this. That is the unification of the 2 fairs of the festival, the Urus and the Sri Ram and the Ram Navami, and the unification of the 2 communities, the Hindus and Mohammedans. As future event shows this end or the object was achieved. Though the permission was obtained, but other difficulties cropped up. Shirdi was a village and there was a scarcity of water. There are 2 wells in the village, one in the use, other and dried up soon, and the water from the second was brackish. This brackish water was turned into sweet one by Sai Baba by throwing the flowers into it. The water of this well was insufficient, so Tatya Patel had to arrange to get water from well by fixing the moats and leather sacks thereon at a considerable distance. Then temporary shops had to be constructed and the wrestling rods arranged. Gopal Rao Gund had a friend by name Damu Anna Kasar of Ahmednagar. He also was similarly unhappy in the matter of regency, though he married 2 wives. He too had a blessing by Sai Baba with sons. Mr. Gund and prevailed upon his friend and to prepare and supply one simple flag for the procession of the fair. He also succeeded in inducing Mr. Nana Sahib Nimonkar to supply the another embroidered flag. Both of these flags were taken in procession through the village and finally fixed at the 2 ends of the corner of the masjid, which is called Sri Sai Baba as a Dwarka Mai. This is now being done even now also. The sandal procession. There was another procession which started in this fair. This idea of sandal procession originated with one Mr. Amir Shakar Dalal, a Mohammedan Bhakta of Kokarla. This procession is held in the honor of the great Muslim saint. The sandal, that is chandan, the paste and the scrapings were put in a thali, a flat dish, and then these are carried in the intense burning before in the procession to the accomplishment of the band and the music through the village, and then after returning to the masjid. The content of the dishes were thrown on the nimbar, the niche, and the walls of the masjid with the hands. The work was arranged by Mr. Amir Shakir for the first 3 years and then after his wife. So on one day, the two processions, the flag by the Hindus and that of the saddle by the Muslims, went on side by side, and all still going without any hinge. Arrangement. This day was very dear and sacred to the devotees of Sai Baba. Most of them turned out on the procession and took a leading part in the management of the fair. Tatya Kote Patel looked to all the outward affairs, while the internal management was entirely left on to one Radha Krishnamai, a female devotee of Baba. Her residence was full of guests on the occasion, and she had to look to their needs, and also has to arrange for all the paraphernalia of the fair. Another work which she did willingly was to wash out and clean and whitewash the entire masjid, its walls and the floors, which were blackened and were full of soot on the account of ever burning duni of Sai Baba. This work she did it in the night when Sai Baba went to sleep every alternate day in the chavadi. She had to take out all the things, including even the duni, and after the thorough cleaning and whitewashing, replace them as they did before. Feeding the poor, which was so dear to Sai Baba, was a great item in this fair. For this purpose, cooking on a grand scale and preparing the various dishes was done in Radha Krishna Mai's lodging, and various rich and wealthy devotees took a leading part in this fair. Transformation of Urus into Ram Navami festival. The things were going on this way, and the fair was gradually increasing in the importance till 1912 AD, when a change took place. That year, one devotee, Mr. Krishnarao Jagdishkar Bhishma, the author of the Farafel Sri Sai Sugunopasan, came into the fair with a Dada Sahib Kaparte of Amar Koti, and then was staying on the previous day in the Dikshitwara. While he was lying on the veranda, and while the Lakshman Rao alias Kaka Mahajani was going through the puja materials to the masjid, a new thought arose in the mind, and he accosted the later and later thus. There was some providential arrangement in the fact that Urus or a fair is celebrated in Shirdi on Ram Navami day. This day is very dear to all Hindus. Then why not we begin Ram Navami festival, the celebration of the birth of the Sri Rama here on this day. Should I?
Yes. No, that's fine. Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai. Thank you, Raji. Lavanya, you can continue.
Yeah, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Please, Saidham.
Kaka Mahajani liked the idea, and it was arranged to get Baba's permission in this matter. The main difficulty was how to secure a Haridas who would perform kirtan and sing the glories of the Lord on the occasion. But Bhishma solved this difficulty by saying that his Ramakyan composition on Rama's birth was ready, and he would do the kirtan himself, while Kaka Mahajani should play on the harmonium. It was also arranged to get the Suntavada, ginger powder mixed with sugar, as prasad prepared by Radha Krishna Mai. So they immediately went to the masjid to get Baba's permission. Baba, who knew all things and what was passing there, asked Mahajani as to what was going on in the Vada. Being rather perturbed, Mahajani could not catch the purport of the question and remained silent. Then Baba asked Bhishma what he had to say. He explained the idea of celebrating Ram Navami festival and asked for Baba's permission, and Baba gladly gave it. All rejoiced and made preparations for the Ram Navami. All rejoiced and made preparations for the Jayanti festival. Next day, the masjid was decorated with buntings, etc. A cradle was supplied by Radha Krishna Mai and placed in front of Baba's seat, and the proceedings started. Bhishma stood up for Kirtan, and Mahajani played on the harmonium. Sai Baba sent a man to call Mahajani. He was hesitating to go, doubting whether Baba would allow the festival to go on. But when he went to Baba, the latter asked him as to what was going on and why the cradle was placed there. He answered that the Ramnami festival had commenced and the cradle was put on for that purpose. Then Baba took a garland from the nimbar niche and placed it round his neck and sent another garland for Bhishma. Then commenced the kirtan. When it came to a close, pound sounds of victory to Rama went up, and gulal, the red powder, was thrown up all around amidst band and music. Everybody was overjoyed when suddenly roaring was heard. The red powder thrown promiscuously all round went up, somehow entered Baba's eyes. Baba got wild and began to scold and abuse loudly. People got frightened by the scene and took to their heels. Those intimate devotees who knew Baba well took those scoldings and outpourings of Baba as blessings in disguise. They thought that when Rama was born, it was proper for Baba to get wild and enraged to kill Ravana and his demons in the form of egoism and wicked thoughts, etc. Besides, they knew that whenever a new thing was undertaken at Shirdi, it was usual with Baba to get wild and angry, and so they kept quiet. Radha Krishnamai was rather afraid and thought that Baba might break her cradle, and she asked Mahajani to get the cradle back. When he went to loosen and unfasten the cradle, Baba went to him and asked him not to remove it. Then, after some time, Baba became calm, and that day's program, including Mahapuja and Aarti, was finished. Later on, Mr. Mahajani asked Baba for permission to remove the cradle. Baba refused the same, saying that the festival was not yet finished. Next day, another kirtan and Gopal Kala ceremony, an earthen pot containing parched rice mixed with curds is hung, only to be broken after the kirtan, and the contents distributed to all, as was done by Lord Sri Krishna amongst his cohort friends, were performed, and then Baba allowed the cradle to be removed. While the Ram Navami festival was thus going on, the procession of the two flags by day and that of the sandal by night went off with usual pomp and show. From this time onwards, the urus of Baba was transformed into the Ram Navami festival. From next year, 1913, the items in the program of Ram Navami began to increase. Radha Krishnamai started a Nam Saptah, singing the glory of God's name continuously day and night for 7 days. From 1st of Chaitra, for this, all devotees took part by turns, and she also joined it, sometimes early in the morning. As Ram Navami festival is celebrated in many places all over the country, the difficulty of getting a Haridas was felt again. But 5 or 6 days before the festival, Mahajani met accidentally Bala Bua Mali, who was known as modern Tukaram, and got him to do the kirtan that year. The next year, 1914, another Bala Bua Satarkar of Brihadisiddha Kavate, district Satara, could not act as a Haridas in his own town, as plague was prevailing in his town. And so he came to Shirdi with Baba's permission, which was secured through Kaka Sahib Dikshit. He said he did the kirtan and was sufficiently recompensated for his labor. The difficulty of getting a new Haridas every year was finally solved from 1914 by Sai Baba, as he entrusted this function to Das Ganu Maharaj permanently. And since that time, he has been successfully and creditably conducting that function up till now. Since 1912, this festival began to grow gradually year by year. From the 8th to 12th of Chaitra, Shirdi looked like a beehive of men. Shops began to increase, celebrated wrestlers took part in wrestling bouts, feeding of the poor was done on a grander scale. Hard work and sincere efforts of Radhakrishna might turn Shirdi into a sansthan, a state. Paraphernalia increased. A beautiful horse, a palanquin, chariot, and many silver things, pots, buckets, pictures, mirrors, etc. were presented. Elephants were also sent for the procession. Though all this paraphernalia increased enormously, Sai Baba ignored all these things. He maintained his simplicity as before. It is to be noted that both the Hindus and Mohammedans have been working in unison in both the processions. And during the entire festival, there has been no hitch or quarrel between them at all so far. First, about 5,000 to 7,000 people used to collect, but that figure went up to 75,000 in some years. Still, there was no outbreak of any epidemic or any riots worth the name during so many past years. Repairs to the masjid. Another important idea occurred to Gopal Gund. Just as he started the urus or fair, he thought that he should put the masjid in order. So, in order to carry out the repairs, he collected stones and got them dressed. But this work was not assigned to him. This was reserved for Nana Sahib Chandorkar and the payment work for Kaka Sahib Dikshit. First, Baba was unwilling to allow them to have these works done. But with the intervention of Mahal Sapati, a local devotee of Baba, his permission was secured. When the payment was completed in one night in the masjid, Baba took a small gadi for his seat. Discarding the usual piece of sackcloth and I used it till then. In 1911, the Sabha Mandap courtyard was also put in order with great labor and effort. The open space in front of the masjid was very small and inconvenient. Kaka Sahib Dikshit wanted to extend it and put on it a roofing. At great expense, he got iron posts and pillars and trusses and started the work. At night, all the devotees worked hard and fixed the posts. But Baba, when he returned from Chavdi next morning, uprooted them all and threw them out. Once it so happened that Baba got very excited, caught a pole with one hand, and began to shake and uproot it, and with the other hand caught the neck of Tatya Patil. He took by force Tatya's feta, struck a match, set it on fire, and threw it in a pit. At that time, Baba's eyes flashed like burning embers. None dared to look at him. All got terribly frightened. Baba took out a rupee from his pocket and threw it there, as if it was an offering on an auspicious occasion. Tatya also was much frightened. None knew that was going to happen to Tatya, and none dared to interfere. Bhagoji Shinde, the leper devotee of Baba, made a little boldly advance, but he was pushed out by Baba. Madhav Rao was also similarly treated, he being pelted with brick pieces. So all those who went to intercede were similarly dealt with him. But after some time, Baba's anger cooled down. He sent for a shopkeeper, got from him an embroidered feta, and himself tied it on Tatya's head, as if he was being given a special honor. All the people were wonderstruck to see the strange behavior of Baba. They were at a loss to know what enraged Baba so suddenly and what led him to assault Tatya Patil and why his anger cooled down the next moment. Baba was sometimes very calm and quiet and talked things with love. But soon after, with or without any pretext, got enraged. Many such incidents may be related, but I do know which to choose and which to omit. I, therefore, refer them as they occur to me. In the next chapter, the question whether Baba was a Hindu or a Mohammedan will be taken up, and his yogic practices and powers and other matters will be dealt with. Jai Shri Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai.
Jai.
Bow to Shri Sai Baba.
Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj.
Maharaj ki
Jai.
Thank you, Lavanya. Revati, you can start. Chapter 7.
Chapter 7, Wonderful Incarnation, behavior of Sai Baba, his yogic practices, his all pervasiveness and mercy. Excuse me, I just want to see my volume is okay, Anu?
Yeah, perfect.
Perfect? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Sorry about that, yeah. His pervasiveness and mercy, leper devotee service, master's Khaparde's plague case, going to Pandharpur. Wonderful incarnation. Sai Baba knew all yogic practices. He was well versed in the 6 processes, including dauti, stomach cleaning by a moistened piece of linen, 3 inch in breadth and 22.5 inch in length. Khanda Yoga, that is, separating his limbs and joining them again, and samadhis, etc. If you think that he was a Hindu, he looked like a Yavan. If you think him to be a Yavan, he looked like a pious Hindu. No one definitely knew whether he was a Hindu or a Mohammedan. He celebrated the Hindu festival of Ramanavami with all due formalities and at the same time permitted the sandal procession of Mohammedans. He encouraged wrestling bouts in this festival. When the Gokul Ashtami came, he got the Gopal Kala ceremony duly performed, and on Eid festivals, he allowed the Mohammedans to say their prayers, that is namaz, in his masjid. Once during a Muharram festival, some Mohammedans proposed to construct a tazia or tablet in masjid, keep it there for some days, and afterwards take it in procession through village. Sai Baba allowed the keeping of the tablet for 4 days, and on the 5th day got it removed from the masjid without the least compunction. If we say that he was a Mohammedan, his ears were pierced, that is, had holes according to Hindu custom. If you think that he was a Hindu, he advocated the practice of circumcision, though according to Mr. Nana Sahib Chandorkar, who observed him closely, he was not himself circumcised. Read article in Sai Leela on Baba Hindu Ki Yavan by B.B. Dev, page 562. If you call him Hindu, he always lived in the masjid. But if Mohammedan, he had always the Dauti sacred fire there. He had always the Duni sacred fire there. And the following things which are contrary to Mohammedan religion, that is, grinding on the handmill, blowing of the conch and bells, oblation in the fire, bhajan, giving of food and worship of Baba's feet by means of arghya, water, were allowed there. If you think that he was a Mohammedan, the best of Brahmins and Agnihotris, leaving aside their orthodox ways, fell prostrate at his feet. Those who went to make inquiries about his caste were dumbfounded and were captured by his darshan. So none could definitely decide whether Sai Baba was a Hindu or a Mohammedan. There is no wonder, for he who completely surrenders himself to the Lord, by getting rid of his egoism and body consciousness, does become one with him and has nothing to do with any questions of caste or nationality. Baba saw no difference between any two castes and even between beings. He took meat and fish with fakirs, but did not grumble when dogs touched the dishes with their mouths. Such a unique and wonderful incarnation was Sai Baba. On account of the merits in the past birth, I had the good fortune to sit at his feet and enjoy his blessed company. The joy and delight I delivered therefrom was incomparable. In fact, Sai Baba was pure Anand and consciousness. I cannot sufficiently describe him, his greatness and uniqueness. He who took delight at his feet was established in his own self. Many sannyasis, sadhaks, and all sorts of men aspiring for salvation came to Sai Baba. He always walked, talked and laughed with them, and always uttered Allah Malik. God is the sole owner. He never liked discussion and disputation. He was always calm and controlled. Though irritable at times, always preached Vedanta, and nobody knew till the last who was Baba. Princes and poor people were treated alike by him. He knew the innermost secrets of all, and when he gave expression to them, all were surprised. He was the repository of all knowledge. Still, he find ignorance. He also disliked honor. Such were characteristics of Sai Baba. Though he had a human body, his deeds testified to his godhood. All people considered him as the god in Shirdi. Behavior of Sai Baba. Ignorant that I am, I cannot describe Baba's miracles. He got almost all the temples in Shirdi prepared. Through Tatya Patal, the temples of Shani, Ganapati, Shankar Parvati, village deity, and Maruti were put in order. His charity was also remarkable. The money he used to collect as dakshina was freely distributed, rupees 20 to some, rupees 15 to 50 to others every day. People were immensely benefited by having Baba's darshan. Some became hale and hearty. Weak people were turned into good ones. Kushta, leprosy, was cured in some cases. Many got their desires fulfilled without any medicine being put in the eyes. Without any medicine being put in the eyes, some blind men got back their sight, and some lame ones got their limbs. Nobody could see the end of his extraordinary greatness. His fame spread far and wide, and pilgrims from all sides flocked at Shirdi. Baba had his asan near the dhuni and always rested there. He sat there in meditation, sometimes without a bath. He used to tie a small white turban on his head and wear a clean dhotar round his waist and a shirt on his body. This was his attire in the beginning. He first practiced medicine in the village, examined patients, and gave medicines. He was always successful, and he became famous as a Hakim doctor. A curious case may be narrated here. One devotee had his eyes quite red and swollen. No one was available in Shirdi. The other devotees took him to Baba. In such cases, other doctors would use ointments, unguents, cow's milk, and camphorated drugs, etc. Baba's remedy was quite unique. He founded some biba, some corpus anacardium, that is, marking nuts, and made 2 balls of them and thrust them on in each eye of the patient and wrapped a cloth bandage round them. Next day, the bandage was removed and water was poured over them. Inflammation subsided and the pupils became white and clear. Though the eyes were very delicate, the biba caused no hurt but removed the disease of the eyes. Many such cases were cured, and this is only an instant in this regard. Baba's yogic practices. Baba knew all the processes and practices of yoga. 2 of them will be described here.
Yes, you are done, right, with the page?
Yeah, 41 I'm done.
Yes.
Yeah.
Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj. Thank you, Revati.
Thank you.
Sudhakar, you can start.
Yes, Saidham. Can you hear me?
Yes, very clearly.
Okay. Baba's yogic practices, Baba knew all the processes and practices of yoga. Two of them will be described here. Dauti Kriya or cleansing process. Every third day, Baba went to the well near the banyan tree at a considerable distance from the masjid, washed his mouth and had a bath. On one occasion, he was seen throwing up his intestines, cleaned them inside outside, and placed them on a jam tree for drying. There are people in Shirdi who have actually seen this and who have testified to this fact. Ordinary dhauti is done by a moistened piece of linen, 3 inches broad and 22.5 feet long. This piece is gulped down the throat and allowed to remain in the stomach for about half an hour for being reacted there and then taken out. But Baba's dhauti was quite unique and extraordinary. Khanda Yoga. In this practice, Baba extracted the limbs from his body and left them separately at different places in the masjid. Once a gentleman went to the masjid and saw the limbs of Baba lying in separate places. He was terrified. He first thought of running to the village officers and informing them of Baba being hacked to pieces and murdered. He thought that perhaps he would be held responsible as he was the first informant and knew something of the affair. So he kept silent. But next day, when he went to the masjid, he was very much surprised to see Baba, hale and hearty as before. He thought that what he had seen the previous day was only a dream. Baba practiced yoga since his infancy, and nobody knew or guessed the proficiency he had attained in it. He charged no fees for his cures, became renowned and famous by virtue of his merits, gave health to many a poor and suffering person. This famous doctor of doctors cared not for his interests, but always worked for the good and the welfare of others, himself suffering unbearable and terrible pain many a time in the process. One such instance I will relate now, which will show the all-pervasive and the most merciful character of Saibaba. Baba's all-pervasiveness and mercy. In the year 1910, Baba was sitting near the Duni on Diwali and warming himself. He was putting firewood into the Duni, which was burning brightly. A little later, instead of pushing the logs of wood, Baba pushed his arm into the Duni. His arm was scorched and burnt. This was noticed by Madhav and also Madhav Deshpande Shama. They at once ran to Baba. Madhav clasped Baba by his waist from behind and dragged him forcibly backward and asked, Deva, why you done this? Then Baba came to his senses and replied, the wife of a blacksmith at some distant place was working the bellows of a furnace. Her husband called her. Forgetting that her child was on her lap, she got up hastily and the child slipped into the furnace. I immediately thrust my hand into the furnace and saved the child. I do not mind my arm being burnt, but I am glad that the life of the child is saved. Leper devotee service. On hearing the news of Baba's hand being burned from Shama, mother of Deshpande, Mr. Nanasaheb Chandorkar, accompanied by the famous Dr. Paramanand of Mumbai, with his medical outfit consisting of ointments, lints, and bandages, etc., rushed to Shirdi and requested Baba to allow Dr. Paramanand to examine the arm and dress the wound caused by the burn. This was refused. Ever since, the burnt arm was dressed by Bahoji Shinde, a leper devotee. His treatment consisted in massaging the burnt part with a ghee and then placing a leaf over it and bandaging it tightly. Mr. Nanasaheb Chandorkar solicited Baba many a times to unfasten the bandages, get the wound examined, dressed and treated by Dr. Paramanand with the object that it may heal fast. Dr. Paramanand himself made similar requests, but Baba postponed it by saying that Allah was his doctor and did not allow his arm to be examined. Dr. Paramanand's medicines were not exposed to the air of Shirdi and they remained intact, but he had the good fortune of getting a darshan of Baba. Bagoji was allowed to treat the hand daily. After some days, the arm healed and all were happy. Still, we do not know whether any trace of pain was left or not. Every morning, Bagoji went through his program of untying the bandages, massaging the arm with ghee, and tightly bandaging it again. This went on till Saibaba's Samadhi death. Saibaba, a perfect Siddha as he was, did not really want this treatment, but out of love for his devotee, he allowed the Upasana service of Bagoji to go on uninterrupted all along. When Baba started for Lendi, Bagoji held an umbrella over him and accompanied him. Every morning, when Baba sat near the post close to the Duni, Bagoji was present and started his service. Bagoji was a sinner in his past birth. He was suffering from leprosy. His fingers had shrunk. His body was full of pus and smelling badly. Though outwardly he seemed so unfortunate, He was really very lucky and happy, for he was the premier servant of Baba and got the benefit of his company.
Shri Sachitananda Sadguru
Sadguru
Sainath
Nath
Maharaj
Maharaj ki
ki
jai.
jai. Yes, thank you, Sudhakar. Gangadhar, you can finish the chapter 7 now.
Thank you very much, Anu.
Yes.
Om Sai Ram. Master Kapade's plague case. I shall now relate another instance of Baba's wonderful Leela. Mrs. Kapade, the wife of Mr. Dada Saheb Kapade of Amroti, was staying at Shirdi with her young son for some days. One day the son got high fever, which further developed into bubonic plague. The mother was frightened and felt most uneasy. She thought of leaving the place for Amravati and went near Baba in the evening. When he was coming near the Wada in his evening rounds for asking his permissions, she informed him in a trembling tone that her dear young son was down with plague. Baba spoke kindly and softly to her, saying that the sky is beset with clouds, but they will melt and pass off, and everything will be smooth and clear. So saying, he lifted up his kafni up to the waist and showed to all present 4 fully developed baboos as big as eggs, and added, "See how I have to suffer for my devotees. Their difficulties are mine." Seeing this unique and extraordinary deed, the people were convinced as to how the saints suffer pains for their devotees. The minds of the saints is softer than the wax. It is soft in and out, as butter. They love their devotees without any idea of gain and regard them as their true relatives. Going to Pandharpur and staying there. I shall now close this chapter after relating a story illustrating how Sai Baba loved his devotees and anticipated their wishes and movements. Mr. Nana Sahib Chandorkar, who was a great devotee of Baba, was Mamaltar at Nandurbar in Khandesh. He got an order of transfer to Pandharpur. His devotion to Sai Baba bore fruit as he got an order to go and stay at Pandharpur, which is regarded as the Bhuvaikunta, heaven on earth. Nana Sahib had to take immediate charge, so he left immediately for the place, without even writing or informing anybody at Shirdi. He wanted to give a surprise visit to Shirdi. His Pandharpur see and salute his Vithoba and then proceed. Nobody dreamt of Nana Sahib's departure for Shirdi, but Sai Baba knew all about this, as his eyes were everywhere. As soon as Nana Sahib approached Neemgaon, a few miles from Shirdi, there was stir in the masjid at Shirdi. Baba was sitting and talking with Malaspati, Appa Shinde, and Kashiram when he at once said, "Let us all four do some bhajan. The doors of Pandari are open. Let us merrily sing." Then they began to sing in chorus, and burden of the song began. "I have to go to Pandharpur, and I have to stay on there, for it is the house of my Lord." Baba sang and the devotees followed him. In a short time, Nana Sahib came there with his family, prostrated before Baba and requested him to accompany them to Pandharpur and stay with them there. This solicitation was not necessary, as the devotees told Nana Sahib that Baba was already in the mood of going to Pandharpur and staying there. Hearing this, Nana Sahib was moved and fell at Baba's feet. Then, getting Baba's permission, Udi, and blessings, Nana Sahib left for Pandharpur. There is no need to Baba's there is no end to Baba's stories, but let me now make a halt here, reserving for the next chapter other topics such as importance of human life, Baba's living on alms, Bhaiji Bai's service, and other stories. Bo to Sri Sai, Peace to all. Kushal Chand of Rahata.
Pause.
Sorry?
No.
Okay. Kushal Chand of Rahata. Baba loved Ganapat Kote Patil of Shirdi. He equally loved also Chandrabhan Seth Marwari of Rahata.
That's my chapter, I guess. That's my chapter, right?
Oh, okay.
No,
Sorry.
he has to finish chapter 7, na?
He just finished chapter 7, right?
No, he didn't. Did you?
No, this is on the page 45 and it is also part of the chapter 7.
Yeah, you have to finish chapter 7.
Correct.
Yes. Kavita, you're starting chapter 8. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry, Gangadhar. Continue.
No
I'm
problem.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Sairam, no problem. Don't say sorry. Sorry. Okay. He equally loved also Chandrabhan Seth Marwari of Rahata. After the demise of the Seth, Baba loved his nephew Kushal Chand equally or even perhaps more, and watched his welfare day and night, sometimes in a bullock cart, at other times in a tonga with intimate friends. Baba went to Rahata. People of that village came out with band and music and received Baba at the ways or gate of the village and prostrated before him. Then he was taken into the village with great estate and ceremony. Kushal Chand took Baba to his house, seated him on a comfortable seat, and gave him a good lunch. Then they talked freely and merrily for some time. After which Baba returned to Shirdi, giving delight and blessings to all. Shirdi is midway between and equidistant from Rahata on one side and Neemgaon on the other. Baba never went beyond these places during his lifetime. He knew exactly the timing of arrival and departure of all the trains. Devotees who acted according to Baba's instructions given at the time of taking his leave fared well, while those who disregarded them suffered many a mishap and accidents. More about this and other matters will be told in the next chapter. Om Sainathaya Namaha.
Shri Sachidananda
The
Sadguru
Sadguru
Sai
Sainath
Maharaj.
Maharaj Ki Jai.
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry. I'm sorry. I think there's some confusion with the book and the
Same.
print.
Even I felt because my book is also a little different, but I know this is not next chapter. So I told you.
I'm
Okay.
sorry.
No problem. So Kavita, you can start.
Okay. You're able to hear me well, right?
Correct. Perfect.
Okay. Om Sai Ram. Importance of human birth. Sai Baba begging food, Baijabai service, Sai Baba's dormitory, his affection for Kushal Chand. As hinted in the last chapter, Hemant Pant now explains at length in his preliminary remarks the importance of human birth and then proceeds to relate how Sai Baba begged his food, how Baijabai served him, how he slept in the masjid with Tatya Kote Patil and Mahal Sapati, and how he loved Kushal Chand of Rahata. Importance of human birth. In this wonderful universe, God has created millions, that is 84 lakhs, according to Hindu Shastra calculation, of creatures including gods, demigods, insects, beasts, and men, inhabiting heaven, hell, earth, ocean, sky, and other intermediate regions. Of these, those creatures or souls whose merits preponderate go to heaven and live there till they enjoy the fruits of their actions, and when this is done, they are cast down. While those souls whose sins or demerits preponderate go down to hell and suffer the consequences of their misdeeds for as long as they deserve it. When their merits and demerits balance each other, they are born on earth as human beings and are given a chance to work out their salvation. Ultimately, when their merits and demerits both are worked out completely, they get the deliverance and become free. To put the matter in a nutshell, souls get their birth or transmigration according to their deeds and evolvement. Special value of the human body. As we all know, four things are common to all the creatures, which is food, sleep, fear, and sexual union. In the case of man, he is endowed with a special faculty, which is knowledge, with the help of which he can attain God vision, which is impossible in any other species. It is for this reason that gods envy the human species and aspire to be born as men on earth, so as to get their final deliverance. Some say there is nothing worse than the human body, which is full of filth, mucus, phlegm, and dirt, and which is subject to decay, disease, and death. This is true to a certain extent, but in spite of these drawbacks and defects, the special value of the human body is that the man has got the capacity to acquire knowledge. It is only due to the human body or on account of it that we can think of the perishable and transitory nature of the body itself and of the world, and have aversion for sense enjoyments, and can discriminate between the unreal and the real, and thus attain God vision. So if we reject or neglect the body because it is filthy, we lose the chance of God vision. And if we indulge it and run after sense enjoyments because it is precious, we go to hell. The proper course, therefore, for us to pursue is the following: that the body should neither be neglected nor fondled, but should be properly cared for, just as a traveler on horseback takes care of his horse on the way till he reaches his destination and returns home. Thus, the body should ever be used or engaged to attain God vision or self-realization, which is a supreme end of life. It is said that though God created various kinds of creatures, he was not satisfied, for none of them were able to know and appreciate his work. So he had to create a special being, man, and endow him with a special faculty, which is knowledge. And when he saw that man was able to appreciate his Leela, marvelous work and intelligence, he was highly pleased and satisfied. White Bhagavat 11-9-28. So really, it is fortunate to get a human body. Better still, to be born in a Brahmin family, and best, to get an opportunity of being close to Sai Baba's feet and surrendering to him. Man's endeavor. Realizing how precious human life is and knowing that death is certain and may snatch us at any time, we should be ever alert to achieve the object of our lives. We should not make the least delay, but make every possible haste to gain our object, just as a king leaves no stone unturned to seek his lost son. So with all earnestness, we should strive to attain our end, that is self-realization. Casting aside laziness, warding off drowsiness, we should day and night meditate on the self. If we fail to do this, we reduce ourselves to the level of beasts. How to proceed? The most effective and speedy way to gain our object is to approach a worthy saint or sage, that is Sadguru, who has himself attained God vision. What cannot be achieved by hearing religious discourses and study of religious texts is easily obtained in the company of such worthy souls. Just as a sun only gives light, which all the stars put together cannot do, so the Sadguru alone imparts spiritual wisdom, which all the sacred books and sermons cannot do. His movements and simple tasks give us silent advice. The virtues of forgiveness, calmness, disinterestedness, charity, benevolence, control of mind and body, egolessness, etc., are observed by the disciples as they are being practiced in such pure and holy company. This enlightens their minds and lifts them spiritually. Sai Baba was such a sage or Sadguru. Though he acted as a fakir or mendicant, he was always engrossed in self. He always loved all beings in whom he saw God or divinity. By pleasures, he was not elated. He was not depressed by misfortunes. A king and a pauper were the same to him. He whose glance would turn a beggar into a king used to go begging food from door to door in Shirdi, and let us now see how he did it. Baba begging food. Blessed are the people of Shirdi, in front of whose houses Baba stood as a beggar and called out, "O Mai, give me a piece of bread," and spread out his hand to receive the same. In one hand, he carried a tumbril or tin pot, and other a zoli or chapadi, that is a rectangular piece of cloth. He visited certain houses daily. Liquid or semi-liquid things such as soup, vegetables, milk or buttermilk were received in the tin pot, while cooked rice, bread, and such solid things were taken in the zoli. Baba's tongue knew no taste, and as he acquired control over it, how could he care for the taste of different things mixed up together? Whatever things he got in his zoli and in the tin pot were mixed together and partaken by Baba to his heart's content. Whether particular things were tasty or otherwise was never noticed by Baba, as his tongue was devoid of the sense of taste altogether. Baba begged till noon, but his begging was very irregular. Some days he went a few rounds, on other days up to 12 noon. The food thus collected was kept in a kundi, that is earthen pot. Dogs, cats, and crows freely ate from it, and Baba never drove them away. The woman who swept the floor of the masjid took some 10 or 12 pieces of bread to her house, and nobody prevented her from doing so. How could, how could he, who even in dreams never warded off cats and dogs by harsh words and signs, refuse food to poor, helpless people? Blessed indeed is the life of such a noble person. People in Shirdi took him in the beginning for a mad fakir. He was known in the village by his name, by this name. How could one who lived on alms by begging a few crumbs of bread be revered and worshipped? But this fakir was very liberal of heart, detached and charitable. Though he looked restless from outside, he was firm and steady inside. He was very inscrutable. Still, in that small village, there were a few kind and blessed people who recognized and regarded him as a great soul. One such person's account is given below.
Yes.
Om
Shri
Saidham.
Shri Sachidananda
Sadhguru
Sainath Maharaj ki jai. Thank you, Kavita. Pauni, you are continuing chapter 8.
Yes. Baijabai's brilliant service. Tatyakoti's mother, Baijabai, used to go to the woods every noon with a basket on her head containing bread and vegetables. She roamed in the jungle course about 3 miles after course, trampling bushes and shrubs in search of the mad fakir, and after finding him out, fell at his feet. The fakir sat calm and motionless in meditation while she placed a leaf before him, spread her things, eatables, bread, etc., thereon, and fed him insistingly. Wonderful was her faith and service. Every day she roamed at noon in the jungles and insisted Baba to partake of the lunch. Her service, upasana or penance, by whatever name we call, was never forgotten by Baba till the end. Remembering fully what service she rendered, Baba benefited her son significantly. Both the son and the mother had great faith in the fakir who was their god. Baba often said to them that fakiri, medicacy is real, lordship, riches is transient. After some years, Baba left going into the woods and began to live in the village and take his food in the masjid. Hence, Baijabai's troubles of roaming in the jungle ended. Dormitory of the trio. Ever blessed are the saints in whose hearts Lord Vasudev dwells, and fortunate indeed are the devotees who get the benefit of the company of such saints. Two such fortunate fellows, Tatyakoti Patil and Bhagat Malsapati, equally shared the company of Sai Baba. Baba also loved them both. These three slept in the masjid with their heads towards the east, west, and north, and with their feet touching one another at the end, at the center. After spreading their beds, they lay on them, chit-chatting and gossiping till late in the night. If any one of them showed any signs of sleep, others would wake him up. For instance, if Tatya began to snore, Baba at once got up and shook him from side to side and pressed his head. If it was Malsapati, he pulled him close, stroked his legs, and patted his back. In this way, for a period of 14 years, Tatya, leaving his parents at home, slept in the masjid on account of his deep love for Baba. How happy and never forgetting, uh, never to be forgotten were those days. How to measure that love and how to value the grace of Baba. After the passing away of his father, Tatya took the charge of the household affairs and began to sleep at home. Kushal Chand of Rahta. Baba loved Ganpat Koti Patil of Shirdi. He equally loved Chandraban Sheikh Marwadi of Rahta. After the demise of this Seth, Baba loved his nephew Kushal Chand equally or perhaps more and looked after his welfare day and night. Sometimes in a bullock cart, at other times in a tonga with intimate devotees, Baba went to Rahata. People of that village would come out with band and music and receive Baba at the gate of the village and prostrate before him. Then he was taken into the village with great elate and ceremony. Kushal Chand took Baba to his house, seated him on a comfortable seat, and gave him a good meal. They then talked freely and merrily for some time, after which Baba returned to Shirdi, giving delight and blessings to all. Shirdi is the midway and equidistant from Rahata on one side, south, and Nimgam on the other, north. Baba never went beyond these places during his lifetime. He never saw any train nor traveled by it. Still, he knew exactly the timings of arrival and departure of all trains. Devotees who acted according to Baba's instructions given at the time of taking his leave fared well, while those who disregarded them suffered many a mishap and accident. More about this and other matters will be told in the next chapter. Bow to Shri please. Yeah.
Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai. Thank you, Pavni. Geeta?
Hi. Hi, Anu. My daughter
Yes.
will be the first
You'll
day.
be, okay, you'll be starting chapter 9.
Okay.
Yeah.
Effect of compliance and non-compliance. With Baba's orders, at the time of taking leave, a few instances, mendicancy and its necessity, devotes, experiences. Dad, Baba fed sumptuously how. At the end of the last chapter, it was barely stated that the bhaktas who obeyed Baba's orders at the time of taking leave fared well, and those who disobeyed them suffered many a mishap. This statement will be amplified and illustrated with a few striking instances and by other matters dealt with in this chapter. Characteristics of Shirdi pilgrimage. One special peculiarity of Shirdi pilgrimage was this, that none should leave Shirdi without Baba's permission, and if he did, he invited untold sufferings. But if anyone who asked to quit Shirdi, he could stay there no longer. Baba gave certain suggestions or hints when bhaktas went to bid goodbye and take leave. These suggestions had to be followed. If they were not followed or were departed from accidents, the restored could befall them, who acted contrary to Baba's directions. We give below a few instances. Tatya Kote Patil. Tatya Kote was once gone to the Tanga to Korpragan Bazaar. He came in haste to masjid, saluted Baba, and said that he would go to Korpragan Bazaar. Baba said, "Don't make haste. Stop a little. Let go the bazaar. Don't go out of the village." On seeing the anxiety to go, Baba asked him to take Shama, at least with him, not minding the directions. Tatyakote immediately threw his Tanga. Of the two horses, one, which cost 300 rupees, was very active and restless. After passing Swal, well, it began to run rashly, caught his brain in his waist, and fell down. Tatya was not much hurt, but was reminded of mother-sized directions. On another occasion, while proceeding to Kolhar village, he disregarded Baba's directions and drove in a tanga, which met with a similar direction.
European gentleman. One European gentleman of Bombay once came to Shirdi with an introductory note from Nana Sahib Chandorkar and with some object in view. He was comfortably accommodated in a tent. He wanted to kneel before Baba and kiss his hand. Therefore, he tried thrice to step into the masjid, but Baba prevented him from doing so. He was asked to sit in the open courtyard below and take Baba's darshanam from there. Not pleased with this reception he got, he wanted to leave Shirdi at once and came to bid goodbye. Baba asked him to go the next day and not to hurry. People also requested him to abide by Baba's directions. Not listening to all this, he left Shirdi in Tanga. The horses ran at first all right, but when Saul well was passed, a bicycle came in front, seeing which the horses were frightened and ran past. The Tanga was turned topsy-turvy, and the gentleman fell down and was dragged some distance. He was immediately released, but had to go and lie in Coppergam Hospital for the treatment of the injuries. Because of such experiences, all people learned the lesson that those who disobeyed Baba's instruction met with accidents in one way or the other, and those who obeyed them were safe and happy. The necessity of mendicancy. Now to return to the question of mendicancy, a question may arise in the minds of some that if Baba was such a great person as God in fact, why should he have recourse to the begging bowl all this lifetime? This question may be considered and replied from two standpoints. Who are the first one? Who are the persons who have a right to live by begging bowl? Our Shastras say that those persons who getting rid of or becoming free from the three main desires, one is for progeny, for wealth, for fame, accept sannyas, are the fit persons to live by begging alms. They cannot make cooking arrangements and dine at home. The duty of feeding them rests on the shoulders of householders. Sai Baba was neither a householder nor vanaprastha. He was a celibate sannyasi from boyhood. His firm conviction was that the universe was his home. He was the Lord Vasudev, the supporter of the universe and the imperishable Brahman. So he had the full right to have recourse to the begging bowl. Now, from the standpoint of Panchasun, five sins and their atonements. We all know that in order to prepare foodstuffs and meals, the householders have to go through five actions or process. One is Kandani pounding, second Peshani grinding, third is Udakumbhi washing pots, fourth is Marijani sweeping and cleaning, fifth one is Chauli lightening hearts.
Yeah. Shri
Ananda
Sachidananda
Sadguru Saidham Maharaj
Ki
Ki
Jai.
Jai.
Thank you, Geeta. Sunil, you can start and you can continue with chapter 9.
Yeah, thank you. These processes involve destruction of a lot of small insects and creatures, and thus the households incur an amount of sin. In order to atone for his sin, our Shastras prescribe 6 kinds of sacrifices. with Brahma Yajna, Veda Yajna, offerings of Brahman or the study of the Vedas, Pitri Yajna, offerings to the ancestors, Dev Yajna, offering to the gods, Bhota Yajna, offering to the beings, Manushya Atidhi Yajna, offering to the men or uninvited guests. In these sacrifices, enjoyed by the Shastras and duly performed, the purification of their minds is affected, and this helps them to get knowledge and self-realization. Baba is going from house to house, remind the inmates of their sacred duty, and fortunate were the people who got the lessons at their home from Baba, devotees' experiences. Now to return to the other more interesting subject, Lord Krishna has said in the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 9-26, whoever devotedly offers to me a leaf, a flower, or a fruit or water of that pure-hearted man, I accept that pure offering. In the case of Sai Baba, if a devotee intended a reality to offer anything to Sai Baba, and if he afterwards forgot to offer the same, Baba reminded him or his friend about the offering and made him bring it to him, and then accepted it and blessed the devotee. A few instances are given below. Tarkat family, father and son. Mr. Ramchandra Atmaram alias Baba Saheb Tarkat, formerly a Parat Prarthana Samajist, was a staunch devotee of Sai Baba. His wife and son equally loved Baba, or perhaps more. It was once pronounced that Master Tarkand should go with his mother to Shirdi and spend his summer vacation there. But the son was unwilling to go, so he thought that in case he left his home in Bandra, the worships of Sai Baba in the house should not be properly attended. So, too, as his father, being a Prarthana Samajist, would not care to worship Sai Baba's picture. However, on his father giving an assurance on the road that he would perform the worship exactly as his son was doing, the mother and the son left for Shirdi on a Friday night. Next day, Saturday, Mr. Tarkat got up early, took his bath, and before proceeding with the puja, prostrated himself before the shrine and said, Baba, I am going to perform puja exactly as my son has been doing, but please let it not be a formal drill. Saying so, he performed the puja and offered a few pieces of lump sugar as Naivedya offering. The sugar was distributed at the time of the lunch. That evening and next day evening went on well. The following Monday was a working day and it also passed well. Mr. Tarkar, who was never performed puja like this in all his life, felt great confidence within himself, and everything was passing on quite satisfactory, as per the promise given to the son. Next Tuesday, he performed the morning puja as usual and left for his work. Coming home at noon, he found that there was no prasad sugar to partake of. When the meal was served, he asked the servant cook, who told him that there was no offering made that morning and that he had completely forgotten to perform the part of the puja offering Naivedya. At this, he left his seat and prostrated himself before the shrine, expressed his regret at the same time chiding Baba for the want of guidance in making the whole affair a matter of mere drill. Then he wrote a letter to his son stating the facts and requested him to lay it at Baba's feet and ask his pardon for his neglect. This happened in Bandra at about Tuesday noon. At about the same time, when the noon arti was about to commence in Shirdi, Baba said to Mr. Tarkad, Mother, I had been to your house in Bandra with a view to have something to eat. I found the door locked. I somehow got an entry and found to my regret that Mr. Tarkad had left nothing to eat for me, so I have returned apace. The lady did not understand this, but the son, who was close by, understood the whole thing, that there was something wrong with the puja in Bandra, and he therefore requested Baba to permit him to go home. Baba refused this, but allowed him to perform puja there. Then the son wrote a letter to his father stating all that took place at Shirdi and implored his father not to neglect the puja at home. Both these letters crossed each other and were delivered to their respective parties in the next day. This is not wonderful. Sri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai.
Okay. Thank you, Sunil. Usha?
Yeah.
Okay, Usha, just a second. Aruna, you please keep your phone on mute.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, Usha, you can continue. Chapter 9.
Okay. Thank you, Arun. Yeah. Mrs. Tarkand. Let us now take up the case of Mrs. Tarkand herself. She offered three things, viz. Barit, roasted brinjal, eggplant, mixed curd and spices. 2. Kacharia, circular pieces of brinjal fried in ghee. 3rd, peda. Let us see how Baba accepted them. Once Mr. Raghuveer Bhaskar Purandar of Bandra, a great devotee of Baba, started for Shirdi with his family. Mrs. Tarkan went to Mrs. Purandar and gave her 2 brinjals and requested her to prepare brinjal barit of one brinjal and kacheria of the other. When she went to Shirdi and served Baba with them, after reaching Shirdi, Mrs. Purandar went with her dish of barat to the masjid. When Baba was just about to start his meal, Baba found the barit very tasty. So he distributed it to all and said that he wanted kacharias now. A word was sent to Radha Krishnamai that Baba wanted kacharia. She was in a fix as that was no season of brinjals. How to get brinjal was the question. When an enquiry was made as to who brought the barit, it was found that Mrs. Purandar was also entrusted with the duty of serving kacharias. Everybody then came to know the significance of Baba's enquiry regarding kacharias and was wonderstruck at Baba all pervasive knowledge. In December 1915 AD, one Govind Balram Mankar wanted to go to Shirdi to perform the obsequies of his father. Before he left, he came to see Mr. Tarkan. Then Mrs. Tarkanda wanted to send something with him to Baba. She searched the whole house but found nothing except a peda, which had already been offered as Naivedya. Mr. Mankar was in mourning, still out of great devotion to Baba. She sent the peda with him, hoping that Baba would accept and eat it. Govind went to Shirdi and saw Baba, but forgot to take the peda with him. Baba simply waited. When again he went to Baba in the afternoon, he went empty hand without the peda. Baba could wait no longer and therefore asked him straight, "What did you bring for me?" "Nothing," was the reply. Baba asked him again. The same reply came forth again. Then Baba asked him the leading question, "Did not the mother, Mrs. Tarkanda, give you some sweet meat to you for me at the time of your starting?" The boy then remembered the whole thing. He felt abashed, asked Baba's pardon, ran to his lodging, brought the peda and gave it to Baba. As soon as Baba got it in his hand, he put it into his mouth and gulped it down. Thus the devotion of Mrs. Tarkanda was recognized and accepted. As men believe in me, so do I accept them. Gita 4-11 was proved in this case. Baba fed sumptuously how. Once Mr. Tarkanda was staying in a certain house in Shirdi. At noon, meals were ready and dishes were being served. When a hungry dog turned up there and began to cry, Mrs. Tarkanda got up at once and threw a piece of bread, which the dog gulped with great relish. In the afternoon, when she went to the masjid and sat at some distance, Saibaba said to her, "Mother, you have fed me sumptuously up to my throat. My afflicted pranas have been satisfied. Always act like this, and this will stand you in good stead. Sitting in this masjid, I shall never speak untruth. Take pity on me like this. First give bread to the hungry and then eat yourself. Note this well. She could not at first understand the meaning of what Baba said. So she replied, Baba, how could I feed you? I am myself dependent on others and take my food from them on payment. Then Baba replied, eating that lovely bread, I am heartily contented and I am still blushing. The dog which you saw before meal and to which you gave the piece of bread is one with me. So also other creatures, cat, pigs, flies, cows, etc., are one with me. I am roaming in their forms. He who sees me in all these creatures is my beloved, so abandon the sense of duality and distinction and serve me. As you did today, drinking these nectar like words, she was moved, her eyes were filled with tears, her throat was choked, and her joy knew no bounds. Moral. See God in all beings is the moral of this chapter. The Upanishads, the Gita, and the Bhagavad all exhorts us to perceive God or divinity in all the creatures. By the insane given at the end of this chapter and other too numerous to mention, Sai Baba has practically demonstrated to us how to put the Upanishadic teaching into practice. In this way, Sai Baba stands as the best exponent or teacher of the Upanishad doctrines. Om Sri Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai.
Raj ki jai. Thank you, Usha. Yes, Aruna, right? You'll be
Yeah.
starting chapter 10.
Chapter 10. Om Sai Ram. Remember him, Sai Baba, always with love, for he was ever engrossed in doing good to all and always abided in himself. To remember him only is to solve the riddle of life and death. This is the best and easiest of sadhanas as it involves no expenditure. A little exertion here brings great rewards. So as long as our senses are sound, we should minute by minute practice this sadhana. All other gods are illusory. Guru is the only God. If we believe in Sadguru's holy feet, he can change our fortune for the better. If we serve him sincerely, we get rid of our worldly afflictions. We need not study any philosophy like the Nyaya and the Mimamsa. As we trust the helpmen in crossing rivers and seas, so we have to trust our Sadguru in getting over the ocean of worldly existence. The Sadguru looks to the intense feeling and devotion of his devotees, endows them with knowledge and eternal bliss. In the last chapter, Baba's mendicancy and devotees' experiences and other subjects are dealt with. Let the readers now hear where and how Baba lived, how he slept, and how he taught, etc. Baba's wonderful bedstead. Let us first see where and how Baba slept. Mr. Nana Sahib Dengle brought for Sai Baba a wooden plank about 4 arms in length and only a span in breadth for sleeping upon. Instead of keeping the plank on the floor and then sleeping on it, Baba tied it like a swing to the rafters of the masjid with old shreds or rags and commenced to sleep upon it. The rags were so thin and worn out that it was a wonder how they could bear or support weight of the plank itself, let alone the weight of Baba. But somehow or the other, it was Baba's sheer leela that the worn out rags did sustain the plank along with the weight of Baba on it. On the 4 corners of this plank, Baba lighted pantis, earthen lamps, one at each corner, and kept them burning the whole night. It was a sight for the gods to see Baba sitting or sleeping on this plank. It was a wonder to all how Baba got up and down the plank. Out of curiosity, many curious observers kept watching the process of mounting and dismounting, but none succeeded. As crowds began to swell so as to detect this wonderful feat, Baba one day broke the plank into pieces and threw it away. Baba had all the 8 Mahasiddhis powers at his command. He neither practiced nor craved for them. They came to him naturally as a result of his spiritual perfection. Manifestation of Brahma. Though Sai Baba looked like a man 3 cubits and a half in length, still he dwelt in the hearts of all. Inwardly he was unattached and indifferent, but outwardly he longed for mass welfare. Though inwardly an abode of peace, he looked outwardly restless. Inwardly he had the state of Brahma. Outwardly he seemed engrossed in the world. Sometimes he looked on all with affection, and at times he threw stones at them. Sometimes he scolded them, while at times he embraced them and was calm, composed, tolerant, and well balanced. He always abided and was engrossed in the self and was well disposed towards his bhaktas. He always sat on one asana and never traveled. His sataka was a small stick which he always carried in hand. He was calm and thought-free. He never cared for wealth and fame and lived on begging. Such a life he led. He always uttered Allah Malik. God is the real owner. Entire and unbroken was his love for the bhaktas. He was a mine or storehouse for self-knowledge and full of divine bliss. Such was the divine form of Sai Baba, boundless, endless, and undifferentiated. One principle which envelops the whole universe from a stone to Brahma incarnated in Sai Baba. The really meritorious and fortunate people got this treasure trove in their hands, while those people who, not knowing the real worth of Sai Baba, took him to be a mere human being, were indeed unfortunate. His stay in Shirdi and probable birthday. None knew or knows the parent and the exact date of birth of Sai Baba, but it can be approximately determined by his stay in Shirdi. Baba first came to Shirdi when he was a young lad of 16 and stayed there for 3 years. Then all of a sudden he disappeared for some time. After some time, he reappeared in the Nizam state of Aurangabad and again came to Shirdi with the marriage party of Chand Patil when he was about 20 years old. Thence, he stayed in Shirdi for an unbroken period of 60 years, after which Baba took his Mahasamadhi in the year 1918. From this, we can say that the year of Baba's birth is approximately 1838 AD.
Shri Sachidananda Sadguru
Sadguru Sainath
Sainath
Maharaj
Maharaj Ki Jai.
Jai.
Thank you, Aruna. Kavya,
Om
Anya, you
Sairam.
can start.
Baba's mission and advice. Saint Ramdas, 1608 to 1681, flourished in the 17th century and fulfilled to a great extent his mission of protecting cows and Brahmins against the Yavanas, Mohammedanians. But within 2 centuries after him, the split between the two communities, Hindus and Mohammedans, widened up and Sai Baba came to bridge that gulf. His constant advice to all was to this effect: Ram, the god of the Hindus, and Rahim, the god of the Mohammedans, were one and the same. There was not the slightest difference between them then. Why should their devotees fall out and quarrel among themselves? You ignorant folk, join hands and bring both the communities together. Act sanely, and thus you will gain your object of national unity. It is not good to dispute and argue. So don't argue, don't emulate others. Always consider your interest and welfare. The Lord will protect you. Yoga, sacrifice, penance, and knowledge are the means to attain God. If you do not succeed in this by any means, in vain is your birth. If anyone does any evil unto you, do not retaliate. If you can do anything, do some good unto others. This, in short, was Sai Baba's advice to all, and this will stand us in good stead both in material and spiritual matters. Sai Baba as Sadguru. There are many so-called gurus who go about from house to house with cymbals and veena in their hands and make a show of their spirituality. They blow mantras into the ears of their disciples and extract money from them. They profess to teach piety and religion to their disciples, but are themselves impious and irreligious. Sai Baba never thought of making the least show of his word. He had he had nobody consciousness, but he had great love for his disciples. There are two kinds of gurus, niyat, appointed or fixed, and aniyat, unappointed or general. The latter, by their advice, develop the good qualities in us, purify our hearts, and set us on the path of salvation. But contact with the former dispels our sense of dualities, sense of difference, and establishes us in unity by making us realize thou art that. There are various gurus imparting to us various kinds of worldly knowledge, but he who fixes us in our nature self and carries us beyond the ocean of worldly existence is the Sadguru. Sai Baba was such a Sadguru. His greatness is indescribable. If anybody wants to take his darshan, he, without being asked, would give every detail of his past, present, and future. He saw divinity in all beings. Friends and foes were alike to him. Disinterested and balanced, he obliged the evildoers as well as the pious. He was the same in prosperity and adversity. No doubt ever touched him. Though he acted through the body, he was not in the least attached to his body or house. Though he looked embodied, he was really unembodied, that is, free from gross existence. Blessed are the people of Shirdi who worshipped Sai as their God. While eating, drinking, working in their backyards and fields, and doing various household works, they always remembered Sai and sang his glory. They knew no other God except Sai. What to speak of the sweetness of the love of the women of Shirdi? They were quite ignorant, but their pure love inspired them to compose poems or songs in their simple rustic language. Letters of learning they had none. Still, one can discern real poetry in their simple songs. It is not intelligence, but love that inspires real poetry as such. Real poetry is the manifestation of true love, and this can be seen and appreciated by intelligent listeners. Collection of those folk songs is desirable, and by Baba's wish, some fortunate devotees may undertake the task of compiling and publishing these folk songs, either in the Sai Leela magazine or separately in a book. Om Sai Ram.
Om Sai Ram. Shri Sachitananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai. Thank you, Kanya. Ramaraju, yes, you can start.
Yeah,
And you can
thank you.
finish that chapter 10. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Sairam. Baba's humility. Lord or Bhagavan is said to have 6 qualities. 1. Fame, wealth, non-attachment, knowledge, grandeur, and generosity. Baba had all these in him. He incarnated in flesh for the sake of the bhaktas. Wonderful was his grace and kindness. He drew the devotees to him, or else one could have known him. For the sake of his bhaktas, Baba spoke such words as the goodness of speech dare not utter. He is a specimen. Baba spoke very humbly as follows: Slave of slaves, I am your debtor. I am satisfied at your darshan. It is a great favor that I saw your feet. I am an insect in your excreta. I consider myself blessed thereby. What humility is this? If anybody would think that by publishing this, any disrespect is shown to Sai, we beg his pardon, and to atone for this we sing and repeat Baba's name. Though Baba seemed outwardly to enjoy sense objects, he had not the least flavor in them, nor even the consciousness of enjoying them. Though he ate, he had no taste, and though he saw, he never felt any interest in what he saw. Regarding passion, he was a perfect and a celibate as Hanuman. He was not attached to anything. He was pure consciousness, the resting place of desire, anger, and other feelings. In short, he was disinterested, free, and perfect. A striking instance may be cited in illustration of this statement. Nanavali. There was in Shirdi a very quiet and queer fellow by name Nanavalli. He looked to Baba's work and affairs. He once approached Baba, who was seated on his gadi seat, and asked him to get up, as he wanted to occupy the same. Baba at once got up and left the seat, which he occupied. After sitting there a while, Nanavalli got up and asked Baba to take his seat. Then Baba sat on the seat and Nanavalli fell at his feet and then went away. Baba did not show the slightest displeasure in being dictated to and ousted. This Nanavalli loved Baba so much that he breathed his last on the 13th day of Baba's taking Mahasamadhi. The easiest path, hearing the stories of saints and being in their company. Though Sai Baba acted outwardly like an ordinary man, his actions showed extraordinary intelligence and skill. Whatever he did was done for the good of his devotees. He never prescribed any asan regulation of breathing or any rites to his bhaktas, nor did he blow any mantra into their ears. He told them to leave off all cleverness and always remember Sai, Sai. If you did that, he said, all your shackles would be removed and you would be free. Sitting between 5 fires, sacrifices, chantings, eightfold yoga are possible for the Brahmins only. They are of no use to the other classes. The function of the mind is to think. It cannot remain for a minute without thinking. If you give it a sense object, it will think about it. If you give it to a guru, it will think about guru. You have heard most attentively the greatness, grandeur of Sai. This is the natural remembrance, worship and kirtan of Sai. Hearing the stories of the saints is not so difficult as the other sadhanas mentioned above. They stories remove all fear of this samsara, worldly existence, and take you onto the spiritual path. So listen to these stories, meditate on them, and assimilate them. If this is done, not only the Brahmins, but women and lower classes will get pure and holy. You may do or attend to your worldly duties, but give your mind to Sai and his stories, and then he is sure to bless you. This is the easiest path, but why don't all take to it? The reason is that without God's grace, we don't get the desire to listen to the stories of saints. With God's grace, everything is smooth and easy. Hearing the stories of the saints is, in a way, keeping their company. The importance of the company of saints is very great. It removes our body, consciousness, and egoism, destroys completely the chain of our birth and death, cuts asunder all the knots of the heart, and takes us to God, who is pure consciousness. It certainly increases our non-attachment to sense objects and makes us quiet in. We conclude this chapter with meditation on Sai's form. He, the beautiful and handsome Sai, standing on the edge of the masjid and distributing woody to each and every bhakta with a view to his welfare. He who thinks the world as not and who is ever engrossed in supreme bliss before him. We humbly prostrate ourselves. Bow to Shirdi Sai, peace to be all. Om Sachidananda
Sachidananda
Sadguru
Sadguru
Sainath
Sainath
Maharaj.
Maharaj ki jai. So,
you.
all the devotees from Dwarka Mai, we have finished our reading. Thank you so much for everyone. And now, Balaji, you can continue with Guru Sthan group.
Thank you, Anu. Om Sai Ram to everyone. We'll be starting with chapter 11. Vaishnavi Ravi is on the chat right now. So please go ahead, Vaishnavi. Chapter 11, 63-64.
Yeah.
Sai as Sagun Brahma, Dr. Pandit's worship, Haji Siddiq Falke, control over the elements. Let us now in this chapter describe the manifested Sagun Brahma Sai as to how he was worshipped and how he controlled the elements. Sai as Sagun Brahma. There are two aspects of God or Brahma, the unmanifested Nirgun and the manifested Sagun. The Nirgun is formless, while the Sagun is with form, though both denote the same Brahma. Some prefer to worship the former, some the latter. As stated in the Gita, chapter 13, the worship of the latter is easy and preferable. As man has got a form, body, senses, etc., it is natural and easy for him to worship the God with form. Our love and devotion do not develop unless we worship Sagun Brahma for a certain period of time, and as we advance, it leads us to the worship, meditation of Nirgun Brahma. So let us start with Sagun worship. Image, altar, fire, light, sun, water, Brahma, or the seven objects of worship. But Sadguru is better than all these. Let us on this occasion bring to our mind the form of Sai, who was non-attachment incarnate and who was a resting place for his devotees. Our faith in his words is the asan, and our sankalpa determination to accomplish the puja is the abandonment of all our desires. Some say that Sai was a Bhagavad Bhakta, devotee of the Lord. Others say he was a Mahabhagavat, a great devotee. But to us, he is God incarnate. He was ever forgiving, never irritable, straight, soft, tolerant, and content beyond comparison. Though he looked embodied as having the form, he was really disembodied, emotionless, unattached, and internally free. The Ganges, on its way to the sea, cools and refreshes the creatures affected with heat, gives life to the crops and trees, and quenches the thirst of many. Similarly, saints like Sai, while they live their own, give solace and comfort to all. Lord Krishna has said that the saint is my soul, my living image. I am he, or he is my pure form being. This indescribable Shakti or power of God, known as pure existence, knowledge, and bliss, incarnated in the form of Sai and Shirdi. The Shruti describes Brahma as pure bliss. This we read or hear daily in the books, but the devout people experience this Brahma or bliss in Shirdi. Baba, the support of all, required no prop or asan from anybody. He always used a piece of sackcloth for his seat, which was covered with a small mattress by his bhaktas and had a bolster placed by them rest as his back. Baba respected the feelings of his devotees and allowed them to worship him as they liked. Some waved chamar or fans before him, some played on musical instruments, some washed his hands and feet, some others applied scent and chandan, some gave betel nut with leaves, and some other offered naivedya. Though he looked like living in Shirdi, he was present everywhere. This all pervasiveness of his was daily experienced by devotees. Our humble prostration to this all pervasive Sadguru. Dr. Pandit's worship. One Dr. Pandit, a friend of Tatya Sahib Nulkar, once came to Shirdi for Baba's darshan. After saluting Baba, he sat in the masjid for some time. Baba asked him to go to Dadabad Kelkar. He went to Dadabad, by whom he was well received. Then Dadabad left his house for puja, and Dr. Pandit accompanied him. Dadabad worshipped Baba. Nobody until then dared to apply Baba's sandal paste to Baba's forehead. Once Mahalshapati used to apply it to his neck. But this simple-hearted Dr. Pandit took Dadabad's dish containing puja materials and taking sandal paste out of it, drew a ribbon, that is 3 horizontal lines on Baba's forehead. To this surprise of all, Baba kept silent, not uttering a single word. Then Dadabad that evening asked Baba, how is it that though you object to the sandal paste being applied by others to your forehead, you allow Dr. Pandit to do so? Baba replied that Dr. Pandit believed him to be the same as his guru, Raghunath Maharaj of Dopeshwar, known as Kaka Puranik, and he applied the paste to his forehead as he was doing to his guru. Hence, he could not object. On inquiry, Dr. Pandit told Dadabad that he took Baba as his guru Kaka Puranik and realized him as the same. Hence, he marked the ribbon on Baba's forehead as he did on his guru's. Though Baba allowed the devotees to worship him as they pleased, still sometimes he acted in strange way. Sometimes he threw away the puja dish and washed Vrat incarnate. Then who could approach him? Sometimes he scolded the devotees. At times he looked softer than a wax, a statue of peace and forgiveness. Though he seemed to shake with anger and his red eyes rolled around, still he was internally an ocean of affection and motherly love. He would call out his devotees and say that he never knew when he was ever angry with them. If it was possible that mothers could kick their children and the sea turn back the river, he too could neglect the devotees' welfare, that he, the slave of his devotees, always stood by them and responded to them whenever they called upon him, and that he always longed for their love. Om Sai Ram.
Thank you, Vaishnavi. Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai. Maya ji. Maya, you'll have to unmute yourself. Chapter 11, page 65 from Haji Siddhi Falke.
Sure. Om Sri Sai Ram. Haji Siddiq Falke. There was no knowing when Baba would accept a devotee. That depended on his sweet will. Siddiq Falke's story is to the point. One Muhammadian gentleman by name Siddiq Falke of Kalyan, after making a pilgrimage to Mecca and Medina, came to Shirdi. He lived in a chawdi facing north and sat in the open courtyard of the masjid for 9 months. Baba ignored him and did not allow him to step into the masjid. Falke felt much disconsolate and did not know what to do. Somebody advised him not to be disappointed, but to try to approach Baba through Shama, Madhavrao Deshpande, a close and intimate devotee of Baba. He told him that as they approached the god Shiva through his servant and devotee Nandi, so Baba should be approached through Shama. Falke liked the idea and implored Shama to intercede for him. Shama agreed and on a convenient occasion spoke to Baba about him thus. Baba, why don't you allow the old Haji to step into the masjid? While so many persons freely come and go after taking your darshana, why not bless him once? Baba replied, Shama, you are too young to understand things. If the fakir does not allow, what can I do? Without his grace, who will climb into the masjid? Well, go to him and ask him whether he will come to the narrow footpath near the Baravi. Well, Shama went and returned with an affirmative answer. Again, Baba said to Shama, ask him whether he is willing to pay me the sum of rupees 400 in 40,000 in 4 installments. Shama went and returned with the answer that he is willing to pay even 40 lakhs. Again, Baba said to Shama, we are going to cut a goat in the masjid, so ask him whether he would like to have its meat, haunch, or testicles of the goat. Shama returned with the answer that the Haji would be happy to receive a small crumb from Baba's Colombo. Hearing this, Baba got excited and with his hands threw away the earthen jars and Colombo and straightway advanced to the Haji and lifting his kafni up with his hands and said, why do you brag and fancy yourself great and pose yourself as an old Haji? Do you read Quran like this? You are proud of your pilgrimage to Mecca, but you do not know me. Being thus scolded, the Haji was confounded. Baba then went back to the masjid, purchased a few baskets of mangoes and sent them to the Haji. Then again Baba went to the Haji and taking out rupees 55 from his pocket, gave them in Haji's hand. Henceforth, Baba loved Haji, invited him for meals, and the Haji thereafter came into the masjid whenever he liked. Baba gave him at times some rupees, and thus the Haji was enlisted in Baba's darbar. Baba control over elements. We shall close this chapter after describing 2 incidents showing Baba's control over elements. Once at evening time, there was terrible storm in Shirdi. The sky was overcast with thick black clouds. The winds began to blow forcibly. The clouds roared and the lightning began to flash and the rain began to descend in torrents. In a short time, the whole place was flooded with water. All the creatures, birds, beasts, men got terribly frightened and they all flocked to the masjid for shelter. There are many local deities in Shirdi, but none of them came for their help. So they all prayed to Baba, their God, who was fond of their devotion, to intercede, quell the storm, Baba was much moved. He came out, standing at the edge of the masjid, addressed the storm in a loud and thunderous voice. Stop, stop, your fury, and be calm. In a few minutes, the rain subsided. The wind ceased to blow, and the storm came to a stop. Then moon rose in the sky, and the people then went back home well pleased. On another occasion, at noon, the fire in the duni began to burn brightly. Its flames were seen to be reaching the rafters above. The people who were sitting in the masjid did not know what to do. They dared not to ask Baba to pour water or do anything to quench the flame. But Baba soon came to realize what was happening. He took his satka short stick and dashed it against a pillar in the front, saying, "Get down, be calm." At each stroke of the satka, the flames began to lower and slow down. And in a few minutes, the duni became calm and normal. This is our Said, an incarnation of God. He will bless any man who will prostrate and surrender himself to him. He who will read the stories of this chapter daily with faith and devotion will soon be free from all calamities. Not only this, but always attached and devoted to Sai. He will get very soon God vision. All his desires will be fulfilled, and being ultimately desireless, he will attain the supreme. Amen. Om Sri Satya Sai.
Shri Sachidananda
Ananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai.
Thank you, Mayaji. Deepti ji, chapter 12, pages 67, 68. Deepti ji, you'll have to unmute. Yeah. You'll have to unmute.
Yes, I did. Om Sai Ram, chapter 12. Now let us see in this chapter how devotees were received and treated by Baba. Saint's mission. We have seen before that the purpose or object of divine incarnation is to protect the good and destroy the wicked. But the mission of the saints is quite different. To them, the good and the wicked are the same. First, they draw the evildoers and set them on the right path. They are the Agasti to destroy the Bhavsagar, the ocean of worldly existence, or the sun to destroy the darkness of ignorance. The God dwells in the saints. In fact, they are not different from him. Our Sai is one of these who incarnated for the welfare of the devotees. Supreme in knowledge and surrounded with divine aura, he loved all beings equally. He was unattached. Foes and friends, kings and paupers, all were same to him. Hear his prowess. For the sake of his devotees, he gave his stock of merits and was ever alert to help them. But the devotees could never approach him unless he meant to receive them. If the appointed time did not come, they did not remember Baba, and his leelas could not reach their ears. Then, how could they think of seeing him? Some men desired to see Sai Baba, but they did not get any opportunity of taking his darshan till his Mahasamadhi. There are many such persons whose desire for Baba's darshan was not thus satisfied. If these persons believing in him listen to his leelas, their quest for darshan will be to a great extent satisfied by the leelas. Even if some persons went there by sheer luck and took Baba's darshan, were they able to stay there longer? No. Nobody could go there of his own accord, and nobody could stay there longer if he did not wish so. They could stay there so long as Baba permitted them to stay and had to leave the place when asked to do so by him. So everything depended on Baba's divine will. Kaka Mahajani. Once Kaka Mahajani went to Shirdi from Mumbai. He wanted to stay there for 1 week and enjoy the Gokul Ashtami festival. As soon as he took Baba's darshan, Baba asked him, "When are you returning home?" He was rather surprised at this question, but he had to give an answer. He said that he would go home when he ordered him to do so. Then Baba said, "Go tomorrow." Baba's word was law and had to be obeyed. Kaka Mahajani therefore left Shirdi immediately. When he went to his office in Mumbai, he found his employer anxiously waiting for him. His munim, that is the manager, suddenly fell ill. Hence, Kaka's presence was absolutely necessary. He had sent a letter to Kaka at Shirdi, which was redirected to him at Mumbai. Bhauseb Dhumal. Now listen to another story. Once Bhauseb Dhumal was going to Nipad for a case. On the way, he came to Shirdi, took Baba's darshan, and wanted to proceed to Nipad immediately. But Baba did not permit him to do so. He made him stay at Shirdi for a week or more. In the meanwhile, the magistrate at Nipper suffered intensely from pain in his abdomen and the case was adjourned. Mr. Dhumal was then allowed to go and attend to his case. It went on for some months and was tried by 4 magistrates. Ultimately, Mr. Dhumal won the case and his client was acquitted. Mrs. Nimonkar. Mr. Nana Sahab Nimonkar, Watandar of Nimon and honorary magistrate, was staying at Shirdi with his wife. Mr. and Mrs. Nimonkar were spending most of their time in the masjid with Baba and serving him. It so happened that his son fell ill at Belapur and the mother decided with Baba's consent to go to Belapur and see her son and other relatives and stay there for a few days. But Mr. Nana Sahib asked her to return the next day. The lady was in a fix and did not know what to do, but her god Sai came to her help. While leaving Shirdi, she went to Baba, who was standing in front of Sathe's Vada, with Mr. Nana Sahib and others and prostrated at his feet, and asked his permission to go. Baba said to her, go quickly, be calm and unperturbed. Stay comfortably at Belapur for 4 days. See all your relatives and then return to Shirdi. How opportune were Baba's words. Mr. Nana Sahib's proposal was overruled by Baba's decree.
Shri Sachidananda Sadguru
Sadguru
Sainath Maharaj
Ki Jai.
Thank you, Deepti ji. Namita ji, who's showing us Bala on the screen. You can go ahead and read from Mule Shastri of Nasik. Yeah.
Om Sairam, chapter 12 continuation. Mule Shastri of Nasik. An orthodox Agnihotri Brahmin of Nasik by name Mule Shastri, who had studied the 6 Shastras and was well versed in astrology and palmistry, once came to Shirdi to see Mr. Bapu Sahib Bhuti, the famous millionaire of Nagpur. After seeing him, he and others went to see Baba in the masjid. Baba bought various fruits and other things from vendors with his own money and distributed them to the persons present in the masjid. Baba used to press the mango on all sides so skillfully that when any person received it from Baba and sucked it, he got all the pulp at once in his mouth and could throw away the stone and the skin forthwith. Plantains were peeled off by Baba and the kernel was distributed to the devotees, while the skins were retained by Baba for himself. Mule Shastri, as a palmist, wanted to examine Baba's hand or palm and requested him to extend the same. Baba ignored his request and gave 4 plantains to him. Then they all returned to the Vada and Mule Shastri bathed, wore sacred clothes and started his routine duties, viz. Agnihotra, etc. Then Baba, as usual, started for Lendi and said, "Take some geru, that is the red mairy substance, to dye clothes in saffron color. We shall today don saffron color cloth." None understood what Baba meant. Then after some time, when Baba returned and preparations for the noon aarti were being made, Bapu Sahib Jog asked Mule Shastri whether he could accompany him for the aarti. He replied that he would see Baba in the afternoon. Very soon Baba sat on his seat, was worshipped by the devotees, and aarti commenced. Then Baba said, "Get some dakshina from the new Nasik Brahmin." Bhute himself went to get the dakshina. And when he gave Baba's message to Mule Shastri, he was sorely perplexed. He thought in his mind, thus, "I am a pure Agnihotri Brahmin. Why should I pay dakshina? Baba may be a great saint, I am not his dependent." But as great saint like Saibaba was asking for dakshina through a millionaire like Bhuti, he could not refuse. So leaving his routine unfinished, he forthwith started with Bhuti to the masjid, thinking himself holy and sacred, and the masjid otherwise, he remained at a distance. After joining his palms 3 flowers at Baba, then lo, all of a sudden he saw no Baba on the seat, but saw his late Guru Golab Swami there. He was wonderstruck. Could this be a dream? No, it was not, as he was wide awake. But though awake, he could his late Guru Golab be there. He was speechless for some time. He pinched himself and thought again, but could not reconcile the fact of his late Guru Golab being in the masjid. Ultimately leaving of all doubt, he went up, fell at his Guru's feet, and then getting up, stood there with folded hands. Other people sang Baba's Aarti, while Mule Shastri chanted loudly his guru's name. Then, casting off all pride of caste and ideas about sacredness, he fell flat at his guru's feet and closed his eyes. When he got up and opened his eyes, he saw Baba asking for dakshina. Seeing Baba's blissful form and his inconvincible power, Mule Shastri forgot himself. He was extremely pleased. His eyes were full of tears of joy. He again saluted Baba and gave the dakshina. He said that his doubt was removed and that he saw his own guru. On seeing this wonderful Leela of Baba, all the people, including Mule Shastri, were much loved, and they realized the meaning of Baba's words, "Bring Guru, we shall don saffron-colored garment." Such is the wonderful Leela of Baba. A doctor. Once a Mamlatdar came to Shirdi with a doctor friend of his. The doctor said that his deity was Rama and that he could not bow before a Mohammedan. So he was unwilling to go to Shirdi. The Mamlatdar replied that nobody would press him to make a bow, nor would ask him to do so. So he should come and give the pleasure of his company. Accordingly, they came to Shirdi and went to the masjid for Baba's darshan. All were wonderstruck to see the doctor going ahead and saluting Baba. They asked him how he forgot his resolve and bowed before a Muslim. Then the doctor replied that he saw his beloved deity Rama on the seat, and he therefore prostrated himself before him. Then, as he was saying this, he saw Saibaba there again. Being dismayed, he said, "Is this a dream? How could he be a Mohammedan? He is a great Yoga Sampanna, full of Yoga avatar." Next day, he made a vow and began to fast. He absented himself from the masjid, resolving not to go there until Baba blessed him. 3 days passed, and on the 4th day, a close friend of his from Khandesh turned up, and with him he went to the masjid for Baba's darshan. After the salutation, Baba asked him whether anybody had gone to call him, so that he had come. Hearing this vital question, the doctor was moved. The same night, he was blessed by Baba, and he experienced the bliss supreme in his sleep. Then he left for his town, where they experienced the same state of a fortnight. Thus his devotion to Sai Baba increased manifold. The moral of all the stories mentioned above, specifically that of Mule Shastri, is that we should have firm faith in our Guru and nowhere else. More Leelas of Sai Baba will be described in the next chapter. Go to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Sri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai.
Sri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai. Thank you, Namita ji. Priya ji, you're online. You can start.
Yeah, okay. Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai. The inscrutable power of Maya. Baba's words were always short, deep, full of meaning, effective and well balanced. He was ever content and never cared for anything. He said, "Though I am a fakir, have no house or wife, and though leaving all care I stay at one place, the inevitable Maya teases me often. Though I forget Maya, but she never forgets me. She always envelops me. This Maya, elusive power of the Lord Sri Hari, harasses even Lord Brahma and others, then what to speak of a poor fakir like me? Those who took refuge in God will be freed from her clutches with his grace." In such terms, Baba spoke about the power of Maya. Lord Sri Krishna has said to Uddhava in the Bhagavad that the saints are his living forms, and see what Baba has said for the welfare of his devotees. Those who are fortunate and whose demerits have vanished take to my worship. If you always say, "Sai, Sai, I shall take you over the 7 seas," believe in these words and you will be certainly benefited. I do not need any paraphernalia of worship, either 8-fold or 16-fold. I rest here where there is full devotion. Now read what Baba did for the welfare of those who surrendered themselves to him. Bhimaji Patil. One Bhimaji Patil of Narayangaon Taluka, Junnar district, Pune, suffered in the year 1909 from a severe and chronic chest disease which ultimately developed into tuberculosis. He tried all sorts of pathies, remedies, but to no effect. Losing all hope, he ultimately prayed to God, "O Lord Narayana, help me now." It is a well-known fact that when our circumstances are well, we do not remember God, but when calamities and adversities overtake us, we are reminded of Him. So Bhimaji now turned to God. It occurred to him that he should consult Mr. Nana Sahib Chandorkar, a great devotee of Baba, in this respect. So he wrote to him a letter giving all details of his malady and asking for his opinion. In reply, Mr. Nana Sahib wrote to him that there was only one remedy left, and that was to take recourse to Baba's feet. Relying on Mr. Nana Sahib's advice, he made preparations for going to Shirdi. He was brought to Shirdi and taken to the masjid and placed before Baba. Mr. Nana Sahib and Shama Madhavrao Deshpande were present there. Baba pointed out that the disease was due to the previous evil karma and was not disposed to interfere. But the patient cried out in despair that he was helpless and sought refuge in him, and as he was his last hope and prayed for mercy. Baba's heart melted and he said, "Stay, cast off your anxiety, your sufferings will come to an end. However oppressed and troubled one may be, as soon as he steps in the masjid, he is on the pathway to happiness. The fakir here is very kind and he will cure the disease and protect all with love and kindness." The patient used to vomit blood every 5 minutes, but there was no vomiting in the presence of Baba. From the time Baba uttered the words of mercy, the malady took a favorable turn. Baba asked him to stay in Bhima Bai's house, which was not a convenient and fit place for Baba's order, but Baba's order had to be obeyed. While he was staying there, Baba cured him in two dreams. In the first dream, he saw himself as a boy suffering the severe pain of a flogging, which he received for not reciting his poetry lesson before his class master. In the second dream, someone caused him intense pain by rolling a stone up and down over his chest. With the pain thus suffered in dream, his cure was complete and he went home. He then often came to Shirdi, gratefully remembering what Baba did for him and prostrated before him. Baba did not expect anything from devotees but remembrance, unanswering faith, and devotion. People in Maharashtra always celebrate Satyanarayan Puja in their homes every fortnight or month, but it was Bhimaji Patil who started a new Sai Satya Vrata Puja instead of Satyanarayana Vrata Puja in his house when he returned to his village. Bala Ganpat Chimpi. Another devotee of Baba by name Bala Ganpat Chimpi suffered much from a malignant type of malaria. He tried all sorts of medicines and decoctions, but in vain. The fever did not abate a jot, and so he ran to Shirdi and fell at Baba's feet. Baba gave him a strange recipe, in this case as follows: give a black dog some morsels of rice mixed with curd in front of Lakshmi temple. Bala did not know how to execute this recipe, but no sooner he went home, he found rice and curd. After mixing them together, he brought the mixture near the Lakshmi temple, where he found a black dog waving its tail. He placed the curd and rice before the dog. The dog ate it, and strange to say, Bala got rid of his malaria.
Thank you, Priyaji. Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath
Sainath
Maharaj
Maharaj
Ki
ki
Jai. Om Sai Ram. Bapu Sahib Bhoti. Shriman Bapu Sahib Bhoti suffered once from dysentery and vomiting. His cupboard was full of patent drugs and medicines, but none of them had any effect. Bapu Sahib got very weak on account of purgings and vomitings, and therefore was not able to go to the masjid for Baba's darshan. Baba then sent for him and made him sit before him and said, "Now, take care, you should not purge anymore," and gestured his index finger. The vomiting must also stop. Now look at the power of Baba's words. Both the maladies disappeared and Bhoti felt well. On another occasion, he had an attack of cholera and suffered from severe thirst. Dr. Pillai tried all sorts of remedies, but could give him no relief. Then he went to Baba and consulted him as to what to drink that would allay his thirst and cure the disease. Baba prescribed an infusion of almonds, walnuts, pistachio, a kind of dry fruit, boiled and sugared milk. This would be considered a cause of fatal aggravation of the disease by any other doctor or physician, but in implicit obedience to Baba's orders, the infusion was administered, and strange to say, the disease was cured. Alandi Swami. A Swami from Alandi, with a desire for Baba's darshan, came to Shirdi. He suffered from severe pain in his ear, which prevented him from getting sleep. He was thus operated for this, but it served no purpose. The pain was severe, and he did not know what to do. While he was returning, he came to Baba's leave when where when Shama, mother of Deshpande, requested Baba to do something for the pain in the Swami's ear, Baba comforted him saying, Allah acha karega, God will do good. The Swami then returned to Pune and after a week sent a letter to Shirdi stating that the pain in his ear had subsided, though the swelling was there, and in order to get the swelling removed, he went to Mumbai for operation, but the surgeon on examining the ear said that no operation was necessary. Such was the wonderful and potent effect of Baba's words. Kaka Mahajani. Another devotee named Kaka Mahajani suffered once from diarrhea. In order that there should be no break in his services to Baba, Kaka kept a tambia, a pot, with water in some corner of the masjid, and whenever there was a call, he would go out. As Saibaba knew everything, Kaka did not inform him of his disease, thinking that Baba would on his own cure it soon. The work of constructing the pavement in front of the masjid was permitted by Baba, but when the actual work began, Baba got wild and shouted out loudly. Everybody ran away, and Kaka was also doing the same. Baba caught hold of him and made him sit there. In the confusion that followed, somebody had left a small pouch of groundnuts there. Baba took a handful of groundnuts, rubbed them in his hands, blew away the skins, and gave the clean nuts to Kaka and made him eat them. Scolding and cleaning the nuts and making Kaka eat them went on simultaneously. Baba himself ate some of them. Then when the nuts were finished, Baba asked to fetch water as he felt thirsty. Kaka bought a pitcher full of water. Then Baba drank some water and made Kaka also drink it. Baba declared, "Now your diarrhea has stopped and you may attend to the work of the pavement." In the meanwhile, other people who ran away returned and started the work, and Kaka, whose motions had stopped, also joined them. Are groundnuts medicines for diarrhea? According to the current medical opinion, groundnuts would aggravate the disease and not cure it. The true medicine in this case, as in other cases, was Baba's words. Dattopant of Harda. A gentleman from Harda by the name Dattopant suffered from stomachache for about 14 years. None of the remedies gave him any relief. Then on hearing Baba's fame and that he cures diseases by sight, he ran to Shirdi, fell at Baba's feet. Baba looked at him kindly and gave him blessings. When Baba placed his hand on his head and gave him udi with blessings, he felt relieved and there was no further trouble about the malady. Towards the end of this chapter, 3 cases are cited in footnotes. First, Madhavrao Deshpande suffered from piles. Baba gave him a decoction of sonamukhi, sena pods. This relieved him. Then after 2 years, the trouble recurred and Madhavrao took the same decoction without consulting Baba. The result was that the disease aggravated, but later on it was cured by Baba's grace. 2. Kaka Mahajani's elder brother, Gangadhar Pant, suffered from many years from stomach pain. Hearing Baba's fame, he came to Shirdi and requested Baba to cure him. Baba touched his belly and said, "God will cure." From that time, there was no stomach pain and he was completely cured. Third, Nana Sahib Chandorkar also once suffered from acute stomach pain. He was restless the whole day and night. Doctors administered injections which produced no effect. Then he approached Baba, who told him to eat barfi, a kind of sweetmeat, mixed with ghee. The recipe gave him complete relief. All these stories show that the real medicine that cured the various diseases permanently was Baba's words and grace and not any medicines or drugs. Go to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Om Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai. Anand, you can start chapter 14, pages 77 to 79.
Om Sai Ram. Chapter 14. Ratonji Wadia of Nanded, Saint Mauli Sahib, Dakshina Mimamsa. In the last chapter, we described how Baba's word and grace cured many incurable diseases. Now we shall describe how Baba blessed Mr. Ratonji Wadia with an issue. The life of this saint is naturally sweet in and out. His various doings, eatings, walking and his natural sayings are also sweet. His life is bliss incarnate. Sai gave it out as a means of his devotees' remembrance to him. He gave them various stories of duty and action, which ultimately led them to true religion. His object may be that people should live happily in this world, but they should be ever cautious and gain the object of their life, visualizing self-realization. We get human body as a result of merits in past births, and it is worthwhile that with its aid we should attain devotion and liberation in this life. So we should never be lazy, but always be on the alert to gain our end and aim of life. If you daily hear the Leelas, stories of Sai, you will always see him. Day and night, you will remember him in your mind. When you assimilate Sai in this way, your mind will lose its fickleness, and if you go on in this manner, it will finally be merged in pure consciousness. Ratanji of Nanded. Now let us come to the main story of this chapter. In Nanded, in the Nizam state, there lived a Parsi mill contractor and trader by name Ratonji Shapoji Wadia. He had amassed a large amount of money and had acquired fields and lands. He had got cattle, horses, and conveyances and was very prosperous. To all outward appearances, he looked very happy and contented, but inwardly and really, he was not so. Providential disposition is such that no one in this world is completely happy and rich. Ratonji was no exception to this. He was liberal and charitable, gave food and clothing to the poor, and helped all in various ways. The people took him to be a good and happy man, but Ratonji thought himself miserable as he had no issue, male or female, for a long time. As Kirtan, singing glories of the Lord without love or devotion, music of singing without rhythmical accompaniments, Brahmin without the sacred thread, proficiency in all arts without common sense, pilgrimage without repentance, and ornamentation without a necklace are ugly and useless. So is the house of a man or householder without a male issue. Ratanji always brooded on this matter and said in his mind, would God be ever pleased to grant me a son? He thus looked morose, had no relish for his food. Day and night he was enveloped with the anxiety whether he would ever be blessed with a son. He had a great regard for Dasganu Maharaj. He saw him and opened his heart before him. Dasganu advised him to go to Shirdi, take Baba's darshan, fall at his feet, and seek his blessing and pray for issue. Ratanji liked the idea and decided to go to Shirdi. After some days, he went to Shirdi, took Baba's darshan, and fell at his feet. Then, opening a basket, he took out a beautiful garland of flowers and placed it on Baba's neck and offered him a basket of fruits. With great respect, he then sat near Baba and prayed to him, saying, many persons who find themselves in difficult situations come to you, and you relieve them immediately. Hearing this, I have sought anxiously your feet. Please, therefore, do not disappoint me. Saibaba then asked him for dakshina, or ₹5, which Ratanji intended to give, but added that he had already received ₹3 and 14 annas from him, and that he should pay the balance only. Hearing this, Ratanji was rather puzzled. He could not make out as to what Baba meant, that it was the first time he thought that he went to Shirdi, and how was it that Baba said that he had earlier already got ₹3 and 14 annas from him. He could not solve the riddle, but he sat at Baba's feet and gave the balance of dakshina asked for, explained to Baba fully as to why he came and sought his help, and prayed that Baba should bless him with a son. Baba was moved and told him not to be worried, and thenceforward his bad days had ended. He then gave him Udi, placed his hand on his head and blessed him, saying that Allah would satisfy his heart's desire.
ये फोन आ रहा है. Sorry.
Then, after taking Baba's leave, Ratanji returned to Nanded and told Dasganu everything that took place at Shirdi. He said that everything went on well there, that he got Baba's darshan and blessing with prasad, but there was one thing which he could not understand. Baba said to him that he had got ₹3 and 14 annas before. Please explain as to what Baba meant by this remark. He said to Dasganu, I never went to Shirdi before, and how could I give him the sum to which Baba referred? To Dasganu also it was a puzzle, and he pondered much over it for a long time. Sometime afterwards, it struck him that Ratanji had received some days ago a Mohammedan saint by name Mauli Sahib in his house and had spent some money for his reception. This Mauli Sahib was a Kuli saint well known to the people of Nanded. When Ratanji decided to go to Shirdi, this Mauli Sahib accidentally came to Ratanji's house. Ratanji knew him and loved him, so he gave a small party in his honor. Dasganu got from Ratanji the yadi or memo of expenses of this reception, and everyone was wonderstruck to see that the expenses amounted to exactly rupees 3 and 14 annas, nothing more, nothing less. They all came to know that Baba was omniscient, that thought that he lived in Shirdi, he knew what happened outside far away from Shirdi. In fact, he knew the past, present and future and could identify himself heart and soul with everybody, with anybody. In this particular instance, how could he know the reception given to Mauli Sahib and the amount spent therefor, unless he could identify himself with him and be one with him? Ratanji was satisfied with this explanation and his faith in Baba was confirmed and increased. In due time afterwards, he was blessed with a son and his joy knew no bounds. It is said that he had in all a dozen issues, out of which only 4 survived. In a footnote towards the end of this chapter, it is stated that Baba told Rao Bahadur Harivinayak Sathe, after the death of his first wife, to remarry and that he would get a son. R.B. Sathe married second time. The first 2 issues by this wife were daughters and he therefore felt very despondent. But the third issue was a son. Baba's word did turn out true and he was satisfied. Dakshina Mimansa. Now we shall close this chapter with a few remarks about Dakshina. It is a well-known fact that Baba always asked for Dakshina from people who went to see him. Somebody may ask a question, if Baba was a fakir and perfectly non-attached, why should he ask for Dakshina and care for money? We shall consider this question broadly now. First, for a long time, Baba did not accept anything. He stored burnt matches and filled his pockets with them. He never asked anything from anybody, whether he be a devotee or otherwise. If anybody placed before him a piece or 2, he purchased oil or tobacco. He was fond of tobacco, for he always smoked a beedi or chillum, an earthen pipe. Then some persons thought that they could not see the saints empty-handed and they therefore placed some copper coins before Baba. If a piece was placed before him, he used to pocket it. If it was a 2-piece coin, it was returned immediately. Om Sai Ram.
Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai. Thank you, Anand. Shiniji, you can start.
Yes. Okay. Saidham. Then after Baba's fame had spread far and wide, people began to flock in numbers and Baba began to ask Dakshina from them. It is said in the Shruti that puja of the gods is not complete unless a golden coin was offered. If a coin was necessary in the puja of the gods, why should it be not so in the puja of the saints also? Ultimately, the Shastras laid it down that when one goes to see God, king, saint, or guru, he should not go empty-handed. He should offer something, preferably money. In this connection, we may notice the precepts recommended by the Upanishads. The Brihadaranyaka Upanishad says that the Lord Prajapati advised the gods, men and demons by one letter Da. The gods understood by this letter that they should practice Dhamma, that is self-control. The men thought or understood that they should practice Dana, that is charity. The demons understood that they should practice Daya, that is compassion. To men, charity or giving was recommended. The teacher in the Taittiriya Upanishad exhorts his pupils to practice charity and other virtues. Regarding charity, he says, give with faith, or even without it, give with magnanimity, that is liberally, give with modesty, awe and sympathy. In order to teach the devotees the lesson of charity and to remove their attachment to money and thus to purify their minds, Baba extracted Dakshina from them, but there was this peculiarity, as Baba said, that he had to give back 100 times more of what he received. There are many instances in which this has happened. To quote an instance, Mr. Ganpatrao Bodas, the famous actor, says in his Marathi autobiography that on Baba's Pressing him often for dakshina, he emptied his money bag before him. The result of this was, as Mr. Boras says, that in later life he never lacked money, as it came to him abundantly. There were also secondary meanings of dakshina in many cases in which Baba did not want any pecuniary amount. To quote two instances, one, Baba asked rupees 15 as dakshina from Professor G.G. Narke, who replied that he did not have any money. Then Baba said, I know you have no money, but you are reading Yoga Vasistha. Give me dakshina from that. Giving dakshina in this case meant deriving lessons from the book and lodging them in the heart where Baba resides. Two, in the second case, Baba asked a certain lady, Mrs. R.A. Tharkar, to give rupees 6 as dakshina. The lady felt pained as she had nothing to give. Then her husband explained to her that Baba wanted 6 inner enemies, lust, anger, avarice, etc., to be surrendered to him. Baba agreed with this explanation. It is to be noted that though Baba collected a lot of money by dakshina, he would distribute the whole amount the same day and the next morning. He would become a poor fakir as usual. When Baba took his Mahasamadhi, even after receiving thousands and thousands of rupees as dakshina for about 10 years, he had only a few rupees in his possession. In short, Baba's main object in taking dakshina from his devotees was to teach them the lessons of renunciation and purification. Postscript. Mr. B.V. Dev of Thana, retired Mamlatadar, a great devotee of Baba, has written an article on this subject, dakshina, in Sri Sai Leela magazine, volume 2, page 6-26, in which he says as follows: Baba did not ask dakshina of all. If some gave dakshina unasked, he sometimes accepted it and at other times he refused it. He asked it of certain devotees only. He never demanded it from those devotees who thought in their minds that Baba should ask for it and then they should pay it. If anybody offered against his wish, he never touched it, and if he kept it there, he asked him to take it away. He asked for small or big amounts from devotees according to their wish, devotion and convenience. He asked it even of women and children. He never asked of all the rich for it, nor of all the poor. Baba never got angry with those of whom he asked dakshina and who did not give it. If any dakshina was sent through some friend who forgot to hand over the same to Baba, he reminded him of it and made him pay it. On some occasions, Baba used to return some sum from the amount tendered as dakshina and ask the donor to guard it or keep it in his shrine for worship. This procedure benefited the donor or devotee immensely. If anybody offered more than he originally intended to give, he returned the extra amount. Sometimes he asked of some more dakshina than what they originally intended to give. And if they had no money, asked them to beg or borrow from others. Of some, he demanded dakshina 3 or 4 times a day. Out of the amount collected as dakshina, Baba spent a very little for his own sake, that is, namely for buying chilim and fuel for his dhuni, and all the rest he distributed as charity. In varying proportions to various persons. All the paraphernalia of the Shirdi Samsthan was brought by various rich devotees at the instant and suggestion of Radha Krishna Mai. Baba always used to get wild and scolded those who brought any costly and rich articles. He said to Mr. Nana Sahib Chandorkar that all his property consisted of 1 coupon, that is cod piece, and 1 stray piece of cloth, and 1 kafni and a tumbrel, that's a tin pot, and that all the people troubled him with bringing all these unnecessary costly articles. Women and wealth are the two main obstacles in the way of our Paramartha. And Baba had provided in Shirdi two institutions, that is Dakshina and Radhakrishnamai, for whenever they came to him. He demanded Dakshina from them and asked them to go to the school, that is Radhakrishnamai's house. If they stood these two tests well, if they showed that they were free from attachment for women and wealth, their progress in spirituality was rapid and assured by Baba's grace and blessings. Mr. Dev has also quoted passages from the Gita and the Upanishads and shown that charity, even in a holy place or to a holy personage, conduces to the donor's welfare. What is more holy than Shirdi and its presiding deity, Sai Baba? Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all.
Shri Sachidananda Sadguru
Sainath Maharaj ki jai.
Thank you, Sriniji. Rajesh Anand ji, are you online?
Ji.
Chapter 15.
Chapter 15. Naradya Kirtan Padhati, Mr. Cholkar Sugarless Tea, and 2 lizards. The readers may remember that mention was made in the 6th chapter regarding the Ramnami festival in Shirdi, how the festival originated, and how in the early years there was a great difficulty in getting a good Haridas for making Kirtan on that occasion, and how Baba permanently entrusted this function, Kirtan, to Das Ganu, and how he has been doing it successfully ever since. Now in this chapter, we shall describe the manner in which Das Ganu was and has been still making the Kirtan, Naradya Kirtan Padhati. Generally, our Haridasa, while making the Kirtan, wear a gala and full dress. They put on a head dress, either a fita or a turban, a long flowing coat with a shirt inside and short dhotar on the shoulders and usual long dhotar from the waist below. After dressing himself in this fashion for some Kirtan in the Shirdi village, Das Gunu went to Baba for making a bow. Baba asked him, "Well, bridegroom, where are you going? Dressed so beautifully like this for making a Kirtan," was the reply. Then Baba said, "Why do you want all this paraphernalia, coat, uprani and fita, etc.? Do off all this before me, and why wear them on the body?" Das Gunu immediately took them off and placed them at Baba's feet. Thenceforth, Das Gunu never wore these things while making the Kirtan. He was always bare from waist upwards. A pair of chiplis was in hand and a garland round his neck. This is not in consonance with the practice generally followed by all the Haridasas, but this is the best and the purest method. The sage Narada, from whom the Kirti Padhati originated, wore nothing on his trunk and head. He carried a veena in his hand and wandered from place to place, everywhere singing the glory of the Lord. Mr. Cholkar Sugarless Tea. Initially, Baba was known in Pune and Ahmednagar district, but Nana Sahib Chandorkar, by his personal talks and by Das Gunu, by his splendid Kirtan, spread the fame of Baba in the Konkan Bombay Presidency. In fact, it was Das Gunu, may God bless him, who by his beautiful and inimitable Kirtan made Baba available to so many people there. The audience who came to hear the Kirtans have different tastes. Some like the erudition or learning of the Haridasa, some is gestures, some is singing, some is wit and humor, some is preliminary dissertation on Vedanta, and some others his main stories, and so on. But among them, there are very few who by hearing the kirtan get faith and devotion or love for gods or saints. The effects of hearing Das Guna Kirtan on the minds of audience was, however, electric, as it were. We give an instance below. Das Gunu was once making his kirtan and singing the glory of Sai Baba in the Kopaneshwar temple in Thane. One Mr. Cholkar, a poor man serving as a temporary employee in the civil court in Thane, was among the audience. He heard Das Gunu Kirtan most attentively and was much moved. He there and then mentally bowed to Baba, saying, Baba, I am a poor man, unable to support my family. If by your grace I pass the departmental examination and get a permanent post, I shall go to Shirdi, fall at your feet, and distribute sugar candy in your name. As good luck would have it, Mr. Cholkar did pass the examination and did get the permanent post, and now it remained for him to fulfill his vow. The sooner the better. Mr. Cholkar was a poor man with a large family to support, and he could not afford to pay for the expenses of his Shirdi trip. As is well said, one can easily cross over Naneghat or Thane in Thane district or even the Shahadri range, but it is very difficult for a poor man to cross Umber Ghat, that is, threshold of his house. As Mr. Cholkar was anxious to fill his vow as early as possible, he resolved to economize, cut down his expenses, and save money, determined not to use sugar in his diet, and began to take his tea without it. After he was able to save some money in this way, he came to Shirdi and took Baba's darshan, fell at his feet, offered a coconut, distributed with a clean conscience, along with sugar candy as per his vow, and said to Baba that he was much pleased with his darshan and that his desires were fulfilled that day. Mr. Cholkar was in the masjid with his host Bapu Sahib Jog when the host and the guest both got up and were about to leave the masjid. Baba spoke to Jog as follows: Give him, your guest, cups of tea fully saturated with sugar. Hearing these significant words, Mr. Cholkar was much moved. He was wonderstruck. His eyes were bedewed with tears and he fell at Baba's feet again. Mr. Jog was also curious about this direction regarding the teacups to be given to his guest. Baba wanted his words to create faith and devotion in Cholkar mind. He hinted, as it were, that he got the sugar candy as per his vow, and that he knew full well his secret determination not to use sugar in his diet. Baba meant to say, if you spread your palms with devotion before me, I immediately I'm immediately with you day and night. Though I am here bodily, still I know what you do beyond the seven seas. Go wherever you will over the wide world, I am with you. My abode is in your heart, and I am within you. Always worship me, who is seated in your heart, as well as in the hearts of all beings. Blessed and fortunate indeed is he who knows me thus. What a beautiful and important lesson Baba was thus imparted to Mr. Cholkar by Baba. Two lizards. Now we close this chapter with the story of two little lizards. Once Baba was sitting in the masjid. A devotee sat in front of him. When a lizard tic-tac, out of curiosity, the devotee asked Baba whether this tick-ticking of the lizard signified anything. Was it a good sign or a bad omen? Baba said the lizard was overjoyed as her sister from Aurangabad was coming to see her. The devotee sat silent, not making out the meaning of Baba's word. Immediately, a gentleman from Aurangabad came on horseback to see Baba. He wanted to proceed further, but his horse would not go as it was hungry and wanted grams. He took out a bag or a pouch of grams from his shoulder to bring grams and dashed it on the ground to remove dirt. A lizard came out therefrom and in the presence of all climbed up the wall. Baba asked the questioner devotee to mark her well. She at once went strutting to her sister. Both sisters met each other after a long time, kissed and embraced each other, wheeled round and danced with love. Where is Shirdi and where is Rangabad? How should the man on horseback come there from Aurangabad with the lizard? And how should Baba make the prophecy of meeting of the two sisters? All this is really very wonderful and prove the omniscience of all-knowing nature of Baba. He who respectfully read this chapter or studied it daily will get all his misery removed by the grace of Sadguru Sai Baba. Hence, bow to Shri Sai, peace be to all. Sai Ram.
Shri Sachidananda Sadguru
Sadguru
Sainath
Sainath Bhagwan.
Maharaj ki jai. Thank you, Rajesh Anand ji.
Thank you, sir.
Sharda Balakrishnan ji, chapter 16, 17, pages 87 to 89.
Okay.
Please start.
Yeah. Quick Brahma Jnana. These two chapters relate the story of a rich gentleman who wanted Brahma Jnana quickly from Sai Baba. Preliminary. The last chapter described how Mr. Cholker's vow of small offering was completed and accepted. In that story, Sai Baba showed that he would accept with appreciation any small thing offered with love and devotion. But if the same thing was offered with pride and haughtiness, he would reject it. Being himself full of such Chetanand, existent knowledge and bliss, he did not care much for mere outward formalities. But if an offering was made in a meek and humble spirit, the same was welcome. And he accepted it with pleasure and avidity. In fact, there is no person more liberal and benevolent than a Sadguru like Sai Baba. He cannot be compared to the Chintamani jewel, the philosopher's stone which satisfies desires, the Kalpataru, the celestial tree which fulfills our desires, or the Kamadhenu, the celestial cow which yields what we desire to eat. For they give us only what we desire. But the Sadguru gives us the most precious thing that is inconceivable and inscrutable, the reality. Now let us hear how Sai Baba disposed of a rich gentleman who came to him and implored him to give him Brahmajnana. There was a rich gentleman. Unfortunately, his name and whereabouts are not mentioned. He was very prosperous in his life. He had amassed a large quantity of wealth, houses, fields, and lands, and had many servants and dependents. When Baba's fame reached his ears, he said to a friend of his that he was not in want of anything. And so he would go to Shirdi and ask Baba to give him Brahmajnana, which, if he got, would certainly make him more happy. His friend dissuaded him, saying, "It's not easy to know Brahman, and especially for an avaricious man like you, who is always engrossed in wealth, wife, and children, who will, in your quest for Brahmajnana, satisfy you, who won't give away even a pice in charity." Not minding his friend's advice, the fellow engaged a return journey tanga and came to Shirdi. He went to the masjid, saw Sai Baba, fell at his feet and said, "Baba, knowing that you show without any delay the Brahman to all who have come over here, I too have come here all the way from a distant place. I'm much fatigued by the journey, and if I get the Brahma from you, my troubles will be well paid and rewarded." Baba then replied, "Oh, my dear friend, do not be anxious. I shall immediately show you the Brahman. All my dealings are in cash and never on credit. So many people come to me and ask for wealth, health, power, honor, position, cure of diseases, and other temporal matters. Rare is the person who comes here to me and asks for Brahmajnana. There is no dearth of persons asking for worldly things, but as persons interested in spiritual matters are very rare, I think it is lucky and auspicious moment when a person like you come and press me for Brahmajnana. So forthwith, I show you with pleasure the Brahman with all its accompaniments and complications." This, Baba started to show him the Brahman. He made him sit there and engaged him in some other talk or affair, and thus made him forget his question for the time being. Then he called a boy and told him to go to one Nandu Marwari and get from him a hand loan of ₹5. The boy left and returned immediately, saying that Nandu was absent and his house was locked. Then Baba asked him to go to Bala grocer and get from him the said loan. This time also the boy was unsuccessful. This experiment was repeated again, twice or thrice with the same result. Saibaba was, as we know, the living, moving Brahman incarnate. Then someone may ask, why did he want the paltry sum of ₹5 and why did he try hard to get it on loan? Really, he did not want this sum at all. He must have been fully knowing that Nandu and Bala were absent, and he seemed to have adopted this procedure as a test for the seeker of Brahman. That gentleman had a roll or bundle of currency notes in his pocket, and if he was really earnest, he would not have sat quiet and be a mere onlooker when Baba was practically trying to raise a paltry sum of ₹5. He knew that Baba would keep his word and repay the debt, and that the sum wanted was insignificant. Still, he could not make up his mind and advance the sum. Such a man wanted from Baba the greatest thing in the world, that is the Brahmajnana. Any other man who really loved Baba would have given him at once ₹5 instead of being a mere onlooker. It was otherwise with this man. He advanced no money, nor did he sit silent, but began to be impatient as he was in a haste to return and implored Baba, saying, "Oh Baba, please show me the Brahman soon." Baba replied, "Oh my dear friend, did you not understand all the procedure that I went through sitting in this place for enabling you to see the Brahman? It is, in short, this. For seeing Brahman, one has to give 5 things. Surrender 5 things, that is, 5 pranas, vital forces, 5 senses of action and 5 of perception, mind, intellect, and ego. This path to Brahmajnana, or of self-realization, is as hard to tread as the edge of a razor. Sai Baba then gave a rather long discourse on the subject, the purport of which is given below. Qualifications for Brahmajnana or self-realization. All persons do not see or realize the Brahman in their lifetime. Certain qualifications are absolutely necessary. Mumuksha, or intense desire to get free. He who thinks that he is bound and that he should get free from bondage and works earnestly and resolutely to that end, and who does not care for any other thing, is qualified for the spiritual life. Virakti, or a feeling of disgust with the things of this world and the next. Unless a man feels disgusted with the things, emoluments, and honors which his actions would bring in this world and the next, he has no right to enter into a spiritual realm. Antarmukta, introversion. Our senses have been created by God with a tendency to move outward, and so man always looks outside himself and not inside. He who wants self-realization and immortal life must turn his gaze inwards and look to his inner self. 4. Catharsis from purging away of sins. Unless a man has turned away from wickedness and stopped from doing wrong and has entirely composed himself, and unless his mind is at rest, he cannot gain self-realization, even by means of knowledge. 5. Right conduct. Unless a man leads a life of truth, penance, and insight, a life of celibacy, he cannot get God realization. 6. Preferring Shreyas, the good, to Preyas, the pleasant. There are 2 sorts of things, that is, the good and the pleasant. The former deals with spiritual affairs, and the later with mundane matters. Both these approach man for acceptance. He has to think and choose one of them. The wise man prefers the good to the pleasant, but the unwise, through greed and attachment, chooses the pleasant. 7. Control of the mind and the senses. The body is the chariot and the self is its master. Intellect is the charioteer and the mind is the reins. The senses are the horses and sense objects their path. He who has no understanding and whose mind is unrestrained has his senses unmanageable, like the vicious horses of a charioteer. That's done. My
बोलो श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु
Guru
साईनाथ
Sainath
महाराज
Maharaj
की
ki
जय.
jai.
Balaji, you're on mute.
Sorry, yeah. You finished up to what line, Sharda ji?
Page 89 till the end.
Okay. Okay, fair enough. I think there's some changes in the pages. So, Vanaja ji, you can start from control of the mind. You can repeat that paragraph. That's fine. Point number 7, control of the mind and senses. Please start from there. Vanaja ji. Vanaja ji, are you online? Satish Dottakashi ji. Can you hear us? Give me 1 sec. Let me call them. I think they're having some challenge. So Vanaja ji, can you unmute? Let's give it a minute. They'll probably dial back in. Yeah, I can see Satish Dottakashi. Can you speak? Can you hear us?
Wow.
We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Satish ji, can you hear us? Vanaja ji.
Thank you. Yeah, that's enough.
Can you hear us? Sorry, Galaxy S9 is who?
I guess Balaji, they have joined through the audio. They have joined through phone. That's what showing as Galaxy S9.
But is it them? I don't know who it is. So Vanaja ji, let me do this. Let me put her on my phone, and I'll put my phone on. Hold on. Yeah, Vanaja ji, I put you on speakerphone on my phone. Please read. I will put this on. Yeah.
Okay.
Start from point number 7, control of the mind.
Sure. Yes.
Yeah.
7, control of the mind and the senses. The body is the chariot and the self is its master. Intellect is the charioteer and the mind is the reins. The senses are the horses and the sense objects are their hands. He who has no understanding and whose mind is unrestrained has his senses unmanageable. Like the stray horse of a charioteer does not reach his destination, gets self-realization, but goes through the round of births and deaths. But he who has understanding and whose mind is restrained has his senses under control. Like the good, obedient horse of a charioteer reaches the destination, that is, the state of self-realization, whence is not born again. The man who has understanding as his charioteer guide and is able to rein his mind reaches the end of the journey, which is the supreme abode of all-pervading Vishnu, Lord. 8. Purification of the mind. Unless a man discharges satisfactorily and disinterestedly the duties of his station in life, his mind will not be purified. Unless his mind is purified, he cannot get self-realization. It is the It is only in the purified mind that Vivek, disattachment to the unreal, crop up and lead on to self-realization. Unless egoism is dropped, avarice got rid of, and the mind made desireless, pure, self-realization is not possible. The idea that I'm the body is a great delusion, and attachment to this idea is the cause of bondage. Leave off this idea and attachment, therefore, if you want to reach the goal of self-realization. 9. The necessity of a guru. The knowledge of the self is so subtle and mystic that no one can, by his own individual effort, ever hope to attain it. So the help of another person, teacher, who has himself got self-realization is absolutely necessary. What others cannot give with great effort and pains can be easily gained with the help of such a teacher, for he has walked on the path himself and can easily take the disciple step by step on the ladder of spiritual progress. 10. And lastly, grace of the Lord is the most essential thing. When the Lord is pleased with anybody, he gives him viveka and vairagya and takes him safe beyond the ocean of mundane existence. The self cannot be gained by the study of Vedas, nor by intellect, nor by learning. He whom the self chooses gains it. To him the self reveals its nature, says the Katha Upanishad. After the dissertation was over, Baba turned to the gentleman and said, "Well, sir, there is in your pocket the Brahma in form of 50 times of 5, rupees 250 rupees. Please take that out." The gentleman took out from his pocket the bundle of currency notes, and to his great surprise, found on counting them that there were 25 notes of 10 rupees each. Seeing the omniscience of Baba, he was moved and fell at Baba's feet and craved for his blessings. Then Baba said to him, "Roll up your bundle of Brahma with currency notes. Unless you completely get rid of your avarice or greed, you will not get the real Brahma. How can he whose mind is engrossed in wealth, progeny, and prosperity expect to know the Brahma without removing his attachment for them? The illusion of attachment or the love for money is deep eddy, whirlpool of pain, full of crocodiles in the form of conceit and jealousy. He who is desireless can alone cross the whirlpool. Greed and Brahma are asunder as poles. They are eternally opposed to each other. Where there is greed, there is no room for thought or meditation of Brahma. Then how can a greedy man get distraction and salvation? For a greedy man, there is no peace, neither contentment nor steadiness. If there be even a little trace of greed in mind, all sadhanas, spiritual endeavors are of no avail. Even the knowledge of a well-read man who is not free from desire of fruit or reward of his actions is futile and cannot help him in get self-realization. The teachings of a guru are of no use to a man who is full of egoism and who always thinks about the sense objects. Purification of mind is absolutely necessary. Without it all, our spiritual endeavors are nothing but useless show and pomp. It is therefore better for one to take only what he can digest and assimilate. My treasury is full and I can give anyone what he wants, but I have to see whether he is qualified to receive my gift. If you listen to me carefully, you will be certainly benefited. While sitting in this masjid, I never speak any untruth. When a guest is invited to a house, all the members of the household and other friends and relations that happens to be present are entertained along with the guest. So all those that were present in the masjid at that time could partake in the spiritual feast that was served by Baba for the rich gentleman. After getting Baba's blessing, one and all, including the gentleman, left the place quite happy and contented. Special characteristics of Baba. There are many saints who, living their houses, stay in forests, caves, or hermitages, and in solitude in order to get liberation or salvation for themselves. They do not care for other people and are always self-absorbed. Sai Baba was not of such a type. He had no home, no wife, no progeny, nor any relations near or distant. Still, he lived in a world society. He begged his bread from poorer pie houses, always lived at the foot of the neem tree, carried on worldly dealings, and taught all the people how to act and behave living in this world. Rare are all sadhus and saints who, after attaining God vision, strive for the welfare of the people. Saibaba was the foremost of these, and therefore says Hemantapad, blessed is the country, blessed is the family, and blessed are the chaste parents, where this extraordinary, transcendent, precious, and pure jewels, Sai Baba was born. Go to Sri Sai, peace be to all.
Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj. Thank you, Satish and Vanajaji. Thank you. Okay. Then I think next is we've got Vani Shravyaji.
Yeah.
Chapter 18 and 19, pages 93 to 96. Please start.
Om Sairam. Chapters 18 and 19. How Hemadpant was accepted and blessed. Stories of Mr. Sat and Miss Sate and Mrs. Deshmukh, encouraging good thoughts to fruition, variety in Upadesh, teachings, reading, slander, and remuneration for labor. In the last two chapters, Hemadpant described how a gentleman aspiring for quick Brahma Gnana was treated by Baba, and now in these two chapters he describes his Hemadpant himself was accepted and blessed by Baba, how Baba encouraged good thoughts and fructified them, and gives his teachings regarding self-improvement, slander, and remuneration for labor. Preliminary. It is a well-known fact that
Can I request people who are not talking to go on mute, please? Yeah, only Shravya and Vaniji, please speak. Yeah, go ahead.
It is a well-known fact that the Sadguru looks first to the qualifications of his disciples and then gives suitable instructions, without unsettling their minds in the least, and leads them on towards the goal of self-realization. In this respect, some say that what the Sadguru teaches or instructs should not be divulged to others. They think that their instructions become useless if they are published. This view is not correct. The Sadguru is like a monsoon cloud. He pours down profusely, scatters widely his nectar-like teachings. These we should enjoy and assimilate to our heart's content, and then serve others with them without any reserve. This rule should apply not to our waking state, but to the visions he gives us in our dreams. To quote an instance, Buddha Kaushik Rishi composed his celebrated Ram Raksha Stotra, which he had seen in his dream. Like a loving mother forcing bitter but wholesome medicines down the throats of her children for the sake of their health, Sai Baba imparted spiritual instructions to his devotees. This method was not veiled or secret, but quite open. The devotees who followed his instructions got their object. Sadgurus like Sai Baba open our eyes of the intellect, and show us the divine beauties of the self, and fulfill our tender longings of devotion. When this is done, our desire for sense objects vanishes. Twin fruits of viveka, discrimination, and vairagya, desperation or non-attachment, come to our hands, and knowledge sprouts up even in the sleep. All this we get when we come in contact with saints, Sadguru, serve them and secure their love. The Lord, who fulfills the desires of his devotees, comes to our aid, removes our troubles and sufferings, and makes us happy. This progress or development is entirely due to the help of the Sadguru, who is regarded as the Lord himself. Therefore, we should always be after the Sadguru, hear his stories, fall at his feet, and serve him. Now we come to our main story, Mr. Sate. There was a gentleman named Mr. Sate who had attained some publicity many years ago during Crawford regime, which was put down by Lord Ray, and then governor of Bombay. He suffered severe losses in trade. Other adverse circumstances gave him much trouble and made him sad and dejected. Being restless, he thought of leaving home and going out to a distant place. Man does not generally think of God, but when difficulties and calamities overtake him, he turns to him and prays for relief. If his evil actions have come to an end, God arranges his meeting with the saint, who gives him proper directions regarding his welfare. Mr. Sate had similar experience. His friends advised him to go to Shirdi, where so many people were flocking to get Saibaba's darshan, for getting peace of mind and the satisfaction of their wants. He liked the idea and at once came to Shirdi in 1917. Seeing Baba's form, which was like eternal Brahma, selfless, spotless, and pure, his mind lost its restlessness and became calm and composed. He thought that it was the accumulation of merits in his former births that brought him to the holy feet of Baba. He was a man of strong will. He at once started to make a Parayana study of Guru Charitra. When the reading was finished in the Saptaha, 7 days, Baba gave him a vision that night. It was to this effect. Baba, with Guru Charitra in his hand, was explaining its contents to Mr. Sate, who was sitting in front and listening carefully. When he woke up, he remembered the dream and felt very happy. He thought that it was extremely kind of Baba, who awakens souls like his that are snoring in ignorance and makes them taste the nectar of Guru Charitra. Next day, he informed Kaka Sahib Dikshit of this vision and requested him to consult Saibaba regarding its meaning or significance, whether one sapta week's reading was sufficient or whether he should begin again. Kaka Sahib Dikshit, when got a suitable opportunity, asked Baba Deva, "Oh God, what did you suggest to Mr. Sate by his vision? Whether he should stop or continue the sapta?" He was a simple devotee. His desire should be fulfilled and the vision explained to him, and he should be blessed. Then Baba replied, he should make one more sapta of the book. If the work be studied carefully, the devotee will become pure and will be benefited. The Lord will be pleased and will rescue him from the bondage of the mundane existence. At this time, Hemant Pant was present there. He was shampooing Baba's legs. When he heard Baba's words, he thought in his mind as follows: "What? Mr. Sate read for a week only and got a reward, and I'm reading it for 40 years with no result. His 7 days stay here becomes fruitful, while my 7 years stay, 1910 to 1917, goes for nothing. Like a chatak bird, I am ever waiting for the merciful cloud, Baba, to pour its nectar on me and bless me with his instructions." No sooner did this thought cross his mind, Baba knew it then and there. It was the experience of the Bhaktas that Baba read and understood all their thoughts, and that he suppressed the evil thoughts and encouraged the good ones. Reading Hemant Pant's mind, Baba at once asked him to get up. "Go to Shama, Madhavrao Deshpande. Get from him 15 rupees as dakshina, sit and chit-chat with him for a while and then return." Mercy dawned in Baba's mind, and so he issued this order. And who could disobey Baba's order? Hemant Pant immediately left the masjid and came to Shama's house. He had just bathed and was wearing a dhotar. He came out and asked Hemant Pant, "How is it that you are here now? It seems you have come from the masjid. Why do you look restless and dejected? Why are you alone? Please sit and rest while I shall just do my worship and return. In the meanwhile, you please take panvida, leaves and betel nuts, etc." Let us then have a pleasant chat. After saying this, he went inside and Hemant sat alone in front of the veranda. He saw in the window a well-known Marathi book named Nath Bhagwat. This is a commentary by the Saint Ekanath on the 11th skanda chapter of the bigger Sanskrit work, the Bhagwat. At the suggestion or recommendation of Saibaba, Messrs. Bapu Sahib Jog and Kaka Sahib Dikshit read daily in Shirdi Bhagavad Gita with its Marathi commentary named Bhavarta Deepika or Gnaneshwari, a dialogue between Krishna and his friend devotee Arjuna, and Nath Bhagwat, a dialogue between Krishna and his servant devotee Uddhava. And also Ekanath's other big work is Bhavarta Ramayana. When his devotees came to Baba and asked him certain questions, he sometimes answered them in part and answered them to go and listen to the readings of the main series of Bhagavad Dharma. The devotees went and listened. They got full and satisfactory replies to their questions. Hemant also used to read daily some portions of the book Nath Bhagwat. That day, he did not complete the daily portion of his reading, but had left it unfinished in order to accompany certain devotees who were going to the masjid. When he took up the book from Shama's window and casually opened it, he found to his surprise that the unfinished portion turned up. He thought that Baba sent him very kindly to Shama's house for enabling him to complete his daily reading. So he went through the unfinished portion and completed it. As soon as this was over, Shama, after doing his worship, came out, and the following conversation took place between them. Hemant, I have come with a message from Baba. He has asked me to return with 15 rupees as dakshina from you, also to sit with you for a while and have a pleasant chit-chat, and then return to the masjid with you. Shama, with surprise, I have no money to give. Take my 15 namaskaras, bow, in lieu of rupees as dakshina to Baba. Hemant, all right, your namaskaras are accepted. Now let us have some chit-chat. Tell me some stories and leelas of Baba which will destroy our sins. Shama, then sit here for a while. Wonderful is the sport, leela of the god Baba. You know it already. I am a village rustic while you are an enlightened citizen. You have seen some more leelas since you are coming here. How should I describe them before you? Well, take the leaves, betel nut and chunam, and eat the panvida. While I go, dress myself and come out. In a few minutes, I'll come out and sat talking to inscrutable. There is no end to his leelas. Who can see them? He sports with his leelas still. He is outside of unaffected by them. What do we rustics know? Why does not Baba himself tell us? Why does he send learned men like you to fool me? These are unconceivable. With this preface, Shama added, I now remember a story which I shall relate to you. I know it personally. As a devotee is resolute and determined, so is Baba's immediate response. Sometimes Baba put the devotees to severe test and then gives them Upadesh instructions.
Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki Jai.
Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki Jai. Indraji, please read from the line as soon as Hemant heard until the paragraph that starts with Baba's advice regarding our behavior. Shruti ji can then read from there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Om Sri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki Jai. As soon as Hemant Pant heard the word Upadesh, a flash of lightning crossed through his mind. He at once remembered the story of Mr. Sate's Guru Charitra reading and thought that Baba might have sent him to Shama in order to give peace to his restless mind. However, he curbed he curbed his feeling and began to listen to Shama's stories. They all showed how kind and affectionate Baba was to his devotees. Hemant Pant began to feel a sort of joy while hearing them. Then Shama began to tell the following story. Mrs. Radhabai Deshmukh. There was an old woman by name Radhabai. She was the mother of one Kashaba Deshmukh. Hearing Baba's fame, she came to Shirdi with the people of Shangamnar. She took Baba's darshan and was much satisfied. She loved Baba intimately and resolved in her mind that she could accept Baba as her guru and take some upadesh from him. She knew nothing else. She determined to fast herself unto death so long as Baba did not accept her. So long as Baba did not accept her and give her any upadesh or mantra. She stayed in her lodging and left off taking any food or water for 3 days. I was frightened by this ordeal of the old woman and interceded with Baba on her behalf. I said, Deva, what is this you have started? You dragged so many persons here. You know that old lady. She is very obstinate and depends on you entirely. She has resolved to fast unto death if you don't accept and instruct her. If anything worse happens, people will blame you and say that Baba did not instruct her and consequently she met her death. So take some mercy on her, bless her and instruct her. On seeing her determination, Baba sent for her, changed the turn of her mind by addressing her as follows. O mother, why are you subjecting yourself to unnecessary tortures and hastening your death? You are really my mother, and I am your child. Take pity on me and hear me through. I tell you my own story, which, if you listen carefully, will do you good. I had a guru. He was a great saint and most merciful. I served him long, very long. Still, he would not blow any mantra into my ears. I had a keen desire never to leave him, but to stay with and serve him, and at all costs receive some instructions from him. But he had his own way. He first gave the same at once. If you say that as my guru was perfect, why should he ask for money and how should he be called desireless? I replied plainly that he never cared for coins. What had he to do with them? His two pies were one, firm faith, and two, patience or perseverance. I gave these two pies for spices or things to him, and he was pleased. I restored to my guru for 12 years. He brought me up. There was dearth of food and dearth of food and clothing. He was full of love. Nay, he was love incarnate. How can I describe it? He loved me most. Rare is a guru like him. When I looked at him, he seemed as if he was in deep meditation, and then we both were filled with bliss. Night and day, I gazed at him with no thought of hunger and thirst. Without him, I felt restless. I had no other object to meditate, nor any other thing than my guru to attend. He was my sole refugee. My mind was always fixed on him. This is one pice dakshana. Saburi, patience or perseverance, is the other pice. I waited patiently and very long on my guru and served him. This saburi will ferry you across the sea of this mundane existence. Saburi is manliness in man. It removes all sins and afflictions, gets rid of calamities in various ways, and casts aside all fear and ultimately gives you success. Saburi is the mine of virtues, comfort of good thought, Nishata, faith, and Saburi, patience, are like twin sisters, loving each other very intimately. My guru never expected any other thing from me. He never neglected me, but protected me at all times. I lived with him and was sometimes away from him. Still, uh, I never felt the want or absence of his love. He always protected me by his glance, just as the tortoise feeds her young ones, whether they are near her or away from her on the other side of the river bank, by her loving looks. Oh, mother, my guru never taught me any mantra. Then how shall I blow any mantra in your ears? Just remember that Guru Tata is like loving glance gives us happiness. Do not try to get mantra or upadesh from anybody. Make me the sole object of your thoughts and actions, and you will no doubt attain Paramatma, the spiritual goal of life. Look at me wholeheartedly, and I, in turn, look at you similarly. Sitting in this masjid, I speak the truth, nothing but the truth. No sadhanas, no proficiency in the six shastras are necessary. Have faith and confidence in your Guru. Believe fully that Guru is the sole actor or doer. Blessed is he who knows the greatness of his Guru and thinks him to be Hari. Hara, Hara and Brahma, Trimurti incarnate. Instructed in this way, the old lady was convinced. She bowed to Baba and gave up her fast. Hearing this story carefully and attentively and marking this significance and appropriateness, Hemat Pant was most agreeably surprised. Seeing his wonderful Leela of Baba, he was moved from top to toe. He was overflowing with joy. His throat was choked, and he was not able to utter a single word. Shama, on seeing him in this condition, asked him, "What is the matter with you? Why are you silent? How many innumerable Leelas of Baba shall I describe?" Just at that time, the bell in the masjid began to ring, proclaiming that the noon worship and arti ceremony had begun. Therefore, Shama and Hemat Pant hurried to the masjid. Babu Sahib Jog had just started the worship. Women were up in the masjid and men were standing below in the open courtyard, and they were all loudly singing the arti in chorus to the accompaniment of drums. Shama went up, pulling Hemat Pant with him. He sat to the right and Hemat Pant in front of Baba. On seeing them, Baba asked Hemat Pant to give the dakshina brought from Shama. He replied that Shama gave namaskaras in lieu of rupees, and that was there in person. Baba said, "All right. Now, let me know whether you both had a chit chat. And if so, tell me all that you talked about." Not minding the sounds of the bell, the drum, and the chorus songs, Hemat Pant was eager to tell what they had talked and started to narrate it. Baba was also anxious to hear, so he left the bolster and leaned forward. Hemat Pant said all that they talked about was very pleasant, and that especially the story of the old lady was the most wonderful, and that on hearing it, he thought that his Leela was inexplicable. And under the grace of that story, he really blessed him. Baba then said, "Wonderful is the story. How are you blessed? I would like to know everything in detail from you. So tell me all about it." Then Hemat Pant related in full story, which he had heard a little while before and which had made lasting impression on his mind. Hearing this, Baba was much pleased and asked him, "Did the story strike you, and did you catch its significance?" He replied, "Yes, Baba. The relentlessness of my mind was vanished, and I have got true peace and rest and come to know the true path." Then Baba spoke as follows: "My method is quite unique. Remember well, this one story, and it will be very useful to get the knowledge, realization of the self. Dhyana, meditation is necessary. If you practice it continuously, the vitties, the thoughts will be pacified. Being quite desireless, you should meditate on the Lord, who is in all the creatures, and when the mind is concentrated, the goal will be achieved. Meditate always on my formless nature, which is knowledge, incarnate consciousness, and bliss. If you cannot do this, meditate on my form from top to toe, as you see here, night and day. As you go on doing
और
this,
रूट 27 पे हम लोग पटेल पे जाते थे ना,
your
नॉर्थ ब्रंसविक,
British
उसके
will
बाजू में एक आके
concentrate on one point, and the
हिल रहा
distinction between the
खम्बा
Yasa, meditator, dhyana, act of meditation, dhyaya, this meditation upon, will be lost, and the meditator will be one with the consciousness and be merged in the Brahman. The mother-daughter is on one bank of the river, and the young ones are on the other side. She gives neither milk nor warmth to them. Her mere glance gives them nutrition. The young ones do nothing but remember, meditate upon their mother. The tortoise glances to the young ones, a downpour of nectar, the only source of sustenance and happiness. Similar is relation between the guru and the disciples. When Baba uttered these last words, the chorus of the Arati song stopped and all cried out loudly in one voice, "Victory be to our Sadguru Sai Maharaj, who is existence, knowledge, and bliss." Dear readers, let us imagine that we are at the time standing among us, the crowd in the masjid, and let us join them in this Jai Jaikar. After the Aarti ceremony was over, Prasad was distributed. Bhupesh Sahib Jog advanced as usual, and after saluting Baba, gave into his hand a handful of sugar candy. Baba pushed all this quantity into the hands of Hemat Pant and said to him, "If you take this story to heart and remember it well, your state will be sweet as the sugar candy. All your desires will be fulfilled and you will be happy." Hemat Pant bowed before Baba and implored, "Do favor me like this. Bless and protect me always." Baba replied, "Hear this story, meditate on it, and assimilate its spirit. Then you will always remember and meditate on the Lord, who will manifest himself to you." Dear readers, Hemat Pant got prasad of sugar candy then, and we now get the prasad of sugar candy or nectar of this story. Let us drink it to out heart's content, meditate on it, and assimilate it, and be strong and happy by Baba's grace. Amen. Towards the end of the 19th chapter, Hemat Pant had dealt with some other matters which are given below. Om Sri
Sri
Sachidananda
Sachidananda
Sadguru
Sadguru
Sainath
Sainath
Maharaj Ki Jai.
Maharaj ki jai. Shruti Penmaster ji, are you there?
Yes, Ji.
Okay, so you will read from Baba's advice regarding behavior until 102 page number, the paragraph where it says Baba said he was omnipresent. So read up to that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Baba's advice regarding our behavior. The following words of Baba are of general welfare and invaluable. If they are kept in mind and acted upon, they will always do you good. Unless there is some relationship or connection, nobody goes anywhere. If any men or creatures come to you, do not discourteously drive them away, but receive them well and treat them with due respect. Sri Hari, God, will be certainly pleased if you give water to the thirsty, bread to the hungry, clothes to the naked, and your veranda to strangers for resting. If anybody wants any money from you and you're not inclined to give, do not give, because you will be rewarded for it.
Shruti ji, we cannot hear you.
Where you are. Standing in your own place, look on calmly at the show of all things passing before you. Demolish the wall of difference that separates you from me, and then the road for our meeting will be clear and open. The sense of differentiation as I and O is the barrier that keeps away the disciple from his master, and unless this is destroyed, the state of union is not possible. Allah Malik. That is, God is the sole proprietor, nobody else is our protector. His method of work is extraordinary, invaluable, and inscrutable. His will be done, and he will show us the way and satisfy our heart's desires. It is on the account of Rinanubandh former relationship that we have come together. Let us love and serve each other and be happy. He who attains the supreme goal of life is immortal and happy, all others merely exist. Live so long as they breathe. Encouraging good thoughts to fruition. It is interesting to note how Sai Baba encouraged good thoughts. You have to surrender yourself completely to him with love and devotion, and then you will see how he helps you throughout. Some saint has said that when you get a good thought immediately after awakening from sleep, and if you develop the same afterwards during the day, your intellect will be unfolded and your mind will attain calmness. Hemantpan wanted to try this. One Wednesday night before going to bed, he thought, tomorrow is Thursday, an auspicious day, and the place, Shirdi, is so holy, so let me pass the whole day in remembering and celebrating Ram Nam. And then he slept off. Next morning, when he got up, he remembered without any effort the name of Ram and was much pleased. After finishing his morning duties, he went to see Baba with flowers. When he left Dikshitwada and was passing by Bhutivara, present Samadhi Mandir, he heard a beautiful song that was being sung nicely by Aurangabadkar in the masjid before Baba. The song was Guru Kripajan Payo Mere Bhai, etc., by Eknath, in which he says that he got cholerium in the form of his Guru's grace, which opened his vision and made him see Ram in and out in sleep, dream, and waking state and everywhere. There were so many songs, but why was this song particularly chosen by Aurangabadkar, a devotee of Baba? Is this not a curious coincidence arranged by Baba to amplify the determination of Hemantpant to sing unceasingly Ram Nam during the day? All saints agree and lay stress upon the efficacy of uttering Ram's God's name in fulfilling the ambitions of the bhaktas and in protecting and saving them from all calamities. Variety in Upanishad slander condemned. Sai Baba required no special place nor any special time for giving instructions. Whenever an occasion demanded, he gave them freely. Once it so happened that a Bhakta of Baba reviled someone behind his back before other people. Leaving aside merits, he dwelt on the faults of on the faults of his brother and spoke so sarcastically that he hearers were the hearers were disgusted. Generally, we see that people have a tendency to scandalize others unnecessarily, and this brings on ill feelings. Saints see scandal in another light. They say that there are various ways of cleansing or removing dirt, that is, by means of water and soap, etc. But a scandal monger has got a way of his own. He removes the dirt of others by his tongue. Um, so, in a way, he obliges the person whom he reviles, and for this he is to be thanked. Sai Baba had his own method of correcting the scandal monger. He knew by his omniscience what the slanderer had done, and when he met him at noon near the Lendi, Baba pointed out to him a pig that was eating filth near the fence and said to him, behold now with what relish it is gulping filth. Your conduct is similar. You go on reviling your own bre- brethren to your heart's content. After performing many deeds of merit, you are born as a human. If you act like this, how can Shirdi help you in any way? Needless to say that Bhakta took the lesson to his heart and went away. In this way, Baba went on giving instructions whenever necessary. If these are born in our minds and acted upon, the spiritual goal realization is not far off. There is a proverb which says, if there be my Lord Hari, Hari Lord, he will feed me on my cot. This proverb is only true in respect of food and clothing, but if anyone believing this sits idle and does nothing in spiritual matters, he will be ruined. One has to exert himself to his utmost for attaining self-realization. The more he endeavors, the better for him. Sairaj.
Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai. Samataji, you can start from Baba said until the end of the chapter.
Sure. Om Sairam. Baba said that he was omnipresent, occupying land, air, country, world, light, and heaven, and that he was not limited. To remove the misunderstanding of those who thought that Baba was only his body, 3 cubits and half in length, he incarnated himself in this form, and if any devotee meditated on him day and night with a complete self-surrender, he experienced complete union without any difference. With him like sweetness and sugar, waves and sea, I and its luster. He who wants to get rid of the cycle of births and deaths should lead a righteous life with his mind calm and composed. He should always engage himself in good actions, should do these duties and surrender himself, heart and soul to him. He need not then be afraid of anything. He who trusts him entirely hears and expounds his leelas and does not think of anything else is sure to attain self-realization. Baba asked many to remember his name and to surrender to him. But to those who wanted to know who they were, who am I inquiry, he advised Shravanam and Mananam. To some, he advised remembering God's name, to others, hearing his leelas, to some, worship of his feet, to others, reading and studying Adhyatma Ramayanam, Jnaneshwari, and others sacred scriptures. Some he made sit near his feet, some he went to Kandoba's temple, and some he advised the repetition of the 1,000 names of Vishnu and some of the study of Chandogya Upanishad and Gita. There were no limit, not restriction to his instructions. To some he gave them in person, to others by vision in dreams. To one addicted to drink, he appeared in his dream, sat on his chest, pressed it and left him after he gave a promise not to touch liquor anymore. To some, he explained some mantras like Guru Brahmas in dreams. To some devotee who was practicing Hatha Yoga, he sent word that he should leave off Hatha Yoga practices, sit quiet and wait. It is impossible to describe all his ways and methods. In ordinary worldly dealings, he set examples by his actions, one of which is given below. Remuneration for labor. One day at noon, Baba come near Radha Krishna Mai's house and said, "Bring me a ladder." Some men brought it and set it against a house as directed by Baba. He climbed up on the roof of Vaman Gonkar house, passed the roof of Radha Krishna Mai's house, and then got down from the other corner. What object Baba had, none could know. Radha Krishna Mai was at this time shivering with malaria. It may be to drive off that fever that he may have gone there. Immediately after getting down, Baba paid ₹2 to the person who bought the ladder. Somebody asked Baba why he paid so much for this. He replied that nobody should take the labor of others in vain. The worker should be paid his dues promptly and liberally. Bo to Sri Sai, peace be to all.
Bolo Shri
Shri
Sachidananda
Sachidananda
Sadguru
Sadguru
Sainath
Sainath
Maharaj ki
Maharaj
jai.
Chapter 20, Sapnaji, pages 105, 106. You can read up to the end of that paragraph in page 107. You are muted, Sapnaji. Can't hear you. Can you unmute? Can you speak? No, it's not coming. Can you speak?
No. It's got muted now. Can you unmute?
Okay, I'm going to call you on my phone. You can read it. I'll put you on speaker. Give me 1 minute. I'll call her on the phone. 609 903 6006.
No, not yet.
I think she's unmute now. You can talk, Swapna. We can
No,
talk
like
now.
we are not able to hear Santosh post unmuting. I guess.
I'm calling you. Swapna ji, I'm calling you. Yeah. You can speak now. You can read. Yeah. Could you go on mute in your machine?
That's what I'm saying. She's.
I think the person who is speaking. Other than that, everybody has to
cut the
mute.
phone. You cut the phone and speak.
You want me to cut the call?
You know what? I'm just trying to see. Yeah, cut the call, please.
Now you can
try and
unmute.
unmute now? No, it's not coming.
Maybe the volume is super low.
Swapna ji, please leave the meeting and join back again. Leave the meeting and join back again. Yeah. Mahalakshmi and Raji, can you speak? Just see that we are.
Yeah, Balaji.
Yeah, you're okay. You're okay.
Balaji, what chapter is going on?
We're just starting chapter 20 with Swapna ji, and then you will continue chapter 20.
This is Kapil. I'll be having chapter 21. Okay.
Oh, okay. Let's give it a minute for Swapna ji to join. I'll try and call them again. Yes.
Please leave your message for.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, is this Swapna ji?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. That's
Please read till the end of the paragraph, which is Sadguru only competent and qualified expert. Please read till the end of that paragraph.
So okay, end of the okay.
Yeah.
Das Ganu's problem solved by Kaka's maid servant. In this chapter, Hemad Pant describes how Das Ganu's problem was solved by Kaka Sahib Dikshit's maid servant. Preliminary. God was originally formless. He assumes a form for the sake of bhaktas. With the help of Maya, he played the part of an actor in the big drama of the universe. Let us remember and visualize Shri Sai. Let us go to Shirdi and see carefully the program after the noon Aarti. After the Aarti ceremony was over, Sai used to come out of the masjid and, standing on its edge, distribute udi to the devotees with very kind, gracious, and loving looks. The bhaktas also got up with equal fervor, clasped his feet, and had the bliss of udi. Baba passed handfuls of udi into the palms of the devotees and marked their foreheads with udi with his own hands. The love he bore for them in his heart was boundless. Then he addressed the bhaktas, "O Bhav, go home to take your lunch. Your Anna, go to your lodgings. You, Bapu, enjoy your meal." In this way, he accosted each and every devotee and sent them home. Even now, you can have the pleasure of these sights if you bring into play your imagination. Now, bringing Sai in our mental vision, let us meditate on him from his feet upwards to his face, prostrating before him humbly, lovingly, and reverentially. Isha Upanishad. Das Ganu once started to write a Marathi commentary on the Isha Upanishad. Let us first give a brief idea of this Upanishad. Before proceeding further, it is called Mantropanishad, as it is embodied in the mantras of the Vedic Sanhita. It constitutes the last or the 40th chapter of the Vajasaniya Sanhita, Yajurveda, and it is therefore called Vajasaniya Sanhitopanishad. Being embodied in Vedic Sanhitas, this is regarded as superior to all other Upanishads, which are in the Brahmanyaks and Aranyaks, explanatory treatises on mantras and rituals. Not only this, other Upanishads are considered to be commentaries on the truths mentioned briefly in the Isha Upanishad. For instance, the biggest of the Upanishad, the Brihadranyaka Upanishad, is considered by Pandit Satwalakar to be a running commentary on the Isha Upanishad. Professor R.D. Ranade says the Ishopanishad is quite a small Upanishad, and yet it contains many facts which show an extraordinary piercing insight. Within the short corpus of 18 verses, it gives a valuable mystical description of the Atma, a description of the ideal sage who stands unruffled in the midst of temptations and sorrows and adumbration of the doctrine on Karma Yoga. As later formulated, the most valuable idea that lies at the root of the Upanishad is that of a logical synthesis between the two opposites of knowledge and work, which are both required according to the Upanishad to be annulled in a higher synthesis. Page 24 of the constructive survey of the Upanishadic philosophy. In another place, he says that the poetry of the Upanishad is a co-mixture of moral, mystical, and metaphysical knowledge. From the brief description given above about this Upanishad, one can see how difficult it is to translate this Upanishad in a vernacular language and bring out its exact meaning. Das Kanu translated it in a Marathi OV meter, verse by verse, but as he did not comprehend the gist or essence of the Upanishad, he was not satisfied with his performance. On being dissatisfied, he consulted some learned men regarding his doubts and difficulties and discussed it with them at great length. They did not solve them, nor did they give him any rational and satisfactory explanation, so Dasaganu was a little restless over this matter. Sadguru only competent and qualified to explain. As we have seen, this Upanishad is the quintessence of the Vedas. It is the science of self-realization. It is the scythe or weapon which can rend asunder the bondage of life and death and makes us free. Therefore, he thought that he who has himself attained self-realization can only give him the true or correct interpretation of the Upanishad. When nobody could satisfy Dasaganu, he resolved to consult Sai Baba about this. When he got an opportunity to go to Shirdi, he saw Sai Baba, prostrated himself before him, and mentioned his difficulties about the Isha Upanishad and requested him to give the correct solution. Sai Baba blessed him and said, you need not be anxious. There is no difficulty about the matter. The maid servant of Kaka Sahib Dikshit, will solve your doubts at Ville Parle on your way home. The people who were present there and heard this thought that Baba was joking and said, how could an illiterate maid servant solve difficulties of this mystic nature? But Dasaganu thought otherwise. He was sure that whatever Baba spoke must come true, as Baba's words was the decree of Brahma.
Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai. Mahalakshmi and Rajji, please.
Yes. Kaka's maid servant. Fully believing Baba's word, he left Shirdi and came to Ville Parle, a suburb of Mumbai, and stayed with Kaka Sahib Dikshit. There the next day, when Das Ganu was enjoying his morning nap, some say when he was engaged in worship, he heard a girl singing a beautiful song in a clear and melodious tone. The theme of the song was a crimson-colored sari. How nice it was! How fine was its embroidery! How beautiful were its borders, etc. He liked the song so much that he came out and saw that it was being sung by a young girl, the sister of Namya, who was a servant of Kaka Sahib. The girl was cleaning vessels and had only a torn rag on her person. On seeing her improvised condition and her happy temperament, Das Ganu felt pity for her, and when Rao Bahadur M.V. Pradhan gave him a pair of dhotars the next day, he requested him to give a sari to the poor little girl also. Rao Bahadur bought a good Shirdi small sari and presented it to her, like a starved person getting delicious dishes to eat. Her joy knew no bounds. Next day she wore the new sari and out of great joy and merriment, whirled and danced around and played pagodi with other children. The following day, she kept the new sari in her box at home and came in the old and torn rags, but she looked as merry as she was the previous day. On seeing this, Das Ganu's pity transformed into admiration. He thought that the girl, being poor, had to wear a torn rag, but now she had a new sari, which she kept in reserve, and putting on the old rag, strutted herself, showing no trace of sorrow and dejection. Thus he realized that all our feelings of pain and pleasure depend upon the attitude of her mind. On thinking deeply over this incident, he realized that a man ought to enjoy whatever God has bestowed on him, the firm conviction that he besets everything from all sides, and that whatever is bestowed on him by God must be for his good. In this particular case, the improvised condition of the poor girl, her torn rag, and the new sari, the donor and the doni and the deal were all parts of the Lord and pervaded by him. Here, Das Ganu got a practical demonstration of the lesson of Upanishad, the lesson of contentment with one's own lot of, with the belief that whatever happens is ordained by God and is ultimately good for us.
Unique method of teaching. From the above incident, the readers will see that Baba's method was unique and varied. Though Baba never left Shirdi, he sent some to Machindragarh, some to Kolhapur or Sholapur for practicing sadhanas. To some, he appeared in his usual form. To some, he appeared in waking or dream states, day or night, and satisfied their desires. It is impossible to describe all the methods that Baba used in imparting instructions to his bhaktas. In this particular case, he sent Das Kanu to Vailparel, where he got his problem solved through the maidservant. To those who say that it was not necessary to send away Das Kanu and that Baba could have personally taught him, we say that Baba followed the right or best course, or how else could Das Kanu learn a great lesson that the poor maidservant and her sari were pervaded by the Lord. Now we close this chapter with another beautiful extract from this Upanishad, the ethics of the Isha. One of the main features of the Isha Upanishad is the ethical advice it offers, and it is interesting to note that the ethics of the Upanishad are definitely based upon the metaphysical position given in it. The very opening words of the Upanishad tell us that God pervades everything. As a corollary, from this metaphysical position, the ethical advice it offers is that a man ought to enjoy whatever God bestows on him in the firm belief that as he pervades everything, whatever is bestowed on him by God must be good. It follows naturally that the Upanishad forbids us from coveting another man's property. In fact, we are fittingly taught here a lesson of contentment with one's own lot in the belief that whatever happens is divinely ordained and hence it is good for us. Another moral advice is that man must spend his lifetime always in doing actions, specifically the karmas enjoined in the Shastras with resignation to his will. Inactivity, according to this Upanishad, would be the canker of the soul. It is only when a man spends his lifetime in doing actions in this manner that he can hope to attain the ideal of Naisha Karma. Finally, the text goes on to say that a man who sees all beings in the self and sees the self as existing in all beings, in fact, for whom all beings and everything that exists have become the self, how can such a man suffer infatuation? What ground would such a man have for grief? Loathfulness, infatuation, and grief verily proceed from our not being able to see the Atma in all things. But a man who realizes the oneness of all things, for whom everything has become the self, must ipso facto cease to be affected by the common foibles of humanity. Page 169 to 70, The Creative Period by Messrs. Belwadkar and Ranade. Bow to Sri Sai and peace be to all.
Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai. Thank you to the Gurustan group devotees for your seva today. Over to you, Sachin.
Yeah, Saidham. Thank you, Balaji. Vaniji, you're there?
Yeah,
Yeah, Vaniji, you can start with the chapter 21.
yeah. Jai Sachidananda Sadgurum Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai. Chapter 21. Stories of V.H. Thakur, Anantarao Patnakar and Pandarapur Pleader. In this chapter, Hemant Pant relates the story of Vinayaka Harishchandra Thakur B.A., Anantarao Patnakar of Pune, and pleader from Bandarpur. All these stories are very interesting, which if very carefully read and grasped, will lead the readers onto the spiritual path. Preliminary. It is a general rule that it is our good luck in the form of accumulation of merits in past births that enables us to seek the company of saints and profit thereby. In illustration of this rule, Hemant Pant gives his own instance. He was a resident magistrate of Bandra, a suburb of Bombay, for many years. A famous Mohammedan saint named Pir Maulana was living there, and many Hindus, Parsis, and many others who followed different religion used to go to him and take his darshan. His Mujawar priest by name Ines praised Hemant Pant many a time, night and day, for going to see him, but for some reason or other, he was not able to see him. After many years, his turn came and he was called to Shirdi, where he was permanently enlisted in Sai Baba's darbar. Unfortunate fellows do not get this contact of the saints. It's the only fortunate ones that get it. Institution of saints. There have been institutions of saints in this world from time immemorial. Various saints appear incarnate themselves in various places to carry out the missions allotted to them. But though they work in different places, they are, as it were, one. They work in unison under the common authority of the Almighty Lord and know full well what each of them is doing in his place and supplement his work where necessary. Instance An, an instance illustrating this is given below. Mr. Thakur, Mr. V.H. Thakur, B.A., was a clerk in the revenue department, and he once came to a town named Vadagam near Belgaum, SM country, along with a survey party. There he saw a Kanarasi Saint Appa and bowed before him. The saint was explaining a portion from the book Vichar Sagar of Nichala Das, a standard work on Vedanta, to the audience. When Thakur was taking his leave to go, he said to him, "You should study this book, and if you do so, your desires will be fulfilled. And when you go to the north in the discharge of your duties in future, you will come across a great saint by your good luck, and then he will show you the future path and give rest to your mind and make you happy." Then he was transferred to Junnar, where he had to go by crossing Nane Ghat. This ghat was very steep and impassable, and no other conveyance than a buffalo was of use in crossing it. So he had to take a buffalo ride through the ghat, which inconvenienced and pained him much. Thereafter, he was transferred to Kalyan on higher post, and there he became acquainted with Nana Sahib Chandorkar. He heard much about Sai Baba from him and wished to see him. Next day, Nana Sahib had to go to Shirdi, and he asked Thakur to accompany him. He could not do so as he had to attend the Thana civil court for a civil case. So Nana Sahib went alone. Thakur went to Thana, but there the case was postponed. Then he repented for not accompanying Nana Sahib. Still, he left for Shirdi, and when he went there, he found that Nana Sahib had left the place the previous day. Some of his other friends whom he met there took him to Baba. He saw Baba, fell at his feet, and was overjoyed. His eyes were full of tears of joy, and his hair stood on end. Then after a while, the Omiri Saint Baba said to him, "The path of this place is not so easy as the teaching of the Kanarasi Saint Appa, or even as the buffalo ride in the Nane Ghat. In the spiritual path, you have to put in your best exertion, as it is very difficult." When Thakur heard these significant signs and words, which none else than he knew, he was overwhelmed with joy. He came to know that the word of the Kanarasi saint had turned true. Then, joining both hands and placing his head on Baba's feet, he prayed that he should be accepted and blessed. Then Baba said, What Appa told you was all right, but these things have to be practiced and lived. Mere reading won't do. You have to think and carry out what you read. Otherwise, it is of no use. Mere book learning without the grace of the Guru and self realization is of no avail. The theoretical portion was read from the work Vichar Sagar by Tagore, but the practical way was shown to him at Shirdi. Another story given below will bring out this truth more forcibly. Anantarao Patnagar. One gentleman from Pune by name Anantarao Patnagar wished to see Baba. He came to Shirdi and took Baba's
Is it my
darshan.
turn?
Yes, yes, yeah.
Yes.
I think
Is it?
Vani,
Yeah.
I think you have to hand over it to Kapil. It's
Oh,
his
how
turn
many
now.
pages? I thought
Yeah,
whole
it is,
chapter is meant.
no, 110 to 111.
Oh, okay.
Okay, thanks, Vani.
Okay.
Thank you.
Om Sri
Om
Satchidananda
Sri
Sadguru
Satchidananda Sainath Maharaj
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 ki
Ki
jai.
Jai.
Yes, Sairam. Anantrao Patankar. One gentleman from Pune by name Anantrao Patankar wished to see Baba. He came to Shirdi and took Baba's darshan. His eyes were appeased and he was much pleased. He fell at Baba's feet and after performing proper worship said to Baba, I have read a lot, studied Vedas, Vedantas, Upanishads and heard all Puranas, but still I have not got any peace of mind. So I think that all my reading was useless. Simple, ignorant, devout persons are better than myself. Unless the mind becomes calm, all book learning is of no avail. I have heard from many people that you easily give peace of mind to many people by your mere glance and playful words. So I have come here. Please take pity on me and bless me. Then Baba told him a parable which was as follows. Parable of 9 balls of stool, Navvidha Bhakti. Once a Saudagar came here. Before him a mayor passed his stool, 9 balls of stool. The merchant, intent on his quest, spread the end of dhotar and gathered all 9 balls in it, and thus he got concentration of mind. Mr. Patankar could not make out the meaning of this story. So he asked Ganesh Damodar, alias Dada Kelkar, what does Baba mean by this? He replied, I too don't know all of that, but what Baba says and means, but at his inspiration I say what I come to know. The mayor me the mayor is God's grace, and 9 balls excreted are 9 forms or type of bhakti. Shravan, Kirtan, Smaran, Padasevan, Archan, Namaskara, Dasya, and Saktavya, Atmanivedan. These are 9 types of bhaktis. If any of these faithfully followed, Lord Hari will be pleased and manifest himself in the home of devotee. All the sadhanas, that is japa, tapa, yoga practice, and studying the scriptures and expounding them are quite useless unless they are accompanied by bhakti, that is devotion. Knowledge of the Vedas or fame as a great dhyani and more formal bhajans are of no avail. What is wanted is full devotion. Consider yourself as a merchant or seeker after the truth and be anxious and eager like him to collect or cultivate the 9 types of devotion. Then you will attain stability and peace of mind. Next day, when Patankar went to Baba for salutation, he was asked whether he collected the 9 balls of stool. Then he said that he, being a poor fellow, should first be graced by Baba and then they will be easily collected. Then Baba blessed and comforted him, saying that he would attain peace and welfare. After hearing this, Patankar became overjoyed and happy. The Pandharpur pleader. We shall close this chapter with a short story showing Baba's omniscience and his using it for correcting people and setting them on the right path. Once a pleader from Pandharpur came to Shirdi, went to Masjid, saw Baba, fell at his feet, and without being asked, offered some dakshina and sat in the corner, eager to hear the talk that was going on. Then Baba turned his face towards him and said, how cunning the people are. They fall at feet, offer dakshina, but inwardly give abuses behind the back. Is not this wonderful? This cap fitted the pleader and he had to wear it. None understood the remark. The pleader grasped it but kept silent. When they returned to the Wada, the pleader said to Kaka Sahib Dikshit, what Baba remarked was perfectly right. The dart was aimed at me. It was a hint to me that I should not indulge in revealing or scandalizing others. Only when the sub-judge or munsif of Pandharpur, Mr. Nulkar, came and stayed here for the improvement of his health. A discussion about the matter was going on in a bar room at Pandharpur, as it ever happens in many bar rooms. It was said or discussed there whether the ailment from which the sub-judge suffered were ever likely to get to be got rid of without medicines, but merely going after Sai Baba, and whether it was proper for an educated man like the sub-judge to have recourse to such methods. The sub-judge was taken to task. He was criticized, so also Sai Baba. I also took some part in the affair, and now Sai Baba showed the impropriety of my conduct. This is not a rebuke to me, but a favor and advice that I should not indulge in any scandal or slander of others, and not interfere unnecessarily in others' affairs. Shirdi is about 100 kos away from Pandharpur. Still, Baba by his omniscience knew what transpired there in Bar room. The intervening places, rivers, jungles, and mountains were not a, a bar to his all-perceiving sight, and he could see and read the hearts of all, and there was nothing secret or veiled from him. Everything far or near was plain and clear to him as a broad light. Let a man be far or near, he cannot avoid all pervading gaze of Sai Baba. From this incident, the pleader took the lesson that he should never speak ill of others or unnecessarily criticize them. Thus, his evil tendencies was completely got rid of, and he was set on the right path. Though the story refers to pleaders, still it is applicable to all. All should therefore take a lesson to heart and profit thereby. Sai Baba's greatness is unfathomable, so are his wonderful Leelas. His life is also such, for he is Parabrahma, Lord God incarnate. Both to Shri Sai, peace to be all.
Bolo Sri
Shri
Sachidananda
Sachidananda
Sadguru
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 Sainath
Sainath
Maharaj
Maharaj
Ki
Ki
Maharaj
Jai.
Ki
Jai.
Jai. Looks like Padma is not
Oh no,
available.
Padma ji
So
is there, right?
is she
Yes,
there?
I'm there.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
sorry.
Okay, no problem.
I tried to call you out, so.
You can see me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Sairam.
Saira.
Sai Charitra, chapter 22. Rescues from serpent bites. Bala Saheb Marikar, Bapu Saheb Booty, Amir Sakhar, Hemat Pant, and Baba's opinion regarding the killing of 5 serpents. Preliminary. How does one meditate on Baba? No one has been able to fathom the nature or the form of Almighty. Even the Vedas and the thousand-tongued Sasha are not able to describe it fully. But the devotees cannot but know and look at the form of the Lord, but they know that his feet are the only means of their happiness. They know no other method of attaining the supreme goal of life except meditating on the holy feet of the Lord. Himmat Pant suggests an easy way of devotion and meditation, which is as follows. Look at Baba's posture. See how fine it is. He's sitting with his legs folded, the right leg across the left knee. The fingers of his left hand are spread on the right foot. On the right toe are spread his 2 fingers, the index and middle ones. By this posture, Baba means to say that if anyone wants to see his light, be egoless, very humble, and meditate on his toe through the opening between the 2 branches, this is the easiest means of attaining devotion. Now let us turn for a moment to Baba's life. Shirdi had become a place of pilgrimage on account of Baba's stay. People from all quarters flocked there, and both the rich and the poor began to be benefited in more ways than one. Who can describe Baba's boundless love, his wonderful knowledge, and his all pervasiveness? Blessed is he who could experience one or all of these. Sometimes Baba observed long silences, which were, in a way, his dissertation on the Brahman, and other times he was consciousness bliss incarnate. Sometimes he spoke in parables, and other times indulged in wit and humor. At times he was quite unambiguous, and at times he seemed enraged. Sometimes he gave his teachings in a nutshell, while at other times he argued at length. Many a times he was very direct. In this way, he gave varied instructions to people according to their requirements. His life was therefore inscrutable beyond the ken of our mind and beyond our intellect and speech. Our longing to see his face, to speak with him, and hear his leelas was never satisfied, and yet we were overflowing with joy. We can count the showers of rain and encircle the wind in a leather bag, but who can gauge or measure his leelas? Now we deal here with one aspect of them, how he anticipated or forestalled the calamities of his devotees and warded them off in time. Bala Saheb Marikar.
Bala Saheb Marikar, Sirdar Kaka Saheb's Marikar's son, was Mal Tadar of Kopergaon. He was going on tour to Chetlai. On the way, he came to Shirdi to see Sai Baba. When he went to the masjid and prostrated himself before Baba, the usual conversation regarding health and other matters commenced, when Baba suddenly sounded a note of warning as follows. Do you know our Dwarka Mai? As Baba Saheb did not understand what Baba meant, he kept quiet and Baba continued. Our Dwarka Mai is where you are seated. She wards off all the dangers and anxieties of her children who sit on her lap. This Masjid Mai, its presiding deity, is very merciful. She is the mother of simple devotees whom she will save in calamities. Once a person sits on her lap, all his troubles are over. He who rests in her shade gets bliss. Then Baba gave him Udi and blessed him by placing his protecting hand on Mirkar's head. When Bala Saheb was about to depart, Baba again said, Do you know the Lamba Baba, the serpent? And then closing his left arm like a fist, he brought it near his right elbow, and moving his left arm like the hood of a serpent, he said, He is so terrible, but what can he do to the children of the Dwarka Mai? When the Dwarka Mai protects, what could the serpent possibly do? Everyone who was present there was curious to know the meaning of all this and its reference to Mirkar, but no one had the courage to ask Baba about this. Then Bala Saheb bowed before Baba and left the masjid with Sarma. Baba called Shama back and asked him to accompany Bala Saheb and enjoy the Chittali trip. Shama went up to Bala Saheb and told him that he would travel with him according to Baba's orders. Bala Saheb replied that he did not come as it would be inconvenient. Shama returned to Baba and told him what Bala Saheb had said. Baba said, All right, do not go. We should mean well and do well. Whatever is destined to happen will happen. In the meanwhile, Bala Saheb thought over it again and asked Shama to accompany him. Then Shama went to Baba again and took his leave and left with Bala Saheb in the Tanga. They reached Chittali at 9 a.m. and encamped in the Maruti temple. The office workers had not arrived, so they sat quietly in the temple chanting. Bala Saheb was sitting on a mat reading a newspaper. His upper dhota was spread across his waist, and on a part of it, a snake was sitting unobserved. It began to move with a rustling sound, which was heard by the peon. He brought a lantern and saw the snake and raised an alarm. Bala Saheb was frightened and began to shiver with fear. Shama was stunned. Then Shama and the others moved stealthily and picked up sticks and clubs. The snake slithered slowly off Mirika's waist, and it was immediately done to death. Thus, the calamity which was predicted by Baba was averted, and Bala Saheb's love for Baba increased immensely. Babu Saheb Bhuti, a great astrologer named Nana Saheb Dangel, said to Bapu Saheb Bhuti one day, Today is an inauspicious day for you. There is a danger to your life. This made Bapu Saheb restless. When Bapu Saheb came to masjid the day, Baba said to him, What does this Nana say? He foretells death for you? Well, you need not be afraid. Tell him boldly, let us see how death kills. Then later in the evening, Bapu Saheb went to relieve himself where he saw a snake. His servant saw it too and lifted a stone to strike it at it. Bapu Saheb asked him to get a big stick, but before the servant returned with stick, the snake was seen slithering away and soon disappeared. Bapu Saheb remembered with joy Baba's words of fearlessness. So, Sachit, this is what I'm.
Yeah, thank you, Padmaji.
Saidham.
Bolo Sri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai. Preeti ji, you're there?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay, you can start reading from Amir Shakkar.
yeah. Jai Sri Sai. Amir Shakkar. Amir Shakkar was a native of village Korale in Kopargam Taluk. He belonged to the butcher caste. He worked as a commission agent in Bandra and was well known there. He once suffered from rheumatism, which gave him much pain. He was then reminded of God, and so he left his business and went to Shirdi and prayed to Baba to relieve him from his malady. Baba then stationed him in Chavadi, which was then a damp, unhealthy place, unfit for such a patient. Any other place in village or Korle itself would have been better for Amir, but Baba's word was
was the deciding factor of the chief medicine. Baba did not allow him to come to masjid, but fixed him in the Chavadi, where he got very great advantage. Baba passed via Chavadi every morning and evening, and every alternate day, Baba went to Chavadi in the procession and slept there. So Amir got Baba's contact very often easily. Amir stayed there for a full 9 months, and then somehow or the other he got disgust for the place. So one night he stealthily left left the place and came to Kopargam and stayed in Dharmashala. There he saw an old dying fakir who asked him for water. Amir brought it and gave it to him. As soon as he drank it, he passed away. Then Amir was in fix. He thought that if he went and informed the authorities, he would be held responsible for the death, as he was the first and sole informant, and knew something about it. He repented for his action visa leaving Shirdi without Baba's leave, and prayed to Baba. He then determined to return to Shirdi, and that same night he ran back, remembering and muttering Baba's name on the way, and reached Shirdi before daybreak and became free from anxiety. Then he lived in Chavadi in perfect accordance with Baba's wishes and orders, and got himself cured. One night it so happened that Baba cried at midnight, "Oh Abdul, some devilish creature is dashing against the side of my bed." Abdul came with a lantern, examined Baba's bed but found nothing. Baba asked him to examine carefully all the place and began to strike ground with his shatka. Seeing this Leela of Baba, Amir thought that Baba might have suspected some serpent had come there. Amir could know by close and long contact the meaning of Baba's words and action. Baba then saw near Amir's cushion something moving. He asked Abdul to bring the light, and when he brought it, he saw the coil of serpent there, moving it head up and down. Thereupon the serpent was immediately beaten to death. Thus Baba gave timely warning and saved Amir. Hemad Pant, scorpion and serpent. At Baba's recommendation, Kaka Sahib Dikshit was daily reading the two works of Sri Eknath Maharaj Visa Bhagavat and Bhagavata Ramayan, and Hemad Pant had the good fortune to be one of the audience when the reading of the works was going on. Once, when a portion from Ramayan relating to Hanuman's testing Rama's greatness according to his mother's instruction was being read, all the listeners were spellbound. Hemad Pant was one of them, a big scorpion. None knew where it came from, jumped and sat on the right shoulder of Hemad Pant on his Uparani, upper dhotar. First it was not noticed, but as the Lord protects those who are intent on hearing his stories, he casually cast a glance over his right shoulder and noticed it. It was a dead silence, not a bit moved here and there. It seemed as if it also enjoyed the reading. Then, by Lord's grace, Hemad Pant, without disturbing the audience, took the ends of his daughter, folded them, and brought them together, enclosing the scorpion within. Then he went out and threw it in the garden. On the other occasion, some persons were sitting in the upper floor of Kaka Sahib's Wada just up before nightfall, when a serpent crept through a hole in the window frame and sat coiled up. A light was brought, though it was first dazzled, yet it sat still and only moved its head up and down. Then many persons rushed there with the sticks and cudgels, but as it sat in the awkward place, no blow could be dealt. But hearing the noises of the men, the serpent went out hastily through the same hole. Then all the persons were there felt relieved. Baba's opinion. One devotee named Muktaram then said that it was good that the poor creature escaped. Hematpat challenged him, saying that the serpents could better be killed. There was a hot discussion between them, the former contending that the serpents and such creatures could not be killed, the later that they should be. As night came upon, the discussion came to an end without any decision being arrived. Next day, the question was referred to Baba, who gave his settled opinion as follows: God lives in all the beings and creatures, whether they by serpent or scorpions. He is the great wire puller of the world, and all the beings, serpents, scorpions, etc., obey his command. Unless he will it, nobody can do any harm to others. The world is all dependent on him, and no one is independent to others. No one is independent. So we could take pity and love all creatures, leave off adventurous fights and killings, and be patient. The Lord God is protector of all. Go to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Sachidananda
Sachidananda Sadguru
Sadhguru
Sainath
Sainath
Maharaj Ki
Maharaj ki
Jai.
Jai.
Yeah, thank you, Pritesh.
Thank you.
Yeah, Malaji, you can start with the chapter 23.
Okay. Yoga and onion, Shama cued of snake bite, caller audience broken, ordeal of Guru Bhakti. Preliminary. In reality, this Jivan, human soul, transcends the three qualities, that is, Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas. But being deluded by Maya, he forgets his nature, which is pure consciousness, knowledge, bliss, and thinks that he is the doer and thus entangles himself in endless miseries and does not know the way of deliverance. The only way of deliverance is the loving devotion towards the Guru's feet. The great player or actor, Lord Sai, has delighted his bhaktas and transformed them into himself, his nature. We regard Saibaba as an incarnation of God for reasons already stated, but he always said that he was an obedient servant of God. Though an incarnation, he showed people the way to behave satisfactorily and to carry out the duties of their respective stations, varnas, in this life. He never emulated others in any way, nor asked others to have something done for him. For him who saw the God in all movable and immovable things in this world, humility was the virtue. None he disregarded or disrespected. For he saw Narayan, that's Lord, in all beings. He never said, I am God, but that he was a humble servant, and he always remembered him and always uttered, Allah Malik. God is the sole proprietor or owner. We do not know the various kinds of saints, but how they behave, what they do, etc. We only know that by God's grace, they manifest themselves in this world to liberate the ignorant and bound souls. If there be any store of merits in our account, we get a desire or interest in listening to the stories and leelas of the saints, otherwise not. Let us now turn to the main stories of this chapter. Yoga and onion. Once it so happened, a sadhak of yoga came to Shirdi with Nana Sahib Chandorkar. He had studied all the works on yoga, including Yoga Sutra of Patanjali, but had no practical experience. He could not concentrate his mind and attain samadhi even for a short time. He thought that if Saibaba will be pleased with him, he will show him the way to attain samadhi for a longer time with this object in view. He came to Shirdi, and when he went to the masjid, he saw Sai Baba eating chapati and onion. On seeing this, a thought crossed his mind. How can this man eating stale bread with raw onion solve my difficulties and help me? Sai Baba read his mind and said to Nana Sahib, "Oh Nana, he who has the power to digest onion should eat and none else." Hearing this remark, the yogi was wonderstruck and he fell at Baba's feet with complete surrender. With pure and open mind, he asked his difficulties and got their solution from Baba. Thus, being satisfied and happy, he left Shirdi with Baba's Udi and blessings. Shama cured of snake bite. Before Hemant Pant begins the story, he says about the jiva that it can be very well compared with the parrot, and that they both are bound. The one is the body and the other in a cage. Both think that their present bound state is good for them. It is only when a helper, that is Guru, comes and by God's grace opens their eyes and liberates them from their bondage, that their eyes are open to a greater and larger life, compared to which their former bound and limited life is nothing. In the last chapter, it was shown how Baba anticipated the calamity that was to befall on Mr. Mirikar and rescued him from it. Now let the readers hear a story more interesting than this. Once Shama was bitten by a poisonous snake. His little finger was bitten and the poison began to spread in the body. The pain was also severe and Shama thought that he would pass away soon. His friends wanted to take him to God Vithoba, where such cases were often sent, but Shama ran to the masjid, to his Vithoba, which is Saibaba. When Baba saw him, he began to scold and abuse. He got enraged and said, "Oh, Vail Baturia, priest, do not climb. Beware of if you do so." And then roared, "Go, get away, come down." Seeing Baba thus red and wrath, Shama was greatly puzzled and disappointed. He thought that the masjid was his home and Sai Baba his sole refuge. But he was driven away like this. Where would he go? He lost all his hopes of life and kept silent. After a while, when Baba became normal and calm, Shama went up and sat near him. Then Baba said to him, "Don't be afraid. Don't care a jot, a small amount. The merciful fakir will save you. Go and sit quiet at home. Don't go out. Believe in me and remain fearless and have no anxiety." Then he was sent home. Immediately afterwards, Baba sent Tatya Patil and Kaka Sahib Dikshit to him with instructions to the effect that he should eat what he liked, should move around in the house, but should in no case lie down and sleep. Needless to say that these instructions were acted upon and Shama got all right in a short time. The only thing to be remembered in this connection is this: the words of Baba, or the 5-syllabled mantra, that is, "Go, get away, come down," were not addressed to Shama as it apparently looked, but they were a direct order to the snake and its poison not to rise up and circulate through Shama's body. Like others well versed in mantra shastra, he had not to use any incantation, charged rice or water, etc. His words only were most efficacious in saving the life of Shama. Anyone hearing the story and other similar ones will beget firm faith in the feet of Sai Baba, and the only way to cross the ocean of Maya is to remember the feet of Sai Baba in the heart.
Cholera epidemic. Once cholera was raging virulently in Shirdi. The residents were much frightened and they stopped all communication with the outside people. The Panch of the village assembled together and decided upon 2 ordinances as a remedy to check out and put down the epidemic. They were: 1, no fuel cart should be allowed to come in the village, and 2, no goat should be killed there. If anybody disobeyed these ordinances, they were to be fined by the village authorities and Panch. Baba knew that all of this was mere superstition, and therefore he cared a damn for the cholera ordinances. While the ordinances were in force, a fuel cart came there and wanted to enter the village. Everybody knew there that the dearth of scarcity of fuel in the village still had the people began to drive away at the fuel cart. Baba came to know of this. He came to the spot and asked the cartman to take the fuel cart to the masjid. None dared to raise his voice against the action of Baba. He wanted fuel for his dhuni, and so he purchased it. Like the Agnihotri, keeping his sacred fire alive throughout his life, Baba kept his dhuni ever burning, all day and night, and for this he always stocked the fuel. Baba's home, the masjid, was free and open to all. It had no lock and key, and some poor people removed some wood from there for their use. Baba did not grumble about this. Baba saw the whole universe was pervaded by the Almighty, and so he never bore enmity or ill will to anybody. Though perfectly detached, he behaved like an ordinary householder to set the example to the people. Ordeal of Guru Bhakti. Let us now see how the second cholera ordinance fared with Baba. While it was in force, somebody brought a goat to the masjid. It was weak, old, and about to die. At this time, Fakir Pir Muhammad of the Malikian, alias Bade Baba, was near. Saibaba asked him to behead it with one stroke and offer it as oblation. This Bade Baba was much respected by Sai Baba. He always sat on the right side of Sai Baba. After the chilam pipe was first smoked with him, it was then offered to Baba and others. After the dishes were served at the time of taking meals at noon, Baba called Bade Baba and made him sit on his left side, and then all partook of the food. Baba also paid him daily 50 rupees out of the amount collected as dakshina. Baba accompanied him 100 steps whenever he went away from the masjid. Such was his position with Baba, but when Baba asked him to behead the goat, he flatly refused, saying, "Why should it be killed for nothing?" Then Baba asked Shama to kill it. He went to the Radha Krishnani and brought a knife from her and placed it before Baba. Knowing the purpose for which the knife was taken, she recalled it. And then Shama went to bring another knife, but stayed in the wada and did not return soon. Then came the turn of Kaka Sahib Dikshit. He was gold, but no doubt, but had to be tested. Baba asked him to get a knife and kill the goat. He went to the Sate Wadas and returned with the knife. He was ready to kill it at Baba's bidding. He was born in a pure Brahmin family and never in his life knew killing. Though quite adverse to any act of violence, still he made himself bold to kill the goat. All the people wondered to see that while Bade Baba, a Mohammedan, was unwilling to kill, but this Brahmin was making preparations to do so. He tightened his dhotar and went with a semicircular motion, raised his hand with the knife, and looked at Baba for the signal. Baba said, "What are you thinking of? Go on and strike." Then when the hand was just about to come down, Baba said, "Stop, how cruel you are. Being a Brahmin, you are killing a goat?" Kaka Sahib obeyed and kept the knife down and said to Baba, "Your word is law unto us. We do not know any other ordinance. We remember you always meditate on us, your form, and obey you day and night. We do not know or consider whether it is right or wrong to kill. We do not want to reason or discuss things, but implicit and prompt compliance with the Guru's order is our duty and dharma." Then Baba said to Kaka Sahib that he would himself do the offering and killing business. It was settled that the goat should be disposed of in a near place called Takia, where fakirs used to sit. Then when the goat was being taken to that place, it fell dead on the way. Hemant Pant closes the chapter with the classification of disciples. He says that there are 3 kinds. Number 1, first or best. 2, second or average. And 3, third or ordinary. The best kind of disciples are those who guess what their gurus want and immediately carry it out and serve them without waiting for an order from them. The average disciples are those who carry out the orders of their masters to a letter without any delay. And the third kind of disciples are those who go on every postponing the carrying out of their order and make mistakes at every step. The disciples should have firm faith backed up by intelligence, and if they add patience to these, their spiritual goal will not be distant. Control of breath, ingoing and outgoing, or hatha yoga, or other difficult practices are not all necessary. When the disciples get above the mentioned qualities, they become ready for further instructions, and the masters then appear to lead them on in their spiritual path to perfection. In the next chapter, we will deal with Baba's interesting wit and humor. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be all. Om
Bolo Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai. Lakshmi ji are there? Okay.
Yeah.
You can start with chapter 24.
Om Saidham. Baba's wit and humor. Chana Leela, Hemant Pant, Sudama, Anna Chinchkar versus Moshibi. Preliminary. Unless we surrender our ego to the feet of our Sadguru, we will not succeed in our undertaking. If we become egoless, then our success is assured. By worshipping Sai Baba, we attain both the objects, worldly and spiritual, and are fixed in our true nature and get peace and happiness. Therefore, those who want to accomplish or gain their welfare should respectfully hear Sai Baba Leelas or stories and meditate on them. If they do this, they will easily attain the object of their life and get bliss. Generally, all people like wit and humor, but they do not like that jokes should be cut at their expense. But Baba's method was peculiar. When it was accompanied with good gestures, it was very interesting and instructive, and the people therefore did not mind even if they were held up to the ridicule. Hematpant give his own instance below. Chanalila. In Shirdi, a special bazaar was held every Sunday, and people from the neighboring villages came here, erected booths and stalls in the open street, and sold their wares and commodities. Every noon, the masjid was crowded, but on Sunday, it was crowded to suffocation. On one such Sunday, Hemat Pant sat in front of Baba, shampooing his legs and muttering God's name. Shama was on Baba's left, Vaman Rao to his right, Sriman Bhuti and Kaka Sahib Dikshit and others were also present there. Then Shama laughed and said to Anna Sahib, "See that some grains seem to have stuck to the sleeve of your coat." So saying, he touched the sleeve and found that there were some grains. Hematpant straightened his left forearm to see what the matter was, and to the surprise of all, some grains of gram came rolling down and were picked up by the people who were sitting there. The incident furnished a subject matter for joke. Everybody present began to wonder and said something or other as to how the grains found their way into the sleeve of the coat and lodged there so long. Hematpant also could not guess. When nobody could give any satisfactory explanation in this matter, and everybody was wondering about this mystery, Baba said as follows: "This fellow, Anna Sahib, has got the bad habit of eating alone. Today is a bazaar day, and he came here chewing grams. I know his habit, and these grams are a proof of it. What wonder is there in this matter?" Hemat Pant: "Baba, I never know of eating things alone. Then why do you shoulder this bad habit on me? I have never yet seen Shirdi Bazaar. I never went to the bazaar today. Then how could I buy grams and how could I eat them if I had not bought them? I never eat anything unless I share it with others present around me at the time of my meals." Baba: "It is true that you give to the persons present, but if none be nearby, what could you do or I do? But do you remember me before eating? Am I not always with you? Then do you offer me anything before you eat?" Moral: Let us mark and note carefully what Baba has taught us by this incident. He has advised us that before the senses, mind, and intellect enjoy their objects, first he should be remembered, and if this be done, it is in a way by making an offering to him. The senses, etc., can never remain without their objects, but if those objects are first offered to the Guru, the attachment for them will naturally vanish. In this way, all the virtues regarding desire, anger, avarice, etc., should first be offered and directed to the Guru. And if this practice be followed, the Lord will help you in eradicating all the riches. When before enjoyment of the objects, you think that Baba is present, the question whether the object is fit to be enjoyed or not will at once arise. Then the object that is not fit to be enjoyed will be shunned, and in this way, our vicious habits or vices will disappear, and our character will improve. Then love for the Guru will grow, and pure knowledge will sprout up. When this knowledge grows, the bondage of body consciousness, we are the body, will snap, and our intellect will be moved in spirit consciousness, we are the spirit. Then we shall get bliss and contentment. There is no difference between Guru and God. He who sees any difference in them finds God nowhere. So, leaving aside all ideas of difference, we should regard Guru and God as one. And if we serve our Guru as stated above, God will be certainly pleased and by purifying our minds will give us self-realization. To put the matter in a nutshell, we should not enjoy any object with our senses, etc., without first remembering our Guru. When the mind is trained in this way, we will be always reminded of Baba and our meditation on Baba will grow apace. The Sagam form of Baba will never be before our eyes, and then devotion, not attachment, and salvation will all be ours. When Baba form is thus fixed before our mental vision, we forget hunger, thirst, and the sansar world. The consciousness of worldly pleasures will disappear, and our mind shall attain peace and happiness.
Sudama's story. When the above story was being narrated, Hemant Pant was reminded of a similar story of Sudama, which illustrates the same principle and therefore it is given here. Sri Krishna and his elder brother Balram were living with a co-student named Sudama in the ashram of their guru, Sandipani. Once Krishna and Balram were sent to the forest for bringing fuel. Then the wife of Sandipani sent Sudama also for the same purpose. With some quantity of grams for the three, when Krishna met Sudama in the forest, he said to him, Dada, I want water as I am thirsty. Sudama replied, no water should be drunk on an empty stomach, so it is better to rest a while. He did not say that he had got grams with him and that Krishna should take some. As Krishna was tired, he lay down for rest on the lap of Sudama and was soon snoring. On seeing this, Sudama took out the grams and began to eat. Then Krishna suddenly asked him, Dada, what are you eating? What is this chitter-chatter sound? He replied, what is there to eat? I'm shivering with cold and my teeth are chattering. I can't even repeat Vishnu Sahasra Nam. Hearing this, the omniscient Krishna said, I just had a dream in which I saw a man eating things of another, and when asked about this, he said, what thus should he eat? Meaning thereby that he had nothing to eat. The other man said, let it be so. Dada, this is only a dream. I know that you won't eat anything without me. Under the influence of a dream, I ask you what you are eating. If Sudama had known the omniscient Sri Krishna and his Leelas, he would not have acted as he did. Therefore, he had to suffer for what he did. Though he was a chum of Sri Krishna, he had to pass his later life in utter poverty. But when he later offered Krishna a handful of parched rice, earning by his wife with her own labor, Krishna was pleased and gave him a golden estate to enjoy. The story should be remembered by those who have the habit of eating things alone, without partaking them with others. The Shruti also emphasizes this lesson and asks us to offer things first to God and then enjoy them. After they are renounced by Him, Baba also has taught us the same lesson in his inimitable and humorous way. Anna Chinchankor verse Mashibai. Hemad Pant now describes another witty incident in which Baba played a peacemaker's part. There was one devotee by name Damodar Ganesham Babre alias Anachinchankor. He was simply rustic and straightforward. He cared for nobody, always spoke plainly and uncompromising. He was good-natured and guileless, so Sai Baba loved him. He was whaled away all his property to Sri Sai Baba Sansthan, Shirdi. One day, like others, serving Baba in their own way, this Anna was shampooing the left arm of Baba, which rested on the Katata railing. On the right side, one old widow named Venubai Kaujalji, who Baba called mother and all others called Mashibai, was serving Baba in her own way. This Mashibai was an elderly woman of pure heart. She clasped the fingers of both her hands around the trunk of Baba and was at this time massaging Baba's abdomen. She did this so forcibly that Baba's back and abdomen became flat, and Baba moved from side to side. Anna on the other side was steady, but Mashibai face moved up and down with her strokes. Once it so happened that her face came very close to Anna's. Being of a witty disposition, she remarked, "Oh, this Anna is a lewd fellow. He wants to kiss me. Even being so old with gray hair, he feels no shame in kissing me." These words enraged Anna, and he pulled up his sleeves and said, "Do you say that I am an old bad fellow? Am I quite a fool? It is you who has picked up a quarrel with me." All the persons present there was enjoying this encounter between them. Baba, who loved both of them equally and wanted to pacify them, managed the affair very skillfully. Lovingly, he said, "Oh, Anna, why are you unnecessarily raising this hue and cry? I do not understand what harm and impropriety is there when the mother is kissed." Hearing these words of Baba, both of them were satisfied, and all the persons laughed merrily and enjoyed Baba's wit to their heart's content. Baba's characteristics, his dependency on bhaktas. Baba allowed his devotees to serve him in their own way and did not like any other persons interfering in this. To quote an instance, the same Mashibai was, on another occasion, kneading Baba's abdomen. Seeing the force used by her, all others devotees felt nervous and anxious. They said, "Oh, mother, be more considerate and moderate, otherwise you will break Baba's arteries and nerves." At this, Baba got up at once from his seat and dashed his satka on the ground. He got enraged, and his eyes became red like a live embers. None dared to stand before Baba. Then he took hold of one end of the satka, and with both hands and pressed it in the hollow of his abdomen. The other end he fixed to his post and began to press his abdomen against it. The satka, about 2 or 3 feet in length, seemed all ready to go into the abdomen, and the people feared that the abdomen would be ruptured in a short time. The post was fixed and immovable, and Baba began to go closer and closer to it, and clasp the post firmly. Every moment the rupture was expected, and they were all dismayed, did not know what to do, and stood dumb with wonder and fear. The other devotees wanted only to give a hint to the Mashibai to be moderate in her service and not cause any trouble or pain to Baba. They were surprised to see that their well-intentioned effort had resulted in this crisis, and they could do nothing but to wait and watch. Fortunately, Baba's rage soon cooled down. He left the satka and resumed his seat. From this time onward, the devotees took the lesson that they should not meddle with anybody, but allow him to serve Baba as he chooses, as he was capable to gauge the merits and worth of the service rendered unto him. Bow to Sri
Om Shri
Bolo
Sachidananda
Shri
Sadguru
Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath
Sainath
Maharaj
Maharaj
ki
ki
jai.
jai.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lakshmi. And
Thank you.
what's your daughter's name?
Sloka. It's her birthday today.
Oh, happy birthday. It's nice to see young kids, with such
Yeah.
devotion.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank
She's
you.
she's 10 years old.
11.
Oh, wow. Double digits, huh?
Yeah. Thank you.
God bless you, Ma.
Thank you.
And I think it's Sangeeta now, right?
Yeah, 25.
Chapter 25. Yes. Go ahead, Sangeeta.
Yeah, chapter 25. Damu Anna Kasar of Ahmednagar, Speculations, Amar Leela, Preliminary. We begin this chapter with a prostration with all our 8 limbs to Saibaba, who is an ocean of mercy, the God incarnate, the Parabrahma, and the great Yogeshwara. Victory be unto Saibaba, who is the crest jewel of the saints and abode of all auspicious things, our Atmarama, and the sole refuge of the devotees. We prostrate ourselves before him, who has attained the aim and end of life. Saibaba is always full of mercy. What is wanted on our part is wholehearted devotion to him. When a devotee has got firm faith and devotion, his wishes are soon fulfilled.
When the desire arose in the mind of Hemat Pant to write the life and leelas of Sai Baba, he immediately got it written by him. When the order to keep the memos was given, Hemat Pant was inspired and his intellect got strength and boldness to undertake and finish the work. He was not, as he says, qualified to write the work, but the gracious blessings of Baba enabled him to complete the undertaking, and thus you have the Satcharita, which is the crystal or the Somakan jewel, from which nectar in the form of Sai Leelas oozes out for the readers to drink to their heart's content. Whenever a devotee has complete and wholehearted devotion to Sai Baba, all his calamities and dangers were warded off, and his welfare attended to by Baba. The story of Damu Savalaram Kasane, Kasar of Ahmednagar, alias Damu Anna, illustrating the above statement is given below. Damu Anna. The readers are aware that a mention of this gentleman was made in the 6th chapter regarding the celebration of Ram Navami festival in Shirdi. He went to Shirdi about the year 1895 AD when the Ram Navami Utsav celebration began, and since that time he has been providing an ornamental flag for that occasion every year. He also feeds the poor and the fakirs who come there for the festival. His speculation, cotton trading. A Mumbai friend of Damu Anna wrote to him that
Saidham, I guess the video got paused.
you can hear me, right? Yeah, then I'll just continue.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes. A Mumbai friend of Damu Anna wrote to him that they should do some cotton speculation business in partnership, which would bring them about 2 lakhs of rupees as profit. Damu Anna says in his statement made about the year 1936 to Mr. B.V. Namsim Swami that the proposal about speculating at Mumbai in cotton was from a broker who was not to be a partner, and that he was to be the sole adventurer of the wide Piece 75 of the Devotee's Experience Part 2. The broker wrote that the business was good and involved no risk, and that the opportunity should not be lost. Damu Amna was vacillating. He could not at once determine to venture into the speculation. He thought over this, and as he was a devotee of Baba, he wrote a detailed letter to Shama, giving all the facts and requested him to consult Baba and take his advice in that matter. Shama got the letter next day, and when he went with it at noon to the masjid and placed it before Baba, he asked Shama what the matter was and what was the letter about. He replied that Damu Anna of Nagar wanted to consult him about something. Then Baba said, "What does he write? What does he plan? It seems that he wants to reach the sky and he is not content with what God has given him. Read his letter." Shama then said, "The letter contains what you have just said. O Deva, you sit here calm and compose and agitate the devotees, and when they get restless, you draw them here, some in person and others through letters. If you know the contents of the letter, why do you then press me to read it?" Baba said, "Oh Shama, read it. I speak at random, and who believes me?" Then Shama read the letter, and Baba heard it attentively and said feelingly, "The Shet has gone mad. Write to him in reply that nothing is wanting in his house. Let him be content with the half loaf he has and not bother himself about lack." Shama sent the reply which Damu Anna was anxiously waiting for. After reading it, he found that all his hopes and prospects about lakhs of rupees as profit were dashed to the ground. He thought that he had done a mistake by consulting Baba. But as Shama has hinted in the reply that there was always much difference in seeing and hearing, and therefore he should come to Shirdi personally and see Baba, he thought it was advisable to go to Shirdi and consult Baba personally about the affair. So he went to Shirdi, saw Baba, prostrated himself before him, and sat shampooing his legs. He had no courage to ask Baba openly about the speculation, but he thought in his mind that it would be better if some share in the business should be assigned to Baba, and said in his mind that if Baba were to help him in this transaction, he would surrender some share of the profits to him. Damona was thus thinking secretly in his mind, but nothing was veiled from Baba. Everything past, present, and futures were clear to him. A child wants sweets, but his mother gives bitter pills. The former spoils his health while the latter improves it. So the mother, looking to the welfare of her infant, coaxes and gives bitter pills. Baba, kind mother as he was, knew the present and future prospects of his devotees, and therefore, reading Damu Anna's mind, he openly spoke to him. "Bapu, I do not want to be entangled in any such worldly things." On seeing Baba's disapproval, Damu Anna dropped the enterprise. Grain dealing. Then he thought of trading in rice, wheat, and other grains. Baba read this thought also and said to him, "You will be buying at 5 shares and selling at 7 shares a rupee." So this business was also given up. The rise in the prices of grain was kept up for some time, and Baba's prophecy seemed to be falsified. But in a month or two, there was abundant rain everywhere, and the prices suddenly fell down, and therefore those who stored grain suffered a severe losses. Damu Anna was saved from this fate. Needless to say that the cotton speculation, which was conducted by a broker with the help of another merchant, also collapsed with severe loss to the adventurers. After seeing that Baba had saved him from two severe losses in cotton and grain speculation, Damu Anna's faith in Baba grew stronger, and he remained a true devotee of Baba till his passing away. Amra Leela. Once a parcel of about 300 good mangoes was received at Shirdi. It was sent from Goa by one Mamlatdar named Rale to Saibaba in the name of Shama. When it was opened, all the mangoes were found to be in good condition. They were given in Shama's charge, and only four were retained and placed in the kolaba by Baba. He said, "These four fruits are for Damu Anna, let them lie there." This Damu Anna had three wives. According to his statement mentioned above, he had not three but two wives only. He had no issues. He consulted many astrologers and himself studied astrology to some extent and found that as there was a Papi planet in his horoscope, there was no prospect of any issue to him in his life. But he had great faith in Baba. When he went to Shirdi 2 hours after the receipt of the mango parcel for worshipping Baba, he said, "Though other people are looking for the mangoes, they are Damyas. He whose they are should eat and die." Damu Anna, on hearing these words, was first shocked, but on Malsapati explaining to him that death meant the death of ego, and to have it at Baba's feet was a blessing, Damu Anna said he could accept the fruits and eat them. But Baba said to him, Do not eat yourself, but give them to your younger wife. This Amra Leela will give her 4 sons and 4 daughters. This was done, and in due course it was found that Baba's word turned out to be true and not those of the astrologers. Baba's speech established its efficacy or greatness while he was living in the flesh, but it did seem the same even after his passing away. Baba said, "Believe me, though I pass away, my bones in my tomb would be speaking, moving, and communicating with those who would surrender themselves wholeheartedly to me. Do not be anxious that I would be absent from you. You will hear my bones speaking and discussing your welfare. But remember me always, believe in me heart and soul, and then you will be most benefited." Prayer. Hematpan closes his chapter with a prayer. O Sai Sadguru, the wish fulfilling tree of the Bhaktas, we pray, let us never forget and lose sight of your feet. We have been troubled with the ins and outs in the sansar. Now free us from this cycle of births and deaths. Restrain us from the outgoing of our senses to their objects and introvert us and bring us face to face with the Atma. As long as this outgoing tendency of the senses and the mind is not checked, there is no prospect of self realization. Neither son nor wife nor friend will be of any use in the end. It is only you who will give us salvation and bliss. Destroy completely our tendency for discussion and other evil matters. Let our tongue get a passion for chanting your name. Drive out our thoughts and make us forget our bodies and do away with our egoism. Make us ever remember your name and forget all other things. Remove the restlessness of our mind and make it steady and calm. If you just clasp us, the darkness of night of our ignorance will vanish, and we shall live happily in your light. That you made us drink the nectar of your leelas and have awakened us from our slumber is due to your grace and our store of merits in the past birth. Note, in this connection, the following extract from Damu Anna's statement mentioned above is worth perusal. Once when I sat at his feet along with many others, I had two questions in my mind and he gave answers to both. There are so many crowding to Baba, so they all get benefit from him? To this he replied orally, "Look at the mango tree in blossom. If all the flowers bore fruit, what a splendid crop it would be. But do they? Most fall off by wind, etc. Very few remain." The second question was about myself. If Baba were to pass away, how hopelessly adrift I would be, and how am I to fare then? To this Baba answered that he would be with me whenever and wherever I thought of him. This promise he kept up before 1918 and has kept up after 1918. He is still with me. He is still guiding me. This was about 1910, 1911 when brother separated from me and my sister died and there was a theft and police inquiry, all these incidents made me very disturbed. When my sister died, my mind was much upset. I did not care for life and enjoyments. When I went to Baba, he pacified me with his updesh and made me eat a feast of Puran Poli at Appa Kulkarni's house. There was theft in my house. A 30-year-old friend of mine stole my wife's jewelry box, including her auspicious nath. I wept before Baba's photo. The next day, the ma'am returned the jewel box and asked for pardon. Bow to Shri Sai, peace be to all.
Om Shri Sachidananda
Sachidananda
Sadguru
Sadguru Sainath
Sainath
Maharaj ki
Maharaj ki
jai.
jai. Rajeshwari, thank you, Sangeeta. Rajeshwari, are you there?
Yeah.
Hi.
Hi. Chapter 26. Stories of Bhaktapant, Harish Chandra Pitale, and 3 Gopal Ambaktakar. Preliminary. All the things that we see in the universe are nothing but a play of Maya, the creative power of the Lord. These things do not really exist. What really exists is the absolute. Just as we mistake a rope or a garland for a serpent, on account of darkness, we always see the phenomena, i.e. things, as they outwardly appear and not the gnomen, which underlies all visible things. It is only the Sadguru who opens the eyes of our understanding and enables us to see things in their true light and not as they appear. Let us therefore worship the Sadguru and pray to him to give us the true vision, which is nothing but God vision, in our worship. Hemat Pant had given us a novel form of worship. Let us, he says, use water in the form of tears of joy to wash the Sadguru's feet. Let us besmear his body with sandal paste of pure love. Let us cover his body with the cloth of true faith. Let us offer 8 lotus in the form of our 8 sattvic emotions and fruit in the form of our concentrated mind. Let us apply to his head the buka in the form of devotion and tie the waistband of bhakti and place our head at his feet. After decorating the Sadguru with all ornamentation this way, let us offer ourselves to him and wave chamar of devotion toward our feet. After such blissful worship, let us pray thus. Turn our mind inward, give us discrimination between the unreal and real, and non-attachment for all worldly things, and thus enable us to get self-realization. We surrender ourselves, body and soul, body consciences and ego to you. Make our eyes yours, so that we should never feel pleasure and pain. Control our body and mind as you wish. Let our mind rest at your feet. Now let us turn to the stories of this chapter. Bhaktapan. Once it so happened that a devotee by name Pant, a disciple of another guru, had the good fortune of visiting Shirdi. He had no mind to go to Shirdi, but man proposes one day and God disposes the other. He was traveling in a BB and CI railway train, where he met many friends bound for Shirdi. They all asked him to accompany him, and he could not say no. They all alighted to Mumbai, while Pant got down to Virar. Therefore, he took the permission of his group for the Shirdi trip, and after arranging for the expenses, he left with the party for Shirdi. They all reached the place in the morning and went to the masjid at about 11 a.m. On seeing the concourse of the devotees assembled for Baba's worship, they were all pleased, but Pant suddenly got a fit and fell senseless. They were all frightened. Still, they tried their best to revive his senses. With Baba's grace, after sprinkling water over his head, he regained his conscientiousness and sat upright as he had just awakened from sleep. The omniscient Baba, knowing that he was a disciple of another guru, assured him and confirmed his faith in his own guru by addressing him as follows. Come what may, leave not, but stick to your own bolster, support, i.e. guru, and ever remain steady with him. Pant at once knew the significance of this remark, and thus he was reminded of his guru. This kindness of Baba he never forgot in his life. Harish Chandra Pitale. There was a gentleman by the name Harish Chandra Pitale in Mumbai. He had a son who suffered from epilepsy. He tried many allopathic and Ayurvedic physicians, but there was no cure. There remained only one way of remedy, viz. According to the saints. It had been stated in chapter XV that Das Ganu, by its inimitable and splendid kirtans, spread the fame of Saibaba in the Mumbai presidency. Mr. Pitale heard some of these kirtans in 1910 and learned from the kirtans and others that Baba, with his touch and mere glance, cured many incurable diseases. Then a desire arose in his mind to see Baba. Making all preparations and taking offerings in fruit baskets, Mr. Pitale came to Shirdi with wife and children. He then went to the masjid with them, prostrated before Baba, and placed his sixth son at Baba's feet. No sooner did Baba see the child than an untoward thing happened. The son immediately revolved his eyes and fell down senseless. His mouth began to throw foam, and his whole body began to perspire profusely, and it seemed as if he was breathing his last. Seeing this, the parents became very nervous and upset. The boy used to get such fits very often, but this fit seemed to persist long. The tears began to flow ceaselessly from the mother's eyes, and she began to wail that her condition was like that of a person who became afraid of the robbers, ran into a house, which collapsed on him, or like a cow fearing a tiger, ran into the hands of a butcher, or like a traveler who, being tormented by the heat of the sun, went to take refuge under a tree, which fell upon him, or like a devout person going for worship into the temple, which collapsed upon him. Baba comforted her, saying, "Do not wail like this. Wait a bit. Have patience. Take the boy to your lodging. He'll come to his senses within a half an hour."
I think someone, the Hanuman's pad, can you please mute, please? Sorry, ma.
Do not wail like
Hanuman's iPad, can you please mute? Thank you. Yeah, go ahead, ma.
Do not wail like this. Wait a bit. Have patience. Take the boy to your lodgings. He will come to his senses within a half an hour. They did as directed by Baba and found that his words came true. As soon as he was taken into the Wada, the boy recovered, and all the Pitale family and others were very happy, and all their doubts disappeared. Then Mr. Pitale went with his wife to see Baba and prostrated himself before him very humbly and respectfully, and started shampooing his legs and mentally thanking Baba for all of his kind help. Baba then smilingly said, "Have not all your thoughts, doubts, and apprehensions calmed down now? Hari Lord will protect him now. Who has got faith and patience?" Mr. Pitale was a rich and well-to-do gentleman. He distributed sweetmeats on a large scale and offered to Baba excellent fruits and pan, beta leaves. Mrs. Pitale was a very pious lady, simple, loving, and faithful. She used to sit near the post, gazing at Baba with tears of joy flowing down from her eyes. Seeing her amicable and loving nature, Baba was much pleased with her. Like God, saints are always dependent on their devotees, who surrender and worship them with their heart and soul. After passing some happy days in Baba's company, the Pitale family came to the masjid to take Baba's leave to depart. Baba gave them udhi and blessings and called Mr. Pitale close to him and said, "Bapu, I'd given you 2 rupees before. Now I give you 3 rupees. Keep these in your shrine for worship and you will be benefited." Mr. Pitale accepted these as prasad, prostrated himself again before Baba and prayed for his blessings. A thought arose in his mind that, as this was his first visit to Shirdi, he could not understand what Baba meant when he said he had given 2 rupees previously. He was curious to have this mystery solved, but Baba kept silent. When Mr. Pitale returned to Mumbai, he narrated to his old mother all that had happened at Shirdi and the mystery about Baba's giving him 2 rupees earlier. The mother also did not understand the mystery, but thinking seriously about this, she was reminded of an old incident, which solved the mystery. She said to her son, "As you now went to Saibaba with your son, so had your father done, when he took you to Alakot for the darshan of Maharaj there many years ago. That Maharaj was also a siddha, perfect yogi, omniscient and gracious. Your father was devout, and his worship was accepted. He then gave your father 2 rupees for being kept in the shrine and worship. Your father worshipped them till his death, but thereafter the worship was neglected and the rupees were lost. After some years, the memory of these 2 rupees also disappeared, and now, as you were very fortunate, the Akalkot Maharaj had appeared to you in the form of Saibaba, just to remind you of your duties and worship to ward off all dangers. Now beware, henceforth leave all doubts and bad thoughts, follow your ancestors and go on worshipping the family gods and the rupees, and take pride in the blessing of the saints. Sai Samartha has kindly revived the spirit of bhakti in you. Cultivate it to your benefit." Hearing the remarks of his mother, Mr. Pitale was very much delighted. He came to know and was convinced about the all-pervasiveness of Baba and the significance of his darshan. Then onwards, he became very careful about his conduct. Mr. Ambaktikar. Mr. Gopal Narayanan Ambaktikar of Pune was a devotee of Baba. He served for 10 years in the Abkari department in the Thana district in Jawhar state, from where he had to retire. He tried to get some other job, but he did not succeed. He was overtaken by other calamities and his condition grew from bad to worse. He passed 7 years in this condition, visiting Shirdi every year and placing his grievance before Baba. In 1960, his plight became worse and he decided to commit suicide in Shirdi. So he came there with his wife and stayed there for 2 months. One night, while sitting in a bullock cart in front of Dikshit Wada, He resolved to end his life by throwing himself in the well close by. But Baba wished to do something else. A few paces from this place, there was a hotel, and its proprietor, Mr. Sugmun, a devotee of Baba, came out and accosted him thus: "Did you ever read Akalkot Maharaj's life?" Ambedkar took this book from Sagun and began to read it. Casually, or we may say provincially, he came across a story, which was to this effect: during the lifetime of Akalkot Maharaj, a certain devotee suffered very from much an incurable disease, and when he could no longer endure the agony and pain, he became desperate, and in order to end his miseries, threw himself one night into a well. Immediately the Maharaj came there and took him out with his own hands and advised him thus: "You must bear the fruit, good or bad, of your past actions. If it is incomplete, suicide won't help you. You have to take another birth and suffer again. So instead of killing yourself, why not suffer for some time and finish up the fruit of your past deeds and be done with it once and for all?" Reading this appropriate and timely story, Ambedkar was much surprised and moved. Had he not gotten to Baba's hint through the story, he would have been no more. On seeing Baba's all-pervasiveness and benevolence, his faith in him was confirmed, and he became a staunch devotee. His father was a devotee of Akalkot Maharaj, and Saibaba wanted him to walk in his father's footsteps and continue his devotion to him. He then got Saibaba's blessings, and his prospects began to improve. He studied astrology and gained proficiency in it, and thereby improved his luck. He was able to earn sufficient money and pass his later life in ease and comfort. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all.
Thank you. What's your name again?
Hitu.
Hitu. Thank you, Hitu. It's appreciate, young kids coming and joining the Parayanam. Om Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai. I guess Utpal is next.
Yes.
Chapter 27.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Chapter 27, favor shown by giving Bhagavad and Vishnu Shastra Naam, Dikshit Vitkal Vision, Gita Rasya, and Kapades. This chapter describes how Sai Baba favored his devotees by granting them religious books after he had touched and communicated them for Parayan, reading regularly, and certain other members. Preliminary: when a man takes a plunge into the sea, he gets the merit of bathing in all the tirths, sacred rivers. Similarly, when a man takes refuge at the feet of Sadguru, he gets the merit of bowing to Trinity, that is Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesh, and also Parabrahma. Victory be unto Sri Sai, the wish-fulfilling tree and the ocean of knowledge, who gives us self-realization. O Sai, create in us a reverence for your stories. Let the readers and audience devote them with the same relish with which the chatak bird drinks the water from the clouds and becomes happy. While listening to your stories, let them and their families get all the true and pious emotions. Let their bodies perspire, let their eyes be full of tears, let their breath be steady, let their minds be composed, let their heads stand on end, let them cry, sob, and quiver. Let their hostility vanish. When these things happen, that is a sign of the grace of Guru downing upon them. When these emotions grow in you, the Guru is most pleased and will certainly lead you on the path of self-realization. The best way, therefore, to get free from the shackles of Maya is our complete and wholehearted surrender to Baba. The Vedas cannot take you across the ocean of Maya. It is only the Sadguru who can do so and make you see the God in all creatures. Granting consecrated books. The various methods of imparting instructions followed by Baba have already been noticed in previous chapters. In this, we shall deal with one aspect of it. It was the habit of some devotees to take to Baba some religious books of which they wanted to make a special study and to receive the same book from him after they were touched and consecrated by him. While reading such books daily, they felt that Baba was with them. Once Kaka Mahajani came to Shirdi with a copy of Eknadi Bhagavad. Shama took this book to read in the masjid. There, Baba took it from him, touched it, and returned, and turning some pages here and there, gave it back to Shama and asked him to keep it with him. When Shama said that it belonged to Kaka and had to be returned to him, Uh, No, no, replied Baba. As I have given it to you, you better keep it. It will be of use to you. In this way, many books were entrusted to Shama. Kaka Mahajani, after a few days, came again with another copy of the same Bhagavati and gave it in Baba's hand. Then Baba gave it back as prasad and asked him to preserve it well and assured him that it would stand him in good stead. Kaka accepted it with reverence. Shama and Vishnu Shastranam. Shama was very intimate devotee of Baba, and Baba wanted to favor him in particular way by giving him a copy of Vishnu Shastranam as prasad. This was done in the following way. Once a Ramadasi, follower of Saint Ramdas, came to Shirdi and stayed there for some time. The routine he followed daily was as follows. He got up early in the morning, washed his face, bathed, and then, after wearing saffron colored clothes and besmearing himself with sacred Shastranam, a book giving 1,000 names in praise of Vishnu, and held second in importance to Bhagavad Gita and Adhyatma Ramayana, historic version of Rama's story, with faith. He read these books very often. After some days, Baba thought of favoring and initiating Shama with Vishnu Shastranam. He therefore called the Ramdasi to him and said to him that he was suffering from intense stomach pain, and unless he took Senamukhi, a mild purgative drug, the pain would not stop. So he should please go to the bazaar and and bring the drug. Ramdasi closed his book and went to the bazaar. Then Baba came from his seat to Ramdasi's place of reading the book and took out the copy of Vishnu Sahasranam. And after coming back to his seat, said to Shama, Shama, this book is very valuable and efficacious, so I present it to you. You read it. Once I suffered intensely, and my heart began to palpitate, and my life was in danger. At that critical moment, I hugged this book to my heart, and then Shama, what a relief it gave me. I thought that Allah Himself came down and saved me. So I give this to you. Read it slowly, little by little. Read daily once, one name at least, and it will give you good. Shama replied that he did not want it, and that the owner of it, the Ramdasi, who was a bad-tempered, obstinate, and irritable fellow, would certainly pick up a quarrel with him. Besides being a rustic himself, he could not read distinctly the Sanskrit, Devanagari script text of the book. Sama thought that Baba wanted to set him up against the Ramdasi by this act of his, but he had no idea what Baba felt for him. Baba must have thought to tie this necklace of Vishnu Shastranam around the neck of Shama, as he was an intimate devotee. Though a rustic, and thus save him from the miseries of worldly existence, the efficacy of God's name is well known. It saves us from all sins and bad tendencies, free us from the cycle of birth and death. There is no easier sadhana than this. It is the best purifier of our mind. It requires no paraphernalia and no restrictions. It is so easy and so effective. This sadhana Baba wanted Shama to practice through, though he did not crave for it. So Baba forced this on him. It is also reported that long ago, Eknath Maharaj similarly forced this Vishnu Sahasranam on a poor Brahmin neighbor and thus saved them. The reading and study of this Vishnu Sahasranam is broad open when way of purifying the mind here. Baba thrusted this on his devotee Shama. Om Jai Satchidanand Sadguru Sainath Maharaj.
Maharaj ki jai.
The Ramdasi returned soon with the senapods. Anna Chinchnikar, who was then present and wanted to play the part of Narad, the celestial rishi, who was well known for setting up confrontations between gods and demons and vice versa, informed him of what had happened. The Ramdasi at once fled up. He came down at once on Shama with full fury. He said that it was Shama who set Baba to send him away under the pretext of stomach ache and thus took away the book. He began to scold and abuse Shama and remarked that if the book was not written, he would dash his head. Shama calmly remonstrated with him, but in vain. Then Baba spoke kindly to him as follows: "O Ramdasi, what is the matter with you? Why are you so turbulent? Is not Shama our boy? Why do you scold him unnecessarily? How is it that you are so quarrelsome? Can you not speak softly and hear words? You read this sacred books daily and still your mind is agitated and your
This is me.
uncontrolled. What sort of a Ramadasi are you? You ought to be indifferent to all things. It is not strange that you should possess this book so strongly. A true Ramadasi should have no mamta attachment, but have equality towards all. You you are now quarreling with Shama for a mere book. Go take your seat. Books can be had in plenty with money, but not men. Think well and be considerate. What worth is your book? Shama had no concern with it. It too I took it up myself and gave it to him. You know it by heart. I thought Shama might read it and benefit thereby, and so I gave it to him. How sweet were these words of Baba, soft, tender, and nectar-like. Their effect was wonderful. The Ramdasi calmed down and said to Shama that he would take Panchratni Gita in return. Shama was much pleased and said, "Why one? I shall give 10 copies in return." So the matter was ultimately settled. The question for consideration is, why should the Ramadasi press for Pancharatna Gita, Ratni Gita, a book for which he never cared to know, and why should he, who daily read religious books in the masjid in front of Baba, quarrel with Shama before him? We do not know how to apportion the blame and whom to blame. We only say that had this incident not happened, the importance of the subject, the efficacy of God's name, and the significance of Vishnu Sahasranam would not have been brought home to Shama. So we see that Baba's method of teaching and initiating was unique. In this case, Shama did gradually study the book and mastered its contents to such an extent that he was able to explain it to Professor G. Chinarke, MA in the College of Engineering, Pune, the son-in-law of Shriman Bhuti and the devotee of Baba. Vittal vision. One day, while Kaka Sahib Dikshit was in meditation after his morning bath in his vada at Shirdi, he saw a vision of Vittal. When he went to see Baba afterwards, Baba asked him, "Did Vittal Patil come? Did you not see him? He is very elusive. Hold him fast, otherwise he will give you the slip and run away." Then at noon, a certain hawker came there with 20 or 25 pictures of Vittal of Pandharpur for sale. Mr. Dikshit was surprised to see that the form of Vittal he saw in his meditation exactly tallied with that in the picture, and he was also reminded of Baba's words. He therefore bought one picture most willingly and kept it in his shrine for worship. Gita Rahasya. Baba always loved those who studied Brahma Vidya, metaphysics, and encouraged them. To give an instance, once Bapu Sahib Jog received a post parcel. It contained a copy of Gita Rahasya by Lokmanya Tilak. Taking it under his armpit, he came to the masjid and prostrated before Baba. When the parcel fell at Baba's feet, Baba inquired what it was. It was opened then and there, and the book was placed in Baba's hand. He turned some pages here and there for a few minutes, and took out a rupee from his pocket, placed it on the book, and handed the same with the rupee to Jog and said to him, "Read this completely, and you will be benefited." Mr. and Mrs. Kharpade. Let us close this chapter with a description of the Kharpades. Once Dada Sahib Kharpade came with his family and lived in Shirdi for some months. The diary of his stay has been published in English in Sri Sai Lila magazine, one volume. Dada Sahib was not an ordinary man. He was the affluent and the most famous advocate of Amravati Barar and was a member of the Council of State, Delhi. He was intelligent and a very good speaker. Still, he dared not open his mouth before Baba. Most devotees spoke and argued with Baba off and on, but only three, Vaisa Kharpade, Nulkar, and Bhuti, kept always silent. They were meek, modest, humble, and good natured. Dada Sahib who was able to expound Panchadashi, well-known Sanskrit treatise on the Advait philosophy by the famous Vidyanarayan to others. Uttered no word. When he came to the masjid before Baba, a man, however, learned he may be even in Vedas, fades away before one who has realized Brahma and becomes one with it. Learning cannot stand before self-realization. Dada Sahib stayed for 4 months, but Mrs. Karpade stayed for 7. Both were highly pleased with their Shirdi's stay. Mrs. Karpade was faithful and devout and loved Baba deeply. Even every noon she brought Naivedya herself to the masjid, and after it was accepted by Baba, she used to return and take her meals. On seeing her steady and firm devotion, Baba wanted to exhibit it to others. One noon, she brought a dish containing sanza, wheat pudding, puris, rice, soap, and case, sweet rice, and other sundry articles to the masjid. Baba, who usually waited for hours, got up at once, went up to his seat, and removing the cover from the dish, began to partake of the things zealously. Shama then asked him, "Why this partiality? At times you throw away dishes of others and do not care to look at them, but this appeals to you earnestly. Why is the dish brought by this lady so sweet?" This intrigues us. Baba then explained, "This food is really extraordinary. In former birth, this lady was a merchant's fat cow yielding much milk. Then she disappeared and took birth in a gardener's family. Then in a Kshatriya family and married a merchant. Then she was born in a Brahmin family. I saw her after a very long time. Let me take some sweet morsels of love from her dish." After saying this, Baba did full justice to her dish, washed his mouth and hands, bled out as he was fully satisfied, and resumed his seat. Then she bowed down and began to shampoo Baba's leg, and he began to talk with her and knead her arms, which were shampooing his legs. On seeing this reciprocal service, Shama began to joke and said, "It is going on well. It is a wonderful sight to see God and his bhakta serving each other." After being pleased with her sincere service, Baba asked her in a low and fascinating tone to chant Raja Ram, then and always, and said, "If you do this, your life's object will be achieved. Your mind will attain peace and you will be immensely benefited." To person unfamiliar with spiritual matters, this might appear as a polite gesture, but really it was not so. It was a case of what is technically called Shaktipat, that is transference of power from the guru to the disciple. How effective were Baba's words? In an instant, they pierce her heart and remain there. This case illustrates the nature of the relations that should subsist between the guru and the disciple. Both should love and serve each other as one. There is no distinction, nor any difference between them. Both are one, and one cannot live without the other. The disciple placing his head at the Guru's feet is a gross or outward vision. Really and internally, they are both one and the same. Those who see any difference between them are yet unripe and not perfect. Bo to Shri Sai, peace be to all.
Om Shri
Shri
Bolo
Sachidanand.
Shri Sachidanand Sadguru Sainath
Sainath
Maharaj
Maharaj
ki
ki
jai.
jai.
Usha and Sunil, you can start with the chapter 28 now.
Okay, can start. They will.
Jai Sairam. Sparrows drawn to Shirdi. Preliminary. Sai is not finite or limited. He dwells in all beings, from ants and insects to the gods Brahma. He pervades all. Sai was well versed in the knowledge of the Vedas as well as in the science of self realization. As he was proficient in both of these, he was well fitted to be Sadguru. Anyone, though learned but not able to awaken the disciples and establish them in self realization, does not deserve to be called a Sadguru. Generally, the worldly parents give birth to the body, but death invariably follows life. But Sadguru does away with both life and death, and so he is more kind and merciful than anybody. Saibaba often said, "Let his man, the devotee, be at any distance 1,000 miles away from him. He will be drawn to Shirdi like a sparrow with a thread tied to its feet. This chapter describes the stories of three such sparrows. Lala Lakshmichan. This gentleman was first serving in the Sri Venkateshwara Press in Mumbai, then in the railway department, and afterwards in the firm of Mrs. Raleigh Brothers and Co. as a munshi, the clerk. He came in Baba's contact in 1910. 1 or 2 months before Christmas, he saw in his dream a Santa Cruz, a suburb of Mumbai, an old man with a beard, standing and surrounded by his bhaktas. A few days later, he went to his house. He went to the house of his friend, Mr. Dattatreya Manjunath Bijar, to hear the Kirtan by Daskanu. It was and is always the practice of Daskanu to keep Baba's picture in front of the audience while doing the Kirtan. Lakshmi Chand was surprised to see that the features of the old man he saw in his dream tallied exactly with those in the picture, and thus he came to the conclusion that the old man he saw in his dream was Saibaba himself. The sight of this picture, Das Ganu's Kirtan, and the life of the Saint Tukaram, on which Das Ganu discoursed, all these things made a deep impression on his mind, and he decided to go to Shirdi. It is always the experience of the bhaktas. The God always helps them in their search for Sadguru and other spiritual endeavors. That very night, a friend named Shankar Rao knocked at his door and asked him whether he would accompany him to Shirdi. His joy knew no bounds, and he at once decided to go to Shirdi. He borrowed 15 rupees from his cousin, and after making due preparations, left for Shirdi. In the train, he and his friend Shankara did some bhajan, sang religious songs, and inquired about Sai Baba with some fellow passengers. Four Mohammedans who were returning to their place near Shirdi. They all told them that Sai Baba was a great saint living in Shirdi for many years. When they reached Kopargaon, he wanted to buy some good govas as offering to Baba. But he was so wrapped in the scenery and sights there that he forgot to purchase them. When they were nearing Shirdi, he was reminded of the govas. Just then he saw an old woman with a gova basket on her head running after the tanga. The tanga was stopped, and he gladly purchased some fruits, which when the woman said, "Take all the rest and offer them on my behalf to Baba." The fact that he had intended to purchase govas but had forgotten to do so, the old woman's encounter and her devotion to Baba, all these were a pleasant surprise to both the friends, and Lakshmi Chand thought in his mind that the old woman might be some relation of the old man he saw in his dream. Then they drove on and came near Shirdi, and on seeing flags of the masjid, they saluted them. With puja materials in hand, they went to the masjid and worshipped Baba with due ritual. Lakshmi Chand was much moved and was extremely happy to see Baba. He wrapped himself around with Baba's feet as a bee with a sweet-smelling lotus. Then Baba spoke as follows: "Cunning fellows, he does some bhajan on the way and inquires from others, why ask others? Everything we should see with our own eyes. Where is the necessity to question others? Just think for yourself whether your dream is true or not. Where was the necessity of the darshan by taking the loan from a Marwari? Is the heart's desire now satisfied?" Hearing these words, Lakshmi Chand was wonderstruck at Baba's omniscience. He was at a loss to know that about how Baba came to know about all the things that had happened en route from his house to Shirdi. The chief thing to note in this respect is that Baba never liked people to borrow or take loan for his darshan or celebrating any holiday or making any pilgrimage. Sanza. At noon, when Lakshmi Chand was sitting for meals, he got some sanza, the wheat pudding, from a devotee as prasad. He was pleased to have it. Next day also he expected it, but got nothing. So he was anxious to get it again. Then on the third day at the noon Aarti time, Bapu Sahib Jog asked Baba what Naivedya he should bring. Baba told him to bring sanza. Then the bhaktas brought 2 big potfuls of sanza. Lakshmi Chand was very hungry and there was some pain in his back. Then Baba said to him, "It is good that you are hungry. Take sanza and some medicine for the pain in the back." He was again wonderstruck to see that Baba again read his mind and spoke out what was passing therein. How omniscient was he? Evil eye. During this visit, Lakshmi Chand also witnessed one night the procession to the Chavdi. Baba then suffered much from cough. He thought that this suffering of Baba might be due to somebody's evil eye. Next morning, when he went to the masjid, Baba spoke to Shama as follows: "I suffered last night from cough. Is it due to some evil eye? I think that somebody's evil eye has worked on me, and so I am suffering." In this case, Baba spoke out what was going on in the mind of Lakshmi Chand. On seeing these proofs of Baba's omniscience and kindness to his bhaktas, he he fell prostrate at Baba's feet and said, I am much blessed with your darshan. Ever be kind and merciful to me and protect me always. There is no other God to me in this world except you. Let my mind be ever wrapped in your bhajan and feet. Let your grace protect me from the miseries of the world, and let me ever chant your name and be happy. After getting Baba's Sudhi and blessings, he returned home with his friend, much pleased and contented, and was singing Baba's glory on the way. He remained a staunch devotee of Baba then onwards and always sent garlands of flowers, camphor, and dakshina with any person of his acquaintance bound for Shirdi. Baranpur lady. Now, let us turn to another sparrow. One lady in Burhanpur saw in her dream Saibaba coming to her door and begging khichdi, rice cooked with dal and salt for his meals. On waking up, she saw nobody at her door. However, she was pleased with the vision and told it to all, including her husband. He was employed in the postal department, and when he was transferred to Akola, both husband and wife, who were devout persons, decided to go to Shirdi. Then, on a suitable day, they left for Shirdi, and after visiting Gomati Tirth on the way, reached Shirdi and stayed there for 2 months. Every day, they went to the masjid, worshipped Baba, and passed their time happily. The couple came to Shirdi to offer khichdi as naivedya, but for the first 14 days, somehow or other, it could not be offered. The lady did not like this delay or tardiness. Then on the 15th day, she came at noon to the masjid with her khichdi. There she found that Baba and others were already sitting for meals and that the curtain was down. Nobody dared enter in the inn when the curtain was down, but the lady could not wait. She lifted up the curtain and entered. Strange to say that Baba seemed that day hungry for khichdi and wanted that thing first. And when the lady came in with the dish, Baba was delighted and began to eat morsel after morsel of khichdi. On seeing the earnestness of Baba in this respect, everybody was wonderstruck, and those who heard the story of khichdi were convinced about his extraordinary love for his devotees. Jai Sai Ram.
Megha. Now let us go to the third sparrow. Megha of Virangaon was a simple and a illiterate Brahmin cook of Rao Bahadur H.V. Sathe. He was a devotee of Shiva and always chanted the five-syllabled mantra Namah Shivaya. He did not know the Sandhya nor its chief mantra, the Gayatri. Rao Bahadur Sathe was interested in him, taught him the Sandhya and the Gayatri. Sathe told him that Saibaba of Shirdi was the embodied from the god Shiva and made him start for Shirdi. At Bharuch railway station, he learned that Sai Baba was a Muslim, and his simple and orthodox mind was much perturbed at the prospect of bowing down to a Muslim, and he prayed to his master not to send him there. His master, however, insisted on his going there and gave him a letter of introduction. Introduction to his Sathe, father-in-law. Ganesh Damodar alias Dada Kelkar at Shirdi to introduce him to Sai Baba. When he reached Shirdi and went to the masjid, Baba was very indignant and would not allow him to enter. Kick out the rascal, roared Baba, and then said to Megha, You are a high caste Brahmin and I am a low Muslim. You will lose your caste by coming here. Just get away. On hearing these words, Megha began to tremble. He was wondering as to how Baba had come to know about what was passing in his mind. He stayed there for some days, serving Baba in his own way, but was not convinced. Then he went home and then to Triambak, Nasik district, and stayed there for a year and a half. Then again he returned to Shirdi, this time at the intercession of Dada Kelkar, he was allowed to enter the masjid and stay in Shirdi. Sai Baba's help to Megha was not through any oral instruction. He worked upon Megha internally, mentally, with the result that he was considerably changed and benefited. Then Megha began to look upon Sai Baba as an incarnation of Shiva. In order to worship Shiva, Bale leaves are required, and Megha used to go miles and miles every day to bring them and worship his Shiva Baba. His practice was to worship all the deities in the village and then come to the masjid. And after saluting Baba's Gadi Asan, he worshipped Baba, and after doing some service, shampooing his legs, drank the washing teeth of Baba's feet. Once it so happened that he came to the masjid without worshipping Kandoba. As the door of the temple was closed, Baba did not accept his worship and sent him back again, saying that the door was open then. Megha went, found the doors open, worshipped the deity, and then returned to Baba as usual. Ganges bath. On one Makara Sankranti day, Megha wanted to besmear the body of Baba with sandal paste and bathe him with Ganges water. Baba was first unwilling to undergo this, but at his repeated request, he consented Megha and had to traverse a distance of 8 kos, going and returning to bring the sacred water from Godavari river. He brought the water to bring the sacred water from the Godavari river. He brought the water, made all preparation for the bath at noon, and asked Baba to get ready for the same. Then Baba again asked him to be spared from this bath, saying that as a fakir he had nothing to do with Ganges water. But Megha did not listen to him. He knew that Shiva is pleased with Abhishek, sacred bath, on that auspicious day. Baba then consented, came down and sat on a wooden board, and projecting his head, said, "O Megha, do at least this favor. Head is the most important organ of the body. So pour the water over that only. It is equivalent to the whole bath." "All right," said Megha, and lifting the water pot up, began to pour it on the head. But in doing this, he was so much overwhelmed with the love that he cried out, "Har Har Gange, hail goddess Gange," and emptied the pot on the whole body. He kept the post aside and began to look at Baba, but to his surprise and amazement, he found that only Baba's head was drenched while the body quite dry. Trident and pinned. Megha worshipped Baba at two places in the masjid. He worshipped Baba in person and in the Wada. Baba's big picture given by Nana Sahib Chandorkar. This he did for 12 months. Then, in order to appreciate his devotion and confirm his faith, Baba gave him a vision one morning when Megha was still lying down on his bed with the eyes closed but internally awake. He saw clearly Baba's form. Baba, knowing him to be awake, threw akshata, rice grains marked red with kumkum, and said, "Megha, draw a trident," and disappeared. Hearing Baba's words, he eagerly opened his eyes. Saw no Baba there, but only rice grains spread here and there. He then went to Baba, told him about the vision, and asked permission to draw trident. Baba said, "Did you not hear my words asking you to draw trident? It was no vision, but direct order. My words are always pregnant with meaning and never hollow. Megha said, I thought you woke me up, but all the doors were closed, so I was doubtful and thought it to be a vision. Baba rejoined, I require no door to enter. I have no form. I always live everywhere. As a wire puller, I carry on all the actions of the man who trusts me and merges in me. Megha returned to the Vada and drew a red trident on the wall near Baba's picture. Next day, a Ramadasi Bhakta came from Pune, saluted Baba, and offered him Pindi, a phallic image of Shiva. At this time, Megha also turned up there. Baba said to him, see, Shankar has come, protect, that is, worship him now. Megha was pleasantly surprised to see Pindi. Also in the Vada, Kaka Sahib Dikshit was standing with a towel on his head after having taken his bath and was remembering Saibaba. When he saw a pindi in his mental vision, while he was wondering about this, Megha came and showed him the pindi presented to him by Baba. Dikshit was happy to know that the pindi exactly tallied with the one he saw a few minutes before in his vision. In a few days after the drawing of the trident was complete, Baba installed the pindi near the big picture which Megha was worshipping. The worship of Shiva was dear to Megha, and by the drawing of the trident and the installation of the pindi, Baba confirmed his faith therein. After continuous service of Baba for many years, doing regular worship and arati every noon and evening, Megha passed away in 1912. Then Baba passed his hands over his mortal remains and said, this was a true devotee of mine. Baba also ordered that at his own expense the funeral dinner should be given to the Brahmins, and this order was carried out by Kaka Sahib Dikshit. Bow to Sri Sai. Peace be to all. Samartha Sadguru Sri Sainath Maharaj
Maharaj
ki
ki
jai.
jai. Thanks, Usha and Sunil. Next is Savita, chapter 29.
Yes, I'm here. Chapter 29. This chapter describes the interesting and wonderful stories of Saibaba. Chennai Bhajni Mela. It was the year of 1916 when a Chennai Bhajni Mela started on the pilgrimage to the holy cities of Benares. The party consisted of a man, his wife, daughter, and sister-in-law. Unfortunately, their names are not mentioned. On the way, the party heard that there lived in Shirdi, Ahmednagar district, the great saint named Saibaba, who was God realized and who was very generous and distributed money every day to his bhaktas and skillful persons who went and showed their talent there.
A lot of money in the form of dakshina was collected daily by Saibaba, and out of this amount, he gave daily 1 rupee to a 3-year-old girl, Amni, the daughter of Bhakta Kandoji, and rupees 2 to 5 to some, rupees 6 to Jamali, the mother of Amni, and rupees 10 to 20 or even rupees 50 to other bhaktas, as he pleased. On hearing all this, the party came to Shirdi and stayed there. The Mela did very good bhajan and sang very good songs, but inwardly they desired money. 3 of the party were full of avarice, but the lady or mistress was of a very different nature. She had regard and love for Baba. Once it so happened that when the noon-day aarti was going on, Baba was much pleased with her faith and devotion and gave her vision of her Ishta, deity. To her, Baba appeared as Sitanath, while to others, the usual Sainath. On seeing her beloved deity, she was very much moved. Tears began to flow from her eyes and she clapped her hands in joy. The people began to wonder at her joyful mood, but were not able to guess its cause. Late in the afternoon, she disclosed everything to her husband. She told him how she saw Sri Ram in Saibaba. He thought that she was a very simple and devout woman, and her seeing Ram might be a creation of her mind. He ignored her, saying that it was not possible that she alone should see Ram while they all saw Saibaba there. She did not resent this remark, as she was fortunate enough to get Ram Darshan as and when her mind was calm and composed and free from avyas. Wonderful vision. Things were going on like this when the husband got a strange vision in his dream one night. He was in a big city. The police there had arrested him, tied his hands with a rope, and put him in a cage. As the police were tightening the grip, he saw Sai Baba standing quite outside near the cage. On seeing Baba so close, he said in a plaintive tone, "After hearing your fame, I resorted to your feet. Then why should a calamity befall me when you are standing here in person?" Baba said, "You must suffer the consequences of your action." He said, "I have not done anything in this life which would bring such a misfortune on me." Baba said, "If not in this life, you must have committed some sin in your past life." He replied, "I do not know anything of my past life, but assuming that I did commit some sin then, why should it not be burned and destroyed in your present, as happens to dry grass before the fire?" "Baba, have you got such faith?" Yes. Baba then asked him to close his eyes. No sooner did he shut them than he heard a thumping sound of something falling down, and after opening his eyes, he saw that he was free and the police fallen down, bleeding. Being much frightened, he began to look at Baba, who said, "Now you are well caught. Officers will now come and arrest you." Then he begged, "There is no other savior except you. Save me somehow." Then Baba again asked him to close his eyes. He did so, and when he opened them, again he saw that he was free out of the cage and that Baba was by his side. He then fell at Baba's feet. Baba then asked him, "Is there any difference between this namaskar and your previous ones? Think well and then reply." He said, "There is a lot of difference. My former namaskaras were offered with the object of getting money from you, but the present namaskar is an offer to you as God. Besides, earlier I thought resentfully that you, being a Mohammedan, were spoiling us the Hindus. Baba, do you not believe in your mind in Mohammedan gods?" He said, "No." Then Baba said, "Have you not got a panja in your house and do not worship the same in Tabu, that is Muharram festival? Also, there is in your house another deity by name Kadbibi, whom you propitiate and appease on marriage occasions and other festivals. Is it not so?" He admitted all this. Then Baba said, "What more do you want?" Then a desire arose in his mind to get the darshan of his Guru Ramdas. When Baba asked him to turn back, and when
ఇది వీడియో షేర్ చేయాలంటే ఇప్పుడు బై డిఫాల్ట్
when he turned around, lo, Ramdas was in front of him. No sooner did he bend to fall at his feet, Guru Ramdas vanished. Then he inquisitively asked Baba, "You look old. Do you know your age?" Baba, "What do you say? I'm old? Just race with me and see." On saying this, Baba began to run and he too followed. Baba disappeared in the dust raised by his footsteps while running, and at that moment, man awoke. After waking up, he began to think seriously about the dream vision. His mental attitude was completely changed and he realized the greatness of Baba. After this, his doubting tendencies disappeared and true devotion to Baba's feet descended on his mind. The vision was a mere dream, but the questions and answers therein were most significant and interesting. Next morning, when all assembled in the masjid for the arti, Baba gave him as prasad 2 rupees worth of sweetmeats and also 2 rupees from his pocket and blessed him. He made him stay there for a few more days and gave him his blessings, saying, "Allah will give you plenty and he will do you all good." He did not get more money there, but he got far better things. Baba's blessings, which stood him in good stead all along. The party got plenty of money afterwards, and their pilgrimage was successful as they did not suffer any trouble or inconvenience during their journey. They all returned home thinking of Baba's words and blessings and the Anand they experienced by his grace. This story illustrates one of the methods which Baba followed in some cases to improve and reform his devotees. Tendulkar family. There lived in Bandra a Tendulkar family. All the members of which were devoted to Baba. Mrs. Savitribai Tendulkar has published a Marathi book named Sri Sainath Bhajan Mala containing 800 abhangas and padas, describing the Leelas of Baba. It is a book worth reading by those who are interested in Baba. The son Baba Tendulkar was studying hard day and night and wanted to appear for the medical examination. He consulted some astrologers. On examining his horoscope, they told him that the stars were not favorable that year. Should I continue?
Shrija, are you there? Shrija? Continue till we find out. Yes?
Okay.
Yeah. Hello.
Hi, Shrija, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Thanks, Savita. And what was your son's name?
What's your name?
Arush.
Arush. Thank you so much.
Thank
And
you.
God bless you.
Thank you. Om
Om
Saidham.
Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai. Go ahead, Shrija.
So where do I start? On examining his horoscope, or should I start?
Tendulkar family. You can start from there.
There lived in Bandra, a suburb of Bombay, a Tendulkar family, all the members of which were devoted to Baba. Mrs. Savitribai Tendulkar has published a Marathi book named Sri Sainath Bhajan Mala containing 800 abhangas and padas, describing the Leelas of Baba. It is a book worth reading by those who are interested in Baba. The son, Babu Tendulkar, was studying hard day and night and wanted to appear for the medical examination. He consulted some astrologers. On examining his horoscope, they told him that the stars were not favorable that year and that he should appear for the examination next year, when he would be certainly successful. This cast a gloom over him and made him restless. A few days afterwards, his mother went to Shirdi and saw Baba. Amongst other things, she mentioned the gloom and morose condition of her son, who was to appear for the examination in a few days. On hearing this, Baba said to her, "Tell your son to believe in me, to throw aside horoscopes and predictions of astrologers and palmists, and go on with his studies. Let him appear for the examination with a calm mind. He is sure to pass his year. Ask him to trust in me and not to get disappointed." The mother returned home and communicated Baba's message to his son. Then he studied hard and in due course appeared for the examination. In the written papers, he did well, but being overwhelmed by doubts, he thought that he would not secure sufficient marks for passing. So he did not care to appear for the oral examination, but the examination was after him. He sent word through a fellow student stating that he had passed in the written examination and that he would appear for the oral. The son, being thus encouraged, appeared for the oral examination and was successful in both. Thus, he got through the examination that year successfully. By Baba's grace, though the stars were against him, it is to be noted here that doubts and difficulties surround us just to move us and confirm our faith. We are tested as it were. If we only hold on steadily to Baba with full faith and continue our endeavors, our efforts will be ultimately crowned with success. The father of this boy, Raghunath Rao, was serving in some foreign mercantile firm in Bombay. As he grew old, he was not able to attend to his work properly, and so he had to take leave and rest. As he did not improve during the period of leave, a further extension of the leave or retirement from service was inevitable. The chief manager of this firm decided to retire him on pension, as he was an old and a reliable servant. The question regarding the amount of pension to be given was under consideration. He was getting rupees 150 PM, and his pension, that is half the amount, was rupees 75, would not be enough to meet the expenses of the family. So they were all anxious about this matter. 15 days passed. 15 days before the final settlement, Baba appeared to Mrs. Tendulkar in her dream and said, "I wish that rupees 100 should be paid, settled as pension." "Will this satisfy you?" She replied, "Baba, why ask me this? We fully trust in you. Though Baba said rupees 100, still he gave rupees 10 more, that is rupees 110, as a special case. Such wonderful love and care did Baba exhibit for his bhaktas. Captain Hattie. Captain Hattie was staying in Bikaner, was a great devotee of Baba. Once Baba appeared to him in his dream and said, "Did you forget me?" Hattie then immediately held Baba's feet and replied, "If a child forgets his mother, how could he be saved?" Then Hattie went into the garden and took out fresh walpapadi vegetables and arranging Shiddha, ghee, wheat flour, and dal, etc. And Dakshina was about to offer all this to Baba when he was awakened and came to know that the whole thing was a dream. Then he decided to send all these things to Baba at Shirdi. When he came to Gwalior, some days afterwards, he sent rupees 12 by money order to a friend with instructions that rupees 2 should be spent in buying Shiddha articles and Valpapadi vegetables, and those should be offered to Baba with rupees 10 as Dakshina. The friend went to Shirdi and purchased the things mentioned, but Valpapadi was not available. In a short time, a woman turned up with a basket on her head, which curiously enough contained the vegetables. It was purchased, and then all the things were offered to Baba on behalf of Captain Hattie. Mrs. Nimankar prepared the Naivedya, rice and Valpapadi vegetables, next day and offered the same to Baba. All the people are surprised to see Baba while dining took and ate Valpapadi and did not touch rice and other things. Hate's joy knew no bound when he heard of this from his friend. Consecrated rupee. My husband will read.
Saidham. At another time, Captain Hathe wished that he should have in his house a rupee consecrated by Baba with his touch. He came across a friend who was bound for Shirdi through him. Hathe sent his rupee. The friend went to Shirdi and after the usual salutation, gave first his dakshina, which Baba pocketed. Then he gave Hathe's rupee, which Baba took in his hand and began to stare at it. He held it in front, tossed it up with his right thumb, and played with it. Then he said to his friend, "Return this to the owner with the prasad of Udi. Tell him that I want nothing from him. Ask him to live in peace and contentment." The friend returned to Gwalior, handed over the consecrated rupee to Hathe, and told him all that happened at Shirdi. This time Hathe was much pleased and realized that Baba always encouraged good thoughts, and he wished intently. Baba fulfilled the same accordingly. Vaman Narvekar. Now let the readers hear a different story. A gentleman named Vaman Narvekar loved Baba very much. He once brought a rupee. On one side of it were engraved the figures of Rama, Lakshman, and Sita, and on the other side was engraved the figure of Maruti with folded hands. He offered it to Baba with the hope that he should consecrate it with his touch and return it to him with Udi. But Baba immediately pocketed it. Then Shama spoke to Baba regarding Vaman Rao's intention and requested him to return it. Then Baba spoke in the presence of Vaman Rao as follows: "Why should it be returned to him? We should keep it ourselves. If he gives rupees 25 for it, it will be returned." Then for the sake of that rupee, Vaman Rao collected rupees 25 and placed them before Baba. Then Baba said, "The value of that rupee far exceeds 25 rupees. Shama, take this rupee, leave us have it in our store, keep this in your shrine and worship it." No one had the courage to ask Baba why he followed this particular action. He only knows what is best and most suitable to each and all. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all.
Bolo Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai.
Jai.
Yeah, Shravanti, you can start with the chapter.
Thank
13.
you. Chapter 13, Drawn to Shirdi. Kakaji Vaidya of Vani, Punjabi Ramlal of Bombay. In this chapter, the story of two more devotees that were drawn to Shirdi is narrated. Preliminary. Bow to the kind Sai, who is the abode of mercy and who is affectionate towards his devotees. By his mere darshan, he does away with their fear of the bhava, sansar, and destroys their calamities. He was first nirgun, formless, but on account of the devotion of his bhaktas, he was obliged to take a form.
To give liberation, self-realization to the bhaktas is the mission of the saints and for Sai, the chief of them. That mission is inevitable. Those who take refuge in his feet have all their sins destroyed and their progress is certain. Remembering his feet, Brahmins from holy places come to him and read scriptures and chant the Gayatri mantra in his presence. He who are weak We who are weak and without any merits do not know what bhakti is, but we know this much, that though all others may leave us, Sai won't forsake us. Those whom he favors get enormous strength, discrimination between the unreal and the real and knowledge. Sai knows fully the desire of his devotees and fulfills the same. Hence, they get what they want and are grateful. So we invoke him and prostrate ourselves before him. Forgetting all our faults, let him free us from all anxieties. He who, being overcome with calamities, remembers and prays Sai thus, will get his mind calmed and pacified through his grace. This Sai, the ocean of mercy, says Hemad Pant favored him, and the result of this is the present work, Sai Satcharya. Otherwise, what qualifications had he and who would undertake this enterprise? But as Sai took all the responsibility, Hemad Pant felt no burden nor any care about this. When the powerful light of knowledge was there to inspire his speech and pen, why should he entertain any doubt or feel any anxiety? Sai got the service in the form of this book done by him. This is due to the accumulation of his merits in the past births, and therefore he thinks himself fortunate and blessed. The following story is not a mere tale, but pure nectar. He who drinks it will realize Sai's greatness and all pervasiveness. Those who want to argue and criticize should not go in for these stories. What is wanted here is not discussion but unlimited love and devotion. Learned, devout, and faithful believers or those who consider themselves as servants of the saints will like and appreciate these stories, others will take them to be fables. The fortunate bhaktas of Sai will find the Sai Leelas as the Kalpataru, wish pulling tree. Drinking this nectar of Sai Leelas will give liberation to the ignorant jivas, satisfaction to the household holders, and the sadhana to the aspirants. Now to the story of this chapter. Kakaji Vaidya. They lived in Bani, Nasik district, a man named Kakaji Vaidya. He was the priest of the goodness Sapta Shringi. Sapta Shringi there. He was so much overwhelmed with adverse circumstances and calamities that he lost peace of mind and became quite restless. Under such circumstances, one evening he went into the temple of the goddess and prayed unto her from the bottom of his heart and invoked her aid to free him from anxiety. The goddess was pleased with his devotion and the same night appeared to him in his dream and said to him, "You go to Baba and then your mind will become calm and composed." Kakaji was anxious to know from her who that Baba was. But before he could get any explanation, he was awakened. Then he began to think as to who might be that Baba to whom the goddess has asked him to go. After some thinking, he resolved that this Baba might be Triambakeshwar, Lord Shiva. So he went to the holy place Triambak, Nasik district, and stayed there for 10 days. During this period, he bathed early in the morning, chanted the Rudra hymns, did the Abhishekam, pouring unceasingly fresh cold water over the pindi, and did other religious rites. But with all that, he was as restless as before. Then he returned to his place and again invoked the goddess most pitifully. They, they night, that night she again appeared in his dream and said, "Why did you go to Triambakeshwar in vain? I mean by Baba, Sri Sai Samarth of Shirdi." The question before Kakaji now was how and when to go to Shirdi and how to see Baba. If anybody is in real earnest to see a saint, not only the saint, but God also fulfills his wish. In fact, the Sant, saint, and the Anant, God, are one and the same. There is not the least difference between them. If anybody thinks that he will go himself and see a saint, that will be a mere boast, unless the saint wills it, who is able to go and see him. Even the leaf of the tree won't move without his bidding. The more anxious a bhakta is for the saint's visit, the more devout and faithful he is, the more speedily and effectively is his wish satisfied to his heart's content. He who invites anybody for a visit also arranges everything for his reception. And so it happened with Kakaji. Shyama's vows. When Kakaji was thinking his visit to Shirdi, a guest came to him at his place to take him to Shirdi. He was no other than Shyama, a very close and intimate devotee of Baba. How he came to Vani at this juncture, we shall just see. Shyama was severely ill when he was very young, and his mother had taken a vow to her family goddess Saptashringi at Vani that if the son got well, she would bring and dedicate him at her feet. Then, after some years, the mother herself suffered much from ringworms on her breast. At that time, she again took another vow to her deity that if she got all right, she would offer her 2 silver breasts. These 2 vows remained unfulfilled. At her deathbed, she called her son Shama to her and drew his attention to the vows, and after taking a promise from him that he would fulfill them, she breathed her last. After some time, Shama quite forgot about these vows, and thus 30 years elapsed. About this time, a famous astrologer had come to Shirdi and stayed there for a month. His predictions in the case of Shriman Bhuti others came true, and everybody was satisfied. Shama's younger brother Bapaji consulted him and was told that his mother's vows, which his elder brother promised to fulfill at her deathbed, were not yet fulfilled. Hence the goddess was displeased with them and bringing troubles to them. Bapaji told this to his brother Shama, who was reminded of the unfulfilled vows. Thinking that any further delay would be dangerous, he called a goldsmith and got a pair of silver breasts prepared. Then he went to the masjid, prostrated himself before Baba, and placing before him the 2 silver breasts, requested him to accept them and free him from the vows as he was to him his Saptashringa goddess. Then Baba insisted upon him to go himself to the temple of Saptashringi and offer them in person at the feet of the goddess. Then, after taking Baba's permission and Udi, he left for Vani and searching for the priest came to Kakaji's house. Kakaji was then very anxious to visit Baba, and Shama went there to see him. And that very time, what a wonderful coincidence is this! Kakaji asked him who he was and when he had come, and on learning that he came from Shirdi, he at once embraced him. So overpowered was he with love. Then they talked about Sai Leelas, and after finishing the rites of Shama's vows, they both started for Shirdi. On reaching the place, Kakaji went to the masjid and fell at Baba's feet. His eyes were soon bedewed with tears, and his mind attained calmness. According to the vision of the goddess, no sooner did he see Baba that his mind lost all its relentlessness and it became calm and composed. Kakaji began to think in his mind, what a wonderful power is this! Baba spoke nothing. There was no question and answer, no benediction pronounced. The mere darshan itself was so conducive to happiness, the restlessness of my mind disappeared by his mere darshan. Consciousness of joy came upon me. This is what is called the greatness of darshan. His vision was fixed on Sai's feet and he could utter no word. Hearing Baba's Leelas, his joy knew no bounds. He surrendered himself completely to Baba, forgot his anxiety and cares, and got undiluted happiness. He lived happily there for 12 days, and after taking Baba's leave, Udi and blessings returned home. Kushal Chand of Rahata. It is said that a dream which we get in the small hours of the morning generally comes out true in the waking state. This may be so, but regarding Baba's dreams, there is no restriction of time. To quote an instance, Baba told Kaka Sahib Dikshit one afternoon to go to Rahata and fetch Kushal Chand to Shirdi. As he had not seen him since long, Kaka Sahib accordingly took a tanga and went to Rahata. He saw Kushal Chand and gave him Baba's message. Hearing it, Kushal Chand was surprised and said that he was taking a noon nap after meals when Baba appeared in his dream and asked him to come to Shirdi immediately and that he was anxious to go. As he had no horse of his own nearby, he had sent his son to inform Baba. When his son was just out of the village border, Dikshit's tanga turned up. Dikshit then said that he was sent specially to bring him. Then they both went in the tanga back to Shirdi. Kushal Chand saw Baba and all were pleased. Seeing this Leela of Baba, Kushal Chand was much moved. Punjabi Ramlal of Bombay. Once a Punjabi Brahmin of Bombay named Ramlal got a dream in which Baba appeared and asked him to come to Shirdi. Baba appeared to him as a Mahant, saint, but he did not know his whereabouts. He thought that he should go and see him, but as he knew not his address, he did not know what to do. But he who calls anybody for an interview makes the necessary arrangements for the same. The same happened in this case. The same afternoon, when he was strolling in the streets, he saw a picture of Baba in a shop. The features of the Mahant he saw in the dream exactly tallied with those of the picture. Then, making inquiries, he came to know that the picture was of Saibaba of Shirdi. He then went soon after to Shirdi and stayed there till his death. In this way, Baba brought his devotees to Shirdi for darshan and satisfied their wants, material as well as spiritual. Bow to Shri Sai, peace be to all.
Bolo Sri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai.
Jai.
Yeah, Dilip, you can take over. Saira.
So, Anita Reddy?
Yes. Hi, chapter 31. In this chapter, Hemant Pant describes the passing away of certain devotees and a tiger in Baba's presence. The last wish or thought that a man has had at the hour of death determines his future course. Sri Krishna has said in Gita that he who remembers me in his last moments comes verily to me, and he who meditates otherwise at that time goes to what he longs for. We cannot be certain that we can entertain a particular good thought at our last moment, for more often than not, we are more likely to be frightened and terrified by death. Hence, constant practice is necessary for enabling us to fix our mind on any desired good thought at any moment. All saints, therefore, recommend us to remember God and chant his name always, so that we may not be perplexed or perturbed when the time for departure comes. The devotees on their part surrender themselves completely to the saints, fully believing that the saints would guide and help them in their last moments. A few such cases will be noted here. Vijayanand. A Chennai sannyasi named Vijayanand started on pilgrimage to Mansarovar. En route on hearing Baba's fame, he halted at Shirdi. There he met one Somadevaji Swami of Hardwar and inquired from him about the Mansarovar trip. The Swami told him that the Sarovar was 500 miles above Gangotri and described to him the difficulties of the journey, viz. Plenty of snow and the change of dialect every 50 kilometers, and the suspicious nature of the local people who give a lot of trouble to the pilgrims along the way. On hearing this, the sannyasi was dejected and canceled the trip. Then, when he went to Baba and prostrated himself before him, Baba got enraged and said, "Drive out this useless sannyasi. His company is of no use." The sannyasi did not know Baba's nature. He felt discomforted, but sat there watching things that were going on. It was the morning darbar, and the masjid was overcrowded. Baba was being worshipped in various ways. Some were washing his feet, some taking the tirth, holy water, and drinking it heartily, and some touching their eyes with it. Some were applying sandal paste and some scents to his body. And all were doing these things, forgetting the distinction of caste and creed. Though Baba got enraged with him, he was filled with affection for Baba, and he did not feel like leaving the place. He stayed in Shirdi for 2 days. when he got a letter from Chennai stating that his mother was very ill. He felt very dejected and wanted to be by his mother's side, but he could not leave without Baba's permission to return home. The omniscient Baba, knowing the future, said to him, "If you so loved your mother, why did you take sannyas? Attachment makes misuse of an ochre garb. Go and sit quiet at your lodging, wait with patience for a few days. In the Wada there are many robbers. Bolt your doors and be very vigilant. The thieves will carry everything. Wealth and prosperity are transient, and the body is subject to decay and death. While knowing this, do your duty, leaving all attachment with the things of this world and next. He who does this and surrenders himself to the feet of Hari, Lord, will get free from all troubles and attain bliss. The Lord runs and helps him who remembers and meditates on him with love and affection. Your store of past merits is considerable, so you've come here. Now attend to what I say and realize the goal of your life. Beginning from tomorrow, the study of Bhagavad. Do 3 saptas, 3 readings during 3 weeks conscientiously. The Lord will be pleased with you and will destroy your sorrows, your illusions will vanish, and you will get eternal peace. On seeing that his end was approaching, Baba prescribed this remedy and made him read Brahma Vijaya, which pleases the god of death. Next morning, after bathing and other purifying rites, he commenced to read Bhagavad at a secluded spot in the Lundi garden. He completed 2 readings and thereafter felt much exhausted. He returned to Wada and stayed in his lodging for 2 days, and on the 3rd day he breathed his last on Fakir Baba's lap. Baba asked the people to preserve the body for a day for a reason. The police afterwards came and on making proper inquiries gave permission for the disposal of the body. It is buried in the proper place with due rites. In this way, Baba helped the sannyasi and ensured him sadgati, salvation. Balaram Munkar. There was a householder devotee of Baba by name Balaram Munkar. When his wife passed away, he got dejected and entrusting his household to his son, left home and came to Shirdi and lived with Baba. Being pleased with his devotion, Baba wanted to give a good turn to his life, and he did it in this way. He gave him 12 rupees and asked him to go and live in Machindagad, district Satara. Munkar was first unwilling to go and stayed away from Baba, but Baba convinced him that he was giving the best course for him and asked him to practice meditation thrice a day in the Gad. Unbelieving in Baba's words, Munkar went to the Gad. He was much pleased with the serenity, pure water, healthy air, and the surroundings of the place and began to practice assiduously the meditations as recommended by Baba. After some days, he got a revelation. Generally, bhaktas get revelations in their samadhi or trance states, but in Munkar's case, he got it when he came down to his ordinary consciousness from his trance. Baba appeared to him in person. Not only that Munkar saw him, but he also asked him why he was sent there. Baba replied, "In Shirdi, many thoughts and ideas began to rise in your mind, and I sent you here to bring your unsteady mind to rest. You thought that I was in Shirdi with a body composed of the 5 elements and 3.5 cubits in length. Now you see and determine for yourself whether the person you see here now is the same you saw at Shirdi. It is for this reason that I sent you here." Then after the period was over, Munkar left the Gad and proceeded to his native place, Bandra. He wanted to travel by rail from Pune to Dadar, but when he went to the booking office, he got a ticket. He found it to be very much crowded. He could not get his ticket soon when a villager with a langoti on his waist and kambali on his shoulder turned up and said, "Where are you going?" "To Dadar," replied Munkar. Then he said, "Please take this Dadar ticket of mine as I have some urgent work here that I have canceled my Dadar trip." Munkar was very glad to receive the ticket and was taking out money from his pocket when the rustic disappeared into the crowd. Munkar tried to find him out in the crowd, but in vain. He waited for him till the train left the station, but found no trace of him. This was the second revelation Munkar got in a strange form. Then Munkar, after visiting his home, returned to Shirdi and remained there at Baba's feet, following his bidding and advice. In the end, he was very fortunate to leave this world in the presence of Baba. Om Saidham.
Om Saidham. 31st chapter continue. Tattva Kota Notal. Hemant Pant gives no particle regarding Tattva Kota, except the bare mention for the fact that he up his ghost in the Shirdi. A brief summary of his account that appears in the Sai Leela magazine is given here. Satyakot was a sub-judge at Pandeyapur in 1909. When Nana Sahib Chandrakaur was mm, Malandar there. Both met after and exchanged talks. Tatvakot did not believe in saint, while Nana Sahib loved them. Nana Sahib offered told him the Leelas of Sai Baba and presents him to go to the Shirdi and see Baba. He finally agreed to go to Shirdi on two conditions. He must get a Brahmin cook, and second one is must get good Nagpur orange for the presentation. Both these conditions were providently fulfilled. A Brahmin came to the Nana Sahib for the service, and he went to the Tatvakot, and fruit parcel containing 100 beautiful orange was received by the Tatvakot. The concert began not now, as the conditions were fulfilled. The Tatva, Tatya Seth had to go to Shirdi. At the first, Baba was a must arrange with him, but by and by, Tatva, Tat, Tatya Sahib got such experience that he was convinced that Baba was a god internet. So he was announced of Baba and stayed there till his death. As his end and was approaching, scared literature was read out to him, and at the last hour, Baba's Pandit Trist was brought and given to him for the drinking. Baba, on hearing of his death, said, "Oh, Tatya went ahead for us. You won't be reborn." Mega. The story of the Mega has been already described in chapter 28. When Mega died, all the villagers followed and funeral processing. Baba also accompanied them and showered flowers on Mega's body. After observing was performed, tears flowered from Baba's eyes and like an ordinary mortal. Baba showed himself overcome with a grief and sorrow. Then covering the body with the flowers and crying like a near relations, Baba returned to the Samadhi Masjid. mm, Returned to the Masjid. Many Seth has been seen giving Sagati to man, but Baba's greatness is unique. Even a cruel animal like a tiger came to the Baba feet for being saved. It is this story which we've been narrated below. Tiger. 7 days before Baba passed away, a wonderful incident occurred in Shirdi. They came a country called and stopped in front of the masjid. A tiger was caught fatted with iron chains, with its face turned to the rails. It was suffering from some pain on organ. Its keepers, three dervish, were getting it from place to place and making money by exhibiting it. It was the mean of their subsistence. They tried all sort of remedies to cure it from the malady it was suffering from, but all was vanished. Then they heard of Baba Prem and came to him with the animal. They got it down the chain in their hands and made it stand at the door. It was naturally fear besides disease rodents. So it was restless. The people began to look at it with a fear and excitement. The dervishness went in, told Baba everything about the animals, and with his cons- consent brought it before him. As it approached the step, it was taken aback on account of the litres of Baba and hugged its head down. When both saw each other, it got on the step and looked at Baba's with affection. Immediately, it moved the stub of its tail and dashed it twice, twice against the ground and then fell down senseless. On seeing it dead, and Avish was the first much dejected and fell off sore. but mature through that came to their sense. They considered that as the animal was diseased and nearly its end, it was very meritorious on it part that it should meet it death at the feet and the presence of Baba. It was their debtor, and when the debit was paid off, it was free and meet it and at Sai's feet. When any cultures bow down their heads and sink feet and meet death, they are saved, and unless they have got a good store of mercy on their account, they could how could they get such a happy end? Bow to Sri Sai, peace to be all. Om Sri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki Jai.
Yeah, Vijaya.
Saidham all. Kalpana is gonna do, or should I continue?
I'm here.
Oh, okay. So Kalpana, you will be next or me after you, right?
Yeah, you're right.
Go ahead, please.
All right. Chapter Om Shri Sai. Chapter 32. In this chapter, Hematpant describes two things: how Baba met his guru in the woods and through him God, and how Baba made Mr. Gokhale, who had made up her mind to fast for 3 days, eat puran polis. Preliminary. In the beginning, Hematpant describes the samsara, visual world, by the allegory of Ashwata, banyan tree, which has in the phraseology of the Gita roots above and branches below. Its branches are spread downward and upward and are nourished by the gunas, qualities, and its sprouts are the objects of senses. Its roots leading to action are extended downwards to this world of men. Its form cannot be known in this world, nor its end, its beginning, nor its support. After cutting this ashwata tree of strong roots with the sharp weapon of non-attachment, one should seek the path beyond threading, which there is no return. For traversing this path, the help of a good guide, guru, is absolutely necessary. However learned a man may be, or however deep his study of Veda and Vedanta, sacred literature, may be, he cannot reach his destination safely. If the guide be there to help him and show him the right way, he would avoid the pitfalls and the wild beasts of the journey move aside. Baba's experience in this matter, through the story which he gave out himself, is really wonderful, which even attended to will give you faith, devotion, and salvation.
The quest. Once four of us were studying religious scriptures and other books, and being thus enlightened, we began to discuss the nature of Brahma. One of us said that we should raise the self with self-efforts and not depend on others. To this, the second replied that he who controls his mind is blessed. We should be free from thoughts and controls his mind. Controls his mind is blessed. We should be free from thoughts and ideas, and there is nothing in the world without us. The third said that the world phenomenon is always changing. The formless is eternal, so we should discriminate between the unreal and the real. And the fourth, Baba himself, urged that bookish knowledge alone is worthless, and added, "Let us do our prescribed duty, surrender our body, mind, and 5 pranas, life, to the Guru's feet. Guru is God, all pervading. To get this conviction, strong, unbounded faith is necessary."
While discussing in this way, we 4 learned men began to ramble through the woods in the quest of God. The 3 wanted to make the quest with their free and unaided intellect. On the way, a Vanjari, a man who trades in certain things such as grains, etc., by carrying them on bullock, met us and asked us, "It is hot now. Where and how far are you going?" "In the woods," we replied. He inquired, on what quest are you bound?" We gave him an ambiguous and evasive reply. On seeing us rambling aimlessly, he was moved and said, "Without knowing the woods fully, you should not wander at random. If you want to walk through forests and jungles, you should take a guide with you. Why do you exert yourselves unnecessarily during this hot noon sun. You may not give out to me your secret of the quest. Still, you can sit down, eat bread, drink water, take rest, and then go. Be always patient at heart. Though he spoke so tenderly, we disregarded his request and marched on. We thought that we were self-contained men and needed nobody's help. The woods were vast and trackless. The trees therein grew so close and tall that the sun's rays could not penetrate through them. So we lost our way and wandered here and there for a long time. Ultimately, through sheer good luck, we came back to the place from where we started. The Vanchari met us again and said, "By relying on your own cleverness, you and missed your way. A guide is always necessary to show us the right way in small or great matters, and no quest can be successfully carried out on an empty stomach. Unless God wills it, no one meets us on the way. Do not disregard offers of food. Served dishes should not be thrust away. Offers of food should be regarded as auspicious signs of success. On saying this, he again offered us food and asked us to be calm and patient. Again, my companions did not like this unsolicited hospitality and disregarded his offer. Without doing any quest and without taking any food, the three began to move out. So obstinate were they. I was hungry and thirsty, and I was moved by the Vanchari's extraordinary love. We thought ourselves very learned, but were strangers to kindness. The Vanchari was quite illiterate, an unqualified fellow, and belonged to a low caste. Still, he had love in his heart and asked us to eat the bread. In this way, he who loves others disinterestedly is really enlightened. And I thought acceptance of his hospitality was the best beginning of getting knowledge. So, very respectfully, I accepted the loaf of bread offered, ate it, and drank it. Then, lo, the Guru came and stood before us. What was the dispute about? He asked, and I told him everything that had happened. Then he said, "Would you like to come with me? I will show you what you want, but he alone who believes in what I say will be successful." The others did not agree to what he said and left him, but I bowed to him reverentially and accepted his dictum. Then he took me to a well, tied my feet with a rope, and hung me head downwards and feet up, from a tree near the well. I was suspended 3 feet above the water, which I could not reach with my hands or with my mouth. After suspending me in this manner, he went away, no one knew where. After 10 or 12 ghatakas, that is 4 or 5 hours, he returned and after taking me out quickly, asked me how I fared. In bliss supreme I was. How can a fool like me describe the joy I experienced? I replied. On hearing my answer, the Guru was much pleased with me, drew me near him, and stroking my head with his hand, kept me with him. He took care of me as tenderly as a mother bird does of her young ones. He put me into his school. How beautiful it was. There I forgot my parents. All my attachment was snapped and I was liberated. And I was liberated easily. I thought that I should embrace him and keep staring at him always. If his image was not fixed in my eyes, I would better be blind. Such was the school. No one who entered it once could return empty handed. My Guru became my all in all, my home, mother, and father, everything. All my senses left their places and concentrated themselves in my eyes, and my sight was centered on him. Thus, my Guru was the sole object of my meditation, and I was conscious of none else. While meditating on him, my mind and intellect were silent, and I had thus to keep quiet and bow to him in silence. There are other schools where you see an altogether different spectacle. The disciples go there to seek knowledge and spread their. You can continue.
Saidham. Yeah, Saidham. Thank you, Kalpana. Chapter 32 continues, page 172 to 174. Page 172. He makes a show of his sacredness and holiness, but he is not tender at heart. He speaks a lot and sings his own glory, but his own words do not touch the disciples' hearts, and they are not convinced. So far as self-realization is concerned, he has none. How can such a school be of any use to the disciples? And how can they be benefited? The master guru mentioned above was of different types. By his grace, realization flashed upon me of itself without effort or study. By his grace, realization flashed upon me by itself, without any effort or study. I had not to seek anything, but everything came clear to me as broad daylight. The guru alone knows how to topsy-turvy suspension, with head down and feet up, can give happiness. Among the four, one was Karmatha, ritualistic, who only knew how to observe, abstain from certain rites. The second was Jnani, who was puffed with pride of knowledge. And the third was Bhakta, who surrendered himself completely to God, believing that he was the sole doer. When they were discussing and arguing, the question of God turned up, and they, depending on their unaided knowledge, went in search of him. Sai, who was discrimination and dispassion incarnate, was one of the four. Being himself Brahma incarnate, some may ask, why did he mix with them and act foolishly? He did this for attaining good of the public and setting them an example to follow. Though an incarnation himself, he respected a low Vanjari by accepting his food with the firm belief that food is Brahman, and showed how these would reject Vanjari's hospitable offers, suffered, and how it was impossible to get jnana without a guru. The Shruti Tattreya Upanishad exhorts us to honor and worship mother, father, preceptor, and to study, learn, and teach the sacred scriptures. These are the means of purifying our minds, and unless this purification is effected, self-realization is not possible. Either the senses nor the mind and intellect reach the self. Modest of proof, such as perception and inferences, will not help us in the matter. It is the grace of the Guru that counts. The object of our life, such as dharma, artha, karma, are attainable with our effort. But the fourth object, moksha, liberation, can only he had with the help of the Guru. In the Darbar of Sri Sai, many personalities appear and play their part. Astrologers come and give out their predictions. Princes, noblemen, ordinary and poor, sannyasis, yogis, songsters, and other come for darshan. Even a mahar comes and making a johar, his salutations, says this, Sai is the my bap, true parent, who will do away with our rounds of births and deaths. So many others, such as jugglers, gundahalis, the blind and the lame, Nath Panthis, dancers, and other players come and are given suitable reception. Binding him our time, the Vanjaras also appeared and played the part of a sign to him. Let us now revert to the other story, fasting and Mrs. Gokhale. Baba never fasted himself, nor did he allow others to do so. The mind of the faster is never at ease. Then how could he attain his paramartha, goal of life? God is not attained on any empty stomach. First, the soul has to be appeased. If there is no moisture of food in the stomach and nutrition, with what eyes should we see God? With what tongue should we describe his greatness? And with what ears should we hear the same? In short, when all our organs get their proper nutrition and are sound, we can practice devotion and other sadhanas to attain God. Therefore, neither fasting nor overeating is good. Moderation in diet is really wholesome, both to body and mind. One Mrs. Gokhale came to Shirdi with an introductory letter from Mrs. Kakasaheb Nantekar, a devotee of Baba, to Dada Kelkar. She came to Baba with a determination to sit at Baba's feet, observing a 3-day fast. The day previous, Baba said to Dada Kelkar that he would not allow his children to starve during the Simga, that is, holy holidays, and that if they had to starve, why was he there? Next day, when the women went with Dada Kelkar and sat at Baba's feet, Baba at once said to her, "Where is the necessary of fasting? Go to Dada Bhatt's house, prepare the dish of Puran Polis, wheat rotis with gram flour and jaggery. Feed his children and yourself too." Simga holidays were on. Mrs. Kelkar was then in her menses, and therefore there was nobody to cook in Dada Bhatt's home. So Baba's advice were very timely. Then Mrs. Gokhale had to go to Dada Bhatt's house and prepare the dish as directed. She cooked that day, fed others and herself. What a good story, and how beautiful it's important. Baba's sacrifice. Baba gave a story of his boyhood as follows. When I was a youngster, I was in search of bread and went to Beadgam. When I got embroidery work, I worked hard, sparing no pain. The employer was much pleased with me. 3 other boys worked before me. The first got rupees 50, the second got rupees 100, and the third rupees 150. And I was given twice the whole of this amount via rupees 600. After seeing my cleverness, the employer loved me, praised me, and honored me with a full dress. The turban for the head and a shell, a boy for the body. And I kept his dress, in fact, without seizing it. I thought that what a man might give does not last long, and it was always imperfect. I'll give it to my daughter. She will read the para.
But what my Sikhar compared to his, my Sikhar says, take, take. But everybody comes to me and says, give, give. Nobody attends carefully to the meaning of what I say. My Sikhar's treasury, spiritual wealth, is full and is overflowing, I say. Dig out and take away from this wealth in cartloads. The blessed son of a true mother should fill himself with this wealth. The skill of my fakir, the Leela of my Bhagwan, the aptitude of my Sarkar is quite unique. What about me? Body, earth will mix with earth. Breathe with air. This time won't come again. I go somewhere, sit somewhere. The hard Maya troubles me much. Still I feel anxiety for my man. He who does anything spiritual and endeavor will reap its fruit, and he who remembers these words of mine will be in valuable happiness.
Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all.
Yogi, you can.
Bolo
Shri
Shri
Satchidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai.
Om Sai Ram.
Next.
Chapter 33, Greatness of Udi. Scorpion sting and plague cases cured. Jamner miracle, Narayan Rao's sickness, Balboa Sutar, Appasaheb Kulkarni, Haribabu Karnik. In the last chapter, we described the greatness of Guru. Now, in this, we'll describe the greatness of Udi. Preliminary. Let us bow now before the great saints. Their merciful glances will destroy mountains of sins and do away with all the evil taints of our character. Their casual talk gives us good teachings and confers on us imperishable happiness. Their minds do not know any difference, such as this is ours and that is yours. Such differentiation never arises in their minds. Their debts will never be repaid by us in this birth as well as in many future births. Udi. It is well known that Baba took dakshina from all, and out of the amount thus collected, he spent a lot on charity and purchased fuel with the balance left with him. This fuel he threw in Duni, the sacred fire, which he kept ever burning. The ash from this fire was called Udi, and it was freely distributed to the devotees at the time of their departure from Shirdi. What did Baba teach or hint by this Udi? Baba taught us by his Udi that all the visible phenomena in this universe as transient as the ash. Our bodies composed of wood or matter of the five elements will fall down after all their enjoyments are over and be reduced to ashes. In order to remind the devotees of the fact that their bodies will be reduced to ashes, Baba distributed Udi to them. Baba also taught by the Udi that the Brahman is only reality and the universe is ephemeral, and that no one in this world, he be a son, father, or wife, is really ours. We come here in this world alone and we have to go out alone. It was found and is even now found out that Udi cured many physical and mental maladies. But Baba wanted to dine into the devotees' ears the principles of discrimination between the unreal and the real, non-attachment for the unreal by his Udi and Dakshina. The former, Udi, taught us discrimination, on the latter, Dakshina taught us non-attachment. Unless we have these two things, it's not possible for us to cross over the sea of mundane existence. So Baba asked for and took Dakshina, and while the devotees took leave, he gave Udi as prasad, besmeared some of it on the Bhaktas' foreheads, and placed his boon conferring hand on their heads. In a cheerful mood, he used to sing merrily. One such song was about Udi. The burden of Udi song, O playful Rama, come, come, and bring with you sacks of Udi. Baba used to sing in very clear and sweet tones. So much about the spiritual implication of Udi. It had also its material significance. It conferred health, prosperity, freedom from anxiety, and many other worldly gains. So the Udi has helped us to gain both our ends, material as well as spiritual. We shall now begin with the stories about the Udi. Scorpion sting. Narayan Motiram Jani of Nasik was a devotee of Baba. He was serving under another devotee of Baba by name Ramachandra Vaman Modak. Once he went to Shirdi with his mother and saw Baba. Then Baba himself told her that he should serve no more but start independent business. Some days after, his prophecy turned true. Narayan Jani left service and started a boarding house, Anand Ashram, which thrived well. Once a friend of this Narayan Rao was stung by a scorpion and the pain caused by it was severe and unbearable. Udi is most efficacious in such cases. It is to be applied on the seat of pain, and as Narayan Rao searched for it but found none. Then he stood before Baba's picture and invoked Baba's aid, chanted Baba's name, and taking out a pinch of the ashes of the joss stick burning in front of Baba's picture and thinking it to be Baba's Udi, applied it on the seat of pain and the sting. As soon as he took out his fingers, the pain vanished, and both the person were moved and felt delighted. Bubonic plague. Once a devotee in Bandra came to know that his daughter, who was staying in another place, was down with bubonic plague. He had no Udi with him, so he sent word to Nana Sahib Chandorkar to send the same. Nana Sahib got this message on a road near the Thana railway station when he was traveling with his wife to Kalyan. He had no Udi with him at the time. He therefore took up some earth from the road, meditated upon Saibaba, invoked his aid, and applied it on the forehead of his wife. The devotee saw all this, and when he went to his daughter's house, he was very glad to learn that his daughter, who was suffering for 3 days, began to improve from the very moment Nana Sahib invoked Baba's aid near the Thana railway station. The Jamner miracle. About 1904-05, Nana Sahib Chandorkar was Mamlatdar at Jamner in the Khandesh district, which is more than 100 miles distant from Shirdi. His daughter Mainatai was pregnant and was about to deliver. The case was very serious and she was suffering from labor pains for last 2 or 3 days. Nana Sahib tried all remedies, but they proved in vain. He then remembered Baba and invoked his aid. There in Shirdi, one Ramgir Bua, whom Baba called Bapugir Bua, wanted at this time to go to his native place in Khandesh. Baba called him and told him to take a little rest and stop at Jamner on his way home and give the Udi to Aarti and Nana Sahib. Ramgir Bua said that he had only rupees 2 with him, and that amount was barely sufficient for the railway fare up to Jalgaon, and it was not possible for him to go from Jalgaon to Jamner, a distance of about 30 miles. Baba assured him that he need not worry, as everything would be provided for him. Then Baba asked Shama to write the well-known Aarti composed by Madhav Adkar and give a copy of it with Udi to Ramgir Bua to be delivered to Nana Sahib. Then, relying on Baba's words, Ramgir Bua left Shirdi and reached Jalgaon at about 2:45 a.m. He had only 2 annas left with him and was in a hard plight. To his great relief, he heard somebody calling out, "Who is Bapugir Bua of Shirdi?" He went to him and told him that he was the person, Bapugir Bua. Then the peon, professing to be sent by Nana Sahib, took him out to an excellent tanga with a good pair of horses. They both drove in it. The tanga ran fast, and early in the morning they came to a brooklet. The drive took the horses for watering them, and the peon asked Ramgir Bua to partake of some eatables. On seeing the beard, mustache, and the livery of the peon, Ramgir Bua suspected him to be a Muslim and was unwilling to take any refreshments from him. But the peon satisfied him by saying that he was a Hindu, a Kshatriya of Garhwal, and that Nana Sahib had sent these refreshments, and that there should be no difficulty or any doubt about acceptance. Then both of them took the refreshments and started again. They reached Jamner at dawn. Ramgir Bua alighted to attend a call of nature and returned within few minutes, but found that there was no tanga, no driver, and no peon. He was dumbfounded. He then went to the neighboring kacheri and, making inquiries, learned that Mamlatdar was at home. He went to Nana Sahib's house and announced himself and gave to Nana Sahib Baba's Udi and Aarti. At this time, Manatai's case was in the most serious condition, and all were in deep anxiety about her. Nana Sahib called out his wife and asked her to give the Udi mixed with water to their daughter to drink and sing Baba's Aarti. He thought that Baba's help was most opportune. In a few minutes came the news that the delivery was safe and that the crisis had passed away. When Ramgir Bua thanked Nana Sahib for the peon tanga and the refreshments, etc., the latter was greatly surprised, as he had sent none to the station and was not aware of any person coming from Shirdi. Can Shilpa continue?
Yeah, Shilpa, continue.
Sri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki Jai. Continue.
It's a continuation chapter.
Mr. B.V. Dev of Thana
I think, hold
retired.
on. Shilpa, I think Gayatri is there next.
Yes, it's Gayatri's.
Yeah.
I'm here online.
Sorry.
Shilpa, hold on. Just hold on a second.
Okay.
Yeah, Gayatri, continue.
Okay. Om Saidham. Mr. B.V. Dev of Thane, retired Mamaldar, made enquiries about this matter with Baburao Chandokar, son of Nana Sahib and Ramgir Bua of Shirdi, and after satisfying himself, wrote an elaborate article, part prose and part poetry, in Shirdi Sai Leela magazine. Brother B.V. Narasimha Rao has also taken down the statement of Manatai and Babu Sahib Chandokar and Ramgir Bua, dated 1st June 1936, 16 September 1936, and 1st December 1936, respectively, and published them in his Devotees' Experience, Part 3. The following is quoted from Ramgir Bua's statement. One day, Baba called me to him and gave me a packet of Udi and a copy of Baba's Aarti. I had to go to Kandesh at the time. Baba directed me to go to Jamnar and told me to deliver the Aarti and Udi to Nana Sahib Chandokar at Jamnar. I said to Baba that all I had was rupees 2 and asked him how that could take me by train from Kopergaon to Jalgaon and next by cart from Jalgaon to Jamnar. Baba said, God will give. That was Friday and I started at once. I reached Manmar at 7:30 p.m. and Jalgaon at 2:45 a.m. At that time, plague regulations were enforced and I had much trouble. I was to discover what I should do to get to Jamnar. At about 3 a.m., a peon in boots, turban, and well equipped with other details of good dress came to me and took me to the tanga and drove me on. I was in terror. On the way to Baghur, I took refreshments. We reached Jamnar early in the morning
And by the time I attended my call of nature and Tanga, and its driver had disappeared. Narayan Rao. Bhakt Narayan Rao had the good fortune to see Baba twice during the latter's lifetime. 3 years after the passing away of Baba in 1918, he wanted to come to Shirdi, but he could not come. Within a year of Baba's Mahasamadhi, he fell sick and suffered much. All ordinary remedies gave him no relief, so he meditated on Baba day and night. One night he had a vision in his dream. Baba coming to him through a cellar comforted him, saying, "Don't be anxious. You will be improving from tomorrow, and within a week you will be on your legs." Narayan Rao got perfectly well within the time mentioned in the vision. Now, the point of consideration is this: was Baba living because he had the body, and was he dead because he left it? No, Baba is ever alive, for he transcended both life and death. He who loved him once wholeheartedly gets response from him at any time and at any place. He is always by our side and will take any form and appear before the devotee, bhakta, and satisfy him. Appa Saheb Kulkarni. In 1917, the chance of one Appa Saheb Kulkarni came. He was transferred to Thane and began to worship Baba's picture presented to him by Balasaheb Bate. In real earnest, he did the worship. He offered flowers, sandal paste, and Naivedya daily to Baba in the picture and longed instantly to see him. In this connection, it may be remarked that seeing Baba's picture earnestly is equivalent to seeing him in person. The following story illustrates this statement. Balabuva Sutar. A saint of Bombay named Balabuva Sutar, who on account of his pity, devotion, and bhajan was called modern Tukaram, came to Shirdi for the first time in 1917. When he bowed before Baba, the latter said, "I know this man since 4 years." Balabuva wondered and thought, how could that be, as that was his first trip to Shirdi. But thinking about it seriously, he recollected that he had prostrated himself 4 years ago before Baba's portrait at Bombay and was convinced about the significance of Baba's words. He said to himself, how omniscient and all pervading are the saints, and how kind are they to their bhakts. I merrily bowed to his photo. This fact was noticed by Baba, and in due time he made me realize that seeing his photo is equivalent to seeing him in person. Appa Saheb Kulkarni. To return to Appa Saheb's story, while he was in Thane, he had to go to the tour to Bhiwandi and was not expected to return within a week. In his absence, the following wonderful thing took place on the third day. At noon, a fakir turned up at Appa Sahib's house. His features resembled exactly those of Baba's photo. Mrs. Kulkarni and the children all asked him whether he was Saibaba of Shirdi. He said no, but that he was obedient servant of his and came there at his orders to inquire after the health of the family. Then he asked for dakshina. The lady gave him a rupee. He gave her a small packet of udi and asked her to keep this in the srini along with the photo of her worship. Then he left the house and went away. Now hear the wonderful Leela of Sai. Appa Saheb could not proceed with his tour as his horse fell sick at Bhiwandi. He returned home that afternoon and learned from his wife about Fakir's visit. He smarted in his mind as he did not get the darshan of Fakir, and he did not like that only 1 rupee was paid as dakshina. He said that had he been present, he would have offered not less than rupees 10. Then he immediately started in quest of a fakir and searched for him in the masjid and other places without taking any food. His search was in vain. He then returned home and took his food. The, the reader may remember his Baba's dictum in chapter 32 that God's quest should not be made on an empty belly. Appa Saheb got a lesson here about this. Then after meals, he went out for a walk with his friend Mr. Chitre. Going some distance, they saw a man approaching them rapidly. Appa Sahib thought that he must be a fakir that came to his house at noon. as his features tallied with those of Baba's in photo. The fakir immediately put forth his hand and asked for dakshina. Appa Sahib gave him a rupee. He demanded again and again, and so Appa Sahib gave him two more. Still, he was not satisfied. Then he borrowed rupees 3 from Mr. Chitre and gave them to him. He wanted still more. Appa Sahib asked him to accompany him to his home. Then they all returned home, and Appa Sahib then gave him again 3 rupees, in all 9. He looked unsatisfied and demanded again. Then he told him that he had a currency of rupees 10. The fakir asked for the same and took it and returned the 9 rupees in cash and went away. Appa Sahib had said that he would pay rupees 10, and that sum was taken from him, and 9 rupees consecrated by Baba's touch were returned to him. It denotes the 9 types of devotion. It may also be noted here that Baba gave rupees 9 to one Lakshmibai Shinde at his last moment. Appa Sahib examined the Udi packet and found that it contained some flower petals and akshatas. Then, sometime afterwards, he got hair from Baba when he saw him at Shirdi. He put the Udi packet and the hair in his talisman and always wore it on his arm. Appa Sahib realized the power of the Udi. Though he was very clever, he got rupees 40 as pay in the beginning, but after he secured Baba's photo in his Udi, he got many times 40 rupees per month and also got much power and influence. And along with these temporal benefits, his spiritual progress was also rapid. So those who are fortunate enough to get Baba's Udi should after bath apply it on the forehead and take some little of it mixed with the water in the mouth as holy tirth. Haribuva Karnik. In 1917, Haribuva Karnik of Dahanu came to Shirdi on the Guru Purnima day and worshipped Baba with all formality. He offered clothes and dakshina, and after taking Baba's leave, Shama got down the steps of the masjid. Then he thought that he should offer one more rupee to Baba and was just turning to get up when Shama informed him by signs that as he had got Baba's leave, he should go and not return. So he started home. On his way, when he went into the temple of Kalarama at Nasik for darshan, the same Narsingha Maharaj, who used to sit just inside the big door of the temple, left his bhaktas there, came to Haribuva, caught his wrist and said, "Give me my 1 rupee." Karnik was surprised. He paid the rupee most willingly and thought that Saibaba recovered the rupee which he intended in his mind to give through Saint Narsingh Maharaj. This shows how the saints work in unison. This story illustrates the fact that all saints are one and shows how they work in unison. Bow to Sri Sai, peace to be all. Sairam.
Sairam. Shilpa ji.
Yeah. Om Sai Ram, chapter 34, Greatness of Udi. Doctor's nephew, Dr. Pillai, Shama's sister-in-law, Irani girl, Harda gentleman, Bombay lady. This chapter continues the subject greatness of Udi and describes cases in which the application of Udi was most efficacious. Doctor's nephew. At Malegaon, there lived a doctor. His nephew suffered from an incurable disease, tubercular bone abscess. The doctor himself and his brother, the medical practitioner, tried all sorts of remedies and even an operation. There was no relief. There was no end to the little boy's suffering. Friends and relations advised the parents of the boy to seek divine aid and recommended them to try Saibaba, who was known to have cured such incurable cases by his mere glance. The parents therefore came to Shirdi. They prostrated themselves before Baba, placed the boy before him, and pleaded humbly and respectfully and implored him to save their son. The merciful Baba comforted them, saying, "Those who resort to this masjid shall never suffer anything in this life, and to the end of time. Be now carefree. Apply Udi on the abscess, and within 1 week he will recover. Believe in God. This is no masjid, but Dwaravati. He who steps here will soon get health and happiness, and his suffering will come to an end. The ball was made to sit before Baba, who moved his hand on the affected part and cast his loving glance on him. The patient was pleased, and with the application of the Udi, he began to recover and was all right after some days. The parents then left Shirdi with their son, thanking Baba for the cure, which was effected by Udi and Baba's gracious looks. After knowing this, the doctor, the uncle of the boy, became wonderstruck and desired to see Baba while he was on his way to Bombay for some business. But at Malegaon and Manmad, somebody spoke to him against Baba and poisoned his ears. He therefore dropped the idea of visiting Shirdi and went to Bombay direct. He wanted to spend the rest of his leave at Alibag, but at Bombay he heard 3 successive nights a voice crying out, "Still you disbelieve me?" Then the doctor changed his mind and resolved to go to Shirdi. He had to attend in Bombay to a case of infectious fever, which showed no signs of abatement soon. So he thought that his Shirdi trip would be postponed. He, however, postponed a test in his mind and said, "If the patient gets all right today, I start for Shirdi tomorrow." The wonder is that exactly at the time when determination was taken, the fever began to abate and the temperature became normal. Then he went to Shirdi as per his determination, took Baba's darshan and prostrated himself before him. Baba gave him such experiences that he became his devotee. He stayed there for 4 days and returned home with Baba's Udi and blessing. Within a fortnight, he was transferred on promotion to Bijapur. His nephew's case gave him an opportunity for seeing Baba, and this visit engendered in him a never failing love for the saint's feet. Dr. Pillai. One Dr. Pillai was an intimate bhakt of Baba. He was much liked by Baba, who always called him Bhav. Baba talked with him off and on and consulted him in all matters and wanted him always at his side. This Pillai suffered once very badly from Genua worms. He said to Kaka Sahib Dikshit, "The pain is most excruciating and unbearable. I prefer death to it. This pain, I know, is for repaying past karma. But go to Baba and tell him to stop the pain and transfer the working of my past karma to 10 future birth of mine." Mr. Dikshit went to Baba and told him his request. Then Baba, being moved by his request, said to Dikshit, "Tell him to be fearless. Why should he suffer for 10 births? In 10 days, he can work out the sufferings and consequences of his past karma. While I am here to give him temporal and spiritual welfare, why should he pray for death? Bring him here on somebody's back and let us work and finish his sufferings once for all." The doctor was brought in that condition and was seated on Baba's right side, where Fakir Baba always sat. Baba gave him his bolster and said, "Lie calmly here and be at ease. The true remedy is that the result of past actions has to be suffered and got over. Our karma is the cause of our happiness and sorrow. Therefore, put up with whatever comes to you. Allah is the sole dispenser and protector. Always think of Him. He will take care of you. Surrender to His feet with body, mind, wealth, and speech completely, and then see what he does." Dr. Pillai said in return that Nana Sahib had put a bandage over the leg, but he found no relief. "Nana is a fool," replied Baba. "Take off that bandage or else you will die. Now a crow will come and peck you and then you will recover." While this conversation
Both
was
Sri.
going on, one Abdul, who always cleaned the masjid
Shilpa.
and trimmed the lamps, turned up while he was attending to his work of training. His foot accidentally fell upon the stretched leg of Dr. Pillai. The leg was already swollen, and when Abdul's foot fell upon it and pressed it, all the 7 junior worms were squeezed out at once. The pain was unbearable, and Dr. Pillai bawled out loudly. After some time, he calmed down and began to sing and cry alternately. Then Pillai inquired when the crow was coming and peeking. Baba said, "Did you not see the crow? He won't come again. Abdul was the crow. Now go and rest yourself in the Wada, and you will be soon all right." By application of the udi and by taking it in the stomach with water and without taking any other treatment or medicine, the disease was completely cured in 10 days as predicted by Baba. Sharma's sister-in-law. Shamar's young,
Shilpa ji.
yeah,
I think next, Shamla ji, please continue.
okay.
Yes,
Sorry for that.
Yeah, both Sri Sai.
Jai Sadguru Sai Ram. One Sharma's sister-in-law. Sharma's younger brother, Bapaji, was staying near Saulwell. Once his wife was attacked with bubonic plague. She had high fever and 2 bubbles in her groinies. Bapaji rushed to Sharma at Shirdi and asked him to come and help. Shama was frightened, but according to his wound, he went to Baba, prostrated himself before him, invoked his aid, and requested him to cure the case. He also asked his permission to go to his brother's house. Then Baba said, "Don't go there at this late hour. Send her Udi. Why care for the favor and babus? God is our father and master. She will be all right easily. Do not grow do not go now, but go there in the morning and return immediately." Shama had full faith in Baba's Udi. It was sent with Babaji. It was applied on the bubbles, and some of it was mixed with water and was given to the patient for drinking. No sooner was it taken in, then perspiration set in professionally. The fever abated and the patient had a good sleep. Next morning, Bapaji was surprised to see his wife all right and refreshed with no fever and bubbles. When Sharma went there next morning with Baba's permission, he was also surprised to see her at the hearth and preparing tea. On questioning his brother, he learned that Baba's Udi cured her completely in one night. Then Sharma realized the significance of Baba's words, "Go there in the morning and return immediately." After taking tea, Sharma returned and after saluting Baba, said, "Deva, what is this play of yours? You first raise a storm and make us restless, and then calm it down and easy us." Baba replied, "You seem mysterious in the path of action. Though I do nothing, they hold they hold me responsible for the actions which take place on account of Adrishta. I am only their witness. The Lord is the sole doer and inspire. He is also most merciful. Neither I am God nor Lord. I am his obtained servant and remember him often. He who casts aside his egoism, thanks him, and he who trusts him entirely will have his shackles removed and will obtain liberation. Irani's daughter. Now read the experience of an Irani gentleman. His young daughter got fits every hour. When the convulsion came, she lost her power of speech, her limbs got shrunk and contracted, and she fell down senseless. No remedy gave her any relief. Some friend recommended Baba's Woody to her father and asked him to get it from Kaka Sahib Dikshit at Wild Parley. Then the Irani gentleman got the woody and gave it mixed with water to his daughter daily for drinking. In the beginning, the convulsions which were coming on hourly come every 7 hours, and after a few days, the daughter recovered completely. Harda gentleman. An old gentleman of Harda was suffering from a stone in his bladder. Such stones are generally removed by surgical operations, and people recommended him to undergo one. He was old and weak, lacked strength of mind, and could not think of submitting himself to surgical treatment. His suffering was soon to end in another way. The Inamdar of that town happened to come there at this time. He was a devotee of Baba and had always a stock of woody with him. On the recommendation of friends, his son got some woody from and mixing it with water, gave it to his old father to drink. Within 5 minutes, the woody was assimilated. The stone was dissolved and come out through his urine, and the old man was soon relieved. Bombay lady, a woman of the Kayastha Prabhu caste in Bombay, always suffered terrible pain at her delivery. She was very much frightened each time. She became pregnant and did not know what to do. Sri Ramamurthy of Kalyan, who was a devotee of Baba, advised her husband to take her to Shirdi for a painless delivery. When she next became pregnant, both husband and wife came to Shirdi, stayed there for some months, and worshipped Baba and got all the benefit of his company. After some time, the hour of delivery came, and as usual, there was a obstruction in the passage from the womb. She began to suffer labor pains, did not know what to do, but began to pray to Baba for relief. In the meantime, some neighboring women turned up and, after invoking Baba's aid, gave her woody mixture to drink. In 5 minutes, the woman delivered safely and painlessly. The issue was stillborn according to its fate, but the mother, who got rid of the anxiety and pain, thanked Baba for the safe delivery and ever remained grateful to him. Both Sri Sai Baba ki Jai.
Bo to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Yeah, I think Kirti, you can.
34 is over.
Om Sairam, chapter 35. Kaka Mahajani's friend and master, Bandra insomnia case, Bala Patil Nevaskar. This chapter also continues with the subject of the importance and effectiveness of the Ode. It also gives 2 cases in which Baba was tested and not found wanting. These cases will be taken up first. Preliminary. The spiritual matters or endeavors, sectarianism is the greatest bar to our progress. Those who believe that God is without form are heard saying that to believe that God is with the form is an illusion and that the saints are only human beings. Then why should they bow down their heads before them and offer dakshina? Persons belonging to other sects will also raise objections and say, why should they bow and offer allegiance to other saints, leaving their own gurus? Similar objections regarding Sai Baba were heard before and even now. Some said that when they went to Shirdi, Baba asked for dakshina from them. Is it good that saints should collect money in this fashion? If they do so, where is their sainthood? But there are many instances where men went to Shirdi to scoff but remained there to pray. 2 such instances are given below. Kaka Mahajani's friend. A friend of Kaka Mahajani was a worshipper of Nirgun, God without form, and was averse to idolatry. Out of curiosity, he agreed to go to Shirdi with Kaka Mahajani on 2 conditions: that he would neither bow down to Baba nor pay him any dakshina. Kaka agreed to these conditions and they both left Mumbai on a Saturday night and reached Shirdi the next morning. As soon as they put their feet on the steps of the masjid, Baba, looking at the friend from a little distance, addressed him in sweet words as follows. Oh, welcome, sir. The tone in which he uttered these words was a very peculiar one. It exactly resembled the tone of the friend's father. It reminded him of his departed father and sent a thrill through his body. What an enchanting power the tone had. Being surprised, the friend said, this is no doubt the voice of my father. Then he at once went up and, forgetting his resolution, placed his head upon Baba's feet. Then Baba asked for dakshina twice, once in the morning and again at noon, at the time of their taking leave, but he asked it from Kaka only and not from the friend. The latter whispered to Kaka, Baba asked for dakshina from you twice. I am with you. Why does he ignore me? You ask Baba yourself, was Kaka's reply. Baba asked Kaka what his friend was whispering. Then the friend asked Baba himself whether he should pay any dakshina. Baba replied, you had no mind to pay, so you were not asked. But if you want to pay, now you may. Then the friend paid rupees 17 as dakshina, the same amount that Kaka paid. Baba then addressed him with a few words of advice. You destroyed the talus wall between us so that we can see and meet each other face to face. Then Baba allowed them to leave. Though the weather was cloudy and rough, Baba assured them of their safe journey, and both of them reached Mumbai safely. When he reached home and opened the door and windows of his house, he found 2 sparrows dead on the ground, and one just flying out through a window. He thought that if he had left the windows open, 2 sparrows would have been saved, but thought again that they had met their lot and that Baba had sent him back soon just to save the 3rd sparrow. Kaka Mahajani's master. Kaka was the manager in the firm of Takar Dharmase Jetabai, a solicitor of Mumbai. Both the master and the manager were on the intimate terms. Mr. Thakkar knew that Kaka would often go to Shirdi, stay there for some days, and return. When Baba permitted him. Out of curiosity, Mr. Thakur decided to go to Shirdi with Kaka during Shimga holidays. As Kaka's return was uncertain, he took another man with him for his company. The three started together and Kaka bought 2 seers of raisins on the way for presentation to Baba. They reached Shirdi in due time and went to the masjid for the darshan. Baba Sahib Tarkar was also there, and Mr. Thakkar asked him why he came there. For darshan, Thakkar replied. Mr. Thakkar asked if miracles took place there. Tarkar replied that it was not the concern. The earnest intentions of the Bhaktas were satisfied here. Then Kaka prostrated himself before Baba and offered the raisins to him. Baba ordered them to be distributed. Mr. Thakkar also got a few of them. He did not want to have the raisins, as he was advised by his doctor not to eat them without washing and cleaning them. So he was in a fix. He did not want to eat them, nor could he reject them. To keep up formalities, he put them into his mouth but did not know what to do with the seeds. He could not spit them out on the floor of the masjid, so he pocketed them against his wish. He then said in his mind that if Baba was a saint, how could he be ignorant of his dislike for the raisins? And how could he force them on him? When this thought arose in his mind, Baba again gave him some more raisins. He could not eat them but held them in his hand. Then Baba asked him to eat them up. He obeyed and found his surprise that they were all seedless. He wanted to see miracles, and here was one. He knew that Baba read his thought and, as per his wish, converted raisins into seedless grapes. What a wonderful power! Again, to test further, he asked Tarkad, who was sitting by and who also got some raisins, what kind of grapes you got? He replied, the variety with seeds. Mr. Tarkar was still more surprised to hear this. Then, to confirm his faith further, Thakkar thought in his mind that if Baba was a real saint, the raisins should be now given to Kaka first. Reading this thought also, Baba ordered that distribution should be commenced from Kaka. These proofs were sufficient for Thakkar. Then Shama introduced Mr. Thakkar as the master of Kaka, upon which Baba said, how could he be his master? He has got a different master altogether. Kaka appreciated this reply. After forgetting his resolve, Thakkar saluted Baba and returned to the Wada. After the noon aarti was over, they all went to the masjid for taking Baba's leave for their departure. Shama spoke for them. Baba then spoke as follows. There was a fickle-minded gentleman. He had health and wealth and was free from both physical and mental afflictions. But he took on needless anxieties and burdens and wandered hither and thither, thus losing his peace of mind. Sometimes he dropped the burdens and at other times carried them again. His mind knew no steadiness. On seeing his state, I took pity on him and said, now keep your faith on one place you like. Why roam like this? Thakkar at once understood that this was an exact description of himself. He wished that Kaka should also return with him, but no one expected that Kaka would be allowed to leave Shirdi. So soon Baba read this thought also and permitted Kaka to return with his master. Then Baba asked Kaka for rupees 15 as dakshina and received it. He said, if I take 1 rupee as dakshina from anybody, I have to return tenfold to him. I never take anything gratis. I never ask anyone indiscriminately. I only ask and take from him who the fakir points out. If anyone indebted formally to the fakir, dakshina is received from him. The donor sows his seeds only to reap a rich harvest in future. Wealth should be the means to work out dharma. If it is used for personal enjoyment, it is wasted. Unless
Yeah.
Should I-
So you just continue. Just finish that paragraph.
paragraph, yeah. Given in it before. You do not get it now. So the best way to receive is to give. The giving of dakshina advances vairagya and thereby bhakti and dhyana. Give one and receive tenfold. On hearing these words,
Oh, Sairam. Just, yeah. Sandhya, please continue.
Yeah, thank
Sairam.
you. Saidham. On hearing these words, Mr. Kakka himself gave 15 rupees in Baba's hand, forgetting his resolve not to do so. He thought he did well in coming to Shirdi as all his doubts were solved and he learned so much. Baba's skill in handling such cases was unique. Though he did all those things, he was totally non-attached to them. Whether anybody saluted him or not, or whether anybody gave him dakshina or not. It was the same to him. None he disrespected. He felt no pleasure because he was worshipped on, and no pain because he was disregarded. He transcended the pace of opposites with pleasure and pain, etc. Insomnia case. A Kashtia Prabhu gentleman of Bandra suffered from insomnia for long. As soon as he'd laid himself down for sleep, his departed father appeared to him in his dream and abused and scolded him severely. This broke his sleep and made him restless the whole night. Every night this went on, and the man did not know what to do. One day he consulted a devotee of Baba in his respect. He recommended the Udi as the only infallible remedy he knew. He gave him some Udi and asked him to apply a little of it to his forehead before going to bed and keep the Udi packet under the pillow. He tried this remedy and found to his great surprise and joy that he got sound sleep and that there was no disturbance of any kind. He continued the remedy and always remembered Sai. Then he got a picture of Saibaba, which he hung on the wall near his pillow and started worshipping it daily and on Thursdays, offering garland, naivedya, etc. Then he got on well and forgot altogether his past trouble. Balaji Patil Nevaskar. This man was a great devotee of Baba. He rendered most excellent and disinterested service. Every day he swept and kept clean all the passages and streets in Shirdi through which Baba passed in his daily routine. This work was after him equally well done by another female devotee named Radha Krishnamai and after her by Abdullah. When Balaji reaped his corn every year, he brought the whole quantity and presented it to Baba. He returned with what Baba gave him and maintained himself and his family with it. This course was followed by him for many years and after him by his son. Power of efficiency of Udi. Once it happened that Balaji's death anniversary day, a certain number of guests were invited and the dinner was prepared for them. But at the dinner time, it was found that thrice the number of people invited had turned up. Mr. Nevaske was in a fix. She thought that the food would not sufficient for the people assembled and that if it fell short, the honor of the family would be at stake. Her mother-in-law comforted her by saying, "Don't be afraid, it is not ours, but Sai's food. Cover every vessel with cloth, putting some udi in it, and serve from the same without opening it. Sai will save us from ignominy." She did as she was advised, and it was found to their surprise and joy that not only did the food suffice for all, but plenty of it remained after serving. As one feels internally, so he realizes accordingly. We was proved in this case. Sai appearing as serpent. Once Raghu Patil of Shirdi went to Balaji Patil as Nevas. That evening he found that a serpent entered the cowshed hissing. All the cattle were afraid and began to move. The inmates of the house were frightened, but Balaji thought that it was Sai who appeared in his house as a serpent. Without being afraid in the least, he brought a cup of milk and placing it before the serpent said, Baba, why do you miss and make noise? Do you want to frighten us? Take this cup of milk and drink it with a calm mind. Saying this, he sat close by unperturbed. The other members were frightened and did not know what to do. In a short time, the serpent disappeared. Nobody knew where it went. It was not found, though a search was made in the caution. Balaji had two wives and some children. They sometimes went to Shirdi from Nevas for taking Baba's darshana. Then Baba brought saris and other clothes which were given to them with his blessings. Woe to Sri Sai, peace to be
Peace
all.
be to all.
Sri Satsang
Chandana.
Guru Sainath.
Chapter 36 Wonderful Stories of Two Goa Gentlemen, Mrs. Aurangabad. This chapter relates the wonderful stories of two gentlemen from Goa and Mrs. Aurangabadkar of Solapur. Two gentlemen. Once, two gentlemen came from Goa for taking darshan of Sai Baba and prostrated themselves before him. Though both came together, Baba asked only one of them to give him rupees 15 as dakshana, which was paid willingly. The other man voluntarily offered 35 rupees, which was rejected by Baba, to the astonishment of all. Shama, who was present, asked Baba, "What is this?" Both came together. Once Dakshina you accept, the others, though voluntarily paid, you refuse. Why this? Why this discrimination? Baba replied, "Shama, you know nothing. I take nothing from anybody. The masjid by calls for the debt, the donor pays it and becomes free. Have I any home, property, or family to look after? I require nothing. I am ever free. Debt, enmity, and murder have to be atoned for, as there is no escape from them." Baba then continued in his characteristic way as follows. At first he was poor and took a vow to his God that he would pay his first month's salary if he got a job. He got one for 15 rupees PM. Then he steadily got promotions. From 15 rupees he got rupees 30, 60, 100, 200 and ultimately 700 rupees per month. But in his prosperity he forgot completely the vow he took. The force of his karma has driven him here, and I asked that amount of 15 rupees from him as dakshina. Another story. While wandering by the seaside, I came to a huge mansion and sat in its veranda. The Brahmin owner gave me a good reception and fed me sumptuously. He showed me a neat and clean place near a cupboard for sleeping. I slept there. While I was sound asleep, the man removed a laterite slab and broke the wall, crept in and seized off all the money from my pocket. When I woke up, I found that 30,000 rupees were stolen. I was greatly distressed and sat weeping and moaning. The money was in currency notes, and I thought that the Brahmin had stolen it. I lost all the interest in food and drink and sat for a fortnight in the veranda, bemoaning my loss. After the fortnight was over, a passing fakir saw me crying and made enquiries regarding the cause of my sorrow. I told him everything. He said, "If you act according to my bidding, you will recover your money. Go to a fakir. I shall give his whereabouts. Surrender yourself to him. He will get your money back. In the meanwhile, give up your favorite food till you recover your money." I followed the fakir's advice and got my money. Then I went to the seashore where a steamer was standing, but I could not get into it as it was overcrowded. There, a good natured peon interceded for me and I got in luckily. That brought me to another shore from where I caught a train and came to the Masjid Bal. The story finished and Baba asked Shama to take the guests and arrange for their feeding. Then Shama took them home and fed them. At dinner, Shama said to the guests that Baba's story was rather mysterious, as he had never gone to the seaside, never had any money, 30,000 rupees, never travelled, never lost any money, and never recovered it, and inquired from them whether they understood it and caught its significance. The guests were deeply moved and were shedded tears. In a choked voice, they said that Baba was omniscient, infinite, and supreme one, Parabrahma, without a second. The story he gave out is exactly our story. What he spoke has already taken place in our case. How he know this is a wonder of wonders. We shall give all the details after the meals. Then after the meals, while they were chewing betel leaves, the guests began to tell their stories. One of them said, a hill station on the Ghats is my native place. I went to Goa to, to earn my living by securing a job. I took a vow to God Datta that if I got a job, I would offer him my first month's salary by his grace. I got a job of 15 rupees and then I got promotions as described by Baba. I did forgot all about my work. Baba has just reminded me of it in this way and recovered 15 rupees from me. It is not a dakshina as one may think it to be, but a repayment of an old debt and fulfillment of a long forgotten woe. Moral. In fact, Baba never begged for any money nor allowed his bhaktas to beg. He regarded money as a danger or bar to spiritual progress and did not allow his bhaktas to fall into its clutches. Bhagat Mahalsapati is an instance on this point. He was very poor and could hardly make both ends meet. Baba never allowed him to make any money nor gave him anything from the Dakshina collection. Once a kind and a liberal merchant named Hansraj gave a large amount of money to Mahalsapati in Baba's presence, but Baba did not permit him to accept it. Then the second guest began his tale. My Brahmin was serving me faithfully for 35 years. Unfortunately, he fell into bad ways. His mind changed and he robbed me of my treasure by removing a laterite slab from my wall where my cupboard is fixed. He came in while we were all deep asleep and carried away all my accumulated wealth, 30,000 rupees in currency notes. I know not how Baba mentioned the exact amount. I sat crying day and night. My inquiries came to nothing. I spent a fortnight in a great anxiety as I sat on the veranda, sad and dejected. A passing fakir saw my condition and inquired for its cause, and I told him all about it. He told me that an Avaliya saint by name Sai lives in Shirdi, Kopergaon Taluka. Make owe to him and give up any food that you like best, and say to him mentally that I have given up eating that food till I take your darshan. Then I took the vow and gave up eating rice and said, Baba, I will eat it after recovering my property and after taking your darshan. 15 days passed after this. The Brahmin of his own accord came to me, returned my money, and apologized, saying, I went mad and accepted this. I now place my head on your feet. Please forgive me. Thus everything ended well. The fakir that met me and helped me was not seen again. An intense desire to see Sai Baba, whom the fakir pointed out to me, arose in my mind. I thought that the fakir who came all the way to my house was no other than Sai Baba. Would he who saw me and helped me to get my lost money ever covet 35 rupees? On the contrary, without expecting anything from us, he always leads us on the path of spiritual progress. Om Sai Ram.
I was overjoyed when I recovered my stolen property, and being ignorant, I forgot all about my vow. Then when I was at Koloba one night, I saw Saibaba in my dream. This reminded me of my promised visit to Shirdi. I went to Goa and from there wanted to start for Shirdi by taking a steamer to Mumbai en route. But when I came to the harbor, I found that the steamer was crowded and there was no place. The captain did not allow me, but at the intercession of a peon who was a stranger to me, I was allowed to get into the steamer, which brought me to Mumbai. From there, I came by train. Surely, I think that Baba is all pervading and all knowing. What are we and where is our home? How fortunate we are that Baba got our money back and drew us here to himself. Shirdi folks must be infinitely superior and more fortunate than we. For Baba has played, laughed, talked, and lived with you for so many years. I think that your store of good merits must be infinite. Sai is our Datta, Lord Dattatreya. He gave me a seat in the steamer and brought me here and thus gave proof of his omniscience and omnipotence. Mrs. Aurangabadkar, a lady from Solapur, the wife of Sakaram Aurangabadkar, had no issue during the long period of 27 years. She had made a number of vows to God and goddesses for an issue, but was not successful. She then became almost hopeless. To make a last attempt in this matter, she came to Shirdi with her stepson Vishwanath and stayed there for 2 months serving Baba. Whenever she went to the masjid, she found Baba surrounded by the devotees. She wanted to see Baba alone, fall at his feet and open her heart and pray for an issue, but she did not get any suitable opportunity. Ultimately, she requested Shama to intercede with Baba for her when he was alone. Shama said to her that Baba's darbar was open. Still, he would try for her and that the Lord might bless her. He asked her to sit ready with a coconut and joss-sticks in the open courtyard at the time of Baba's meals, and that when he beckoned to her, she should come up. One day, after dinner, when Shama was wiping Baba's wet hands with a towel, the latter pinched Shama's cheek. Shama, feigning anger, said, Deva, is it proper for you to pinch me like this? We don't want such a mischievous God who pinches us thus. Are we your dependents? Is this the fruit of our intimacy? Baba replied, O Shama, during the 72 generations that you were with me, I never pinched you till now, and now you resent my touching you? Shama replied, I want a God who will always love us and give us new dishes to eat. We do not want any reward from you or heaven, etc. Let our faith unto your feet be ever awake. Baba, yes, I have indeed come for that. I have been feeding and nursing you and have got love and affection for you. Then Baba went up and took his seat. Shama beckoned to the lady. She came up, bowed down, and presented the coconut and joss sticks. Baba shook the coconut, which was dry. The kernel within rolled and made a noise. Baba said, Shama, this is rolling. See what it says. Shama, the woman prays that a child should similarly roll in her womb. So please give her the coconut with your blessing. Baba, will the coconut give her any issue? How foolish people are to fancy such things. Shama, I know the power of your words and blessing. Your word will give her a series of children. You are wrangling and not giving real blessing. The parley went on for a while. Baba repeatedly ordered to break the coconut, and Shama pleaded for the gift of the entire fruit to the lady. Finally, Baba yielded and said, She will have an issue. When? Asked Shama. In 12 months, was the reply. At this, the coconut was broken into 2 parts. One was eaten by the 2, the other was given to the lady. Then Shama turned up to the lady and said, Dear lady, you are a witness to my words. If within 12 months you do not get any issue, I will break a coconut against this Deva's head and drive him out of this masjid. If I fail in this, I will not call myself Madhav. You will soon realize what I say. She delivered a son in a year's time, and the son was brought to Baba in his 5th month. The couple, both husband and wife, prostrated themselves before Baba, and the grateful father, Mr. Aurangabadkar, paid a sum of 500 rupees, which was spent in constructing a shed for Baba's horse, Shyamakarna. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all.
Saidham.
Sri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai.
Shailaja, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, chapter 37, Chavdi procession. In this chapter, Hemad Pant, after making some preliminary observations on some points of Vedanta, describes the Chavdi procession. Preliminary, blessed in Sai's life, blessed is his daily routine. His ways and actions are indescribable. Sometimes he was intoxicated with Brahmanand, divine joy, and at other times content with self-knowledge. Doing so many things sometimes, he was unconcerned with them. Though he seemed at times quite actionless, doing nothing, he was not idle or dozing. He always abided in his own self. Though he looked calm and quiet as the placid sea, he was deep and unfathomable. Who can describe his intelligent, ineffable nature? He regarded men as brothers, women as sisters and mothers. He was a perfect and perpetual celibate, as everybody knows. May the understanding knowledge we got in his company last long unto death. Let us ever serve him with wholehearted devotion to his feet. Let us see him, God in all beings, and let us ever love his name. Hemad Pant, after making some lengthy dissertations on some topics of Vedanta, which he himself considers as a digression, goes on to describe the Chavdi procession. Chavdi procession. Baba's dormitory has been already described. One day he slept in the masjid and on the next in the Chavdi, a small building containing a room or two near the masjid. This alternate sleeping in both these buildings went on till Baba's Mahasamadhi. From 10th December 1909, devotees began to offer regular worships to Baba in the Chavdi. This we will now describe with his grace. When the turn of retiring to the Chavdi came, people flocked to the masjid and made bhajan in the mandap courtyard for a few hours. Behind them was a beautiful ratha, small car. To the right, a Tulsi Vrindavan, and in front, Baba. And between these, the devotees fond of bhajan. Men and women who had a liking for the bhajan came in time. Some took tal, chiplis, and kartal, mridang, kanjari, and bowl, all musical instruments in their hands, and conducted the bhajan. Sai Baba was the magnet who drew all the devotees to him there. Outside in the open, some trimmed their divatyas, torches, some decorated and the palanquin, some stood with clean sticks in their hands and uttered cries of victory to Baba. The corner was decorated with buntings. Round about the masjid, rows of burning lamps shed their light. Baba's heart's Shyamakarna stood fully decorated outside. Then Tatya Patil came with a party of men to Baba and asked him to be ready. Baba sat quiet in his place till Tatya came and helped him to get up by putting his arm under Baba's armpit. Tatya called Baba by the name of Mama. Really, their relationship was extremely intimate. Baba wore on his body the usual kafni, took his satka, short stick, under his armpit, and after taking his chilim, tobacco pipe, and tobacco and placing a cloth over his shoulder, became ready to start. Then Tatya threw a golden embroidered beautiful shela, the shawl over his body. After this Baba moving a little, the bundle of fuel sticks lying behind was his right toe, and then with his right toe, and then extinguishing the burning lamp with his right hand, started for the Chavdi. Then all sorts of musical instruments, tashe, band, and horns and mridang, gave out their different sounds, and fireworks exhibited their different and various colored views. Man and woman, singing Baba's name, started walking, making bhajan to the accompaniment of mridang and veena. Some danced with joy and some carried various flags and standards. The Baldars announced Baba's name when he came on the steps of the masjid. On the two sides of the Baba stood person who held chawri and others who fanned Baba. On the way were spread folds of cloth on which Baba walked on, being supported by devotee's hand. Tatya Patil held the left hand and Mahalspati the right, and Bapu Sahib Jog held the chhatra, umbrella, over his head. In this fashion, Baba marched on to the Chavdi. The fully decorated red horse named Shamakarna led the way, and behind him were all the carriers, waiters, musical players, and the crowd of devotees. Harinama, the name of the Lord, chanted to the accompaniment of rent the skies. Music rent the skies as also the name of Sai. In this manner, the procession reached the corner when all the persons that joined with this party seemed well pleased and delighted. On coming to this corner, Baba stood facing the Chavdi and shone with a peculiar luster. It seemed as if the face of Baba glittered like dawn or like the glory of the rising sun. Baba stood there with a concentrated mind facing the north, as if he was calling somebody. All the instruments played their music while Baba moved his right arm up and down for some time. Kaka Sahib Dikshit at this time came forward with a silver plate containing flowers besmeared with gulal, red powder, and threw them on Baba's body off and on. The musical instruments played their best at this juncture, and Baba's face beamed with steady and added radiance and beauty, and all the persons drank this luster to their heart's content. Words fail to describe the scene and splendor of this occasion. Sometimes Mahalpati began to dance, being possessed or obsessed by some deity, but all were surprised to see that Baba's concentration was not in the least disturbed. With a lantern in his hand, Tatya Patil walked on Baba's left side and Bhagat Mahalpati on the right, holding with his hand the hem of Baba's garment. What a beautiful procession and what an expression of our devotion. To witness these men and women, poor and rich, flocked together there. Baba walked very slow. Bhaktas followed on both sides with love and devotion. With joy pervading the whole atmosphere of the place, the procession reached the Chavdi. That scene and those days are gone now. Nobody can see them now or in the future. Still remembering and visualizing that scene and sight, we can bring solace and comfort to our minds. The Chavdi was also fully decorated with a good white ceiling, mirrors, and many sorts of lamps. On reaching it, Tatya went ahead and spread an asan and placing a bolster, made Baba sit there and made him wear good angaraksha coat. Then the devotees worshipped him in various ways. They put on his head a mugat crowned with a tuft above, placed garlands of flowers and jewels round his neck and marking his forehead with musk mixed vertical lines and a dot, as Vaishnava devotees do. They started at him for long to their heart's content. They changed his headdress now and then and held it aloft on the head, fearing that Baba might throw it away. Baba knew the heart of them all and meekly submitted to all their methods without objection. With these decorations, he looked wonderfully beautiful. Nana Sahib Nimonkar held the chhatra umbrella with its beautiful pendants, which moved in a circle with its supporting stick. Bapu Sahib Jog washed the feet of Baba in a silver dish and offered arghya and worshipped with due formalities. Then besmeared his arms with sandal paste and offered tambul, betel leaves. Baba sat on the asan gadi while Thadia and others kept standing and falling at his feet. When Baba sat on the gadi, supporting himself against the bolster, devotees on both sides waved chamars and fans. Shama then prepared to chill him and handed it over to Tatyaba, who drew a flame out of it by his breath and then gave it to Baba. After Baba had his smoke, it was given to Bhagat Mahalspati and then it was passed round to all. Blessed was the inanimate chilim. It had first to undergo many ordeals of penance, such as being treated by pot makers, dried in the open sun and burnt in fire, and then it had the good fortune to get the contact of Baba's hand and his kiss. After this function was over, devotees put garlands of flowers on his neck and gave him nosegays and bunches of flowers for smelling. Baba, who was dispassion or non-attachment incarnate, cared a fig for all these necklaces of jewels and garlands of flowers and other decorations. But out of real love to his devotees, he allowed them to have their own way and to please themselves. Finally, Bapu Sahib Jog waved the arati and over Baba, observing all formalities. the musical instruments playing their auspicious tunes. When this arati was over, the devotees returned home one by one, saluting Baba and taking his leave. When Tatya Patil, after offering chilim, after attar, scent, and rose water, rose to depart, Baba said to him lovingly, "Me, go if you like, but return sometimes at night and inquire after me." Replying in the affirmative, Tatyaba left the chavdi and went home. Then Baba himself prepared his bed. He arranged 50 or 60 white chadars, one upon another, and thus making his bed, went to rest. We shall also now take rest and close this chapter with a request to the readers that they should remember Sai Baba and his Chavdi procession daily before they retire and go to bed. Go to Sri Sai, peace be.
Peace be to all.
Thank you.
Radha.
Yeah. Chapter 38. Baba's Handi, Disrespect of Shrine, Kala or Hodgepodge, Cup of Buttermilk. In the last chapter, we described Baba's Chavdi's position. In this, we take up Baba's handi, cooking pot, and some other objects. Preliminary. Oh, bless Sadguru Sai, we bow to you, who have given happiness to the whole world, accomplished the welfare of the devotees, and have removed the afflictions of those who have resorted to your feet.
షేర్ చేశాడు ఇప్పుడు నాకు 42 ఇచ్చాడు.
Being very liberal and being the protector and savior of the bhaktas who surrender themselves to you, you incarnate yourself in this world to oblige the people and do them good. The liquid essence of the pure self was poured into the mold of Brahma, and out of this has come out the crest jewel of Saint Sai. This Sai is Atma Rama himself. He is the abode of perfect divine bliss. Having himself attained all objects of life, he made his devotees desireless and free. Baba's Handi. Different sadhanas, means of accomplishments, are prescribed in our scriptures for different ages. Tapa, penance, is recommended for Krita age. Gnana, knowledge, for Treta age. Yajna, sacrifice, for Dwarapa age. And Dana, charity, for Kali, present age. Of all the charities, giving food is the best one. We are much perturbed when we get no food at noon. Other beings feel similarly under similar circumstances. Knowing this, he who gives food to the poor and hungry is the best donor or charitable person. The Taittiriya Upanishad says that is Brahma. From food, all the creatures are born, and having been born by food, they live, and having departed into food, they enter. When an Atiti, uninvited guest, comes to our door at noon, it is our bounden duty to welcome him by giving him food. Other kinds of charities, giving away wealth, property, and clothes, require some discrimination. But in a matter of food, no consideration is necessary. Let anybody come to our door at noon. He should be served forthwith. And if lame, crippled, blind, and diseased paupers come, they should be fed first, and the able-bodied persons and our relations afterwards. The merit of feeding the former is much greater than the feeding the latter. Other kinds of charities are imperfect without this annadana, giving of food, as stars are without the moon, a necklace without its central medal, a crown without a pinnacle, a tank without a lotus, bhajan without love, a married lady without the kumkum mark, singing without a sweet voice, or buttermilk without salt. Just as Varan, pulse soup, excels all other dishes, Annadana is the best of all merits. Now let us see how Baba prepared food and distributed it to others. It has been stated before that Baba required very little food for himself, and what little he wanted was obtained by begging from few houses. But when he took into his mind to distribute food for all, he made all the preparations from beginning to end himself. He depended on nobody and troubled none in this matter. First, he went to the bazaar and bought all the things, corn, flour, spices, etc., for cash. He did also the grinding. In the open courtyard of the masjid, he arranged a big hearth, and after lighting the fire underneath, kept a handi over it with a proper measure of water. There were two kinds of handi, one small and the other big. The former provided food for 50 persons, the latter for 100. Sometimes he cooked meete chawal, sweet rice, and at the other times pulawa with meat. At times in the boiling varan soup, he let in small balls of thick or flat breads of wheat flour. He pounded the spices on a stone slab and put the thin pulverized spices into the cooking pot. He took all the pains to making the dishes very palatable. He prepared ambil by boiling jawari flour in water and mixing it with buttermilk. With the food, he distributed this ambil to all alike. To see whatever the food was properly cooked or not, Baba rolled up the sleeve of his kafni and put his bare arm in the boiling cauldron without the least fear and churned the whole mass from side to side and up and down. There was no mark of burn on his arm nor fear on his face. When the cooking was over, Baba got the pots in the masjid and had them duly consecrated by the Maulvi. First, he sent part of the food as prasad to Malsapati and Tatya Patil, and then he served the remaining contents with his own hand to all the poor and the helpless people to their heart's content. Really blessed and fortunate must be those people who got food prepared by Baba and served him. Somebody may raise a doubt here and ask, Baba distributed vegetable and animal food as prasad like to all his devotees? The answer is plain and simple. Those who are accustomed to take the animal food were given the food from the handi as prasad, and those who are not so accustomed were not allowed to touch it. He never created in them any wish or desire to indulge in this food. There is a principle well established that when a guru himself give anything as prasad, the disciple who thinks and doubts whether it is acceptable or otherwise goes into perdition. In order to see how any disciple has imbibed this principle, Baba at times proposed tests. For instance, on an Ekadashi day, he gave some rupees to Dada Kelkar and asked him to go in person to Korala to get mutton from there. This Dada Kelkar was an orthodox Brahmin and kept all orthodox manners in his life. He knew that offering wealth, grain, and clothes to a Sadguru was not enough, but the implicit obedience to and prompt compliance with his order was the real dakshina that pleaded him most. So Dada Kelkar dressed himself and started for the place. Then Baba called him back and said, Go yourself. Don't go yourself, but send somebody. Then Dada sent servant Pandu for the purpose. Seeing him starting, Baba asked Dada to call him back and cancel that program. On another occasion, Baba asked Dada just to see how the saltish pulawa mutton dish was done. The latter said casually and formally that it was all right. Then Baba said to him, You have seen it with your eyes, nor tasted it with your tongue. Then how could you say that it was good? Just take out the lid and see. Saying this, Baba caught his arm and thrust it into the pot and added, Out your arm and taking a ladle, put some quantity in the dish without caring for your orthodoxy and without blustering. When a wave of real love rises in a mother's mind, she pinches her child with her hand, and when it begins to cry and shout, she hugs it close to her bosom. Similarly, Baba, in a true motherly, was pinched Dada Kelkar in this fashion. Really, no saint or Sadguru will ever force his orthodox disciple to eat forbidden food and defile himself thereby. The Handi business went on for some time till 1910 and was stopped thereafter. As stated before, Dasgunu spread the fame of Baba by his kirtans far and wide in the Bombay Presidency, and people from that part of the country began to flock to Shirdi, which became in a few days a place of pilgrimage. The devotees brought with them various articles for presentation and offered various dishes of food as naivedya. The quantity of naivedya offered by them was so much that the fakirs and paupers could feed themselves to their heart's content, leaving some surplus behind. Before stating how naivedya was distributed, we shall refer to Nana Sahib Chandorkar's story showing Baba's regard and respect for local shrines and deities.
Yeah. Sairam.
Shri
Jyotsna.
Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki
Maharaj ki Jai.
Jai.
Jyotsna, continue.
Yeah. Nana Sahib's disrespect of a shrine. By drawing inferences or guessing in their own way, some people said that Sai was a Brahmin and some that he was a Muslim. Really, he belonged to no caste. No one knew definitely when he was born and in what community and who were his parents. Then how could he be born? How could he be a Muslim or a Brahmin? If he were a Muslim, how could he keep dhuni fire ever burning in the masjid? How could there be a Tulsi Vrindavan there? How could he allow the blowing of conches and ringing of bells and the playing of the musical instruments? How could he allow all the different forms of Hindu worship there? Had he been a Muslim, could he have pierced ears and could he have been spend money from his pocket for repairing Hindu temples? On the contrary, he never tolerated the slightest disrespect to Hindu shrines and deities. Once Nana Sahib Chandorkar came to Shirdi with his sadhu, husband of his sister-in-law, Mr. Biniwale. When they went to the masjid and sat before Baba talking, the latter suddenly got angry with the Nana Sahib and said, "You're so long in my company and how do you behave like this?" Nana Sahib then at first did not understand anything and humbly requested Baba to explain. Baba asked him when he came to Kopra Gaon and how he came to Shirdi from thence. Nana Sahib then at once realized his mistake. He usually worshipped the shrine of Datta on the banks of Godavari at Kopar Gaon on his way to Shirdi, but this time he dissuaded his relation, who was a Datta Bhakta, from going to that shrine to avoid delay and drove straight. He confessed all this to Baba and told him that while bathing in the Godavari, a big thorn went into his foot and gave him much trouble. Baba said that was a slight punishment be met and warned him to be more careful in the future. Kala, hodgepodge. To revert to the distribution of Naivedya, after the Aarti was over and after Baba sent away all the people with Udi and blessings, he went inside and sat with his back to the Nimbar for meals with 2 rows of the Bhaktas, one on each side. The bhaktas who brought Naivedya thrust inside their dishes containing a variety of food such as puris, mande, polis, basundi, sadza, fine rice, etc., and kept waiting outside for prasada consecrated by Baba. All the foods were mixed in a hodgepodge and placed before Baba. He offered it all to God and consecrated it. Then portions of the same were given to the persons waiting outside, and the rest was served to the inner party with Baba at the center. The bhaktas sitting in 2 rows then dined to their heart's content. Baba asked Shama and Nana Sahib Nimonkar daily to serve the consecrated food to all the persons sitting inside and look to their individual needs and comforts. This they did very carefully and willingly. Every morsel of the food thus partaken gave them nutrition and satisfaction. Such sweet, lovely, and consecrated food it was, ever auspicious and ever holy. The cup of buttermilk. Once Hemant Pant had eaten his full in his company, then Baba offered him a cup of buttermilk. Its white appearance pleased him, but he was afraid that there was no space inside for it. He, however, took a sip, which proved very tasty. Seeing his faltering attitude, Baba said, "Drink it all. You won't get any such opportunity hereafter." He drank it off then, but found that Baba's words were prophetic, for he passed away soon. Now, readers, we have certainly to thank Hemant Pant. He drank the cup of buttermilk, but has supplied us with sufficient quantity of nectar in the form of Baba's Leelas. Let us drink cups and cups of his nectar and be satisfied and happy. Bo to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Thank you.
Sairam, yeah. Vijaya.
Sai.
Yeah. Chapter 39, Baba's knowledge of Sanskrit, his interpretation of a verse from Gita, construction of the Samadhi Mandir. This chapter 39 deals with Baba's interpretation of a verse from the Bhagavad Gita, as some people believe that Baba knew not Sanskrit, and the interpretation of Nana Sahib Chandorkar's Hemant Pant wrote another chapter 50, refuting that objection, as the chapter number 50 deals with the same subject matter It is incorporated in this chapter. Preliminary. Blessed in Shirdi and blessed is Dwarka Mai, where Sri Sai lived and moved until he took Mahasamadhi. Blessed are the people of Shirdi, whom he obliged and for whom he came such long distance. Shirdi was a small village first, but it attained great importance on account of his contact and became a Traita, holy place of pilgrimage. Equally blessed are the women folk of Shirdi. Blessed is their whole and undivided faith in him. They sang the glories of Baba while bathing, grinding, pounding corn, and doing other household work. Blessed is their love, for they sang sweet songs which calm and pacify the minds of singers and listeners. Baba's interpretation. Nobody believed that Baba knew Sanskrit. One day he surprised all by giving a good interpretation of a verse from the Gita to Nana Sahib Chandokar. A brief account about this matter was written by Mr. B.V. Dio, retired Mamaltadar, and published in Marathi in Sai Leela magazine, volume 4. Suptaha Vishaha, page 563. Short accounts of the same are also published in Saibaba's chapters and saying, page 61, and in the Wondrous Saint Saibaba, page 36, both by brother B.V. Narasimhaswamy. Mr. B.V. Dio has also given an English version of this in his statement dated 27/9/1936 and published on page 66 of Experiences. Part 3 published by the said Swami, as Mr. Dio has got first-hand information about the subject from Nana Sahib himself. We give below his version. Nana Sahib Chandokar was a good student of Vedanta. He had read Gita with commentaries and pride himself on his knowledge of all that. He financed that Baba knew nothing of all this or of Sanskrit. So Baba one day pricked and bubbled. This were the days before crowd flocked to Baba. When Baba had solitary talks at the mosque with such devotees, Nana was sitting near Baba and massaging his legs and muttering something. Baba, Nana, what are you mumbling yourself, Nana? I'm reciting a shloka verse from Sanskrit. Baba, what shloka? Nana, from Bhagavad Gita. Baba, utter it loudly. Nana then recited BG 434, which is as follows. Tattvavida Pranipatni. Baba, Nana, do you understand it? Nana, yes. Baba, if you do, then tell me. Nana, it means this Sastang Namaskar, that is prostration, questioning the Guru, serving him. Learn what is this jnana is. Then those jnanis that have attained the real knowledge of the sadhu, Sadavastu Brahma, will give you Upadesha, instruction of jnana. Baba, Nana, I do not want this sort of collected purport of the whole stanza. Give me each word, its grammatical force and meaning. This Nana explained it word by word. Baba, Nana, is it enough to make prostration merely? Nana, I do not know any other meaning for the word pranipata than making prostration. Baba, what is pariprana? Nana asking question. Baba, what does prana mean? Nana, the meaning questioning. Baba, if pariprashna means the same as prashna, question, why did Vyasa add the prefix pari? Was Vyasa off his head? Nana, I don't know of any other meaning for the word pariprashna. Baba, seva, what sort of seva is meant? Nana, just what we are doing always. Baba, is it enough to render such service? Nana, I do not know what more is signified by the word seva. Baba, in the next line, Tejanma, can you so read it as to read any other word in lieu of jnanam? Nana, yes. Baba, what word? Nana, ajnanam. Baba, taking that word instead of jnana, is any meaning made out of that verse? Nana, no. Shankara Vyasa gives no such construction. Baba, never mind if it does not. Is there any objection to using the word quote if it gives a better sense? Nana, I do not understand how to construe by placing quote in it. Baba, why does Krishna refer Arjuna to Jnanis or Tattvadashis to do his prostration integration and service. Was not a Krishna Tattvadarshi, in fact, Jnana himself, Nana? Yes, he was, but I do not make out why he referred Arjuna to Jnanis. Baba, have you not understood him? Nana was humiliated, his pride was knocked on the head. Then Baba began to explain, it's not enough merely to prostrate before the Jnanis, we must make Sarvasa Shranti, complete surrender to the Sadguru. Mere questioning is not enough. The question must not be made with any improper motive or attitude or to trap the Guru and catch at mistakes is the answer or out of idle curiosity. It must be serious and with a view to achieve moksha or spiritual progress. Seva is not rendering service, retaining still the feeling that one is free to offer or refuse service. One must feel that he is not the master of the body, that the body is Guru's and exists merely to render service to him. If this is done, the Sadguru will show what the Jnana referred is to in the previous stanza is Nana did not understand that what is meant by saying that a Guru teaches a Jnana. Should I continue? Hello.
Yeah, just hold on a second. Yeah, the Ruby is joining. Just a second, and then she can continue.
No, I think in place of Ruby, Santosh asked me to chant on this one, speak on this one.
Oh, Sri Ram. Okay.
So can I go ahead?
Saidham, yeah.
Ruby, it's okay then. I think.
Can I proceed or?
Yeah.
Yeah. Saidham, everyone. Nana did not understand what is meant by saying that.
It's okay, whatever.
Oh, sorry.
It's not working, it's not.
Ruby, you can continue, or you want Sriram to continue?
I'm not able to join.
All right. Okay, Sriram, continue.
Yeah. So Nana did not understand what is meant by saying that a guru teaches a Jnana. Baba, how is Jnana Upadesh, that is imparting of realization to be affected? Destroying ignorance is Jnana. Of verse OV 1396 of Jnaneshwari commenting on Gita 18-66 says, removal of ignorance is, O Arjun, if dream and sleep disappear, you are yourself. It is like that. Also, OV 83 on Gita V-16 says, is there anything different or independent in Jnana besides the destruction of ignorance? Expelling darkness means light. Destroying duality, Dvaita, means non-duality, Advaita. Whenever we speak of destroying Dvaita, we speak of Advaita. Whenever we talk of destroying darkness, we talk of light. If we have to realize the Advaita state, the feeling of Dvaita in ourself has to be removed. This is the realization of Advaita state. Who can speak of Advaita while remaining in Dvaita state? Unless one gets into the state of non-duality, how can one know it and realize it? Again, the Sahishya, Sishya, disciple, like the Sadguru, is the embodiment of Jnana. The difference between the two lies in the attitude, high realization of Sadguru and his marvelous superhuman sattva, beingness, and unrivaled capacity of the Aishwarya, yoga, divine powers. The Sadguru is Nirgun, Satchit Ananda. He has indeed taken human form to elevate mankind and rise the world. But his real Nirgun nature is not destroyed thereby, even a bit. His existence or reality, divine power, and wisdom remains undiminished. The disciple is also, in fact, of the same Swarupa, but it is overlaid by the effect of the sanskars of innumerable births in the shape of ignorance, which veils his view that he is Shuddha Chaitanya, as stated therein, he gets the impression. I am Jiva, a creature meek and poor. The Guru has to root out these offshoots of ignorance and has to give an upadesh or instruction to the disciple, held spellbound for endless generations by the ideas of his being. A Jiva, the Guru imparts the teaching. You're good, you are mighty and opulent. Then he realizes that he is God really. The perpetual delusion under which the disciple is laboring, that he is the body, that he is a creature, he is a creature, jiva or ego, that God, Paramatma, and the world are different from his, is an ignorance inherited from innumerable past birth. From actions based on it, he has derived his joy, sorrows, and mixture of both. To remove this delusion, this error, this root of ignorance, he must start the inquiry. How did the ignorance arise? Where is it? And to show him, this is called the Guru Upadesh. The following are the instances of Agnan. Number one, I am Jiva, creature. Number two, body is the soul. I am the body. Number three, God. World and Jiva are different. Number four, I'm not God. Number five, not knowing that body is not the soul. Number six, not knowing that God, world, and Jiva are one. Unless these errors are exposed to his view, the disciple cannot learn what is God, Jiva, world, body, how they are interrelated, and whether they are different from each other or are one and the same. To teach him these and destroy his ignorance is the instruction in Gnana or Agnana. Why should Gnan be imparted to the Jiva? Upadesh is merely to show him his error and destroy his ignorance. Construction of Samadhi Mandir. Baba never made any fuss about things which he wanted to accomplish, but he so skillfully arranged the circumstances that the people were surprised at the slow but sure results attained. The construction of Samadhi Mandir is an instance. Shriman Bapu Saheb Bhuti, the famous multimillionaire of Nagpur, lived in Shirdi with his family. Once an idea arose in his mind that he should have a building of his own there. Sometime after this, while he was sleeping in Dikshit Wada, he got a vision. Baba appeared in his dream and ordered him to build a Wada with a temple. Shama, who was sleeping there, also got the similar vision. When Bapu Saheb woke up, he saw Shama crying and asked the latter as to why he was in tears. Shama replied that in his vision, Baba came to him and ordered distinctly, build the Wada with the temple. I shall fulfill the desire of all. And hearing the sweet and loving words of Baba, I was overpowered with emotion. My throat was choked. My ears were overflowing with tears, and I began to cry. Bapu Saheb was surprised to see that both their visions tallied. Being rich and capable man, he decided to build a wada there and drew up the plan with Shama. That's Madaro. Kaka Saheb Dikshit also approved of it. And when it was placed before Baba, he was sanctioned it immediately. Then the construction work was duly started and under the supervision of Sharma. The ground floor and the cellar and the well were completed. Baba, on his way to and from Lendi, also suggested some improvements. Further work was entrusted to Baba Saheb Jog. And when it was going on, an idea struck Bapu Saheb Bhutis Mandir, and there should be an open space or platform in in the center. The image of Muralidhar, Lord Krishna with the flute, to be installed. He asked Sharma to refer this matter to Baba and get his consent. The latter asked Baba about this, and when he was just passing away by the Vada. On hearing Shama, Baba gave his consent, saying, after the temple is completed, I will come and stay there. And staring at the vada, he added, after the vada is complete, we shall use it ourselves. We shall live, move and play there, embrace each other and be happy. Then Shama asked Baba whether this was the auspicious time to begin the foundation work of the central room of the shrine. Baba answered in the affirmative. Then Shama got a coconut broken there and started the work. In due time, the work was completed and ordered. An order was also placed for making a good image of Muralidhar. But before it was ready, a new situation turned up. Baba became seriously ill. Baba Sahib became very sad and dejected, thinking that if Baba passed away, his vada would not be consecrated by his holy touch of Baba's feet, and all his money would be wasted away. But the words, "Keep me in the vada," which came out of Baba's mouth just before his passing away, consoled not only Babu Sahib, but one and all. In due time, Baba's holy body was placed and preserved in the central shrine meant for Muralidhar. And Baba himself became Muralidhar. And the Vada thus became the Samadhi Mandir of Saibaba. His wonderful Leela is unfathomable. Blessed and fortunate is Babu Sahib Bhuti, in whose Vada lies the holy and the pure body of Baba. Bow to Sri Sai. Peace to all. Om
Peace to all.
Shri Sadguru Sainath.
Sainath Maharaj ki
Maharaj ki jai.
Jai.
Lataji.
Om Saidham, Chapter 40, Stories of Baba. Attending Mrs. Deo's Udyapan ceremony as a sannyasi with two others, Trayo and Hemat Pant's house in the form of his picture. In this chapter, we give two stories. One, how Baba attended the Udyapan ceremony organized by Mr. B.V. Deo's mother at his house at Dahanu. And second, how Baba attended the Shimga dinner party in Hemat Pant's house at Bandra. Preliminary. Blessed is Sri Sai Samartha, who gives instructions in both temporal and spiritual matters to his devotees and makes them happy by enabling them to achieve the goal of their life. Sai, who, when he places his hand on their heads, transfers his powers to them and thus destroying the sense of differentiation, makes them attain the unattainable thing. He who embraces the bhaktas who prostrate themselves before him with no sense of duality or difference. He becomes one with the bhaktas as the sea with the rivers when they meet it in the rainy season and gives them his power and position. It follows from this and gives them his power and it follows from this that he who sings the Leelas of God's Bhaktas is equally or more dear to him than one who sings the Leelas of God only. Now to revert to the stories of this chapter. Mrs. Deo's Udyapan ceremony. Mr. B.V. Deo was a Mamlatdar at Dhanau, Thana district. His mother had observed 25 or 30 different vows, and a Udyapan concluding ceremony in connection therewith was to be performed. This ceremony included the feeding of 100 to 200 Brahmins. Mr. Deo fixed a date for the ceremony and wrote a letter to Bapu Sahib Jog asking him to request Sai Baba on his behalf to attend the dinner of the ceremony, as without his attendance, the ceremony would not be duly completed. Bapu Sahib Jog read out the letter to Baba. Baba noted carefully the pure-hearted invitation and said, I always think of him who remembers me. I require no conveyance, carriage, tanga, train, or aeroplane. I run and manifest myself to him who lovingly calls me. Write to him a pleasing reply that three of us, the trio, myself, yourself, and the third will go and attend it. Mr. Jog informed Mr. Deo of what Baba said. The latter was much pleased, but he knew that Baba never went to any place except Rahata, Rui, and Neemgaon in person. He also thought that nothing was impossible for Baba, as he was all-pervading, and that he might suddenly come in any form he likes and fulfill his words. A few days before this, a sannyasi with Bengali dress and professing to work for the cause of the protection of cows, came to the station master at the Hanu to collect subscriptions. The latter told him to go into the town and see the Mamlatdar, Mr. Deo, and with his help collect funds. Just then the Mamlatdar happened to come there. The station master then introduced the sannyasi to him. Both sat talking on the platform. Mr. Deo told him that a subscription list for some other charitable cause had already been opened by the leading citizen Rao Sahib Narottam Shetty, and so it was not a good idea to start another subscription list, and that it would be better if he visited the place after 2 to 4 months. Hearing this, the sannyasi left the place. About a month afterwards, the sannyasi came in a tanga and stopped in front of Mr. Deo's house at about 10 a.m. Deo thought that he came for subscriptions. On seeing him busy with the preparations of the ceremony, the sannyasi said that he had come not for money but for meals. Deo said, "All right, very glad, you're welcome, the house is yours." The sannyasi said, "Two lads are with me." Deo said, "Well, come with them." As there was time, 2 hours for dinner, Deo inquired where he should send for them. He said that it was not necessary, as he would come himself at the appointed time. Deo asked him to come at noon. Exactly at 12 noon, the trio came and joined the dinner party, and after feeding themselves, went away. After the ceremony was finished, Deo wrote a letter to Bapu Sahib Jog, complaining of Baba's breach of promise. Jog went to Baba with the letter, but before it was opened, Baba spoke. "Ah, he says that I promised him to come, but deceived him. Inform him that I did attend his dinner with 2 others, but he failed to recognize me. Then why did he call me at all? Tell him that he thought that the sannyasi came to ask for subscription money. Did I not remove his doubt in that respect? And did I not say that I would come with 2 others? And did not the trio come in time and take their meals? See, to keep my words, I would sacrifice my life. I would never be untrue to my words." This reply gladdened Job's heart, and he communicated the whole of the reply to Deo. As soon as he read it, he burst into tears of joy, but he took himself to task mentally for vainly blaming Baba. He wondered how he was deceived by the sannyasi's prior visit and his coming to him for subscriptions, how he also failed to catch the significance of the sannyasi's words that he would come with 2 others for meals. This story clearly shows that when the devotees surrender themselves completely to their Sadguru, he sees that the religious functions in their houses are duly executed and complied with all the necessary formalities. Hemant Pant's Shimga dinner. Now let's take another story which shows how Baba appeared in the form of his picture and fulfilled the desire of his devotee. In 1917 AD, on the full moon morning, Hemant Pant had a vision. Baba appeared to him in his dream in the form of a well-dressed sannyasi, woke him up and said that he would come to him for meals that day. This awakening constituted a part of the dream. When he fully awoke, he saw no sign nor any sannyasi. But when he began to recollect the dream, he remembered each and every word the sannyasi uttered in his dream. Though he was in contact with Baba for 7 years, and though he always meditated on Baba, he never expected that Baba would come to his house for meals. However, being much pleased with Baba's words, he went to his wife and informed her that being the holy day, a sannyasi guest was coming for meals and that some more rice should be prepared. She inquired about the guest, who he was, where he was coming from. Then, not to lead her astray and not to cause any misunderstanding, he gave her the truth, that is, told her about the dream. She doubtingly asked whether it was possible that Baba should come there from Bandra, from Shirdi, leaving the dainty dishes there for accepting their coarse food. Hemant Pant then assured her that Baba might not come in person, but he might attend in the form of a guest, and that they would lose nothing if they cooked some more rice. After this, preparations for dinner went on, and it was quite ready at noon. The Holika worship was done, and the leaves dishes were spread and arranged with rangoli marks around them. 2 rows were put up with a central seat between them for the guest. All the members of the family, sons, grandsons, daughters, son-in-law, etc., came and occupied their proper seats, and the serving of the various articles commenced. While this was being done, everybody was watching for the guest, but none turned up, though it was past noon. Then the door was closed and chained. The Anna Shuddhi ghee was served. This was a signal to start eating. Formal offering to the Vaishvadevi fire and Naivedya to Sri Krishna were also over, and the members were about to begin when footsteps in the staircase were distinctly heard. Hemad Pant went immediately and opened the door and saw two men there, Ali Muhammad and Maulana Ismu Mujawar. These two persons, seeing that meals were ready and all the members were about to begin eating, apologized to Hemad Pant and requested him to excuse their interference. They said, "You left your seat and came running to us. Others are waiting for you, so please take this your thing, and I shall relate all the wonderful tale about it later on at your convenience." So saying, he took out from his armpit a packet wrapped in an old newspaper cover and placed it on the table. Hemad Pant uncovered the packet and saw to his great wonder and surprise a big and nice picture of Sai Baba. On seeing it, he was much moved, tears ran from his eyes, and hair stood on end all over his body. And he bent and placed his head on the feet of Baba in the picture. He thought that Baba had blessed him by this miracle or Leela. Out of curiosity, he asked Ali Muhammad where he got this picture. He said that he bought it from a shop and that he would give all the details about it sometime afterwards, and wished that all the members were waiting for him, that he should go and join them. Hemad Pant thanked him, bade both of them goodbye, and returned to the dining hall. The picture was placed on the central seat reserved for the guest, and after making the due offering of Naivedya, the whole party commenced eating and finished in proper time. On seeing the beautiful form in the picture, everybody was extremely pleased and wondered how all this happened. This is how Sai Baba kept up and fulfilled his words uttered by him in the dream of Hemad Pant. The story of the picture with all its details of how Ali Muhammad got it, why he bought it and gave it to Hemad Pant is reserved for the next chapter. Om Shri Sachidananda Sadguru
Sadguru Sainath Maharaj
Maharaj
ki
ki jai. I just want to, I just want to take a minute. So before we continue, so Lata Garu is our motivator and who has initiated this Paranam. So 4 years back, where Lata Garu asked us to start this program, and it was too many challenges where I came across, and finally we started the Paranam 4 years back, and still we're continuing this one, and we're doing every quarterly, and I think we're blessed to have such kind of devotees to take initiatives. Thank you.
Saidham, Saidham. Thank you.
Chapter 41.
Okay, now I will start from 41 to 50. Samadhi Mandir. Srinivas Garu, you can start it.
Yeah. Story of the picture. Stealing the rags in the reading of Gnaneshwari. As stated in the last chapter, we continue here the story of the picture. 9 years after the occurrence of the incident depicted in the last chapter, Ali Muhammad saw Hemad Pant and related to him the following story. One day while wandering in the streets of Bombay, he bought the picture from a street hawker. Then he framed and set it on a wall in his house at Bandra, suburb of Bombay. As he loved Baba, he daily took darshan of it. 3 months before, he gave the picture to Hemad Pant. He suffered from an absence of a swelling on his leg, for which an operation was performed, and he was convalescing in the house of his brother-in-law, Mr. Noor Muhammad Peerboy in Bombay. For 3 months, his house in Bandra was closed, and nobody was living there. Only the picture of the famous Baba Abdul Rahman, Maulana Sahib Muhammad, Hussain Baba, Baba Sai, Baba Tajuddin, and other saints living were there. The wheel of time did not even spare these. He was lying sick and suffering in Bombay, but if the picture suffered there in Bandra, it seems that they have also their ins and outs, like births and deaths. All the pictures met their fate, but how Saibaba picture escaped it, nobody had been able to explain to me up to till now. It shows the omnipresence of Sai and his inscrutable power. He got a small picture of Saint Baba Abdul Rahman from Muhammad Hussain Thariotopan many years ago. He gave it to his brother-in-law Nur Muhammad Birbal, and it was lying on his table for 8 years. Once the later site took it to a photographer and got it enlarged to life size and distributed copies of the same amongst his relations and friends, including Ali Muhammad, who fixed it up on his Bandra house. Nur Muhammad was a disciple of Saint Abdul Rahman, and when he went to present the picture to his guru in an open darbar held by him, the guru got wild and ran to beat him and drove him out. He felt very sorry and dejected. He thought that he lost so much of his money and incurred his guru's displeasure and anger. As his guru did not like image worship, he took the enlarged picture with him to the Apollo Bandar and, after hiring a boat, went in it and drowned it in the sea. He requested the friends and relations to return their copies, and after getting them, 6 in all, back, had them thrown by a fisherman in the Bandra Sea. At this time, Ali Muhammad was in his brother-in-law's house. He was told by him that his suffering would come to an end if he would soon drown the pictures of the saints in the sea. Hearing this, Ali Muhammad sent his manager to his Bandra house and got all the pictures of the saints in his house thrown into the sea. When Ali Muhammad returned home after 2 months, he was surprised to find Baba's picture on the wall as before. He did not understand how his Mehta took away all the pictures except this. He immediately took it out and kept it in his cupboard, fearing that if his brother-in-law saw it, he would do away with it. While he was thinking how it should be disposed of and who would keep it and guard it well, Saibaba himself, as it were, suggested to him that he should see and consult Maulana Mujawar and abide by his opinion. He saw the Maulana and told him everything. After mature consideration, they both decided that the picture should be presented to Anna Sahib Hemant Pant and that he would protect it well. Then they both went to Hemant Pant and presented the picture in the nick of time. This story how Baba knew all the past, present and future, and how skillfully he pulled the wires and fulfilled the desire of his devotees. The following story shows that Baba liked very much those persons who took real interest in matters spiritual, and that he removed all their difficulties and made them happy. Stealing the rags and reading of Gnaneshwari. Mr. B.V. Dev, who was a Mamaldar of Dahanu, Thana district, wished for a long time to read Gnaneshwari, the well-known Marathi commentary on the Bhagavad Gita by Gnaneshwar, along with other scriptures. He could read daily one chapter of the Bhagavad Gita and some portion of other books. But when he took Gnaneshwari in hand, some difficulties cropped up and he was recalled from reading it. He took 3 months leave, went to Shirdi and thence to his home at Pound for rest. He could read 3 other books, but when he opened Gnaneshwari, some evil or stray thoughts came crowding in his mind and stopped him in the effort. Try however he might, he was not able to read even a few lines of the book with ease. So he resolved in his mind that when Baba would create love for the book and would order him to read it, he would begin and not till then. Then in the month of February 1914, he went with his family to Shirdi. There, Jog asked him whether he daily read Gnaneshwari. Dev said that he was desirous of reading it, but he was not successful, and that only when Baba would order him to read it. He would commence, Jog then advised him to take a copy of the book and present it to Baba and to start the reading after it was consecrated and written by him. Dev then replied that he did not want to resort to this device as Baba knows his heart. Would he not know his desire and satisfy it by giving him to clear order to read? Dev then saw Baba and offered 1 rupee as dakshina. Baba asked for 20 rupees, which he gave at night. He saw one Balakaram and inquired how he secured Baba's devotion and grace. Balakaram told him that he would communicate everything next day after Arati. When Dev went for Dakshina next day, Baba asked for 20 rupees, which he gave willingly. As the masjid was crowded, Dev went aside and sat in a corner. Baba asked him to come close and sit with a calm mind, which Dev did. Then after the noon arati was over and after the men dispersed, Dev saw again Balakaram and asked him his previous history, what Baba told him and how he was taught meditation. Balakaram was going to reply when Baba sent one Chandru, a leper devotee, to call Dev to him. When Dev went to Baba, the latter asked him when and with whom and what he was talking. He said that he talked with Balakaram and heard from him his fame. Then Baba asked again 25 rupees as dakshina, which Dev gladly gave. Then Baba took him inside and sitting near the post charged him, saying, You stole away my rags without my knowledge. Dev denied all knowledge of the rags, but Baba asked him to make a search. He searched but found none. Then Baba got angry and said, There is nobody here. You are the only thief. So grey-haired and old. You came here for stealing. After this, Baba lost his temper, got terribly wild, gave all sorts of abuses and scoldings. Dev remained silent and watching, and thought that he might get a beating also. After about an hour or so, Baba asked him to go to the Vada. He returned to the Vada and told jokes and Balakaram all that had happened. Then in the afternoon, Baba sent for all and Dev also, and said that his words might have pained the old man, Dev, but also he committed the theft. He could not but speak out. Then Baba asked again a forest well. Dev called the amount, paid it, and prostrated himself before him. Then Baba said to him, What are you doing? Nothing, replied Dev. Then Baba, go on daily reading the Pothi in Jnaneshwari. Go and sit in the Vada. Read something regularly every day, and while reading, explain the portion read to all with love and devotion. I'm sitting here ready to give you the whole gold embroidered Sheila, valuable cloth. Then why go to others to steal rags? And why should you get into the habit of stealing? Dev was much pleased to hear the words of Baba, for he asked him to start reading Pothi Jnaneshwar. He thought that he got what he wanted and then he could read the book with ease henceforth. He again prostrated himself before Baba and said that he surrendered himself to him and that he should be treated as a child and be held in his reading. He realized then what Baba meant by stealing the rags. What he asked Balakaram consulted the rags, and Baba did not like his behavior in this respect. As he was ready to answer any question, he did not like him to ask others and make unnecessary inquiries, and therefore he harassed and scolded him. Dev thought that he really did not harass and scold him, but thought that he was ready to fulfill his desires, and there was no use asking others in vain. Dev took these scoldings as flowers and blessings and went home satisfied and contented. The matter did not end here. Baba did not stop with only issuing an order to read. Within a year, he went to Dev and inquired about his progress. On 2nd April 1914, on Thursday morning, Baba gave him a dream vision. He sat on the upper floor and asked him whether he understood the Poti. No, answered Dev. Baba, then when are you going to understand? Dev burst into tears and said, unless you shower your grace, the reading is mere worry and the understanding is still more difficult. I saw this definitely. Baba, while reading, you make hesitate, read it before me, in my presence. Dev, what shall I read? Baba, read Adhyatma, spiritualism. Dev went to bring the book when he opened his eyes and was awakened. We leave the readers to imagine what ineffable joy and bliss Dev felt after this vision. Thank you.
Can I start, Santosh?
Yes. Sri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki Jai.
Jai. Chapter 42. Baba passing away. Previous indication averting death of Ramachandra Dada Patil and Tatya Kote Patil, charity to Lakshmi Bai Shinde, last moment. This chapter describes the passing away of Baba. Preliminary, the stories given in the previous chapter have shown that the light of Guru's grace removes fear of mundane existence, opens the path of salvation, and turns our misery into happiness. If we always remember the feet of the Sadguru, our troubles come to an end. Death loses its sting, and the misery of this mundane existence is obliterated. Therefore, those who care for their welfare should carefully listen to these stories of Sai Samarath, which will purify their minds. In the beginning, Hemant Pant dwells on Dr. Pandi's worship and is marking Baba's forehead with Tripunda, that is, three horizontal lines. But as this has been already described in chapter 11, it has been omitted here. Previous indication. The readers up till now heard the stories of Baba's life. Let them now hear attentively of Baba's passing away. Baba got a slight fever on 28th September 1918. The fever lasted for 2 or 3 days, but afterwards Baba gave up his food and thereby grew weaker and weaker. On the 17th day, that is Tuesday, the 15th October 1918, Baba left his mortal coil at about 2:30 p.m. White Professor G. Narke letter dated 5th November 1918 to Dada Saheb Kabarde, published in Sai Leela magazine, page 78, first year. 2 years before this, that is 1916, Baba gave an indication of his passing away, but nobody understood it then. It was as follows. On the Vijayadashami Dashara day, Baba all of a sudden got into a wild rage in the evening when people were returning from Simolankan, crossing the border or limits of the village, taking off his headdress, kafni and langota, etc. He tore them and threw them in the Duni before him. On being fed this offering, the fire in the Duni began to burn brighter and Baba shone still brighter. He stood there stark naked and with his burning red eyes shouted, "You follows, now I have a look and decide finally whether I am a Muslim or a Hindu." Everybody was trembling with fear and none dared to approach Baba. After some time, Bayoji Shinde, the leper devotee of Baba, went boldly near him and succeeded in tying a langota waistband round his waist and said, "Baba, what is all this? Today is the Simolankan Dasara holiday." Baba, striking the ground with his satka, said, "This is my Simolagan crossing the border." Baba did not cool down till 11 p.m. and the people doubted whether the Chavadi procession would ever take place that night.
After an hour, Baba resumed his normal condition and dressing himself as usual, attended the Chavadi procession as described before. But this incident, Baba gave a suggestion that Dasara was a proper time for him to cross the border of life, but none understood its meaning then. Baba gave another indication also as follows: averting death of Ramachandra and Tatya Patil. Sometime after this, Ramachandra Patil became seriously ill. He suffered a lot. He tried all remedies, but finding no relief. Despair of his life was waiting for the last moment. Then one midnight, Baba suddenly stood near his bed. Patil held his feet and said, I have lost all hopes of my life. Please tell me definitely when shall I die? Merciful Baba said, don't be anxious. Your hundi, warrant, has been withdrawn and you will soon recover. But I am afraid of Tata Patil. He will pass away on Vijay Dashami and Shaka 1840-1918 AD. Do not divulge this to anybody, not to him, for he will be terribly frightened. Ramachandra Datta got well, but he felt nervous about Tatya's life, for he knew that Baba's word was unalterable and that Tatya would breathe his last within 2 years. He kept the secret, told it to none but to Bala Shimbe, a tailor only. Only these two persons, Ramachandra Date and Bala Shimpe, were in fear and suspense regarding Tata's life. Ramachandra Dade soon left his bed and was on his legs. Time passed quickly. The month of Bat- Batrapat of Shaka 1840-1918 was ending and Ashwin was approaching. True to Baba's word, Tatya fell sick and was bedridden, and so he could not come for Baba's darshan. Baba was also down with fever. Tatya had full faith in Baba. Tatya's illness began to grow from bad to worst, and he could not move at all. But always remember Baba. The presi- predicament of Baba began to grow equally worse. The day predicted, that is Vijayadasami, was impending, and both Ramachandra Dade and Bala Shimpe was terribly frightened about Tatya, and their bodies trembling and perspiring with fear, thought that as prescribed by Baba, Tatya's end was near. Vijayadasami dawned and Tatya's pulse began to beat very slow and he was expected to pass away shortly. But a curious thing happened. Tatya remained, his death was averted and Baba passed away instead. It seemed as if there was an exchange. People said that Baba gave up his life for Tatya. Who he did so, he alone knew, as, as his was are inscrutable. It seems, however, that in this incident, Baba gave a hint of his passing away, substituting Tatya's name for his own. Next morning, 16th October, Baba appeared to Daskanu and Pandarpur in his dream and said to him, the masjid collapsed, all the oil men and grocers of Shirdi harassed me a lot, so I leave the place. I therefore came to inform you here. Go there quickly and cover me with buckle flowers. Daskanu got the information also from Shirdi letters, so he came to Shirdi with his disciples and started bhajan and kirtan and sang the Lord's name throughout the day before Baba's Samadhi. Himself wearing a beautiful garland of Lord Hari's name, he placed it on Baba's Samadhi and gave a mass feeding in Baba's name. Charity to Lakshmi Bai. Dasara or Vijayadasami is regarded by all the Hindus as the most auspicious time, and it is befitting that Baba should choose this time for his crossing the border line. He was allying some days before this, but he was ever conscious internally. Just before the last moment, he sat up without anybody's aid and looked better. People thought that the danger had passed off and he was getting well. He knew that he was to pass away soon and therefore he wanted to give some money as charity to Lakshmi Bai Chinde. Baba pervading all creatures. This Lakshmi Bai Shinde was a good and well-to-do woman. She was serving in the masjids day and night, except Mahal Sabadi, Tata and Lakshmi Bai. None was allowed to step in the masjids at night. Once, while Baba was sitting in the masjid with Tatya in the evening, Lakshmi Bai came and saluted Baba. Baba said to her, "Oh Lakshmi, I am very hungry." Off she went, saying, "Baba, wait a bit. I return immediately with bread." She did return with bread and vegetables and placed the same before Baba. He took it and gave it to a dog. Lakshmi Bai then asked, "What is this, Baba?" "I ran in as prepared bread with my own hands for you, and you threw it to a dog without eating a morsel of it. You gave me trouble unnecessarily." Baba replied, "Why do you grieve for nothing? The appeasement of the dog's hunger is the same as mine. The dog has a soul, the creature may be different, but the hunger of all is the same. Though some speak and others are dumb, known for certain that he who feeds the hunger really serves me with food. Regard this as truth. This is an ordinary incident. But Baba thereby propounded a great spiritual truth and showed this practical application in daily life without hurting anybody's feeling. From this time onward, Lakshmi Bai began to offer him daily bread and milk with love and devotion. Baba accepted and ate it appreciatingly. He took a part of this and sent the reminder through Lakshmi Bai to Radha Krishna Mai, who always wrote and ate Baba's remnant prasad. This bread story should not be considered as a digression. It shows how Sai Baba pervaded all the creature and transcended them. He is omnipresent, birthless, deathless, and immortal. Baba remembered Lakshmi Bai's service. How could he forget her? Just before leaving his body, he put his hands in his pocket and gave her rupees 5 and then rupees 4. In all, rupees 9. The figure 9 is indicative of the 9 types of devotion described in chapter 21, or it may be the dakshina offered at the time of Simolagan. Lakshmi Bai was a well-to-do woman, and so she was not in want of any money. Baba might have suggested to her and brought to her notice the 9 characteristics of a good disciple mentioned in the 6th verse of the chapter 10, Skanda 11 of the Bhagavat, wherein first 5 and then 4 characteristics are mentioned in the first and the second couplets. Baba's this gift of 9 she will remember ever. Being so watchful and conscious, he ordered them all to clear off. Kaha Sahib Dishit, Babu Sahib Booty, and others were in the masjid anxiously waiting upon Baba, but he asked them to go to the Vada and returned after meals. They could not leave Baba's presence, nor could they disobey him. So, with heavy hearts and heavy feet, they went to the Vada. They knew that Baba's condition was very serious and that they could not leave him. They sat for meals, but their mind was elsewhere. It was with Baba. Before they finished, news came to them of Baba shedding the mortal coil, leaving their dishes. They ran to the masjid and found that Baba rested finally on Bayaji's lap. He did not collapse on the ground, nor did he lie on his bed, but sitting quietly on his seat and doing charity with his own hands, left the mortal coil. Saints embody themselves and come into this world with a definite mission, and after that is fulfilled, they pass away as quietly and easily as they came. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Sachidananda Satguru Sai
Sainath Maharaj ki jai.
Chapter.
Yeah, we have Nilesh and Anita and Ruby. So Nilesh, if you don't mind, Ruby need to go. So can you read the next 2 pages?
Oh, sure, no problem.
We have 6 pages. So first 2 pages, Ruby, you can read it. The next 2 pages.
Santosh, I'm reading online. Will you be able to tell me where I have to start?
Use 1 second.
You can tell me once this is done. You can tell me.
Yeah. I'll text you. Roby, you just read the first 2 pages. Roby, 230.
Okay, till where?
Uh,
2 pages, okay, but you want me to stop at any particular paragraph?
no. Just finish that page and stop the end. They'll continue from the next page.
Okay.
1 minute. I'll tell you the page. Page is 225, 226.
Yes, I got it.
And Nilesh, you're 227. Sorry, Anita 227, 228, and Nilesh 229, 230.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, thank you. Please start.
Okay, this is Baba's passing away. Chapter 43.
Yes.
Chapter 43 and 44 continue the story of Baba's passing away, and therefore they are taken together. Previous preparation. It is a general practice amongst the Hindus that when a man is about to die, some good religious scriptures is read out to him with the object that his mind should be withdrawn from worldly things and fixed in spiritual matters, so that his future progress should be natural and easy. Everybody knows that when King Parikshit was cursed by the son of a Brahmin rishi and was to die after a week, the great sage Sukadev expounded to him the famous Bhagavad Puran in that week. This practice is followed even now, and the Gita, Bhagavad, and other sacred books are read out to dying persons. Baba, being an incarnation of God, needed no such help. But just to set an example to the people, he followed this practice. When he knew that he was to pass away soon, he asked one Mr. Vaze to read Ram Vijay to him. Mr. Vaze read the book once in the week. Then Baba asked him to read the same again day and night, and he finished the second reading in 3 days. Thus 11 days passed. Then again he read for 3 days, and he was exhausted. So Baba let him go and kept himself quiet. He abided in his self and was waiting for the last moment. 2 or 3 days earlier, Baba had stopped his morning peregrinations, that is going out and begging rounds, and sat quietly in the masjid. He was conscious till the last and was advising the devotees not to lose heart. He let nobody know the exact time of his departure. Kaka Sahib Dikshit and Shriman Bhuti were dining daily with him in the masjid. That day, on 15th October, after the Aarti, he asked them to go to their residence for dining. Still a few, like Lakshmibai Shinde, Bhagoji Shinde, Bayaji, Lakshman Bala Shimpi, and Nana Sahib Nimonkar remained there. Shama was sitting down on the steps. After giving rupees 9 to Lakshmibai Shinde, Baba said that he did not feel well there in the masjid and that he should be taken to the Tagdi, the stone, Vada of Booty, where he would be all right. While saying these last words, he leaned on Bayaji's body and breathed his last. Bhagoji noticed that his breathing had stopped and he immediately told this to Nana Sahib Nimonkar, who was sitting near. Nana Sahib brought some water and pounded it on Baba's mouth. It came out. Then he cried out loudly, "Oh Deva!" Baba seemed to open his eyes and say, "Ah," in a low tone. But it soon became evident that Baba had left his mortal body for good. The news of Baba's passing away was spread like wildfire in the village of Shirdi, and all people, men, women, and children ran to the masjid and began to mourn his loss in various ways. Some cried out loudly, some wallowed on, some fell down senseless in the streets. Tears ran down from eyes of all, and everyone was filled with sorrow. Some people started remembering the words of Saibaba. Somebody said that Maharaj Saibaba told his devotees that in time to come, he would appear as a lad of 8 years. In the Krishna avatar, Chakrapani, Lord Vishnu performed this very deed. Krishna appeared before Devaki in the prison as a lad of 8 years who had bright complexion and who wielded weapons in his forearms. In that incarnation, he, Lord Krishna, lightened the burden of the earth. This incarnation of Sai Baba was the uplift of his devotees. Then where is the reason for doubt? The ways of the saints are really inscrutable. This contact of Saibaba with his devotees is not only for one generation, but it is there for the last 72 generations. Generating such ties of love, it appears that Maharaj Saibaba had gone for tour and the devotees had a firm belief that he will return soon. Then the question arose how to lay Baba's body to rest. Some Mohammedans said that the body should be interred in an open space and a tomb built over it. Even Kushal Chand and Amir Shakar shared this opinion, but Ramchandra Patil, the village officer, said to the villagers with a firm and determined voice, "Your thought is not acceptable to us. Baba's body should be placed nowhere except in the Vada." Thus, people were divided on this point, and discussions regarding this went on for 36 hours. Sairam, I finished 2 pages.
Yeah,
Should
thank
I
you,
continue?
Ruby. Yeah, no, thank you, Ruby. And next, Anita, you can continue.
Thank you, Sairam. I have to go for my Gita class, so
No
please
problem.
excuse me.
No problem.
Sairam,
Sri
everybody.
Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj
Maharaj
Ki
ki
Jai. Jai. Anita, you can continue. Anita, you're there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Santosh, I'm reading online. You need to
Yeah.
tell me when to stop, okay?
Yeah, please start from page 27 and complete to the page 28.
No, I'm reading online, so there are no page numbers here.
Baba Sahib thinks that.
Okay, on Wednesday morning, sorry.
Babu Sahib thinks that I am dead.
No, on Wednesday morning.
On Wednesday morning, okay.
Okay, on Wednesday morning, okay.
On Wednesday morning, Baba appeared to Lakshman Mama Joshi in his dream and drawing him by his hand said, "Get up soon. Bapu Sahib thinks that I am dead and so he won't come. You do the worship and the kakad morning aarti." Lakshman Mama was the village astrologer and was the maternal uncle of Shama. He was an orthodox Brahmin and daily first worshipped Baba in the morning and then all the village deities. He had full faith in Baba. After the vision, he came with all the puja materials and not minding the protests of the Maulvis, did the puja and the Kakad Aarti with all due formalities and went away. Then at noon, Bapu Sahib Jog came with all the others and went through the noon Aarti ceremony as usual. Paying due respect to Baba's words, the people decided to place his body in the Vada and started digging the central portion there. In the evening of Tuesday, the sub-inspector came from Ratha and others from other places turned up and they all agreed to the proposal. Next morning, Amir Bai came from Bombay and the Mamlatadar from Kaparagam. The people seemed divided in their opinion. Some insisted on interring his body in the open field. The Mamlatadar therefore took a general plebiscite and found that the proposal to use the Vada secured double the number of votes. He, however, wanted to refer the matter to the collector, and Kaka Sahib Dikshit got himself ready to go to Ahmednagar. In the meanwhile, by Baba's inspiration, there was a change in the opinion of the other people, and all the people unanimously voted for the proposal. On Wednesday evening, Baba's body was taken in procession and brought to the Vada and was interred there with due formalities in the Garbha, the central portion reserved for Murlidhar. In fact, Baba became the Murlidhar and the Vada became a temple and a holy shrine where so many devotees went and are going now to find rest and peace. All the obsequies of Baba were duly performed by Bala Saheb Bate and Upasani, a great devotee of Baba. Breaking of the brick. Some days before Baba's departure, there occurred an ominous sign foreboding the event. There was in the masjid an old brick on which Baba rested his hand and sat. At night time, he leaned against it and had his asan. This went on for many years.
Anita, you can stop here.
Okay, thank you. Om
Thanks,
Sai Ram.
Sairam. Neelesh, you can continue from there.
Sure.
Breaking the brick paragraph.
Breaking the brick. Okay, Sairam. Breaking the brick. Some days before Baba's departure, there occurred an ominous sign foreboding the event. There was in the masjid an old brick on which Baba rested his hand and sat. At night time, he leaned against it and his asan. This went on for many. One day, during Baba's absence, a boy who was sweeping the floor took up in his hand and unfortunately tipped and thence fell down broken into two pieces. When Baba came to know about this, he bemoaned, "It's lost," crying, "It's not the brick, but my fate that has been broken into pieces. It is my lifelong companion. With it, I always meditated on the self. It was as dear to me as my life. It left me today." Some may raise the question, should Baba express his sorrow for such an inanimate thing as a brick? To this, Hemant Pant replies that saints incarnate in this world with the express mission of saving the poor, helpless people. And when they embody themselves and mix and act with the people, they act like them, that is, outwardly laugh, play, and cry like all other people, but inwardly they are wide awake to their duties and mission. 72 hours Samadhi. 32 years before this, in 1886 AD, Baba made an attempt to cross the border line. On the Margashira Paurnami, full moon day, Baba suffered from a severe attack of asthma. To get rid of it, Baba decided to take his pran high up and go into Samadhi. He said to Bhagat Mahalsapati, my body for 3 days. If I return, it will be all right. But if I do not, bury my body in the open land, pointing to it, and two flags fixed there as a mark. Saying this, Baba fell down at about 10 p.m. His breathing stopped, as well as his pulse. It seemed as if his prana left the body. All the people, including the villagers, came there and wanted to hold an inquest and bury the body in the place pointed by Baba. But Mahalsapati prevented this. With Baba's body on his lap, he sat full 3 days guarding it. After 3 days passed, Baba showed signs of his life at 3 a.m. His breathing commenced. The abdomen began to move. His eyes opened, and stretching the limbs, Baba returned to consciousness life again. From this and other accounts, let the readers consider whether Baba was 3.5 cubits body that he occupied for some years and that he left after, or he was the self inside. The body composed of 5 elements is perishable and transient, but the self within is a thing, absolute reality, which is immortal and intransient. The pure being, consciousness of Brahma, the ruler and controller of the senses, and the mind is the thing's I. This pervades all the things in the universe, and there is no space without it. For fulfilling his mission, he assumed the body, and after it was fulfilled, he threw away the body, the finite aspect, and assumed his infinite aspect. Sai ever lives, as also previous incarnation of God Datta, Sri Narsimha Saraswati of Gangapur. His passing away is only an outward aspect, but he really pervades all animate and inanimate things and is their inner controller and ruler. This can be and is even now experienced by many who surrender themselves completely to him and worship him with wholehearted devotion. Can I continue, Santosh, or?
Just finish the chapter. I've done with yeah.
Sure. Okay. Though it is not possible for us to see Baba's form now, still, if we go to Shirdi, we shall find his beautiful lifelike portrait adorning the masjid. This has been drawn by Shamrao Jaikar, a famous artist and well-known devotee of Baba. To an imaginative and devout spectator, this portrait can give even today the satisfaction of taking Baba's darshan. Though Baba has no body now, he lives there and everywhere and will affect the welfare of the devotees even now, as he was doing before when he was embodied. Saints like Baba never die. Though they look like men, they are in reality God himself. Bapu Sahib Jog Sanyas. Hemant Pant closes this chapter with the account of Jog Sanyas. Shankaram Hari alias Bapu Sahib Jog was the uncle of famous Varkari Vishnubhava Jog of Pune. After his retirement, the government service, he was supervisor, that is the PW department in 1909-80. He came and lived in Shirdi with his wife. He had no issue. Both husband and wife loved Baba and spent all their time in worshipping Baba and serving Baba. After Megha's death, Bapu Sahib daily did the Aarti ceremony in the masjid and Chavdi till Baba's Mahasamadhi. He was also entrusted with the work of reading and explaining Gnaneshwari and Eknath Bhagavats in the Sateswada to the audience. After serving for many years, Jog asked Baba, "Had served you so long, my mind is not yet calm and composed. How is it that my contact with the saints has not improved me? When will you bless me?" Hearing the Bhakta's prayer, Baba replied, "Due time, your bad actions, that is, the fruits or results, will be destroyed. Your merits and demerits will be reduced to ashes, and I shall consider you blessed. When you will renounce all the attachments, conquer lust, and palate, and getting rid of all impediments, serve God wholeheartedly, and resort to the begging bowl, accept sannyas." After some time, Baba's words came true. His wife preceded him, and as he had no other attachment, he had free and accepted sannyas before his death and realized the God of his life. Baba's nectar-like words. The kind and merciful Sai Baba said many a time in the following sweet words in the masjid: "Who loves me most always sees me. The world, the whole world is desolate to him without me. He tells no stories but mine. He ceaselessly meditates upon me and always chants my name. I feel indebted to him who surrenders himself completely to me and ever remember me. I shall repay his debit by giving him salvation, self-realization. I am dependent on him who thinks and hungers after me and who does not eat anything without first offering to me. He who thus comes to me becomes one with me, just as river gets to the sea and becomes merged one with me. So leaving out pride and egoism with no trace of them, you should surrender yourself to me, who am seated in your heart." Who is this me? Sai Baba expounded many a time, who is this me or I is. He said, "Need not go far or anywhere in search of me. Bearing your name and form, there exists in you, as well as in all beings, a sense of being and consciousness of existence. That is myself. Knowing this, you see me inside yourself, as well as in all beings. If you practice this, you will realize all pervasiveness and thus attain oneness with me." Hemant Pandit therefore makes a bow to the readers and requests them humbly and lovingly that they should love and respect all God's saints and devotees. Has not Baba often said, "Who carps and cavils at others pierces me in the heart and injures me, but he that suffers and endures pleases me the most"? Baba thus pervades all beings and creatures and besets them on all sides. He likes nothing but love of all beings. Such nectar and pure, auspicious ambrosia always flowed from Baba's lips. He therefore concludes, "Those who lovingly sing Baba's fame and those who hear the same with devotion, both become one with Sai." Bow to Sri Sai, peace to all. Om Shri Samasta Sadguru Sainath
Sadhguru
Maharaj
Maharaj
ki
ki
jai.
jai. So next is chapter.
Yeah, 45, chapter 45.
Okay.
Om Saidham. Chapter 45. Kaka Sahib's doubt and Anand Rao's vision, wooden plank, Baba's bedstead, and not Bhagats. We have described in the last 3 chapters Baba's passing away. His physical or finite form has no doubt disappeared from our view, but the infinite or spiritual form, spirit of Baba, ever lives. The Leelas which occurred during his lifetime have been dwelt upon at great length. Up till now, ever since his passing away, more Leelas have taken place and are even now happening. This clearly shows that Baba is ever living and helping his devotees as before. The people who got the contact of Baba when he was living were indeed very fortunate. But if any of them did not get a dispassion for the things and enjoyments of the world, and had not their minds turned to the Lord, it was their sheer ill luck. What was then desired and is still desired? In the wholehearted devotion to Baba, all our senses, organs, and mind should cooperate in worshipping and serving Baba. It is no use in engaging some organs in the worship and deflecting others. If a thing like worship or meditation is to be done, it ought to be done with all our mind and soul. The love that a chaste woman bears to her husband is sometimes compared to that which a disciple bears to his master. Yet the former falls far short of the latter, which is incomparable. No one, whether he be father, mother, brother, or any other relations, comes to our aid in attaining the goal of life, self-realization. We have to chalk out and traverse the path of self-realization ourselves. We have to discriminate between the unreal and the real, renounce the things and enjoyments of this world and the next, and control our senses and mind, and aspire for liberation only. Instead of depending upon others, we should have full faith in ourselves. When we begin to practice discrimination, we come to know that the world is transient and unreal, and our passion for worldly things becomes less, and ultimately we get dispassion or non attachment for them. When we know that Brahma, which is no other than our Guru, is the sole reality, and as it transcends and besets the seeming universe, we begin to worship it all in all creatures. This is the unitive bhajan or worship. When we thus worship Brahma or Guru wholeheartedly, we become one with him and attain self realization. In short, always chanting the name of the Guru and meditating on him enables us to see him in all beings and confers eternal bliss on us. The following story will illustrate this. Kaka Sahib's doubt and Anand Rao's vision. It is well known that Saibaba has enjoined Kaka Sahib Dikshit to read daily two works of Sri Ekant, Bhagavad and Bhavarata Ramayana. Kaka Sahib read these daily while Baba was living, and he followed the practice even after Baba's passing away. Once in Kaka Mahajan's house in Chowpatty, Mumbai, Kaka Sahib was reading Eknath Bhagwat in the morning. Madhavrao Deshpande alias Shama and Kaka Mahajani were then present and listened attentively to the portion read, the second chapter 11th skanda of the book. There in the 9 nathas of Siddhas of the Rishabh family, Kavi Hari Antariksha Prabudha, Pipalayan, Avihotra, Drumil, Chamas, and Kharabhajan expounded the principles of Bhagavad Dharma to King Janak. The latter asked all the 9 nathas most important questions, and each of them answered them satisfactorily. The first, that is, Kavi explained what is Bhagavad Dharma, Hari, the characteristics of Bhakta, Antariksha, what is Maya, Prabuddha, how to cross Maya, Pipalayan, what is Parabrahma, Avirhotra, what is Karma, Drumil, the incarnations of God and their deeds, Chamas, how a non-devotee fares after death, Kharabhajan, the different modes of worship of God is in different ages. The substance of all expositions was that in this Kali age, the only means of liberation was the remembrance of Hari's or Guru's feet. After the reading was over, Kaka Sahib said in a disobedient tone to Madhav Rao and others, how wonderful is the discourse of the 9 nathas on bhakti or devotion. But at the same time, how difficult it is to put it into practice. The nathas were perfect, but is it possible for fools like us to attain devotion as delineated by them? We won't get it even after several births, then how are we to get salvation? It seems that there is no hope for us. Madhav Rao did not like this pessimistic attitude of Kaka Saheb. He said, "It is pity that one who by his good luck got such a jewel as Baba should cry out of should cry out so despairingly if he has unwavering faith in Baba. Why should he feel restless? The bhakti of the Nathas may be strong and powerful, but is not ours loving and affectionate. And has not Baba told us authoritatively that remembering and chanting Hari's and Guru's name confers salvation? Then where is the cause for fear and anxiety? Kaka Sahib was not satisfied with Madhavrao's explanation. He continued to be anxious and restless the whole day, thinking and brooding over how to get the powerful bhakti of the Nathas. Next morning, the following miracle took place. One gentleman named Anandrao Phakde came there in search of Madhavrao. The reading of the Bhagavad was then going on. Mr. Phakde sat near Madhavrao and was whispering something to him. He was mentioning in low tone his dream vision. As there was some interruption in the reading by this whispering, Kaka Sahib stopped the reading and asked Madhav Rao what the matter was. The latter said, "Yesterday you expressed your doubt. Now, here is the explanation of it. Here, Mr. Pakde's vision, explaining the characteristic of devotion and showing that the devotion in the form of bowing down to or worshipping of Guru's feet is sufficient. All were anxious to hear the vision, especially Kaka Saheb. At their suggestion, Mr. Phagde began to relate the vision as follows. I was standing in deep sea in waist deep water. There I saw Sai Baba all of a sudden. He was sitting on a beautiful throne studded with diamonds, with his feet submerged in water. I was most pleased and satisfied with the form of Baba. The vision was so realistic that I never thought that it was a dream. Curiously enough, Madhavrao was also standing there. He said to me feelingly, "Anandrao, fall at Baba's feet." I rejoined, "I also wish to do so, but his feet are in water. How can I place my head on them? I am helpless." Hearing this, he said to Baba, "O Deva, take out your feet, which are under water." Then Baba immediately took out his feet. I caught them without delay and bowed down to them. On seeing this, Baba blessed me, saying, "Go now, you will attain your welfare. There is no cause for fear and anxiety." He also added, "Give a silk bordered dhotar to my Shama. You will benefit thereby." In compliance with Baba's order, Mr. Phagde brought the dhotar and requested Kaka Saheb to hand it over to Madhav Rao, but the latter refused to accept it, saying that unless Baba gave a hint or suggestion for acceptance, he would not accept it. Then, after some discussion, Kaka Saheb decided lots. It was the practice of Kaka Saheb to cast lots in all matters in doubt and to abide by the decision as given in the picked up chit. In this particular case, two chits, and one of which was written to accept, another to reject, were placed at the feet of Baba, and a child was asked to pick one of them. The accept chit was picked up and Dodar was accepted by Madhavrao. In this way, both Anandrao and Madhavrao were satisfied and Kaka Saheb's difficulty was solved. This story exhorts us to give respect to the words of other saints, but at the same time asks us to have full faith in our mother, that is, the Guru, and abide by his instructions, for he knows our welfare better than any other person. Carve out on your heart the following words of Baba. There are innumerable saints in this world, but our Father is the Father. Others might say many good things, but we should never forget our Guru's words. In short, love your Guru wholeheartedly, surrender to him completely, and prostrate yourselves before him reverentially. And then you will see that there is no sea of mundane existence before you to cross, no darkness for the sun. The wooden plank, Baba's bedstead and not Bhagat's. In his earlier days, Baba slept on a wooden plank, 4 arms in length and only a span in breadth with panatis.
After the completion, we do the Harti.
Burning at its 4 corners. Later on, he broke the plank into pieces and threw it away. Once Baba was describing the greatness or importance of this plank to Kaka Saheb. On hearing this, the latter said to Baba, if you still love the wooden plank, I will again suspend or hang up one in the masjid for you to sleep at ease. Baba replied, I won't like to sleep up leaving Malaspati down on the ground. Then Kaka Saheb said, I will provide another plank for Malaspati too. Baba said, how can he sleep on the plank? It is not easy to sleep on the plank. He who has many good qualities in him only can do so. He who can sleep with his eyes wide open can affect that. When I go to sleep, I often ask Malaspati to sit by my side, place his hand on my heart, and watch the chanting of the Lord's name there. And if he finds me sleepy, wake me up. He can't do even this. He himself gets drowsy and begins to nod his head. When I feel his hand heavy as a stone on my heart and cry out, O Bhagat, he moves and opens his eyes. How can he who can sit and sleep well on the ground, and whose asana is not steady, and who is slave to sleep, can sleep high up on a plank? On many other occasions, Baba said out of love for his devotees, what is ours is with us, and what is others is with them. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be at all.
Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai. So we are going to do Aarti now. The evening Aarti, because the temple cannot be open for a long time. They need to go. Harigaru, can you show Baba? We can't able to see the Baba.
Just wait for 1 minute, Santosh Garu, I am coming. Now the Aarti will start only in 1 second, 1 minute, okay?
Okay.
Because I want to set the phone. Is it okay?
Yes, it's good. You can start.
Okay, thank you.
Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai.
Sadgurum Saidham Sadam Parushasya Kasyadi Nule Bhava Buddhya Saparyadi Sevam Ram Purvatam Bhukti Bhukti Pradantam Namavi Swaram Panekasritatayalina Vilasai Samaveshvate Nanaha Ambhavahinam Prasannatbhavam Sakameshravaramadevabhiramam Sada Sajjane Sastutam Sannavate Janamo Tadam Bhakta Bhadra Tadantam Navami Sarantat Gurum Janmajamekam Varam Brahma Samsat Vayam Sambhavam Ramamevamandrenam Bhaktarjanasam Vadeta Prabhuvam Namaviswaram Sri Sai Chakrupani Vedanam Sarvakasiddhi Prada Yashvatpadaya Prabhavamakulam Data Pivattamaha Sadbhakta Charanam Krutanjali Putra Sampramitosmi Prabho Srimad Sai Pareshvaranulam Nanya Charanyam Mama Sayo Padhara Gautamam Bhakta Kama Sadramam Prabhum Maya Yopada Cheta Shuddhaye Tintaya Brahman Shamura Charasura Shukranam Prakasham Kupada Patram Tavasarinatha Vadeya Padabhya Samasritanam Swachaya Yata Pamapa Karotu Upasanadaye Vatasarinatha Svay Mayopasahina Supatsam Nare Madorme Tavapadayone Dhumma Yadhaje Makarannalubha Aneka Janma Jigapapa Sankajo Bhave Kavattpada Saroda Jarjanat Shamasva Sarvan Kamarada Punjakan Praseda Swaye Satkura Sri Sai Nadha Charanam Pratapoda Tetta Sattvada Seva Narata Sananja Bhaktya Samsara Danya Jalito Dhavanir Gataste Kaivalya Dhama Paravam Samavapnavante Stodrame Tatpade Bhaktya Yonarasvanmarasava Tatguru Sai Nadhasya Upapatram Bhave Dhruvam Mama Priya Vikat Vasavari Vivage Dusko Mama Priya Angana Eya Sukha Padaki Dusko Bhagini Bamboge Svashura Sastruvane Dusko Nagata Guru Sai Matmavari Matehi Nusko Usona Sunavagita Tajana Bratujaya Puso Usona Priya Sodari Priya Saki Natyati Nusko Oso Janana Sakas Janana Babamboroso Varena Guru Saye Mat Ajavari Katehi Roso Usona Mule Karuna Rosarina Paso Usona Kudu Dhakute Rajanamo Usona Gabali Mule Kodana Satukina Paso Parena Guru Sai Mat Padavari Katehi Ruso Usona Tatpare Narayana Vasudevaya. Sainath Maharaj ki jai.
Jai.
Sharanamaydam va manasam va paradham vihitam avihitam va. Jaya Jaya Karunabhya Shri Prabhu Sainath.
Go Sainath, Sachidananda Sadguru.
सनाद महाराज की
Jai. Raja Yogi Raja Brahma Shri the Maharaj
की जय। श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु
Maharaj ki jai.
की जय।
Thank you, Hari Garu.
Thank you very much, all of you. Please continue then again.
Thank you. So, chapter 46.
Yes, 46 is correct.
The first two pages. Yeah, please.
Yes, 235 to 236. I'm starting chapter 46. Can you able to hear me, right?
Yes.
So, chapter 46, Baba Gayatri story of goats. This chapter describes Sharma's trip to Kashi, Prayaga, and Gaya, and how Baba, in the form of his portrait, was there ahead to him. It also describes Baba reminiscences of the past birth of two goats. Preliminary. Blessed, O Sai, are your feet blessed is your remembrance, and blessed is your darshana, which frees us from the bond of karma. Though your form is invisible to us now, still if the devotee believe in you, they get living experience from you. By an invisible and subtle thread, you will draw your devotees from far and near to your feet and embrace them like a kind of loving mother. The devotee do not know where you are, but you so skillful pull the wires that they ultimately realize that you are at their back to help and support them. The intelligent, wise, and learned folk fall into the pit of the samsara on account of their egoism, but you save by your power the poor, simple, and devout persons. Inwardly and invisibly, you play all the game, but show that you are not concerned with it. You do things and pose yourself as non-dear. Nobody ever knows your life. The best, of course, therefore, of us is to surrender our body, speech, and mind to your feet and always chant your name for destroying our sins. You fulfill the wishes of devotee, and for to those who are without any desire, you give blessed supreme. Chanting your sweet name is the easiest sadhana of devotee. By this sadhana means our sins, rajas and tamas qualities will vanish, and sattva qualities and ringtoneness will gain predominance. And along with this, discrimination, dispassion, and knowledge will follow. Then we shall abide in ourself and our Guru, who are one the same. This is what is called complete surrender to the Guru. The only sure sign of this is that our mind get calm and peaceful. The greatness of his surrender, devotion, and knowledge is unique. For peace, non-attachment, fame, and salvation, etc., come in its train. If Baba accepts a devotee, he follows him and stands by him day and night, at his home or abroad. Lets the devotee go anywhere he likes. Baba is there ahead to him in some form of inconceivable manner. The following story illustrates this Gaya trip. Sometime after Kaka Sahib Dikshit was introduced to Sai Baba, he decided to perform the thread Upanayana ceremony of his eldest son Babu at Nagpur. At about the same time, Nana Sahib Chandorkar decided to perform the marriage ceremony of his eldest son at Gwalior. Both Dikshit and Chandorkar came to Shirdi, lovingly invited Baba for these functions. Baba asked them to take Sharma as his representative. When he was pressed to come into person, Baba told them to take Sharma with them, and that after doing Banaras and Prague, he would be ahead of Sharma. Now makes these words of these, they show Baba all persiveness. Taking the permissions of Baba, Sharma decided to go to Nagpur and Gwalior of these functions and ceremony, and thence to Kashi, Prayaga, and Gaya. Appa Kote made up his mind to accompany him. They both went first to Nagpur for the thread ceremony. Kaka Sahib Dikshit gave Sharma 200 rupees for his expenses. Then they went to Gwalior for the marriage ceremony. There, Nana Sahib Chandorkar gave Sharma rupees 100, and his Vaihi relation, Mr. Jatar, gave him also 100 rupees. Then Sharma went to Kashi and then Ayodhya, where he was well received in Jatar's beautiful temple of Lakshmi Narayan at Kashi, Varanasi or Benares. And in the Rama Mandir at Ayodhya by Jatar's manager, they Sharma and Kote stayed for 21 days in Ayodhya and 2 months in Kashi, Banaras. Then they left to Gaya. In the train, they felt a little uneasy on hearing that plague was prevailing in Gaya. At night, they alighted at Gaya station and stayed in the Dharmashala. In the morning, the Gayawala, the priest who arranged the provides for lodging and boarding of the pilgrims, came there and aid pilgrims. They already started. You better make hasti. Sharma casually asked him whether there was a plague in Gaya. Kot said that Gayawala came without any fear or anxiety and see yourself. Then they went with him and stayed in his house, which was a big commodious Vada. Sharma was pleased with the accommodation provided for him, but what pleased him most was the beautiful big portrait of Baba fixed in his central and front portion of the building. Seeing his portrait, Sharma was overwhelmed with emotion. He remembered Baba's words. That is, after doing Kashi and Prayaga, he would be ahead of Sanmad burst into tears. His hair stood on end, his throat was choked, and he began to sob. The Gayawala thought that he was a fried plague prevailing there, therefore he was crying.
Saidham, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Sachananda Samadhi
Sainath Maharaj ki jai. Gomti gar, start again.
The Gaya, Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai. The Gayawala thought that he was afraid of plague prevailing there and therefore was crying. But Shama inquired from him how he got Baba's portrait there. He replied that he had 200 or 300 agents working at Manmad and Pantambe for looking after the convenience of the pilgrims to Gaya, and from them he heard about Baba's fame. Then about 12 years ago, he went to Shirdi and took Baba's darshan. There he was attracted by Baba's portrait hung in Shama's house, and with Baba's permission, Shama gave it to him. This was the same portrait. Shama then remembered this incident. The Gayawala's joy knew no bounds. When he learned that the same Shama who obliged him before was his guest now, then they both exchanged love and service and were most delighted and happy. The Gayawala gave him a royal welcome. He was a very rich man. He sat in a palanquin and made Shama ride on an elephant and attended to all his comforts and conveniences. The moral of the story is this, that Baba's words came out true to the letter, and unbounded was his love towards the devotees. But leave this aside, he also loved all creatures equally, for he felt that he was one with them. The following story will illustrate this. Two goats. Baba was once returning from Lendi. When he saw a flock of goats, two of them attracted his attention. He went to them, caressed and fondled them, and bought them for rupees 32. The devotees were surprised at this conduct of Baba. They thought that Baba was duped into his bargain, as the goats would fetch rupees 2 each, or at the most rupees 3 or 4 each, rupees 8 for both. They began to take Baba to task for this, but Baba kept calm and cool. Shama and Tatya Kote asked Baba for explanation. He said he did not care to store money. As he had no home or family to look after, he asked them to purchase at his cost 4 seeds of dal, that is lentil, and feed the goats. After this was done, Baba returned the goats to the owner of the flock and gave out the following reminiscence and story of the goats. O Shama and Tatya, you think that I have been deceived in this bargain? No. Listen to their story. In their former birth, they were human beings and had the good fortune to be with me and sit by my side. They were uterine brothers, loving each other initially, but later on they became enemies. The elder brother was an idle fellow, while the younger one was an active chap and earned a lot of money. The former became greedy and jealous and wanted to kill his younger brother and take away his money. They forgot their fraternal relations and began to quarrel with each other. The elder brother resorted to many devices to kill his younger brother. But all his attempts failed, thus they become deadly enemies. And finally, on one occasion, the elder gave a deadly blow with a big stick on the latter's head, while the latter struck the former with an axe, with the result that both fell dead on the spot. As the result of their action, they were both born as goats. As they passed by me, I at once recognized them. I remembered their past history. By taking pity on them, I wanted to feed them and give them rest and comfort. And for this reason, I spent all the money for which you blame me. As you did not like my bargain, I sent them back to their shepherd. Such was Sai's love for the goats. Go to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Shri Sachidananda Sadguru.
Sadhguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai. Venkat Garu, you can start.
Yeah, thanks, Santosh. Chapter 47, Baba's Reminiscence, a story of Virabhadra and the Channabaswapa, snake and frog. The last chapter describes Baba's reminiscence about two goats. This chapter describes more such reminiscences and relates to the story of Virabhadra and the Channabaswapa. Blessed is the preliminary. The blessed is the face of Baba Sai. If we cast a glance at him for a moment, he destroys the sorrow of many past births and confers great bliss on us. And if he looks at us with grace, our bondage of karma is immediately snapped away and we are led to happiness. The river Ganges washes away the dirt and sins of all people who go to her for a bath, but she intently longs for the saints to come to her. and bless her with the touch of their feet and remove all the filth sins accumulated in her. She knows for certain that this can only be removed by the holy feet of the saints. Sai is the Christ Jude of the saint, and now hear from him the following purifying story. The snake and the frog. Saibaba said, one morning after taking my breakfast, I strolled along till I came to a small river bank. As I was tired, I rested there, washed my hands and feet, and had a bath and felt refreshed. There was a footpath and a cart track sheltered by shady trees. The breeze was also blowing gently. As I was preparing to smoke Chilean pipe, I heard the croaking of a frog. I was striking the flint and lighting the fire when a traveler turned up, sat by my side, bowed down to me, and politely invited me to his house for a meal and rest. He lit up the pipe and handed it over to me. The croaking was heard again, and he wanted to know what it was. I told him that a frog was in trouble and was tasting the bitter fruit of its own karma. We have to reap now the fruit of what we sow in our past life, and there is no use crying about it now. Then he smoked and handed over the pipe to me and said that he would go there in person and see for himself. I told him that a frog was caught by a big snake and was crying. Both were very wicked in their past life and were now reaping the fruit of their past actions in the present bodies. He went and found that the huge black serpent was holding a big frog in its mouth. He returned to me and said that in about 10 or 12 minutes, the frog would be eaten up by the snake. I said, no, this can be. I am its father, protector, and I am here now. He, how shall I allow the snake to eat up? Uh, am I here for nothing? Just see how I release it. After smoking again, we walked up to the place. He was afraid and asked me not to proceed further, as the snake might attack us. Not minding him, I went ahead and addressed the creatures thus: O Virabhadra, has not your enemy Basappa yet repented, though he has been born as a frog, and you too, though born as a serpent, still hold bitter enmity against him. Be ashamed of yourself. Give up your hatred now and rest in peace. On hearing these words, the snake left the frog quickly and divided into the river and disappeared. The frog also jumped away and hid itself in the bushes. The traveler was much surprised. He said that he could not understand how the snake dropped the frog and disappeared on hearing the words. Who was Virabhadrapa and who was Basappa, and what was the cause of their enmity? I returned with him to the foot of the tree, and after sharing again a few puffs of smoke with him, I explained the whole mystery to him as follows. There was an ancient holy place sanctified by temple of Mahadev about 4 or 5 miles from my place. The temple was old and dilapidated. dilapidated. The residents of the place collected the funds for its repairs. After a large amount was collected, arrangements for the worship was made and plans with estimates for repairs were prepared. A rich local man was appointed the treasurer, and the whole work was entrusted to him. He was to keep the regular accounts and be honest in all his dealings. He was a first class miser and spent very little for the repairs, which consequently made very little progress. He spent all the funds, swallowed some amounts himself, and spent nothing from his pocket. He had a sweet tongue and was very clever in offering plausible explanation regarding the poor and the tardy progress of their work. The people again went to him and said that unless he lent his helping hand and tried his best, the work would not be complete. They requested him to work out the scheme and again collected subscriptions and sent the amount to him. He received it, but sat quiet as before, without making any progress. After some days, God Mahadev appeared in his wife's dream and said to her, "You get up, build the dome of the temple. I will give you 100-fold of what you spent." She told this vision to her husband. He was afraid that it would involve him in expenses and therefore laughed it off, saying that it was mere dream, a thing not to be relied and acted upon, or else why did not God appear to him in the dreams and tell him about it? Was he far off from her? This looks like a bad dream, having its subject in the creation of ill feeling between the husband and wife. She said to remain quiet.
Yep. Saidham. Saidham. God, Santosh, can I continue?
Yes, thank you, Saidham. Please start.
Yeah. God does not like big subscriptions and donations collected against the wish of the donors, but he likes ever trifling amounts given with love, devotion, and appreciation. Some days after, God again appeared in her dream and said, "Not bother yourself about your husband and the collections with him. Don't press him to spend any amount from for the temple. What I want is feeling and devotion. So give, if you like, anything of your own." She consulted her husband about this vision and decided to give God her ornaments given by her father. The miser felt disconcerted and decided to cheat even God in this item. He underevaluated the ornament at rupees 1,000 and bought them himself, and in lieu of the amount gave a field to God as endowment or security. The wife agreed to this. The field or land was not his own. It belongs to one poor woman named Dubaki, who mortgaged it to him for rupees 200. She was not able to redeem it for long, so the cunning miser cheated off his wife, Dubaki, and even God. The land was sterile, uncultivated, and worth nothing and yield nothing, even in best seasons. Thus ended his transaction, and the land was given in possession of the poor priest who was pleased with the endowment. Sometimes later on, strange thing happened. There was a terrific storm and a heavy downpour of rain. Lightning struck the house of the miser when he and his wife both died. Tubaki also breathed her last. In the next life, the rich miser was born at Mathura in a Brahmin family and was named Virabhadrapa. His devoted wife was born as the daughter of the priest of the temple and was named Gauri. The woman Dubaki, the mortgager, was born as a male in the family of Gurau, attendant of the temple, and was named Chennabashappa. The priest was a friend of mine. He often came to me, chatted, and smoked with me. His daughter Gauri was also devoted to me. She was growing fast, and her father was seeking a good husband for her. I told him not to worry about this, as the bridegroom himself would come seeking her. Then there came a poor boy named Veerabhadrappa, or of their caste, wandering and begging his bread to the priest's house. With my consent, Gauri was given in marriage to him. He was also at first devoted to me, as I recommended his marriage with Gauri. Even this new life, he was hankering after money and asked me to help him to give it, as he was leading a married man's life. Strange things happened. There was a sudden rise in prices. By Gauri's good luck, there was a great demand for the land, and the endowment land was sold for 1 lakh rupees, 100 times the worth of her ornament. Half the amount was paid in cash, and remaining was to be paid in 25 installments of rupees 2,000 each. All agreed to the transaction but began to quarrel over the money. They came to me for consultation. I told them that the property belonged to God and was vested in the priest, and Gauri was his sole heir and proprietress, and no amount should be spent without her consent, and that her husband had no rights whatsoever to the amount. Hearing my opinion, Veerabhadrappa was what with me and said that I wanted to establish Gauri's claim and embezzle her property. Hearing his word, I remembered God and kept quiet. Veerabhadrappa scolded his wife, Gauri, and she came to me at noon and requested me not to mind the word of others and not to discard her, as she was my daughter. As she thus sought my protection, I gave her a pledge that I would cross 7 seas to help her. Then that night, Gauri had a vision. Mahadev appeared in her dream and said, "Whole money is yours. Do not give anything to anybody. Spend some amount for temple purpose in consultation with Chennabashappa. And if you want to use it for some other purpose, consult Baba in the masjid." Myself. Gauri told me the vision, and I gave her proper advice in the matter. I told her to take the principal of claim amount to herself, give half the amount of interest to Chennabashappa, and Veerabhadrappa had nothing to do in the matter. While I was thus talking, both Veerabhadrappa and Chennabashappa came there quarreling. I tried my best to appease them and told them God's vision to Gauri. Veerabhadrappa got wild and angry and threatened to kill Chennabashappa, cutting him into pieces. The latter was tamed. He caught my feet and shouted my refuge. I pleaded myself to save him from the wrath of the foe. Then, after some time, Veerabhadrappa died and was born as a snake, and Chennabashappa died and born as a frog. On hearing the croaking of Chennabashappa and remembering my pledge, I came here, saved him, and kept my words. God ran to his devotees for help in times of danger. He saved Chennabashappa, the frog, by sending me here. All this is God's Leela, or a sport. The moral. The moral of the story is that one has to reap what one sows, and there is no escape unless one suffers and squares up one's old debits and dealing with others. And the greed for money drags the greedy man to the lowest level and ultimately brings destruction to him and others. Om Saidham.
बोलो श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु
Guru
साईनाथ
Sainath
महाराज की
Maharaj ki jai.
Chapter 48 Warding of Devotees' Calamities, Stories of Shavde and Sapatnikar. At the commitment of this chapter, someone asked Himmat Pant whether Saibaba was a guru or a Sadguru. In order to answer the question, Himmat Pant describes the signs and marks of Sadguru as follows. Signs of Sadguru. He who teaches us Veda and Vedanta or the six Shastras, he who controls the breath or brands his body with mudras or gives pleasing discourses regarding Brahma, he who gives mantras to the disciples and order them to chant the same at certain number of times, but does not assure them any result in a definite time, he who by his spacious wordy knowledge explains beautifully the ultimate principle, but has himself got no experience or self-realization, is not a Sadguru, but he who by his discourse creates in us a distaste for the enjoyments of his world and the next, and gives us a taste of self-realization, who is well versed in both the theoretical and practical knowledge, deserves to be called a Sadguru. How can he who is himself devoid of self-realization give it to the disciples? A Sadguru does not even in his dream expect any service or profit from his disciples. On the contrary, he wishes to serve them. He does not think that he is great and the disciple is small. Not only he loves him as his son, but regards him and equals himself or as Brahma. The main characteristics of Sadguru is that he is the abode of peace. He is never restless or ruffled. He has no pride of his learning. The poor and rich, the small and great are the same to him. Himmat Pant thinks that on account of the store or accumulation of merits in his past birth, he had a good fortune of meeting and being blessed by such a Sadguru as Saibaba. Even in full youth, he owed nothing. He had no family, no friend, no home, nor any support since he was 18. His control of mind was perfect and extraordinary. He lived then fearless in a secluded place and always abided in his self. Seeing the pure attachment of his devotees, he always acted in their interests, and hence he was in a way dependent on them. What experiences he gave to his devotees while he was living in flesh, or even today after his samadhi, obtained by those who attach himself to him. What the devotees have to do is this: they have to trim their heart lamp of faith and devotion, burn it in the wicks of love, and when this is done, the flame of knowledge, self-realization will be lit up and shine brighter. Mere knowledge without love is dry. Nobody wants such knowledge. Without love, there is no contentment. So we should have unbroken and unbound love. How can we praise love? Everything is insignificant before it. Without love, our reading, hearing, and study are of no avail. In wake of love follow devotion, dispassion, peace, and liberation with all their treasures. We do not get love for anything unless we feel earnestly about it. So, where there is a real earning and feeling, God manifests Himself. It includes love and is the means of liberation. Now, let us revert to the main stories of this chapter. Let a man go to true saint with pure mind, otherwise, hold his feet. Ultimately, he is sure to be saved. This is illustrated by the following stories. Mr. Shevade, Mr. Sapatnekar of Akalkot was studying for law. A co-student, Mr. Shevade, met him. Other fellow students also gathered and compared notes of their study. It was found by questions and answers among themselves that Mr. Shevade was the least prepared for all examination, and therefore all students derided him. But he said that he was not prepared. Though he was not prepared, he was sure to pass examination, as his Saibaba was there to get him through it successfully. Mr. Sapatnekar was surprised at this remark. He took Mr. Shevade aside and asked him who is this Saibaba was and who he extolled so high. He replied, lives in a masjid in Shirdi, Ahmednagar district, a fakir. He is a great Satpurush. There may be other saints, but this is unique. Unless there is a great story of merits on one's account, one can't see him. I fully believe in him, and what he says will never be untrue. He has assured me that I will pass definitely next year, and I am confident that I will get through final examination also with his grace. Mr. Sapatnekar laughed at his friend's coincidence and jeered at him and Baba. Yeah, Vinod, you can start.
Yeah.
Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath
Sainath
Maharaj
Maharaj ki
Ki
jai.
Jai.
Sapatnekar. Mr. Sapatnekar passed his examination settled at Akal Court and practiced as a pleader there. 10 years after this, that is in 1930, he lost his only son on account of a throat disease. This broke his heart. He sought relief by making a pilgrimage to Pandharpur, Gangapur, and other holy places. He got no peace of mind. Then he read Vedanta, which also did not help him. In the meanwhile, he remembered Mr. Shevade's remark there and his faith in Baba. And he thought that he too should go to Shirdi and see Baba. He went to Shirdi with his younger brother Pandit Rao and was much pleased to see Baba from a distance. When he went near and prostrated himself and placed a coconut before Baba with pure feeling devotion, the latter at once cried out away. Sapatnekar hung down his head, moved back and sat aside. He wanted to consult somebody who would advise him how to proceed. Somebody mentioned Bala Shimpi's name. Sapatnekar saw him and sought his help. They bought Baba's photos and came with them to the masjid. Baba Shimpi took a photo in his hand, gave it to Baba and asked him whose photo it was. Baba said that this photo was the Yara lover of him, pointing to Sapatnekar. Saying this, Baba laughed and all others joined. Bala asked Baba the significance of the laugh and beckoned Sapatnekar to come forward and take darshan. When Sapatnekar began to prostrate himself, Baba again cried out. Sapatnekar did not know what to do. Then they both joined their hands and sat before Baba, praying. Baba finally ordered Sapatnekar to clear out immediately. Both were sad and dejected. As Baba's order had to be obeyed, Sapatnekar left Shirdi with a heavy heart, praying that he should be allowed to take darshan next time. Mrs. Sapatnekar. 1 year elapsed, still his mind was not at peace. He went to Gangapur, where he felt more restless. Then he went to Madegaon for rest and finally decided to go to Kashi. 2 days before starting his life, 2 days before starting, his wife got a vision. In her dream, she was going with a picture to Lakat Shah's well. There, a fakir with a piece of cloth round his head, who was sitting at the foot of the neem tree, came close to her and said, Dear lassie, why get exhausted for nothing? I get you a pitcher filled with pure water. She was afraid of the fakir and hastened back with her empty pitcher. The fakir followed her. At this, she was awakened and opened her eyes. She told this vision to her husband. They thought that this was an auspicious sign and they both left for Shirdi. When they reached the masjid, Baba was absent. He had gone to Lendi. They waited till his return. When he returned, she was surprised to see that the fakir she saw in her vision resembled exactly Baba. She reverently prostrated herself before Baba and sat looking at him. Seeing her humility, Baba was much pleased and began to tell a story in his peculiar characteristic fashion to a third party. He said, arms, abdomen, and waist are paining for a long time. I took many medicines. The pains did not abate. I got sick of medicines as they gave me no relief. But I am surprised to see now that all the pains are disappeared at once. Though no name was mentioned, it was the story of Mrs. Sapatnekar herself. Her pains as described by Baba left her soon and she was happy. Then Mr. Sapatnekar went ahead to take darshan. He was again welcomed with the farmer out. This time he was more penitent and persevering. He said that Baba's displeasure was due to his past deeds and resolved to make amends for the same. He determined to see Baba alone and ask his pardon for his past actions. This he did. He placed his head on Baba's feet, and Baba placed his hand on it, and Sapadnekar sat stroking Baba's leg. Then a shepherdess came and sat massaging Baba's waist. Baba, in his characteristic way, began to tell the story of a Banya. He related the various vicissitudes of all his life, including the death of his only son. Sapadnekar was surprised to see that the story which Baba related was his own, and he wondered how Baba knew every detail of it. He came to know that he was omniscient and he knew the hearts of all. When this thought crossed his mind, Baba, still addressing the shepherdess and pointing to Sapadnekar, said, "Fellow blames me and charges me with killing his son. Do I kill people's children? Why does this fellow come to the masjid and cry? Now I will do this. I will again bring that very child back in his wife's home." With these words, he placed his blessing and on his head and comforted him, saying, "Feet are cold and holy. You are carefree now. Place entire faith in me and you will soon get your object." Sapandekar was much moved with emotion. He bathed Baba's feet with his tears and then returned to his residence. Then he made preparations of worship and Naivedya and came with his wife to the masjid. He offered all this to Baba daily and accepted prasad from him. There was a crowd in the masjid and Sapandekar went there and saluted Baba again and again. Seeing heads clashing against heads, Baba said to Sapandekar, "Why do you prostrate yourself now and then? The one namaskar offered with love and humility is enough." Then Sapandekar witnessed that night the Chavdi procession described before. In that procession, Baba looked like a veritable Pandurang Vitthal. At parting next day, Sapandekar thought that he should first pay 1 rupee as dakshina, and if Baba asked again, instead of saying no, he should pay one more, reserving with him sufficient amount as expenses for the journey. When he went to the masjid and offered 1 rupee, Baba asked for another as per his intention. And when it was paid, Baba blessed him, saying, "The coconut, put it in your wife's poti, upper fold of her sari, and go away at ease without the least anxiety." He did so, and within a year, a son was born to him, and with an infant of 8 months, the pair came to Shirdi, placed it at Baba's feet, and prayed thus: "Sainath, we do not know how to redeem your obligations. Therefore, we prostrate ourselves before you. Bless us, poor helpless fellows. Henceforth, let your holy feet be our sole refuge. Many thoughts and ideas trouble us in waking and dream states. So turn away our minds from them to your bhajan and bless us." The son was named Murlidhar. Two others, Bhaskar and Dinkar, were born afterwards. The Sapatnekar pair thus realized that Baba's words were never untrue and unfulfilled, but turned out literally true. Go to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Sri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki
Jai. Saram, who's next? Mohan Garu.
Yeah, Santosh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, chapter 49, stories of Hari Kandoba, Sumdev Swami, and Nana Sahib Chandorkar. Preliminary. The Vedas and Puranas cannot sufficiently praise Brahma or Sadguru. Then how can we, who are ignorant, describe our Sadguru Sri Saibaba? We think that it is better for us to keep quiet in this matter. In reality, the observance of the vow of silence is the best way of practicing the Sadguru. But the qualities of Sai Baba make us forget our vow of silence and inspire us to open our mouth. Good dishes stays flat if there is no company of friends and relations to partake of the dishes with us. But when they join us, the dishes acquire additional flavor. The same is the case with Sai Leelamrit, the nectar in the form of Sai Leelas. This nectar we cannot partake alone. Friends and brothers have to join us. The more, the better. It is Sai Baba himself that inspires these stories and gets them written as he desires. Our duty is to surrender completely to him and meditate on him. Practicing penance is better than pilgrimage, vow, sacrifice, and charity. Worshipping Hari is better than penance, and meditation on the Sadguru is the best of all. We have therefore to chant Sai's name by mouth, think over his sayings in our mind, meditate on his form, and feel real love for him in our heart, and do all our actions for his sake. There is no better means than this for snapping the bondage of samsara. If we can do our duty on our part as stated above, Sai is bound to help us and liberate us. Now we revert to the stories of this chapter. Hari Kanoba. A gentleman of Bombay named Hari Kanoba heard from his friends and relations many Leelas of Baba. He did not believe in them as he was a doubting Thomas. He wanted to test Baba himself, so he came to Shirdi with some Bombay friends. He wore a lace bordered turban on his head and a new pair of sandals on his feet. Seeing Baba from a distance, he thought of going to him and prostrating himself before him. He did not know what to do with his new sandals. Still, going to some corner outside the temple in the open courtyard, he placed them there and went in the masjid and took Baba's darshan. He made a reverential bow to Baba, took Udi and Prasad from Baba and returned. When he reached the corner, he found that his sandals had disappeared. He searched for them in vain and returned to his lodging very much dejected. He bathed, offered worship and Naivedya, and sat for his meals. But all the while, he was thinking of nothing but his sandals. After finishing his meals, he came out to wash his hands when he saw a Maratha boy coming towards him. He had in his hand a stick on top of which were suspended a pair of new sandals. He said to the men who had come out to wash their hands that Baba had sent them with his stick in hand and asked him to go to the streets crying, Hari ke beta, Jari ke beta, and he told him that if anybody claims these sandals, first assure yourself that his name is Hari and that he is the son of Ka, that is Kanoba, and that he wears a lace bordered turban and give them to him. Hearing this, Hari Kanoba was presently surprised. He went ahead to the boy and claimed the sandals on his own. He said to the boy that his name was Hari and that he was the son of Kanoba, and showed him his lace bordered turban. The boy was satisfied and returned the sandals to him. Hari Kanoba wondered in his mind, saying that the lace bordered turban was visible to all and Baba might have seen it. But how could he know his name was Hari and that he was the son of Kanoba, as was the first trip to Shirdi? He came there with the sole object of testing Baba and with no other motive. He came to know by this incident that Baba was a great Satpurush. He got what he wanted and returned home well pleased.
Sri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj
Ki
Ki
Jai.
Jai.
Thank you, Santosh.
Yeah, who's next? Raju or Sri? Hello?
Raju, I guess.
Raju in the call?
I could see Raj iPhone. It may be that.
Yeah. Hello? Okay, I'm not responding. Srinivas Raju, can you continue from here? Hello?
Hello. Should I start?
Okay, Sujata, you can start.
Okay, which page is that?
You have to start with the 250.
250. Page number 250. Somadev Swami.
Somadev Swami, 250. Somadev Swami.
250.
Hello?
250. It is. I don't
No,
see
you need to join Zoom call.
reverential bow to Baba, took Udi, and
No, we're calling you, not responding.
hello.
Santosh, you are not on mute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay.
Somadev Swami, page number 250.
250. Okay, I see it. Now, Somadev Swami. Now hear the story of another man who came to try Baba. Bhaji, brother of Kaka Sahib Dixit, was staying at Nagpur. When he had gone to the Himalayas in 1906 AD, he made an acquaintance with one Somadev Swami of Haridwar at Uttarakshi down the Gangotri valley. Both took down each other's names in their diaries. 5 years afterwards, Somadev Swami came to Nagpur and was Baji's guest. There he was pleased to hear the Leelas of Baba, and a strong desire arose in his mind to go to Shirdi and see him. He got a letter of introduction from Baji and left for Shirdi. After passing Manmad and Kopargan, he took a tanga and drove to Shirdi. As he came near Shirdi, he saw two high flags floating over the masjid in Shirdi. Generally, we find different ways of behavior, different modes of living, and different outward paraphernalia with different saints. But these outward signs should never be our standards to judge the worth of the saints. But with Somadev Swami, it was different. As soon as he saw the flags flying, he thought, should a saint take a liking for the flags? Does this denote sainthood? It implies the saint's hankering after fame. Thinking thus, he wished to cancel his Shirdi trip and said to his fellow travelers that he would go back. They said to him, "Why did you come so long? If your mind gets restless by the sight of the flags, how much more agitated would you be on seeing in Shirdi the Ratha car, the palanquin, the horse, and all other paraphernalia?" The Swami got more confounded and said, "A few such sadhus with horses, palanquins, and tom-toms have I seen, and it is better for me to return than see such sadhus." Saying this, he started to return. The fellow travelers pressed him not to do so, but to proceed. They asked him to stop his crooked way of thinking and told him that the sadhu, that is Baba, did not care a bit for the flags and other paraphernalia, not for fame. It was the people, his devotees, that kept up all his paraphernalia out of love and devotion to him. Finally, he was persuaded to continue his journey, go to Shirdi and see Baba. When he went and saw Baba from the courtyard, he was melted inside. His eyes were full of tears. His throat was choked, and all his evil and crooked thoughts vanished. He remembered his Guru saying that is our abode and place of rest, where the mind is most pleased and charmed. He wished to roll himself in the dust of Baba's feet, and when he approached Baba, the latter got wild and cried aloud. "All our humbug paraphernalia be with us. You go back to your home. Beware if you come back to this masjid. Why take the darshan of one who flies a flag over his masjid? Is this a sign of sainthood? Remain here not a moment." The Swami was taken aback by surprise. He realized that Baba read his thought and spoke it out. How omniscient he was. He knew that he was least intelligent and that Baba was noble and pure. He saw Baba embracing somebody, touching someone with his hand, comforting others, staring kindly at some, laughing at others, giving Udi Prasad to some, and thus pleasing and satisfying all. Why should he alone be dealt with so harshly? Thinking seriously, he came to realize that Baba's conduct responded exactly to his inner thought, and that he should take a lesson from this and improve, and that Baba's vrat was a blessing in disguise. It is needless to say that later on, his faith in Baba was confirmed, and he became a staunch devotee of Baba. Nana Sahib Chandotkar. Hemad Pan concludes this chapter with the story of Nana Sahib Chandorkar. When Nana Sahib was once sitting in the masjid with Mahalsapati and others, a Mohammedan gentleman from Bijapur came with his family to see Baba. Seeing Ghosh ladies with him, Nana Sahib wanted to go away, but Baba prevented him from doing so. The ladies came and took the darshan of Baba. When one of the ladies removed her veil in saluting Baba's feet and then resumed it again, Nana Sahib, who saw her face, was so smitten with her rare beauty that he wished to see her face again. Knowing Nana's restless of mind, Baba spoke to him after the lady had left the place as follows. Why are you getting agitated in vain? Let the senses do their allotted work or duty. We should not meddle with their work. God has created this beautiful world, and it is our duty to appreciate its beauty. The mind will get steady and calm slowly and gradually. When the front door was open, why go by the back one? When the heart is pure, there is no difficulty whatsoever. Why should one be afraid of anyone if there be no evil thought in us? The eyes may do their work. Why should you feel shy and tottering? Shama was there and he could not follow the meaning of what Baba said. So he asked Nana about this on their way home. Nana told him about his restlessness at the sight of the beautiful lady, how Baba knew it, and advised him about it. Nana explained Baba's meaning as follows. Our mind is fickle by nature. It should not be allowed to get wild. The senses may get restless. The body, however, should be held in check and not allowed to be impatient. Senses run after objects, but we should not follow them and crave for their objects. By slow and gradual practice, restlessness can be conquered. We should not be swayed by the senses, but they cannot be completely controlled. We should curb them rightly and properly according to the need of the occasion. Beauty is the subject of sight. We should fearlessly look at the beauty of objects. There is no room for shyness or fear. Only we should never entertain evil thoughts. Making the mind desireless, observe God's works of beauty. In this way, the senses will be easily and naturally controlled, and even in enjoying objects, you will be reminded of God. If the outer senses are not held in check, and if the mind be allowed to run after objects and be attached to them, our cycle of births and deaths will not come to an end. Objects of sense are being harmful. With Vivek, discrimination as our charioteer, we will control the mind and will not allow the senses to go astray. With such a charioteer, we reach the Vishnu Pada, the final abode, our real home from which there is no return. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all.
Sri Sachidananda
Ananda
Sadguru.
Sadguru Sainath
Sainath Maharaj ki jai.
Jai.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Santosh.
Yes.
Thank you, everybody helped me.
Yes. Chapter 50.
Should I continue?
No. We will continue.
Oh, you're reading. Okay.
Chapter 50 of the original Satacharita has been incorporated in chapter 39 as it dealt with the same subject matter. Now, chapter 51 of the Satacharita has been treated here as chapter 50. This chapter gives the stories of Kakashib, Dixit, Sri Tembi Swami, and Balaram Durandar. Victory be onto Sai, who is mainstay of the Bhaktas, who is our Satguru, who expounds the meaning of the Gita and who gives us all the powers. O Sai, look favorably on us and bless us all. The sandalwood trees grow on the Malaya mountains and a ward of heat. The clouds pour their rain water and thereby cool and refresh all the people. The flowers blossom in the spring and enable us to worship God. Therewith, so the stories of Saibaba come forth in order to give solace and comfort to the readers. Both those who tell and those who hear the stories of Baba are blessed and holy. It is well established fact that though we try hundreds of means or sadhanas, we do not attain the spiritual goal of life unless a Satguru blesses us with his grace. Here, the following story in illustration of this statement. Kaka Sahib Dixit. Mr. Hari Sitaram alias Kakaship Dixit was born in 1864 in a Vagnagara Nagar in Brahmin family at Khandwa Central Province. His primary education was done at Khandwa Hingangat and secondary education of Nagpur. He came to Mumbai for higher education and studied first in the Wilson College and then in the Elphinstone College. After graduation in 1883, he passed his LLB and solicitor's examination, and then served in the firm of the governor solicitors Messrs. Little and Co. And then after some time started a solicitor's firm of his own. Before 1909, Saibaba's name was not familiar to Kakasahib, but after that he soon became his great devotee. While he was staying at Lowanla, he had to see his old friend, Mr. Nana Sahib Chandokar. Both spent some time in talking about many things. Kakasahib described to him how while he was boarding a train in London, he met with an accident in which his foot slipped and was injured. Hundreds of remedies gave him no relief. Nana Sahib told him that if he wished to get rid of the pain and lameness of his leg, he should go to his Guru, Saibaba. He also gave him all the particulars of his Saibaba and mentioned to him Saibaba's victim. I draw to me my man from far off or even across the seven seas, like a sparrow from a string fastened to its feet. He also made it clear to him that if he was not Abba's man, he would not be attracted to him and even Tarshan. Kakasahib was pleased to hear all this and said to Nana Sahib that he would go to Baba, see him and pray to him and to cure not so much his lame leg, but bring round his lame, fickle mind and have him eternal bliss.
Sri Sachidanand Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai. Sometime after Kakasaheb went to Ahmednagar and stayed with the Sridhar Kakasaheb Ritzkar in connection with securing votes of seat in Mumbai Legislative Council. Mr. Balasaheb Mirkar, son of Kakasaheb Mirkar, who were in Mamadar of Kopregaon, also came at that time to Ahmednagar in connection with horse exhibition there. After the election business was over, Kakasaheb Dikshit wanted to go to Shirdi, and both the Mirkars, father and son, were also thinking about a fit and proper person, guide with whom he should send there. Their Sai Baba was arranging things on for his reception. Shama got a telegram from his father-in-law at Ahmednagar stating that his wife was seriously ill and that he should come to see her and with his wife. With his wife, Shama, with Baba permission, went there and saw the mother-in-law and found improving and better. Nana Sahib Panase and Apna Sahib Kadake happened to see Sharma on the way to the exhibition. They were told him to go to Miracle House to see Kakasaheb Dikshit there and take him to Shirdi along with him. Kakasaheb Dikshit and the Miracles were also informed Sharma's arrival. the evening, Shama came to Mirakkar, who introduced him to Kakaseb. The arranged the Shama should leave the Kopergaon with Kakaseb by 10 o'clock night train. After this was settled, curious that happened. Curious thing happened. The Balasai Mirakkar threw aside a veil uncovering Baba's big portrait and showing that some same to Kakaseb. He was surprised to see that who he was going to meet Shirdi was already there in form of his portrait to greet him at the juncture. He was much moved and made his prostrate after his portrait. The portrait belonged to Mega. The glass over it was broken. It was sent to Mirakkars for repair. The necessary repair was been already made. It was decided to return to the portrait with Kakaseb and Shama. Before 10 o'clock, they went to station and booked their passage. But when the train arrived, they found that the second class was overcrowded and there was no room for them. Fortunately, the guard of the train turned out to be a acquaintance of the Kakaseb and he put them into the first class. They traveled comfortably and alighted at Kopergaon. The joy knew no bounds. When they saw this Nanaseb Chandorkar, and who was also fond of Shirdi, Kakaseb and Nanaseb embraced each other. Then after bathing in the Skate Godavari river, they started Shirdi after coming there and getting Baba Darshan. Kakaseb's mind was melted and his eyes were full of tears and he was overflowing with joy. Baba said to him that he was also waiting for him and sent Shama ahead to receive him. Kakaseb then passed away many years in Baba's company. He built a Vada in Shirdi, which made his more and less permanent home. The experience he got from Baba are so manifold that it is not possible to relate them at all. The reader advised to read a special Kakaseb Dixit number 3 Sai Leela magazine, volume 12, number 69. We close this account to mention one fact only. Baba has conferred him, saying that in the end he will take him in an air coach Viman that secured him happy death. This came out true on the 5th July 1926. He was traveling in the train with Hemad Mand and taking about Saibaba. He seems deeply engrossed in Saibaba. All of a sudden, he threw his neck on Hemad Mand's shoulder and breathed at last. No trace of pain and easiness. Sri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki Jai. Raj, you're going to start? Raj, you're there?
Is it Srinivas Raj or Raj Santosh?
Okay, I don't know.
అందుకే స్టిక్ అయిపోతుంది.
Okay, Anita, you're there? Anita, you're there, or Raj? I think that is didn't join, I think.
So Santosh, can I start? Srinivas Raj?
Srinivas Raju, you have Balram Durankar.
Yeah.
Let me, Anita was in the call actually. Anita, you're there in the call? Okay. Raj?
Yes.
There? Okay, please, okay, go ahead. Raj, you're on the mute.
Okay, okay. Is it okay now?
Yes, go ahead, yeah.
Okay. Sri Tembe Swami. We come to the next story, which shows how saints love each other with fraternal affection. Once Sri Vasudevanand Saraswati, known as Sri Tembe Swami, encamped at Rajahmundry, Andhra country, on the banks of the Godavari. He was devout, orthodox, jnani, and yogi bhakta of the Dattatreya. One Mr. Pundalika Rao, leader of Nanded, Nizam state, went to see him with some friends. While they were talking with him, the names of Shirdi and Saibaba were casually mentioned. Hearing Baba's name, the Swami joined hands with reverence and taking a coconut, gave it to Pundalika Rao and said to him, "Offer this to my brother Sai with my pranam and request him not to forget me, but ever love me." He also added that Swamis do not generally bow to others, but in this case, an exception had to be made. Mr. Pundalika Rao consented to take the coconut and his message to Baba. The Swami was right in calling Baba a brother, for as he maintained an Agnihotra, sacred fire, day and night, in his orthodox fashion, Baba too kept his Agnihotra, that is, Dhuni, ever burning in the masjid. After 1 month, Pundalika Rao and others left for Shirdi with the coconut and reached Manmad. And as they felt thirsty, they went to a rivulet for drinking water. As water should not be drunk on an empty stomach, they took out some refreshment, that is chivda, flattened rice mixed with spice. The chivda tasted most pungent, and in order to soften it, as someone suggested, broke the coconut and mixed its scrapings with it. Thus, they made the chivda more tasty and palatable. Unfortunately, the coconut turned out to be the same that was entrusted to Pundalikara. As they neared Shirdi, Pundalikara remembered the trust, that is the coconut, and was very sorry to learn that it was broken and consumed. He came to Shirdi and saw Baba. Baba had already received a wireless message regarding the coconut from Tembeswami, and himself asked Pundalikara first to give the thing sent by his brother. He held fast Baba's feet, confessed his guilt and negligence, repented and asked for Baba's pardon. He offered to give another fruit as a substitute, but Baba refused to accept it, saying that the worth of that coconut was far more than that of any ordinary one, and that it could not be replaced by another. Baba also added, "Now you need not worry yourself any more about the matter. It was on account of my wish that the coconut was entrusted to you and ultimately broken on the way. Why should you take the responsibility of the actions on you? Do not entertain the sense of doership in doing good as well as for bad deeds. Be entirely prideless and egoless in all things, and thus your spiritual progress will be rapid." What a beautiful spiritual instruction Baba gave. Om Sri Saidham.
Sri Sachidananda Sadguru
Guru
Sainath
Sainath
Maharaj
Maharaj
ki
ki
jai.
jai.
Next is
Srinivas Raj.
Srinivas Raj, please
Yeah.
go ahead.
Thank you. Om Sairam. Balram Durandar, 1878-1925. Mr. Balram Durandar belonged to the Pathare Prabhu community of Santa Cruz, Bombay. He was an advocate of the Bombay High Court and sometime principal of Government Law School, Bombay. The whole Durandar family was pious and religious. Mr. Balram served his community and wrote and published an account of it. He then turned his attention to spiritual and religious matters. He studied carefully Gita and its commentary Jnaneshwari and other philosophical and other metaphysical works. He was a devotee of Vithoba of Pandharpur. He came in contact with Saibaba in 1912 AD. 6 months previous, his brothers Babuji and Vaman Rao came to Shirdi and took Baba's darshan. They returned home and mentioned their sweet experiences to Balram and other members. Then they all decided to see Sai Baba before they came to Shirdi. Baba declared openly that today many of my Darbar people are coming. The Dhanurdhar brothers were astonished to hear this remark of Baba from others, as they had not given any previous intimation of their trip. All the other people prostrated themselves before Baba and sat talking to him. Baba said to them, "These are my Darbar people to whom I referred before," and said to Durandar brothers, "We are acquainted with each other for the last 60 generations." All the brothers were meek and modest. They stood with joined hands, staring at Baba's feet. All the sattvic emotions, such as tears, horripilation, choking, etc., moved them, and they were all happy. Then they went to their lodging and took their meals, and after taking a little rest again, came back to the masjid. Balram sat near Baba, massaging his legs. Baba, who was smoking a chillum, advanced towards him and beckoned him to smoke it. Balram was not accustomed to smoking, still he accepted the pipe, smoked it with great difficulty, and returned it reverentially with a bow. This was the most auspicious moment for Balram. He was suffering from asthma for 6 years. The smoke completely cured him of the disease which never troubled him again. Some 6 years later, on a particular day, he again got an attack of asthma. This was precisely the time when Baba took his Mahasamadhi. The day of this visit was a Thursday, and Durandar brothers had the good fortune of witnessing the Chavadi. Balram saw the lustre of Pandurang on Baba's face, and next morning at the Kakad Aarti time, the same phenomenon, the same lustre of his beloved deity Pandurang was visible again on Baba's face. Mr. Balram Durandar wrote in Marathi the life of the Maharashtra Saint Tukaram, but did not survive to see its publications. It was published later on by his brothers in 1928. In a short note of Balram's life given in the beginning of the book, the above account of Balram's visit has been fully corroborated therein, wide page 6 of the book. Bow to Shirdi Sai, peace be to all. Jai Saidham.
Shri Sachidananda
Ananda
Sadguru
Sadguru
Sainath
Sainath
Maharaj
Maharaj
Ki Jai.
Jai. Thank you.
Thank you. That was epilogue.
Epilogue. We have done with chapter 51, and now we come to the last chapter, number 52 in the original. In this, Hemant Pant gave his concluding remarks and promised to give an index giving the contents of all the chapters and verse as is given in Marathi certain books. But unfortunately, that index was not found in Hemant Pant papers. It was therefore composed and supplied by an able and worthy devotee of Sai Baba, Mr. B.V. Dev, retired Mamlaka of Tana. As we give an English book an index in the beginning and contents of each chapter at its top, we need not consider the last chapter as index here, and so we consider this chapter as the epilogue. Unfortunately, Hemant Pant did not survive to revise the manuscript of this chapter and make it ready for the press. When it was sent to the press, Mr. Dev found it to be incomplete and unintelligible in certain places, but it had to be published as it was found. The main topics dealt therein are briefly given below. Greatness of Sadguru Sai. We prostrate ourselves before and take refuge in that Sai Samad, who besets all animate and inanimate things in the universe, who pervades all creatures equally without any differentiation, to whom all devotees are alike and who knows not honor and dishonor, like or dislike us. If we remember him and surrender to him, he fulfills all our wishes and makes us attain the goal of life. This ocean of mundane existence is very hard to cross. Waves of attachments beat high against the bank of bad thoughts and break down trees of fortitude. The breeze of egoism blows with force and makes the ocean rough and agitated. Crocodiles in the form of anger and hatred move there fearlessly. Eddies in the form of the idea, I and mine and other doubts whirl there incessantly, and innumerable fishes in the form of censor. Hate and jealousy play there. Though this ocean is so fierce and terrible, Sadguru Sai is its destroyer, and the devotees of Sai have the least fear of it. Our Sadguru is the boat which will safely take us across this ocean. Sri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai.
Prayer. Now we fall before Sai Baba and holding his feet, make the following prayer for the public. Let not our mind wander and desire anything except thee. Let this work, Satcharit, be in every house and be it studied daily. Let it ward off the calamities of those who study it regularly and with reverence. Phal Shruti, reward of study. Now a few words about the reward you get from this work. After bathing in the sacred Godavari and after taking the darshan of Samadhi in the Samadhi Mandir at Shirdi, you should read or hear the Satcharit. If you do this, all your threefold afflictions will vanish. Casually thinking about the stories of Sai, you will get interested in spiritual life. And if you go through it with love and reverence, all your sins will be destroyed. If you wish to get rid of the cycle of birth and death, read Sai's stories and remember him always, and get yourself devoted to his feet. If you dive into the sea of Sai's stories and then give them out to others, you will get an ever new flavor of them and save the hearers from future misery. If you go on meditating on science form, it will, in course of time, lead you into self-realization. It is very hard to know or realize the nature of self or Brahma. But if you approach through the Sadguru Brahma, science form, your progress will be easy. If the devotee completely surrenders himself to him, he will lose his individual ego and be merged in him and be one with him, as the river becomes one with the sea. If you thus become merged with him in any of the three states, that is waking, dream, and sleep, you get rid of the bond of sansar. If anybody, after bathing, reads this with love and faith and completes it within a week, his calamities will disappear. Or if he hears or reads it daily and regularly, all his dangers will be warded off. He will get the reward according to his faith and devotion. Without these, there will be no experience of any kind. If you read this and with reverence, Sai will be pleased, and by removing your ignorance and poverty, will give you knowledge, wealth, and prosperity. With concentrated mind, if you read a chapter daily, it will give you unbounded happiness. One who has his own welfare at heart should study it carefully, and then he will ever remember Sai gratefully and joyfully birth after birth. This work should be read at home specifically on Guru Purnima, Asad, Full Moon Day, Gokul Ashtami, Ram Navami, and Dashera, Baba's Punyatithi. If you study this one book carefully, all your desires will be satisfied. And if you always remember Sai's feet in your heart, you will easily cross the bhav, worldly illusions, sagar. By its study, the diseased and sick will get health, the poor wealth, the mean and afflicted the prosperity, and the mind will get rid of all the futile ideas and get steadiness. Dear devoted readers and listeners, we also bow to you all and make you a special request. Never forget him, whose stories you have read day by day or month by month. The more fervently you read or listen to the stories, the more encouragement Sai gives you to serve you and be of use to you. Both the author and the readers must cooperate in this work, help each other, and be happy. There is Prasad Vyachana. Santosh, should I read the Prasad Vyachana also?
Yes, please. You can finish up that.
We close this chapter with prayer to the Almighty for the following prasad of favor. May the readers and devotees have complete and wholehearted surrender and devotion to Sai's feet. May his form be ever fixed in their eyes, and may they see Sai, the Lord, in all beings. Amen. Bow to Shri Sai, peace be to all. Aarti. Aarti Sai Baba. O Sai Baba, we wave lights before you, the bestower of happiness to the jivas. Give us, your servants and devotees, rest under the dust of your feet, burning, destroying our desires. You remain absorbed in yourself and show the Lord to the aspirants. As one feels intently for you, you give him experiences or realizations accordingly. O kind hearted, your power is such. Meditation on your name removes our fear of the sansar. Your method of word is really unfathomable, as you always help the poor and the helpless. In this Kali age, you, the all-pervasive Datta, have incarnated as Sadguru Brahma. Ward off the fear of sansar of the devotees who come to you every Thursday, so as to enable them to see the feet of the Lord. O God of gods, I pray that let my treasure be the service of your feet. Feed Madhav, the composer of this arti, with happiness as the cloud feeds the chatak bird with pure water, and thus keep us your word, and keep your word. Amen. Bow to Shri Sai. Peace be to all.
Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai. So we have completed the Paranam. So do you guys want to do the Arati, Shej Arati? We can run it or we can close it.
We can do the Aarti. We can do the Aarti if everyone wants then.
Yeah. No, it's better like we complete the Aarti and then conclude.
Yes,
Santosh.
we should do Aarti. Yes.
Okay. Let me run the YouTube.
In mobile, if you have the Sage Art, you can play.
Yeah, I'm just saying that. Yeah.
I see that is somebody in the temple, nobody in the temple.
Temple, they're just closed.
Because I see somebody there, like, is that the photo or is it
No, that's Venkat Venkat Jagar.
The house and Sai Baba.
Yeah, Venkat has put a nice image. It's just like it's just behind the temple. I know.
Yeah, it looks as if he's in the temple.
I just set the background, guys. Thank you.
But it's exactly looks like you are in temple. Even I thought that you are in temple. I looked twice and saw. Nice.
Yeah.
temple இருக்காருங்க